Chapter 1. The system, though late, has arrived. Where am I? Qin Beichin opened his eyes to find himself lying on a wooden bed. This was his home, a small nest in the city of Qingzhou. He struggled to sit up, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered him helpless, causing him to fall heavily back onto the bed. The impact elicited a pained cry from him, and his complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Every inch of his body throbbed with pain, and he was now sweating profusely from the agony. Qin Beichin lifted the covers and glanced at his own body, only to see that his skin was mottled with bruises, and the number of wounds was beyond counting. At this moment, he finally recalled the events that had transpired. In the academy, he had encountered a group of idle upperclassmen who mocked and ridiculed him, leading to a confrontation. Outnumbered and outmatched, he had been beaten down like a dead dog and succumbed to unconsciousness. This experience was undeniably humiliating and disgraceful, yet Qin Beichin felt powerless to change it. With average talent and a cultivation level merely at the foundational stage of body refinement, how could he possibly contend against a master of energy condensation, let alone 3 such individuals? He pressed his hand against his wound, the intense pain causing his brow to furrow, yet he gritted his teeth and did not withdraw his hand. He intended to let this pain etch the memory of his humiliation deep within him, a wound that he could never forget. Even a waste can possess dignity and ambition. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. Ding! Detection indicates the host harbors ambition, yet possesses average talent and poor aptitude, qualifying as a waste. Initiating the waste redemption system, binding with the host's soul to assist in altering the host's fate and reversing the course of destiny. Before Qin Beichin could fully process the announcement, an unbearable pain surged from his mind, rendering him rigidly immobilized on the bed. Ding! System binding in progress. Please be patient. Ding! Binding progress. 50. Ding! Binding progress. 90. Ding! Binding complete. Congratulations! Host has acquired the waste redemption system. As the system binding reached completion, the agonizing sensation emanating from the depths of his soul vanished, leaving Qin Beichin drenched in sweat, the bed beneath him soaked. Qin Beichin opened his eyes again, feeling utterly drained. The pain in his body now seemed trivial compared to the previous torment. System, I have waited so long for you. He gazed up at the modest ceiling of his small room, speaking to himself. Having traversed this world for many years, Qin Beichin had awaited the system for an eternity. He had long since ceased to hold any hope for it, only for it to suddenly arrive now. Abruptly, his vision blurred as if a shadow flickered before his eyes, obscuring everything in sight. When Qin Beichin opened his eyes once more, a translucent screen materialized before him. On the screen, a wealth of information began to present itself. Host, Qin Beichin. Cultivation level, body refinement 5th layer. Cultivation technique. Innate Qi nurturing method, beginner progress 10. Martial skill, stone shattering palm, beginner progress 20. Martial skill, mountain opening fist, beginner progress 30. System evaluation, purely waste. The appearance of the screen astounded Qin Beichin, but the information displayed captured his attention even more. All the details listed were about himself, encompassing his cultivation, the techniques and martial skills he had mastered, even the levels of his training. It seems this screen bears a resemblance to the attribute panels encountered in video games of my past life, Qin Beichin mused, stroking his chin. It appeared to be a genuine system otherwise. How could it possess such intricate knowledge of him? Moreover, in this era, who could comprehend Arabic numerals? This system was undoubtedly not a creation of the people of this time. Yet, the system had the audacity to issue an evaluation, one that was infuriatingly insulting. What did it mean to be purely waste? Was the system truly regarding him as a waste? Qin Beichin felt compelled to lambaste the screen, but he found himself unable to refute the system. He was indeed a waste. Then, how do you intend to save me? Qin Beichin muttered to himself. At that moment, the door of the shabby little house swung open, and a graceful figure stepped inside. Beichin, are you feeling better? The owner of the delicate silhouette was a young girl clad in a flowing green dress, standing tall and elegant. Her bright eyes were filled with concern as she gazed at Qin Beichin. Beneath her willow-like brows, Her captivating eyes sparkled, and her lips, tinted a delicate pink, complemented her slender, yet curvaceous form. This girl was like a beautiful bud blooming amidst the green lotus, fresh and radiant. Upon seeing her, Qin Beichen's expression shifted, surprise etched upon his face. "Qingyu, what brings you here?" It finally dawned on Qin Beichen how he had returned home after losing consciousness. Su Qingyu was his childhood sweetheart. However, after entering the academy, the exceptionally talented Su Qingyu had gradually outpaced him. Once frequently by her side, Qin Beichen had slowly lost confidence and retreated into himself. He had thought that his withdrawal would diminish Su Qingyu's affection for him, but it seemed she had never given up on him. Su Qingyu approached, cradling a jade box in her hands, and as she neared Qin Beichen, she said, "If I don't come, who will care for you? You foolish boy. You must never fight with others again." Su Qingyu pointed at Qin Beichen, then sat beside him on the bed, opening the jade box. Inside lay a brown medicinal pill, the size of a longan, exuding a fragrant aroma and boasting a smooth, lustrous surface. "Here, take it." Su Qingyu extended the healing pill towards him. Qin Beichen hesitated, looking down as he said, "I can't afford this." Su Qingyu frowned. The Qin Beichen of the past would never have been so coy. She did not wish to see the boy she liked reduced to such a despondent state. "Just take it, you can repay me later." As she spoke, Su Qingyu directly brought the pill to Qin Beichen's lips. He could feel not just the fragrant pill touching his lips, but also the delicate fingers of the girl. In that instant, both of them froze, and Su Qingyu's face flushed a deep crimson. "This?" Qin Beichen stared in astonishment at Su Qingyu, his breath becoming heavy and heated. Su Qingyu, blushing profusely, did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she shot him a glare and commanded, "Open your mouth." Instinctively, Qin Beichen complied, and the pill was placed inside, accompanied by the girl's sweet fragrance. Su Qingyu's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she softly instructed Qin Beichen, "Focus on your recovery. I must take my leave." With that, she turned to exit. "Qingyu!" Qin Beichen called out to her. "What is it?" Su Qingyu turned to face him. With a slight smile, Qin Beichen said, "Thank you, Qingyu." Her cheeks deepened in hue as she nodded vigorously in response. "You're welcome. See you tomorrow." With that, the girl shyly fled from Qin Beichen's humble abode. A warm sensation enveloped Qin Beichen. The pill was taking effect. He murmured, "System, can you help this waste keep pace with Qingyu?" As the pill continued to work, Qin Beichen's wounds began to heal rapidly. Su Qingyu came from an esteemed family, and the medicinal pill she had brought was indeed extraordinary. As the pain receded, Qin Beichen exerted effort to sit up in bed. If he wished to catch up to Su Qingyu and alter his fate as a waste, the only path forward was through cultivation. Qin Beichen settled into a meditative posture on his bed, adjusting his breath as he began to cultivate. The technique he practiced was, naturally, the innate qi nurturing method he had seen on the screen. As he operated the technique, his body began to absorb the ambient energy. The energy flowed like a gentle stream, converging within him. Qin Beichen's cultivation began to progress at a glacial pace. His body felt akin to an old machine, struggling to turn. It was inevitable his talent was too poor, and his grasp of the technique was lacking, which naturally hindered his speed of cultivation. His understanding of the innate qi nurturing method was, as the system had described, merely at the beginner level. Yet, he could not comprehend the significance of the progress indicators associated with the techniques and martial skills. Did an increase in progress equate to an enhanced mastery? Qin Beichen did not dwell on it further, focusing his mind solely on cultivation. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. "Ding! The host's cultivation speed is too slow. The system cannot tolerate this. The mastery level of the host's technique will be elevated to minor success. Progress 50. Chapter 2, Cultivation, 10 Realms in One Night. Qin Beichen wore a bewildered expression. Was the system truly chastising him for his sluggish pace of cultivation? How impolite! Yet, what significance did reaching minor success hold? He took the initiative to inquire of the system. "System, what does mastery level of a technique entail?" The mechanical voice of the system responded once more, affirming Qin Beichen's question. The mastery level of techniques and martial skills reflects your degree of comprehension regarding a particular technique. The mastery levels are categorized into beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, peak, and perfection. As one's mastery improves, the efficacy of the techniques and martial skills will be enhanced. The system's explanation was exceedingly clear, and Qin Beichin, having been a modern individual and a youth addicted to the internet in his previous life, could easily grasp it. What transformations will occur in the innate qi cultivation technique as I progress from beginner to minor achievement? With this question lingering in his mind, Qin Beichin continued his training. Virum, the spiritual energy, surged from a trickle to a stream, rapidly converging towards his physical body. Qin Beichin's eyes widened. This technique has only progressed from beginner to minor achievement, yet the results are astonishing. He could feel his cultivation speed increasing by more than tenfold. Such a tenfold enhancement in cultivation speed had already surpassed many prodigies in various academies. And this speed was merely the result of the minor achievement phase. What then could be the extent of improvement in cultivation speed at the major or even peak stages of the innate qi cultivation technique? Qin Beichin's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly moved to tears. He, Qin Beichin, was unafraid of hardship, only fearful of minimal rewards after great effort. But now, with his cultivation speed soaring, those worries had dissipated. Train, train. Only this thought remained in his heart, and he became like an indefatigable machine, fervently cultivating. As Qin Beichin's cultivation speed skyrocketed, the vital energy within him quickly accumulated. Having initially been at the 5th level of physical refinement, he finally began to break through to the next realm. 5th level of physical refinement. 6th level of physical refinement. 7th level of physical refinement. Others could hardly imagine the sheer joy that Qin Beichin felt at this moment. He resembled a person who had long lived in poverty, discovering a mountain of gold, tirelessly transporting it to his home. Since heaven had bestowed him with this opportunity, he would seize it tightly, even if it meant risking his life. In truth, there are no inherently lazy individuals in the world. Everyone yearns for an opportunity to change their fate, a bright path that promises success if one perseveres. Yet most people never encounter such opportunities, nor do they actively seek them, ultimately blending into the masses. Now that Qin Beichin had met this opportunity, he was willing to devote all his passion and energy to it. A night passed in silence, and Qin Beichin sat in meditation, resembling a statue as he remained cross-legged on his bed. At dawn the next day, as the first light of morning broke, Qin Beichin finally awakened from his fervent state of cultivation. It was not that he wished to cease his training, he simply had to attend school, and perhaps Su Qingyu would come to visit him today. He needed to tidy up and prepare himself. Qin Beichin opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing. Within it was the energy circulating inside him. He gently raised his hand, grasping a porcelain bowl on the bedside table. With a light squeeze, the bowl shattered effortlessly into white powder, cascading from his fingertips. Qin Beichin was overjoyed, realizing that his cultivation had now reached the 6th level of qi condensation. At the 6th level of qi condensation, he could only be considered mid-tier in the academy. However, achieving such a leap from the 5th level of physical refinement to the 6th level of qi condensation in a single night would leave many astounded. In just one night, his cultivation had advanced 10 small realms, including one major realm of speed that would astonish even seasoned cultivators. Moreover, Qin Beichin did not feel any instability in his energy. His cultivation was remarkably solid. Is this the effect of reaching minor achievement? Qin Beichin's eyes widened, his voice trembling with excitement. At that moment, the system chimed in. According to system calculations, only those with a cultivation level 3 tiers above the host possess the capability to elevate the mastery level of the innate qi cultivation technique to minor achievement. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Beichin's eyes grew even wider. No wonder his cultivation speed had increased tenfold. Ordinary experts in physical refinement and qi condensation could not possibly cultivate the innate qi cultivation technique to minor achievement. And those who were 3 tiers stronger than Qin Beichin typically pursued more advanced techniques, not wasting time on the innate qi cultivation technique. Thus, minor achievement in the innate qi cultivation technique was indeed rare. Of course, this was primarily due to the system's efforts. Had Qin Beichen relied solely on his own comprehension, it might have taken decades to reach such mastery. Contemplating this, a smirk crept across Qin Beichen's lips as he self-deprecatingly mused. Looking at it this way, being a waste is quite advantageous otherwise. I might never have encountered the system, which has graciously aided me. If it weren't for his previous inadequacies, the system likely would not have deemed it necessary to enhance his mastery of the innate qi cultivation technique. With this realization, Qin Beichen sensed that he had stumbled upon the triggering conditions of the system. While pondering the system, he failed to notice that his progress in mastering the innate qi cultivation technique had increased by 1%. It now stood at 51. This 1% improvement was the result of his diligent cultivation throughout the night. Suddenly, Qin Beichen instinctively covered his nose and exclaimed, "What is that awful smell?" A foul odor assaulted him, nearly causing him to retch. What could it be? Did a rat die in my house, its corpse rotting? He turned to investigate, only to find the source seemed to emanate from his own body. Looking down, he noticed a thick, black substance coating his skin, the source of the repugnant odor. Am I expelling impurities from my body? Qin Beichen pondered, gradually piecing together the reason. The enhancement in his cultivation not only elevated his levels, but also refined and purified his physical form. It was said that upon reaching formidable realms, one could even undergo a complete metamorphosis, rejuvenating their youth. With this thought, Qin Beichen felt a surge of happiness. Expelling such a quantity of impurities indicated that his cultivation was indeed effective, and his physical body had made significant progress. However, recalling that Su Qingyu might visit him and accompany him to the academy, Qin Beichen hastily sprang to his feet and dashed towards the door. Qin Beichen's modest abode lay on the outskirts of Qingzhou City, near a small river. With a splash, Qin Beichen shed his garments and leaped into the water. The river instantly darkened, as if ink had been poured into it. Fortunately, the current swiftly carried away the filth. Onlookers gazed towards the river with curiosity, though none approached to investigate. In the water, to avoid drawing attention, Qin Beichen pinched his nose, blocked his ears with vital energy, and scrubbed himself while holding his breath, appearing quite comical. In this world, cultivation is an eternal theme. From what Qin Beichen understood, the realms of cultivation roughly included physical refinement, qi condensation, foundation establishment, and higher levels of martial realms. Martial realms are not a singular stage, but rather encompass 4 distinct realms: Huangwu, Xuanwu, Diwu, and Tianwu. Of course, beyond the martial realms lie even more profound levels, which are currently beyond Qin Beichen's reach. In reality, ordinary individuals seldom encounter those of martial realms. Once one achieves this level, they can traverse the world at will. Before the system, Qin Beichen knew that no matter how hard he worked, reaching foundation establishment seemed an unattainable dream. Now, with the system's intervention, he harbored hopes that his name would one day be etched upon the peaks of this world. Su Qingyu gently pushed open the door to Qin Beichen's humble dwelling, only to find him in deep meditation. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Su Qingyu felt that Qin Beichen's skin appeared considerably fairer, seemingly devoid of impurities. In truth, this was not an illusion. After washing himself in the river, Qin Beichen had also noticed this transformation. This must be the effect of cultivation. Qin Beichen mused that if the earth of his past life allowed for cultivation, there would undoubtedly be many women eager to practice techniques for the sake of beauty. Hearing the creaking of the door, Qin Beichen opened his eyes to see Su Qingyu standing close by. The breath she exhaled carried a hint of fragrance and warmth, leaving Qin Beichen momentarily speechless. Qin Beichen's sudden awakening startled Su Qingyu, causing her to stumble back in fear of colliding with him. "Qingyu, what are you doing?" A gentle smile graced Qin Beichen's face. Su Qingyu pointed at him, her words tumbling out in confusion. "You, I." In truth, she merely wished to observe Qin Beichen's skin up close, as it seemed even more delicate than her own. She hadn't anticipated that he would wake at such an inopportune moment. Now, she could only hope Qin Beichen would not misconstrue her intentions. where she would truly feel embarrassed to face anyone. Chapter 3. Qingyun Academy. Qin Beichun descended from his bed and approached Su Qingyu, inquiring, "Qingyu, are you well?" Seeing that Qin Beichun could move freely, and his wounds appeared to have healed, Su Qingyu exclaimed with joy. "Beichun, are your injuries fully healed?" Qin Beichun nodded, his gaze towards Su Qingyu filled with gratitude. "Thanks to your healing elixir, otherwise I would still be confined to my bed," as Su Qingyu gently poked Qin Beichun's body twice. Noticing his normal complexion, she realized he was not forcing himself, and could not help but smile brightly. This smile resembled flowers that bloom brilliantly after the melting of ice and snow, radiant and splendid. "It seems the elixir's efficacy is remarkable. I shall purchase more in the future," Su Qingyu mused. In truth, the rapid recovery of Qin Beichun's injuries was due not only to the elixir's effectiveness, but also to his cultivation, which had elevated his realm, facilitating the transformation and self-healing of his physical body. Among the impurities, some were remnants of the blood clot within his wounds. "Beichun, now that you have recovered, you must avoid fighting in the future," Su Qingyu said, her eyes filled with concern. Qin Beichun smiled softly, patting her shoulder. "Rest assured, Qingyu, I will diligently cultivate and strive to catch up with your pace," as Su Qingyu was taken aback. At this moment, Qin Beichun seemed quite different from before. Previously, he had been demoralized by setbacks in his cultivation, lacking confidence, and daring not to approach Su Qingyu, let alone display such affectionate gestures in just one night. It appeared he had undergone a remarkable transformation. This delightful metamorphosis brought joy to Su Qingyu, as she realized the confident and ambitious Qin Beichun, who had once proclaimed his desire to become a peak powerhouse, had returned. The emergence of the system was a significant encouragement for Qin Beichun. He was neither lazy nor lacking ambition. He had merely squandered his potential due to poor talent, finding it impossible to progress in his cultivation no matter how hard he tried. Now that the system had granted him an opportunity, Qin Beichun's former aspirations gradually awakened. "Well, since you have recovered, Beichun, we should head to the academy for class," she suggested. The academy referred to here was Qingyun Academy, the institution in Qingzhou City dedicated to nurturing cultivators. Qingyun Academy is the grandest academy in Qingzhou City, having trained numerous powerful individuals. This is not merely an advertisement for the academy. In summary, within the academy, both teachers and students are cultivators, and those with formidable prowess are promoted to higher grades. For instance, Su Qingyu, being a foundational cultivator, is considered a senior student, while Qin Beichun is a low-grade novice. According to the rules, Qin Beichun should address Su Qingyu as senior sister when encountering her in the academy. However, given their close relationship, such formality was unnecessary. Of course, aside from imparting cultivation knowledge, the academy also offers courses in alchemy and artifact forging. Qin Beichun had chosen to take an elective alchemy course, prompted by Su Qingyu. Qin Beichun tidied up and followed her out the door, heading towards the academy. "The three rascals who attacked me, I shall return for revenge." Qin Beichun silently vowed. He understood that, given Su Qingyu's status, she could easily travel to the academy in an opulent carriage. Yet, to accommodate him, Su Qingyu deliberately chose to walk, warming Qin Beichun's heart in front of Qingyun Academy. Qin Beichun was filled with emotions upon his return. Previously, when he had come to the academy, he had been extremely reserved, scarcely daring to look up for fear of offending any senior students. However, with his injuries healed, Qin Beichun regained his confidence, striding into the academy with his head held high, his demeanor having undergone a qualitative change. After Qin Beichun was injured, Su Qingyu had directly helped him take a leave of absence. He recalled that today he was supposed to attend the alchemy class. Within Qingyun Academy, disciples came and went, the flow of people constant. Many gazes fell upon Su Qingyu, who had achieved the foundational realm at a young age and garnered considerable fame within the academy. "In the future, I too shall become a figure of great renown," Qin Beichun murmured to himself. "Qin Beichun, you worthless fool, how dare you return?" A boisterous voice jolted Qin Beichun from his chaotic thoughts, dripping with arrogance. Following the voice, Qin Beichun looked up to find three young men standing shoulder to shoulder, blocking his path. Among them, one was tall and thin, another was stout and robust, and the last, clad in a yellow robe, was the most imposing and stood at the forefront. The young man in the yellow robe regarded Qin Beichun with disdain, smirking. Qin Beichin, you worthless one. It seems your injuries healed quite swiftly. Qin Beichin cast a glance at the trio, choosing to ignore them. These three were indeed the culprits behind his injuries. What a coincidence, he thought bitterly. Beside Qin Beichin, Su Qingyu furrowed her brows at the sight of the three. She stepped forward, glaring at them, her tone displeased at Yi Qing. You are going too far. If you wish to harm Beichin, you must first consider me. As her words fell, a terrifying aura and pressure erupted from Su Qingyu's body. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the pupils of Yi Qing and his companions constricted, struggling to breathe under the oppressive aura. Yi Qing, already aware of Su Qingyu's formidable reputation, dared not act recklessly, offering her a forced smile. Senior Sister Su, please calm your anger. Since you have intervened, we can let this fool go, that a worthless one can only hide behind others. The repeated taunts of worthless were particularly grating. Su Qingyu's brows knitted in anger. She understood that Yi Qing was deliberately provoking Qin Beichin. Knowing Qin Beichin's sensitive nature, she was well aware that he could easily be incited. Sure enough, Qin Beichin moved. He stepped in front of Su Qingyu, standing firm against Yi Qing and his companions. Beichin, don't act impulsively. Yi Qing is at the third level of qi condensation, Su Qingyu warned, reaching out to grasp Qin Beichin's wrist. Qin Beichin turned, gently patting Su Qingyu's shoulder. His tone soothing. Don't worry, they are merely courting death. Court death? Upon hearing Qin Beichin's words, Yi Qing and his companions burst into raucous laughter, doubling over in mirth. The tall, lean youth beside Yi Qing sneered. Qin Beichin, have you lost your mind? How dare a worthless one bark? Qin Beichin remained unfazed. He found the provocations amusing. Seeing that Qin Beichin was unperturbed, Su Qingyu could only softly remind him, be careful. Releasing her grip, she positioned herself behind Qin Beichin, ready to intervene if necessary. Last time, when she was absent, Yi Qing and his gang had seized the opportunity to bully him. This time, with her present, no one would dare to oppress Qin Beichin. Have faith. Trust me. Qin Beichin reassured her gently. Yi Qing turned to Qin Beichin, a cold smirk on his lips. It seems we were too lenient last time. This time, let's ensure you remember your place. Brother Yi, why not cripple him this time, so he remembers for a lifetime? The stout youth beside Yi Qing chimed in, echoing his sentiment. Hearing their arrogant remarks, Qin Beichin cast a cold glance at the trio, his expression devoid of warmth. Faced with these bullies who had beaten him into a pulp, he was naturally eager for revenge. The lean youth beside Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine at Qin Beichin's gaze. He shuddered involuntarily. Feeling humiliated, he turned to Yi Qing. Brother Yi, let me break his legs. Yi Qing glanced at Su Qingyu, his tone mocking as he replied, go easy on him. Zhou Shan, give Senior Sister Su some face. Rest assured, Brother Yi, a mere body refinement waste is nothing to fear, Zhou Shan declared confidently as he advanced towards Qin Beichin. Unleashing his cultivation at the first level of qi condensation, his aura surged around him. Waste, take my shattering stone palm. Zhou Shan shouted, striking towards Qin Beichin's chest with a powerful palm infused with energy, swift and fierce, a move no one could withstand at the qi condensation level. Su Qingyu, unaware of Qin Beichin's cultivation level, urgently called out, Beichin, be careful. At that moment, facing Zhou Shan's incoming strike, Qin Beichin's expression remained calm, devoid of fear. Qin Beichin, Zhou Shan's attack appeared excruciatingly slow, filled with flaws. Shattering stone palm. I can do that too. Spotting a weakness in Zhou Shan's technique, Qin Beichin raised his hand, swiftly countering with his own palm strike, composed and unflustered. This strike, seemingly devoid of energy and ordinary in appearance, actually contained all of Qin Beichin's accumulated power. Their palms were about to collide. Yi Qing and the stout youth sneered, convinced that Qin Beichin's light strike could not possibly withstand Zhou Shan's assault. Su Qingyu felt a surge of tension, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. All eyes were glued to the impending clash of their palms. Boom! The collision of flesh sent both of them reeling, their garments fluttering in the aftermath. Overreaching, Zhou Shan scoffed, his arrogance palpable. Yet the next moment as their palms met, his dismissive expression froze in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhou Shan's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming force impacting his arm. With a sharp crack, Qin Beichin's palm twisted Zhou Shan's arm, shattering it and exposing the bone beneath. causing Zhou Shan's figure to be sent flying. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Beep. Host detected the use of crushed stone palm. Although the posture is unorthodox and the power inadequate, progress has increased by 1. Thud. Zhou Shan fell heavily onto the azure stone tiles of the academy. My arm, he wailed from the ground, his face pale and his body trembling. This worthless fool has improved in cultivation. Yi Qing and the rotund companion exchanged astonished glances, their expressions turning grave. Su Qingyu, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy and secretly sighed in relief. With a single strike, Qin Beichen had shattered Zhou Shan, leaving the onlookers in awe of his strength. Terrified, Zhou Shan reached out to Yi Qing, his face filled with dread. Yi go help? But before he could finish, he suddenly spewed blood, for Qin Beichen had emotionlessly raised his leg and stamped down on Zhou Shan's chest. Chapter 5. All taken down, Qin Beichen gazed at Zhou Shan. If I am the worthless one, then what does that make you? Yi Qing's face darkened. Qin Beichen's actions were a slap in his face. Consumed by fury, he glared at Qin Beichen, his eyes glinting with malice. I wondered how a worthless fool dared to show his face again. It seems you've improved in cultivation. Yet, a worthless fool remains a worthless fool. I will beat you back to your original state. Qin Beichen paid him no heed, retracting his foot to avoid staining his shoes with Zhou Shan's blood. Unable to gauge Qin Beichen's strength, Yi Qing's countenance darkened as he exchanged glances with his stout companion. The two shared a tacit understanding before suddenly launching themselves at Qin Beichen. Beichen, watch out. They plan to surround you. Su Qingyu discerned their intentions and hurriedly warned him. Qin Beichen nodded, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, calmly preparing for battle, with his cultivation at the 6th level of qi condensation. Dealing with Yi Qing, who was at the 3rd level, was merely a matter of overwhelming him. Seeing Qin Beichen stand his ground, Yi Qing smirked, secretly thinking him overconfident. Fatty, you charge, and I'll kick. Leave him no escape. Yi Qing commanded his sturdy companion. His stout friend replied affirmatively. Yi Qing's 3rd level qi surged explosively, mountain-splitting leg. He leaped into the air, his legs swinging like an axe, descending with tremendous force toward Qin Beichen's head. Whoosh! The energy spiraled around Yi Qing's leg, slicing through the air. This strike was merciless, causing Su Qingyu to watch with great concern. Meanwhile, the stout companion, using his bulk as a shield, charged at Qin Beichen like an enraged bull, causing the azure stone slabs beneath him to sink slightly under his weight. Confronted with the dual assault, Qin Beichen remained unyielding. The fierce attacks of his opponents appeared as mere theatrics to him. Utterly insignificant, Yi Qing moved swiftly, leading with a horizontal kick aimed at Qin Beichen. The wind from his leg ruffled Qin Beichen's hair. Die, worthless fool! Yi Qing roared. Unfazed, Qin Beichen raised his hand to meet Yi Qing's strike. Seeking death, seeing Qin Beichen block with his hand, Yi Qing scoffed. Even a 5th level qi condensation practitioner would hesitate to resist such an attack directly. With a downward kick, Yi Qing's qi surged, yet Qin Beichen had already enveloped his hand in energy. Boom! Qin Beichen's palm thrust out, effortlessly shattering the energy coiling around Yi Qing's leg, simultaneously nullifying the power behind his kick. Yi Qing's strike inflicted no harm upon Qin Beichen, who had easily neutralized it. How is this possible? Yi Qing gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. What sort of sorcery is Qin Beichen using? He refused to relent, bending his leg and gathering energy at his toes, aiming a kick at Qin Beichen's temple. This scene sent Su Qingyu into a state of alarm. Her own energy stirred within her, ready to assist. However, Qin Beichen's response far surpassed everyone's expectations. Yi Qing launched his kick. Qin Beichen leaned back, seemingly having anticipated the move. What a quick reaction! Yi Qing's heart raced, his expression shifting. Was this truly the same worthless fool he had known? Yet, before he could land, Yi Qing saw Qin Beichen's figure darting toward him like a specter. Not good. How is he so fast? Yi Qing broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had no time to evade that mountain-splitting fist. Qin Beichen unleashed a straight punch, striking Yi Qing's leg. Beep! Host detected the use of mountain-splitting fist. Although the posture is unorthodox and the movement abstract, progress has increased by 1. With a crack, Yi Qing's leg twisted violently, the bones shattering. Yi Qing cried out in agonizing pain, his body flying backward. At that moment, the stout companion charged toward Qin Beichen, Perhaps intentionally, Yi Qing found himself in Qin Beichen's path, hurtling toward the stout attain da Wai Go. I'll catch you. The stout companion hurriedly reached out to intercept Yi Qing's tumbling form. Yet, the force of Qin Beichen's punch was overwhelming, and Yi Qing was unstoppable. The instant the stout companion caught Yi Qing, he felt as if a great mountain had collided with him. Ouch! The stout companion's expression changed dramatically, and he was sent flying. Yi Qing and the stout man rolled on the ground, ultimately collapsing helplessly onto the stone path of the academy. Though the events unfolded complexly, from the moment Qin Beichen struck to when he ceased. Only a few breaths had passed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yi Qing shouted at Qin Beichen, "Impossible! How could a worthless fool become so powerful?" Qin Beichen cast a cold glance at Yi Qing. Even a worthless fool can rise again. The frigid gaze sent shivers through Yi Qing, filling him with dread, rendering him speechless. Qin Beichen dusted off his hands and turned to Su Qingyu, his expression softening. "Let us go, Qingyu, that it's time for class." "All right." Su Qingyu smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Today, Qin Beichen had greatly impressed her. After they departed, a dazed Yi Qing, with the stout companion's help, rose to his feet. After consuming a few pills, Yi Qing excitedly cried out in despair toward the direction Qin Beichen had left. "Qin Beichen, you wait for me." Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu were in different grades, parting ways at the intersection, heading to separate classrooms, then on his way to class. Qin Beichen reflected on the system notifications he had heard during the battle. It appeared that while engaged in combat, his mastery of both crushed stone palm and mountain-splitting fist was also improving. At the entrance of the classroom, Qin Beichen paused. The door was closed, yet familiar voices drifted from within. Returning to class, Qin Beichen felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment, he knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal two towering peaks. The majestic mountains were captivating, but fortunately, Qin Beichen possessed sufficient composure to resist temptation. Calmly raising his gaze to the owner of the peaks, before him stood a woman clad in a qipao, her long legs accentuating her slender waist, her figure striking, with fair skin and enchanting eyes that sparkled with allure. She exuded an irresistible charm. "Qin Beichen, you've finally come to class," the woman exclaimed, her surprise evident upon seeing him. Qin Beichen, recognizing an old acquaintance, offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, teacher Lin Fei. I was occupied with matters recently and fell behind in class, and no worries. Come in quickly," Lin Fei replied, her demeanor warm, seemingly aware of Qin Beichen's recent tribulations. Qin Beichen blinked. Everything appeared as it once had. Yet he had undergone a transformation that he found his usual seat at the back, affording him a clear view of the entire classroom, thus allowing him to survey the surroundings. Lin Fei swayed her graceful waist and returned to the podium. "Today is alchemy class. Next, I will teach you how to condense elixir fire." Chapter 6. The elixir fire shines. Lin Fei leaned against the high desk of the podium, surveying the students below as she patiently explained. Elixir fire is used to decompose herbs, burn away impurities, and condense essence. It is the foundation of alchemy and an essential tool for alchemists. Students interested in alchemy, be sure to listen attentively. Several students, intrigued by alchemy, widened their eyes and sat up straight, focused on her lecture. Naturally, many were primarily captivated by teacher Lin Fei herself. Noticing their rapt attention, Lin Fei smiled gently and continued, "To condense elixir fire, one must channel their qi." After concluding her explanation, Lin Fei raised her hand, fingers delicately pinching, and a ball of white flame erupted between her hands, illuminating her fair face. This spectacle left many students in awe. Seeing the students' eager gazes, Lin Fei announced, "Now, everyone shall have a try." Upon hearing the words, numerous students eagerly raised their hands, beginning to circulate their vital energy in an attempt to condense the Dan fire. Lin Fei, smiling, descended from the podium to guide those students who were persistently trying. Qin Beichen sat quietly in his seat, observing the others as they deftly manipulated their fingertips, and he too commenced his own attempts. What Lin Fei did not disclose to the crowd was that condensing the Dan fire could serve as a criterion for assessing a student's alchemical talent. Her decision to teach this method was intended to identify one or two promising individuals among the attendees. Qin Beichen's fingers moved incessantly, nearly reddening from the friction. Yet, despite his efforts, no Dan fire manifested at his fingertips. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, The system's mechanical voice echoed. Beep, detecting that the host's alchemical talent is exceedingly lacking, showing complete ignorance of alchemical techniques, which is a gross insult to the art of Danfire. The system will enhance the host's alchemical proficiency to assist in condensing the Danfire. A chilling sensation coursed through Qin Beichen's mind, prompting him to halt his movements and activate the system's interface. The display now transformed into two panels, one of which bore the words alchemy. The alchemical status was as follows: alchemical level, barely sufficient. Condensation of Danfire. Beginner progress 10, dealt with the system's augmentation. Qin Beichen had gained some insights into condensing the Danfire and alchemy that if only the system could refrain from its harsh evaluations, he would feel a greater sense of contentment. The system's assessments were always brutally candid, leaving him without any retort. Concealing his hands beneath the table, he gently manipulated his fingers, and a pure white flame flickered to life at his fingertips, albeit somewhat dimly. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had truly succeeded. Observing his peers still fervently twisting their fingers to the point of redness and swelling, a subtle smile graced Qin Beichen's lips. However, he chose not to gloat. Remaining humble was always prudent. Yet, much to his surprise, the system did not relent. Instead, it continued to announce. Beep, detecting that the host's Danfire condensation is inferior to that of a mere matchstick, which is quite embarrassing. The system will elevate the host's Danfire condensation level. Condensing Danfire, minor success, progress 10. Qin Beichen grinned broadly, feeling inclined to jest with the system. Please continue to belittle me. Of course, this was merely a light-hearted quip. With his head bowed, he resumed manipulating his fingers, savoring the nuances of Danfire condensation. However, to some students, it was evident that Qin Beichen appeared to be idling away. Those enamored by Lin Fei's teachings were particularly displeased with Qin Beichen's apparent languor. Many students had nearly worn their fingertips raw, and the entire class had seen no successes. Numerous individuals had grown despondent and abandoned their efforts. That in the face of this scene, Lin Fei remained composed, seemingly having anticipated such an outcome. After all, alchemists are a rarity, and it was entirely normal for these students to lack the talent for alchemy. She chose not to console them. Her gaze was fixed on a singular individual, Qin Beichen. Qin Beichen, why not give it a try? Lin Fei urged, her words laced with encouragement. Qin Beichen was momentarily taken aback. He had thought himself discreet enough not to attract attention, yet he had been noticed by the beautiful teacher. His expression momentarily blank, he realized that what one fears often comes to pass. Suddenly, those who had previously deemed him idle surfaced, mocking him. This guy has been inattentive since the lecture began. He clearly hasn't grasped anything and is afraid of embarrassing himself. The classroom fell silent, the atmosphere awkward. Many students chimed in. Indeed, this fellow's skills are lacking. He must have learned nothing and is too timid to try. One student, a poor lad, scoffed. He probably only knows how to gather firewood. Ha! Their laughter echoed, and Lin Fei furrowed her brow, surprised that her mere inquiry had entangled Qin Beichen in such ridicule. Surrounded by jeers, Qin Beichen remained silent. His attempts at humility were now in vain, that if he pretended ignorance now, it would only invite further derision. Thus, he turned to Lin Fei, stating in a calm tone, Teacher Lin, condensing Danfire is quite simple. There is no need for a demonstration. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into laughter, finding his words utterly ludicrous. Even Lin Fei was momentarily speechless, taken aback by his audacity. Then a student rose, pointing at Qin Beichen, and exclaimed, Anyone can spout nonsense. Let us see you condense it. Other students joined in, chanting, Indeed, who can't boast, but you Qin Beichen have gone too far. Let us see what you can really do. Lin Fei's brow knitted slightly. She understood that Qin Beichen was in a precarious position. Thus she interjected, Enough, quiet down. Her authority commanded respect, and the students obediently fell silent. Then she turned to Qin Beichen, her tone gentle. Qin Beichen, alchemy does have its challenges. And even seasoned alchemists face failures in condensation. You need not demonstrate. Please take your seat. Lin Fei was extending a lifeline to him, that he had anticipated that Qin Beichen would take the opportunity to step back. But to his surprise, Qin Beichen did not. He chose not to respond to the taunts. Instead, he raised his hands slightly, pinching his fingers together. In the next moment, as he twisted his fingers, a massive serpent of white Danfire erupted from his fingertips. illuminating the entire classroom. Lin Fei's mouth fell slightly open, unable to believe her eyes. The colossal fire serpent danced wildly in the air, casting the faces of those who had doubted Qin Beichen in stark relief. Some instinctively recoiling. Every student in attendance was left in utter shock. The Dan fire he had conjured was so formidable that it silenced their skepticism. Those who had mocked him now felt the sting of embarrassment. Chapter 7. Teacher's Invitation. Zhang Hai's interception. The classroom was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of the Dan fire scorching the air. Qin Beichen blinked, and with a snap of his fingers, the fire serpent gradually dissipated into the ether of the classroom. His complexion slightly pale, he realized his vital energy was insufficient to sustain such a display for long. Lin Fei gazed at Qin Beichen, her eyes sparkling with admiration as if she were beholding a flawless gem. Subsequently, she returned to the podium. The lesson must continue. After class, just as Qin Beichen prepared to rise, Lin Fei approached him with an inviting smile. "Shall we take a walk outside?" He nodded gently down on the wooded paths of Qingyun Academy. Lin Fei began. "Are you interested in becoming an alchemist? With your talent, you are bound to achieve great things in the path of alchemy. If you desire, I can arrange for you to apprentice at the Alchemist Guild and receive training from the Masters of Alchemy. You must understand that being an alchemist is a rare and noble profession, one that could bring you immense wealth and recognition." Lin Fei spoke earnestly, convinced that Qin Beichen, if he were rational, would not decline her invitation. Yet, she miscalculated. Qin Beichen gently shook his head, his gaze toward Lin Fei filled with gratitude as he replied, "I appreciate it, Teacher Lin, but I have no interest in alchemy." Lin Fei was taken aback, believing him to be out of his mind. She could not comprehend why he would refuse her offer. Qin Beichen did not elaborate. While joining the Alchemist Guild might have its advantages, he had the system's assistance, which would aid him in becoming powerful far more efficiently than any guild training could offer. At his age, joining the guild would merely relegate him to a subordinate role out of course. Qin Beichen would not voice these thoughts. Stating them would only paint him as a madman. Thus, he opted for the excuse of disinterest to decline Lin Fei's invitation. "Qin Beichen, I believe you should reconsider. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, all right?" Lin Fei implored earnestly. Qin Beichen remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly without further comment. Seeing his response, Lin Fei smiled. "Turning to leave, I will head back now that if you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out." As he watched Lin Fei's graceful figure slowly depart, a smile crept onto Qin Beichen's lips. He too left the woods to reunite with Su Qingyu, as they often walked to and from school together on the academy's main avenue. Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu walked side by side, engaged in lively conversation. Just as they were about to exit the academy grounds, a voice called out from behind them. "Qin Beichen, stop right there." Qin Beichen's eyes flickered as he turned to see a group approaching with hostile intent. Among them were three individuals, including Yi Qing, whom he had recently injured. At the center stood a tall, burly young man with a pronounced hooked nose, while Yi Qing, limping, pointed at Qin Beichen, gritting his teeth. "Zhang Hai, this is that worthless Qin Beichen." Yi Qing's voice was filled with rage, and his gaze towards Qin Beichen was laced with resentment. Zhang Hai, with a cold demeanor, fixed his eyes on Qin Beichen and demanded, "So it was you who injured Yi Qing and his companions? How dare you strike a member of our Fengyan society?" Despite Zhang Hai's imposing presence, Qin Beichen appeared indifferent. "You hit the small fry. Now you're facing the big one. That the web novels do not deceive me." He replied nonchalantly to, "Be careful, Beichen. This guy is at the 6th level of qi condensation." Su Qingyu warned, having discerned Zhang Hai's cultivation level. Her concern for Qin Beichen palpable. Qin Beichen nodded lightly. A 6th-level qi condensation expert can be subdued with a single hand. Observing Qin Beichen's calm demeanor, Zhang Hai's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy. "Ah, a useless brat with quite the audacity." Su Qingyu wanted to defend Qin Beichen, but he winked at her, signaling her not to worry. Thus, she chose to place her trust in him, with someone backing them up. Yi Qing and the others spoke with newfound courage, taunting, "Prepare to meet your end. Useless one. Brother Hai is a master at the 6th level of qi condensation. He will easily crush you." Qin Beichen. "You worthless fool. Did you expect retribution to come so swiftly?" Qin Beichen cast a cold glance at the three, his demeanor unfazed by their provocations. This infuriated Yi Qing and his companions, who were still nursing injuries inflicted by Qin Beichen himself. Yi Qing brandished a wooden stick, shouting to Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, help me eliminate this waste. I want to personally break all his limbs." Zhang Hai nodded slightly, assuring, "Don't worry, no one can bully our Fengyan Society members." With that, he advanced towards Qin Beichen, his eyes filled with disdain. "You dare act so arrogant in front of me. Today, I shall render you a cripple." Qin Beichen calmly regarded Zhang Hai and stepped forward to stand against him. Though his slender frame appeared less robust than Zhang Hai's, his aura was equally formidable. Zhang Hai's fury escalated, feeling unnerved by Qin Beichen's indifferent gaze, which sent a chill down his spine. "You kneel before me." Zhang Hai roared, his chi surging as his muscles trembled, resembling an arrow drawn taut. With a resounding whoosh, Zhang Hai propelled himself off the stone pavement, racing towards Qin Beichen. The speed was such that Yi Qing could scarcely discern his form, only hearing the cracking sounds of the stone beneath his feet. Zhang Hai gathered his energy into his fists, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and closed in on Qin Beichen, delivering a powerful punch that sliced through the air. "Die. Mountain-splitting fist." He bellowed, his fist aimed directly at Qin Beichen's face. As Yi Qing and the others witnessed Zhang Hai strike, their spirits soared. They cheered. "Brother Hai has made his move. That kid is finished. With this punch, he could split a tree in two. How can this waste defend against it?" Meanwhile, Su Qingyu's brow furrowed in concern as she called out, "Beichen, fear not," came Qin Beichen's calm reply, and he too sprang into action. Mountain-splitting fist. He lifted his hand, meeting Zhang Hai's ferocious blow with his own, refusing to allow Zhang Hai the advantage of the first strike. This punch appeared unremarkable, lacking any discernible force. Seeing this, Zhang Hai smirked. "You dare face me with such feeble resolve? Prepare to perish." The two fists collided with a thunderous boom, releasing a shockwave that sent leaves and dust swirling through the air. In that fleeting moment before impact, Zhang Hai had believed Qin Beichen's hand would be shattered, his victory assured. Yet as their fists met, Zhang Hai's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 8. Minor success of the mountain-splitting fist. Zhang Hai had expected to easily defeat Qin Beichen. But upon the collision of their fists, he felt an immense force emanating from Qin Beichen's strike, nearly overwhelming him. Staggering back 2 steps, Zhang Hai's arm trembled, faint bruises appearing on his fingers, while Qin Beichen stood firm, unyielding as a mountain. "How can this be? You two are at the 6th level of chi condensation," Zhang Hai exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Qin Beichen. In that instant of confrontation, he had discerned the true extent of Qin Beichen's cultivation. With a look of disbelief, Zhang Hai turned to Yi Qing and the others, his eyes filled with ire. "Did you not say that this Qin Beichen was at most a 4th-level chi condensation?" Yi Qing and Zhou Shan exchanged glances, their faces pale with shock and fear. They had not anticipated that within just 2 days, Qin Beichen would achieve the 6th level of chi condensation. Had they known, they would not have dared to meet his gaze. Beichen is at the 6th level. When did he break through? Su Qingyu, being a foundational expert, could also sense Qin Beichen's cultivation aura. Her eyes brightened as she realized that he had never given up on his training, never succumbed to despair. Qin Beichen's display filled Su Qingyu with delight, though she remained unaware that this was merely the result of a single night's practice. Had she known, even her typically composed demeanor would falter. Standing his ground, Qin Beichen had just repelled Zhang Hai when the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding, detected that the host has utilized the martial skill mountain-splitting fist. The movements are lackluster, lacking force. The posture is devoid of any imposing presence, inferior to that of a 3-year-old child. This skill will be upgraded to mountain-splitting fist. Upgraded to minor success. 20 progress, raising an eyebrow. Qin Beichen was taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune. That moment, his mind cleared, and his understanding of the mountain-splitting fist underwent a qualitative leap. Ultimately, martial arts are merely a means of expressing power, emphasizing the enhancement and release of one's physical and cultivated strength. As he gazed at Zhang Hai, a cold smile emerged on his lips that if they were to clash fists again, he would deliver a surprise. Zhang Hai shook his hands, undeterred by his earlier defeat. He advanced once more towards Lin Ming. "Boy, do not get complacent, that I will show you the true might of Zhang Hai." As he spoke, his chi surged violently, enveloping his hands in spiritual energy. "Taste my strike." Mountain-crushing fist. In an instant, Zhang Hai's body resembled a bowstring, launching himself towards Lin Ming. His fists flew forward, the energy surging from his punches appearing extraordinary. Not good. It's the mountain-crushing fist. Su Qingyu's expression shifted, concern evident in her gaze as she looked at Qin Beichen. Although Qin Beichen's cultivation was on par with Zhang Hai's, the power of the mountain-crushing fist far exceeded that of the mountain-splitting fist he had mastered. Seeing Zhang Hai unleash the mountain-crushing fist, Yi Qing and the others erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Hai has unleashed the mountain-crushing fist. That kid is doomed." Indeed, the martial skill bestowed by our Fengyan Society's leader is vastly superior to the mountain-splitting fist. What good is Qin Beichen's high cultivation if he cannot compete with senior Zhang Hai's martial arts? Amidst their disheveled state, they were filled with an exhilarating anticipation, envisioning the moment Qin Beichen would be vanquished. Standing resolutely, Qin Beichen faced the oncoming Zhang Hai mountain-crushing fist. "My minor success in the mountain-splitting fist shall not be outdone," he scoffed, positioning his hands in the stance of the mountain-splitting fist, albeit with slight adjustments compared to the initial stage. Having entered the minor success phase of the mountain-splitting fist, Qin Beichen's mastery had reached new heights. These seemingly minor adjustments in posture brought about a substantial increase in power. Upon seeing Qin Beichen still relying on the mountain-splitting fist against him, Zhang Hai's face broke into a smug grin that he had long surmised that this young man, due to his age, likely lacked the time and opportunity to learn advanced martial skills. This was the very key to his victory over Qin Beichen. Zhang Hai's figure darted forward like a panther, swiftly targeting Qin Beichen's vital points. To in contrast, Qin Beichen spread his legs, adopting a defensive stance, resembling an unyielding boulder, preparing to withstand the panther's onslaught. As both were masters of the qi condensation realm. Their energies erupted, clashing against each other. To use the mountain-splitting fist in the face of my mountain-crushing fist is simply courting death. Zhang Hai's face twisted into a fierce expression as he unleashed a barrage of punches towards Qin Beichen. Courting death. You underestimate the mountain-splitting fist. Qin Beichen's expression remained calm as he swung his fists, his posture akin to a giant attempting to carve a massive hole in a mountain. In that moment. Having grasped the minor success of the mountain-splitting fist, he finally unleashed a hint of the momentum of opening mountains and splitting seas. This subtle momentum went unnoticed by outsiders. Yet Zhang Hai, facing Qin Beichen directly, felt its intensity most acutely. What good is momentum? Martial arts are all about power. Zhang Hai scoffed, refusing to believe that Qin Beichen's mountain-splitting fist could surpass his mountain-crushing fist as he closed the distance. Throwing punches wildly. If Zhang Hai's punches were to strike a rock, they would easily pulverize it. But a mountain is not a mere stone that if a mountain could be opened, how could it fear being crushed? Lin Ming too raised his fist, perfectly countering Zhang Hai's assault with a powerful collision. Boom! The collision between Qin Beichen and Zhang Hai Shuang unleashed a powerful force that sent dust swirling into the air, gradually enveloping both figures within its midst. Although their silhouettes became obscured, Yi Qing and the others could faintly hear the sound of cracking. That kid being crushed by Brother Hai's strikes. "Ha! Yi Qing exclaimed with excitement, harboring disdain for Qin Beichen. Zhou Shan, equally exhilarated, swayed on his lanky frame and declared, "Qinggu, that brat is finished today. Once Brother Hai catches him, I shall surely pummel him." Upon hearing the gleeful laughter of Yi Qing and his companions, Su Qingyu, who had been anxiously concerned for Qin Beichen, furrowed her brow, though she desperately wished to place her trust in him. The disparity in martial prowess was undeniable. In this moment of urgency, she felt a pang of panic. Beichen, an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Qingyu, far surpassing that of Qin Beichen and Zhang Hai, generating a fierce gust of wind. Fearing for Qin Beichen's safety, she swiftly darted into the cloud of dust, and as Su Qingyu's energy gradually dispersed the haze, she finally discerned the scene within. With a thud, Zhang Hai collapsed to the ground, as Su Qingyu observed that his arms had contorted grotesquely, resembling twisted strands of dough, a sight both unsettling and grim. In stark contrast, Qin Beichen stood pristine in his white attire, utterly unscathed. Chapter 9. 3 Pillars of Dan Patterns Perfect. However, just as he prepared to rise and counterattack, a sharp pain in his neck brought Zhao Lai back to his senses. "Don't move," Qin Beichen commanded. gripping the dagger Zhao Lai had previously hurled. Its icy tip poised threateningly against Zhao Lai's neck, indenting the skin. Blood trickled from the punctured flesh, staining the dagger's blade crimson. In that instant, Zhao Lai finally awakened to his predicament. Paralyzed by fear, Zhao Lai, you have lost, murmured Lin Fei from the audience. Witnessing this spectacle, all the students were left in a state of shock. They had presumed that Qin Beichen would falter against the armed Zhao Lai, perhaps even suffer grave injuries. Yet, Qin Beichen had demonstrated through sheer strength that even those ranked among the top 10, the very figures of the academy, were no match for him. On the stage, Zhao Lai was paralyzed with terror, his complexion ashen as he sensed the looming presence of death. Trembling, he pleaded, Qin Beichen, I concede, please, lower the dagger. When you take the life of another, you must be prepared to face death. Came Qin Beichen's indifferent reply, causing Zhao Lai's heart to race uncontrollably. In the midst of this intense standoff, a middle-aged instructor overseeing the martial arena, along with Lin Fei and others, rushed onto the stage. The instructor fixed his gaze on the gleaming dagger in Qin Beichen's hand and the blood flowing from Zhao Lai's neck, his brow furrowing with concern. Qin Beichen, remain calm and release Zhao Lai. He dared to conceal a weapon against you. The academy will deal with him severely. But if you take his life, you will be expelled. The instructor sought to pacify Qin Beichen, wary of his emotional state after the recent assassination attempt. Su Qingyu and Lin Fei urgently urged him, Beichen, do not act impulsively. You have already won. Do not jeopardize your future. Stay composed. Qin Beichen, you are a prodigy. Do not let a moment of folly ruin your potential. As they pleaded, Zhao Lai glimpsed a flicker of hope. Tears welled in his eyes as he cried out, Qin Beichen, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me, ignoring Zhao Lai's desperate pleas and the admonitions of Su Qingyu and the others. Qin Beichen remained unfazed, and a smile graced his lips as he calmly stated, I told you, I shall make the wind and cloud society vanish. Zhao Lai, what must you do? At this declaration, Zhao Lai's already pale face drained of any remaining color. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly opened his mouth, whispering, I hereby announce the dissolution of the Wind and Cloud Society. Upon uttering those words, the once formidable Zhao Lai seemed to deflate, his spirit extinguished. The members of the Wind and Cloud Society, upon hearing his decree, wore expressions of despair as they hung their heads in defeat. In truth, the moment Zhao Lai knelt, they had already grasped the fate of their society. With a clang, the sharp dagger fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Zhao Lai swayed, collapsing as if relieved, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The middle-aged instructor approached, lifting Zhao Lai's limp body, and addressed the onlooking students with a grave expression. In today's battle, Zhao Lai is defeated. Qin Beichen ascends to the 9th rank of the Academy's combat leaderboard. Zhao Lai concealed a weapon and attempted to assassinate Qin Beichen, violating Academy regulations that he will be taken to the Academy's disciplinary hall for punishment. With that, the instructor carried the unconscious Zhao Lai away, and as he passed by Qin Beichen, he softly murmured a word of thanks before hastily exiting the stage. Qin Beichen nodded slightly, saying nothing, for he understood that the instructor's gratitude stemmed from his intervention, averting a potentially grave incident. Had a life been lost, regardless of who perished, the instructor would have faced repercussions. Beichen, I see you have reached the 9th level of qi condensation, Su Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement as she gazed at Qin Beichen. In the face of adversaries, Qin Beichen was as cold as steel, uttering not a single word of superfluous chatter. Yet upon seeing Su Qingyu, he felt a twinge of guilt and replied, I just broke through. I apologize for worrying you. Su Qingyu gently shook her head, saying, I am simply delighted to see you on the leaderboard. Beichen, as they conversed, Lin Fei approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Qin Beichen. Qin Beichen, I never expected you to possess such talent not only in alchemy, but also in martial prowess. Qin Beichen bowed in gratitude, his gaze reflecting appreciation. I am deeply grateful for your visit, teacher. Just moments ago, during the critical juncture, Qin Beichen had noticed someone rushing forward from the audience. He could tell that this teacher Lin held genuine concern for him. Lin Fei smiled in response, waving her hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter. You two continue your conversation, but do not forget that there are classes this afternoon. With that, Lin Fei descended from the stage, vanishing amidst the dispersing crowd. Qin Beichen took Su Qingyu's hand, his demeanor calm as he stated, "Let us go. It is time for class." That I in front of the multitude of students gathered below. Su Qingyu felt a tinge of shyness but did not resist. Instead, she grasped Qin Beichen's hand tightly, walking alongside him towards the exit. This moment shattered the hearts of many young admirers below. Qin Beichen's triumph over Zhao Lai had garnered him widespread acclaim, capturing the attention of numerous young women, while Su Qingyu had already secured her place among the top 10, becoming a goddess in the eyes of many. Their union incited a chorus of lamentations from the onlookers, hearts breaking in despair. Not long after their departure, the news of this battle spread throughout the entire Qingyun Academy, with Qin Beichen rising to become a prominent figure among the top 10, his reputation soaring. The Wind and Cloud Society in Zhao Lai had become mere stepping stones for Qin Beichen, gradually transforming into a source of ridicule among the Academy's students, those who had previously oppressed Qin Beichen, like Yi Qing and Zhang Hai, began to adopt a more subdued demeanor, tucking their tails between their legs. The emergence of Qin Beichen had stirred the winds of change within Qingyun Academy. As Qin Beichen returned to class, within one of the martial practice arenas of Qingyun Academy, a young man clad in a black round-collared robe, with thick brows and large eyes, stood at the center of the training ground. At that moment, he effortlessly lifted a heavy bronze bell with both hands. The youth remained unfazed, holding the bell aloft, his feet firmly planted in a horse stance, motionless. Under the scorching sun, not a single bead of sweat appeared on his brow, as if lifting the bell was merely a trivial task. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the arena, "Shenggu." The young man turned his attention towards the voice, and with a flick of his hands, he hurled the massive bronze bell into the air. It crashed down with a resounding clang, landing firmly on the ground. Chapter 10. Alchemy Master, Transcendence. The stone slabs of the ground cracked under the weight of the bell, shards flying in all directions. That if struck by such a force, one would likely meet an untimely demise. "What is the matter, Xiao Liang?" the young man inquired as he approached the caller. The Wu Liang grinned mischievously, glancing at the young man with an air of mystery. "Shenggu, we have a new powerhouse in the academy." Upon hearing this, the young man's brows arched slightly as he regarded Wu Liang, asking, "What is their strength?" "Anything outside the top 10 is not worth mentioning." I, Qin Sheng, only engage with the truly formidable. Naturally, it is someone of top 10 caliber. They recently defeated Zhao Lai of the Wind and Cloud Society and are currently basking in the limelight. Wu Liang replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng's eyes sparkled with interest, and he instinctively rubbed his hands together. He smiled broadly at Wu Liang, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "In that case, I must pay a visit and challenge this newcomer to a duel." Noticing the fervor in Qin Sheng's demeanor, Wu Liang cautioned seriously, "Shenggu, you must exercise caution this time. Previously, the individual who ranked 9th had to recuperate for over half a month after their encounter with you. I understand that I was in the wrong last time. I let my emotions get the better of me, and I owe an apology to that brother." Qin Sheng scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Qin Beichen could hardly have anticipated that he would attract the attention of someone from the top 10 rankings right after making a name for himself at Qingyun Academy. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, he would never cower in fear. That as a martial artist, one must forge ahead without trepidation or retreat. That in the afternoon, after class, Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu strolled home hand in hand. Both were now prominent figures at the school, naturally drawing the attention of numerous students. Yet they remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness. Just as they were about to exit the academy gates, Su Qingyu looked at Qin Beichen with concern and inquired, "Beichen, have you encountered any troubles?" She noticed that Qin Beichen's expression was somewhat complex, as if he harbored some worries. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Beichen candidly confessed, "Qingyu, may I borrow some money from you?" Su Qingyu was taken aback to learn that Qin Beichen was troubled over financial matters. However, recalling his family's circumstances, she promptly retrieved a golden silk pouch from her waist and handed it to him, saying, "There are 1,000 low-grade yuan stones in here. Is that enough? If not, I can ask my family for more." This golden silk pouch was a storage bag imbued with spatial properties, utilized by martial artists to carry their belongings. Standing before Su Qingyu, who was extending the pouch to him, Qin Beichen felt a wave of emotion swell within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. 1,000 low-grade yuan stones was no trivial sum for Su Qingyu, the young lady of the Su family. Yuan stones were categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Even low-grade yuan stones were more precious than gold in this world. After a pause, Qin Beiqin accepted the storage pouch and held Su Qingyu's delicate hand tightly. Gazing deeply into her eyes, "Qingyu, thank you that I will repay you for these yuan stones." That Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling someone slightly inebriated, as she lowered her head and replied in a soft voice. All right, at that moment, her heart brimmed with joy. In truth, she did not lack yuan stones and had no need for Qin Beiqin to repay her. Yet, she was aware that he valued his independence and disliked relying on others. Lending him the money would afford him the respect he deserved. As evening fell, before a grandly decorated and spacious loft, Qin Beiqin stood before the sign inscribed with the words Alchemist Guild. His expression somewhat dazed. This was the Alchemist Guild of Qingzhou City, with branches in every major city. After parting ways with Su Qingyu, he hurried here, clutching the storage pouch. His request for yuan stones from Su Qingyu was aimed at establishing a solid foundation for his cultivation. To do so, he needed a foundation-building pill to lay the groundwork. However, he did not come to the Alchemist Guild merely to purchase a foundation-building pill. Those were exorbitantly priced. Even if Su Qingyu were willing to lend him money, he would not accept it. The good news was that the Alchemist Guild provided alchemical rooms, which meant Qin Beiqin could concoct pills here. Yet he had no confidence in his ability to succeed, as his alchemical skills were woefully inadequate, rated by the system as negligible. Upon entering the opulent hall on the first floor of the guild, he was greeted by the shimmering glow of luminous pearls adorning the ceiling. A young man dressed in a white robe approached him with enthusiasm. I am Xie Ming, responsible for guiding guests. May I ask what brings you to our Alchemist Guild? I would like to reserve an alchemical room and request that you prepare the materials for a foundation-building pill. Qin Beiqin replied, extending the storage pouch while providing instructions that he was well aware of the rules of the Alchemist Guild. Xie Ming paused momentarily, scrutinizing Qin Beiqin's youthful appearance. This young man seemed rather inexperienced. Could he truly be an alchemist? However, Xie Ming understood that one should not judge by appearances, as some alchemists possessed remarkable longevity. Thus, he resolved to treat this young guest with the respect befitting an alchemist. After a deep breath, he nodded slightly and respectfully said, Understood, esteemed guest. Please follow me. Accompanied by Xie Ming, Qin Beiqin paid the fees for using the alchemical room and purchasing the necessary materials, then entered a room designated for alchemy on the upper floor. The most striking feature of the alchemical room was a black alchemical furnace, roughly half his height. Surrounding the furnace were shelves specifically designed for storing materials and seats for alchemists to rest, providing great convenience. Once the materials were delivered by a maid, Xie Ming lingered at the door, appearing somewhat hesitant. Did I ask there anything else you need? Qin Beiqin glanced at him and then lowered his head to inspect the materials he would require. Xie Ming, feeling somewhat awkward, observed Qin Beiqin and quietly inquired, Esteemed guest, the success rate of foundation-building pills is relatively low. Do you require me to prepare additional materials? The low success rate of foundation-building pills was a widely acknowledged fact among alchemists. Typically, alchemists in their guild would prepare several, if not dozens, of materials for a single foundation-building pill. Even the guild's president would ensure to have extra materials on hand when crafting such pills. Now, a youthful figure was requesting only a single set of materials. Was he overly confident in his alchemical skills, or simply unaware of the challenges? Perhaps this young man had never attempted to concoct a foundation-building pill before? Chapter 11. Superior Golden Body Liquid Out of Professional Obligation. Xie Ming felt compelled to warn Qin Beiqin. However, Qin Beiqin appeared unfazed by the warning. With a slight smile, he replied, Thank you for the reminder. But there is no need, that he had spent all the money in his pockets and had no extra funds to spare. Very well. I wish you success in your endeavors, that I shall not disturb you further. Xie Ming said, casting one last glance at Qin Beiqin before departing the alchemical room. That moment, Xie Ming became increasingly convinced that Qin Beiqin had never attempted to concoct a foundation-building pill. If Qin Beiqin were aware of Xie Ming's thoughts, he might find it amusing, for indeed, he had never even tried to concoct the most basic of medicinal liquids. Presently, he lacked any semblance of confidence or assurance. Before the alchemical furnace, Qin Beiqin had arranged the necessary materials and yuan stones. The reason for preparing yuan stones was that the amount of energy within him was insufficient to support the alchemical process. He needed to absorb yuan stones to replenish his energy. Making thorough preparations before engaging in alchemy is a fundamental quality of every alchemist. Although he lacked skill, he had not forgotten the alchemical procedures. Gently caressing the surface of the furnace, Qin Beichen murmured to himself, "Please, grant me some favor. It's not easy to concoct pills for the first time. If the furnace explodes, I cannot afford the loss." Once everything was in place, Qin Beichen took a deep breath and declared, "Open the furnace, commence alchemy." With a firm hand, he struck the furnace lid. Clang! As his palm struck down, the lid of the alchemical furnace flew open, revealing an empty interior. Yet a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted forth that he took a couple of gentle sniffs, his brow slightly furrowing as he muttered, "There are still remnants of medicinal dregs within the furnace. But it should not pose an issue." These were insights gleaned from his classroom lessons, supplemented by knowledge from the system. With that, Qin Beichen raised his hand, flicking his fingers, and a white flame surged from his fingertips. Under his guidance, the flame gradually enveloped the furnace, incinerating the remnants of the medicinal materials. At this juncture, Qin Beichen felt a surge of nervousness. Alchemy was a meticulous endeavor, and each step required unwavering focus. Under the heat of the flame, the furnace began to heat up rapidly, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead that he fixated on the small space within the furnace, waiting for the temperature to reach the optimal level. As the furnace walls gradually turned a reddish-brown, Qin Beichen finally made his move. He swiftly grasped a medicinal herb and tossed it into the furnace. The herb melted under the flame's influence. Its impurities swiftly purged, coalescing into a viscous liquid. Following this, Qin Beichen seized several more herbs, tossing them into the furnace in a specific sequence. Sizzle. Under Qin Beichen's command, the impurities within each herb were incinerated and removed, leaving only the essence of the materials within the furnace. For the majority of alchemists, the process of purging impurities would consume considerable time. Fortunately, Qin Beichen possessed a measure of patience, and he remained focused. His expression tensed. He then began to concentrate fully on the furnace, utilizing the flame to merge and condense the essence of the herbs. At that moment, the system's voice abruptly resonated, though thankfully it did not startle him. Beep. Detecting that the host is attempting alchemy, but lacks any talent for it. The techniques are painfully inadequate and actions are unsteady. The system will enhance the host's alchemical abilities. Beep. Enhancement complete. That host's alchemical skill level. First grade progress 10. Upon hearing the notification from the system, Qin Beichen's eyes widened in delight, but he had been previously troubled by the prospect of failing to refine the elixir, or even worse, exploding the furnace, especially since he had never even undergone the apprentice phase. Yet now, as he was enhanced by the system to become a first-grade alchemist, he suddenly found the art of alchemy remarkably simple. At least the creation of first-grade elixirs seemed effortless. The distinction between a first-grade alchemist and a first-grade elixir lies in their respective meanings. A first-grade elixir refers to the effects suitable for low-level cultivators, while a first-grade alchemist signifies an individual capable of concocting such elixirs. The foundational elixir, known as the Foundation Establishment Pill, is a classic and renowned first-grade potion. With his newfound status, Qin Beichen's demeanor and technique in crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill transformed dramatically. The knowledge of alchemy surged back to life in his mind. Bathed in the glow of the white alchemical flame, Qin Beichen's visage appeared almost sacred. Although alchemy is not akin to painting, his process resembled the creation of an exquisite artwork, his expression grave and dignified. This solemnity is a hallmark seen on the faces of craftsmen across various trades. As the various medicinal liquids gradually mingled and concentrated into a singular mass, Qin Beichen spread his fingers wide, channeling more alchemical fire into the furnace. Simultaneously, he tightly gripped 2 pieces of essence stone, ensuring his internal energy did not wane. The completion of the elixir was imminent. With a peculiar resonance emanating from the furnace, Qin Beichen withdrew his hands, and the flames within instantly extinguished. That a delightful aroma wafted from the furnace, captivating his senses. That he was on the verge of success. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, a faint smile graced his lips as he beheld the pristine elixirs forming within the furnace. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Ding, Detection reveals that the grade of the foundation establishment pill crafted by the host is too low and does not meet the system standards. The system will enhance the host's alchemical efficacy, elevating the effects of the foundation establishment pill to a perfect level. To his astonishment, the system had reappeared, and this time it mentioned the enhancement of alchemical efficacy. The term alchemical efficacy pertains to the quality of the elixir produced. If the elixir is devoid of impurities, flawless, exhibits exceptional effects, and has minimal side effects, it may be deemed of perfect quality. The quality of elixirs is often reflected upon their surface. A superior elixir will display a ring of golden patterns, known as alchemical patterns. A triple-patterned elixir signifies that it has achieved true perfection. Now, the system had directly granted Qin Beiqin the ability to concoct perfect foundation establishment pills, a monumental surprise. This meant that the elixirs he produced could achieve the most exquisite effects. In the next instant, he felt his energy circulating gently, enveloping his entire arm. Without flinching, Qin Beiqin extended his hand into the furnace. When he withdrew it, he found himself grasping 5 immaculate, round elixirs. Opening his palm, he noted that the 5 elixirs bore 3 faint patterns, 3 alchemical patterns, splendid indeed. Truly commendable of the system. He vowed to continue striving for excellence. A satisfied smile played upon his lips as he observed the 3 golden patterns radiating brilliance. 3 patterns signify the pinnacle of achievement. These 3 patterns indicated that the foundation establishment pills had reached the utmost quality. Simultaneously, they represented Qin Beiqin's mastery in the craft of alchemy. Storing the elixirs in a pre-prepared jade box, Qin Beiqin prepared to depart. With his self-crafted foundation establishment pills in hand, the establishment of his foundation was within reach. As he gathered the elixirs, he rose and pushed open the door to the alchemy chamber. Oblivious to the fact that a foundation establishment pill had been inadvertently left in the corner of the furnace. Chapter 12. The Quest for Golden Body Liquid. Outside the Alchemist Guild, a horse-drawn carriage approached slowly, eventually halting before the guild's entrance. Clop, clop. A woman clad in a light blue gown descended from the carriage, her alluring figure capturing the attention of many passers-by. Footsteps echoed from within the Alchemist Guild's hall as Xiaming emerged to greet the woman with a beaming smile. Master Lin, you've arrived. The beautiful Lin Fei nodded slightly, responding with a smile. Yes, I am here to see the president. The president is currently enjoying tea on the top floor. Allow me to escort you, Xiaming said. Leading Lin Fei upstairs, Lin Fei ascended the staircase. She casually glanced around the guild hall. A figure in a white robe caught her eye, evoking a sense of familiarity. How does he seem a bit like Qin Beiqin? She pondered, her heart racing. Could it be him? The familiar silhouette reminded her of Qin Beiqin, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Would Qin Beiqin truly come to the Alchemist Guild to practice alchemy? Unlikely. Perhaps it was merely a trick of her mind, conjured by thinking of him too often, leading her to perceive a similar figure. Shaking her head gently, Lin Fei followed Xiaming as they continued towards the guild's top floor. As an alchemist of the guild, Lin Fei intended to recommend a remarkable talent in the field of alchemy to the president, that if the president showed interest, that individual might receive the guild's training and become an unparalleled alchemist. Meanwhile, Qin Beiqin also noticed a graceful figure ascending towards the Alchemist Guild's loft. That teacher Lin. He wondered that he surmised that the individual must be Lin Fei, given her status as an alchemist. Paying little heed to his teacher's purpose for being there, Qin Beiqin hurriedly departed towards his modest wooden cabin that on the top floor of the guild. The spacious environment was elegantly adorned, with precious artworks displayed on the walls. In the center stood a long table made of sandalwood. Before the table, Qi Du, the president of the Qingzhou City Alchemist Guild, leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Lin Fei. Are you saying that a student of yours, upon their first attempt at condensing alchemical fire, successfully formed a fire serpent? Indeed, President, I never anticipated such a genius would emerge from my class, Lin Fei exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she recalled the awe-inspiring scene of Qin Beiqin conjuring the fire serpent. It is worth noting that throughout her years at Qingyun Academy, she had never encountered a talent in alchemy as gifted as Qin Beiqin. Upon hearing Lin Fei's affirmative response, Qi Du's breath quickened. If he is truly a genius in alchemy, we must bring him to our Alchemist Guild for training, that we cannot allow his talents to go to waste. Only through proper training and guidance can exceptional talent be fully realized. This is akin to the relationship between a discerning horseman and a steed of extraordinary potential, that I share the same sentiment. Lin Fei replied, her expression slightly awkward as she looked at Qi Du. She wished to persuade Qin Beichen to accept training, but he had resolutely declined her offer. But what? Qi Du inquired, noting the concern in Lin Fei's demeanor. Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Lin Fei as she prepared to explain Qin Beichen's response to the president. Upon hearing the knocking, Qi Du instinctively replied, "Come in." The one who entered was Xie Ming. His expression fraught with anxiety, as though he had rushed up from downstairs, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Seeing Xie Ming, who was usually composed, in such a flustered state, Qi Du raised an eyebrow and asked, "Has something significant occurred?" Xie Ming nodded vigorously, breathless as he spoke. "A guest has left a medicinal pill in the alchemy chamber." Upon hearing Xie Ming's response, Qi Du furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at him. Such matters are commonplace. Simply safeguard it for the guest until they return. There is no need to report this to me. Such occurrences happen frequently and hardly warrant the attention of the president of the Alchemist Guild. Sensing the reprimand in the president's tone, Xie Ming quickly shook his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he explained, "President, this elixir, it is extraordinary." "Oh, I must see what kind of elixir could be considered extraordinary." Qi Du replied, his tone nonchalant, that he believed that Xie Ming was perhaps overreacting. In front of someone as seasoned and skilled in alchemy as himself, there was likely no elixir that could be deemed extraordinary. Xie Ming promptly retrieved the jade box containing the elixir. The box he held was pristine and flawless, crafted from the finest jade, capable of preserving the elixir's potency for an extended period. As Qi Du gazed at the precious jade box in Xie Ming's hands, his frown deepened, resembling tightly wound fabric. "Isn't this exquisite box a waste to use for such a thing?" Qi Du took the jade box, opened it, and upon seeing a Foundation Establishment pill, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and disdain. Why would a Foundation Establishment pill warrant such commotion? Qi Du remarked, preparing to look away. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. The Foundation Establishment pill appeared to possess a certain hue. Piquing his curiosity, in the next instant, he used his spiritual energy to flip the elixir, revealing 3 alchemical patterns shimmering upon its surface. Hiss! Qi Du cradled the jade box, his previously serene expression transforming into one of sheer incredulity, and he was rendered speechless, his eyes fixed on the elixir of life, unsure of what words to utter. Beside him, Lin Fei was captivated by the president's reaction and leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the foundation-building pill nestled within the jade box. "Da!" Lin Fei gasped, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, as if her very breath was about to cease. After a prolonged moment, she exclaimed in a trembling voice, "There are actually 3 Dan patterns. I have never encountered a pill adorned with 3 Dan patterns before." "Let alone you," Qi Du interjected. "Even I have never seen such a thing. To witness this exquisite and flawless pill today fills me with immense satisfaction." Qi Du stroked his beard, his typically composed demeanor unable to suppress the thrill coursing through him. The hand that held the jade box had begun to tremble. For Qi Du, who had devoted his life to the study of alchemy, this pill was a treasure beyond compare, an invaluable gem. Lin Fei regarded the pill with rapt attention and turned to Qi Du with a question. What kind of alchemical master could possibly concoct a pill with 3 Dan patterns? It is said that pills of this caliber are entirely free of impurities, boasting potency and efficacy that far surpasses those without Dan patterns. Qi Du's breath was still unsteady as he replied, "It is certain that this alchemist is a true genius in the realm of alchemy. His comprehension of the process of crafting foundation-building pills and his understanding of the requisite herbs have reached a level of perfect enlightenment." Listening to the astonished praises of the president and Lin Fei, Xie Ming fully grasped the value of this extraordinary pill. The realization that he had even touched this unparalleled elixir filled him with pride that he asked the president of the guild. Qi Du possessed a mind far more robust than the average individual. While Lin Fei continued to admire the pill, Qi Du's eyes subtly shifted, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he turned to the still-dazed Xie Ming, urging, "Xie Ming, quickly mobilize our guild's resources to locate this alchemist. A distinguished guest has lost something, and we must ensure the pill is returned in pristine condition." Upon hearing this, Xie Ming nodded eagerly and promptly made his way toward the exit, eager to meet the alchemical genius the president had spoken of. Xianming, wait. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, Chi-Du suddenly recalled something and called out to him. Xianming halted uncertain and turned back to Chi-Du, asking quizzically, President, is there anything else you require? Chi-Du smiled faintly, lifting the jade box containing the foundation-building pill, and said, this jade box is far too rudimentary. Fetch the exquisite box made of purple sandalwood from our treasury, taken aback for a moment. Xianming nodded and exited the top floor. With the president's command issued, the Alchemist Guild began to mobilize its forces, exerting every effort to find the owner of the foundation-building pill. Unbeknownst to Chi-Du and Lin Fei, the alchemist they sought was none other than the overlooked Qin Beichen. After Xianming departed, Chi-Du held the purple sandalwood box, gazing at the foundation-building pill within, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He turned to Lin Fei, exclaiming, I never imagined that such an esteemed alchemist would emerge from our humble Qingzhou city. Lin Fei blinked gently, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, is the president's grand effort to retrieve this pill aimed at enticing the alchemist to join our guild? Chi-Du nodded slightly, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, such a prodigy possesses alchemical skills that far exceed our own, that if he were to join our guild, we would soar to new heights, renowned throughout the realm. Understanding, Lin Fei smiled at Chi-Du, both eagerly anticipating the arrival of the alchemist. Yet, they could not fathom that the master they sought had just returned to a dilapidated wooden cabin on the outskirts of Qingzhou City. Upon returning home, Qin Beichen rested for a moment, adjusting his breath before settling into meditation. With the foundation-building pill in hand, he unhesitatingly consumed it, as if tossing a candy into his mouth. This night, he would break through to the foundation-building realm, an immense surge of vitality rushed towards Qin Beichen's wooden cabin, enveloping it in a thick mist as he breathed. An overwhelming influx of energy flooded into his body. The foundation-building process involves condensing vitality into a martial foundation within one's dantian. To achieve this, consuming a foundation-building pill is an indispensable requirement. The quality of the pill directly influences the strength of the martial foundation. Now, as Qin Beichen prepared to consume the perfect three-pattern foundation-building pill, it signified that his foundation building would yield exceptional results. With a splash, a shadowy figure emerged from the wooden cabin at dawn. Leaping into a nearby water pool, as the water darkened, the pristine Qin Beichen emerged, ready to find more water sources to cleanse himself. In that moment, the aura of his cultivation inadvertently radiated, overwhelming ordinary practitioners of the Qi gathering stage. Overnight, aided by the three-pattern foundation-building pill, Qin Beichen achieved the most flawless and solid foundation. His vitality had transformed from a gaseous state into a solid martial foundation within his dantian. With the foundation established, he experienced a metamorphosis. The perfection of his foundation allowed his body to undergo a significant evolution. All impurities had been expelled, a state he had never attained before his rebirth. As the impurities surfaced on his skin, Qin Beichen appeared as a shadowy figure. Having completed the first stage of foundation building, he felt invigorated. After bathing and changing, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Now, he could easily contend with a dozen Zhao Liats. After his breakthrough, Qin Beichen returned to his modest wooden cabin. Despite achieving this advancement, he resumed his seated position to consolidate his newfound strength. At this moment, the smile from his breakthrough faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he focused on solidifying his cultivation. With the academy approaching, Qin Beichen's intent was not merely to continue his training, but he took a deep breath, directing his spiritual energy towards the Zhongning acupoint. This was not the route of the innate Qi nourishing technique, but a method he had learned from the academy to assess the strength of his foundation. The strength of the foundation and its flawlessness are fundamentally different concepts. A perfect foundation refers to one without blemish or defect. However, even a flawless foundation can vary in strength. According to an ancient method known to Qin Beichen, if one feels a twinge of pain when directing spiritual energy to the Zhongning acupoint, it indicates insufficient strength. Conversely, a practitioner with a robust foundation would only experience comfort and ease in the next moment. As his spiritual energy reached the Zhongning acupoint, Qin Beichen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Indeed, it still felt a bit weak. Clearing the spiritual energy from the Zhongning acupoint, he opened his eyes. A trace of worry evident within them. Though his foundation was flawless, its lack of strength would inevitably impact his future cultivation. Qin Beichin understood that both the perfection and strength of one's foundation would influence their future cultivation limits. If he did not address this now, he would face significant setbacks down the line. That I must enhance the strength of my foundation. I cannot afford to slacken my cultivation, Qin Beichin declared earnestly. During the foundation building stage, it is indeed possible to enhance the strength of the foundation. Qin Beichin was aware of methods to increase this strength, the simplest and most effective being the use of a substance known as golden body liquid to fortify the foundation. Golden body liquid. Qin Beichin smacked his lips slowly, muttering, "This stuff is rather expensive." As he understood it, a small vial of golden body liquid could fetch several thousand low-grade elemental stones, often in high demand. Even the raw materials for golden body liquid are valued at over 1,000 elemental stones. With the mere dozens of low-grade elemental stones in his possession, he could scarcely afford even a vial of golden body liquid. Qin Beichin shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. Ultimately, cultivating still requires elemental stones. He could no longer borrow money from Qin Yu. She needed elemental stones for her own cultivation. Surrounding Qin Beichin, only Su Qin Yu's circumstances were somewhat favorable, yet he felt too ashamed to ask for a second loan. Even if Su Qin Yu were willing to lend him, he would not wish to accept. Money is a challenge for every hero. A bitter smile played on Qin Beichin's lips. That in his past life, he would have dismissed golden body liquid as a trifling expense, unworthy of his consideration. At that time, selling a single pill would yield him an abundance of elemental stones. With a single call, countless powerful individuals would come forth to offer him riches. The influence of a top-tier alchemist was indeed formidable. Yet now, golden body liquid had truly become a stumbling block for him. After much contemplation, Qin Beichin shook his head, casting these concerns aside for the moment. Where there is a will, there is a way. First, I must attend classes at the academy. As he spoke, he rose and departed from the wooden cabin in front of Qingyun Academy. Qin Beichin and Su Qinyu walked side by side. That Su Qinyu's gaze swept across Qin Beichin's countenance, and a flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes. Oddly enough, she felt that Beichin appeared significantly more spirited. Could it be that he has grown stronger again? Su Qinyu contemplated to herself. However, she quickly dismissed this idea. After all, just yesterday, Qin Beichin was still at the 9th level of qi condensation. How could he possibly break through to foundation establishments so swiftly? Even if he were a genius, it was implausible for him to reach such a realm in just a day. Nonetheless, Qin Beichin's recent advancement in cultivation still brought a pleasant surprise to Su Qinyu. The stronger Qin Beichin became, the greater the possibility of their future together. "Good morning." Qinyu. A graceful silhouette approached the two. This figure was none other than Song Qingying, who had met them the previous day. Song Qingying exchanged a glance with Su Qinyu, and both wore faint smiles. They were both renowned beauties within the academy, and their radiant smiles left Qin Beichin utterly captivated. The surrounding students, upon witnessing the trio gathered together, instinctively lowered their heads. These three were all formidable individuals ranked among the top 10 in the academy, evoking a sense of awe. Song Qingying's gaze lightly traversed the two, before finally lingering on Qin Beichin's face for a moment. "That I did not expect that you would defeat Zhao Lai. Congratulations on advancing into the academy's top 10. Before the duel between Qin Beichin and Zhao Lai, Song Qingying had presumed that Qin Beichin was destined to lose. However, his performance genuinely astonished her. It seemed that Qin Yu's childhood companion was rather unassuming and far from ordinary. Qin Beichin was taken aback that Song Qingying would initiate a conversation with him, yet he maintained a polite smile and responded. It was merely luck. Upon hearing Qin Beichin's reply, Song Qingying revealed a subtle smile and turned to Su Qinyu, saying, "Qinyu, your childhood companion is indeed quite modest, and I must say, your judgment is commendable." That Su Qinyu felt immense joy at the praise for Qin Beichin. She was far happier at someone else complimenting him than if they had praised her. Meanwhile, Qin Beichin remained composed. Though his spirits were lifted, he could distinctly sense that Song Qingying's demeanor towards him had softened considerably. Perhaps previously he had been viewed as an arrogant and mediocre fellow in her eyes, but now he had become someone worthy of her attention. The trio engaged in cheerful conversation at the academy's entrance, forming a unique tableau. Many passing students cast envious glances at Qin Beichin for being in the company of two beauties from the academy. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, striding towards the three. This figure caused the surrounding students to instinctively avoid him. Are you Qin Beichin? The figure spoke in a somewhat casual tone, yet his voice was resonant, capturing the attention of Qin Beichin and his companions. When Su Qingyu and Song Qingying beheld this figure, their expressions shifted. Qin Sheng, what brings you here? Before Qin Beichin could respond, Su Qingyu was the first to inquire. Approaching the trio was none other than Qin Sheng, the third-ranked powerhouse of the academy, notorious for his obsession with martial arts. Upon hearing about Qin Beichin, Qin Sheng had developed an interest and had come seeking him early in the day. As Su Qingyu and Song Qingying recalled Qin Sheng's past exploits, their expressions changed subtly. Dressed in a black robe, Qin Sheng approached the three, his face breaking into a radiant smile as he addressed Su Qingyu. I have come, of course, to challenge the newly promoted top 10 of the academy. You all received such challenges in the past, did you not? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu and Song Qingying frowned lightly. The students passing by, realizing that something exciting was unfolding, stopped in their tracks to watch. As they observed the gathering of the academy's most prominent figures, they quietly discussed, look, Qin Sheng is challenging Qin Beichin. Indeed, upon hearing of a new powerhouse, this martial enthusiast had approached like a hungry wolf chasing a wild rabbit. Do you think Qin Beichin will accept the challenge? Certainly not. Qin Sheng is far stronger than Zhao Lai. Listening to the surrounding students' discussions, Qin Beichin grasped Qin Sheng's intentions in seeking him out. That a martial enthusiast, is it? How intriguing. Qin Beichin's lips curled into a slight smile as he muttered to himself. With her willow-like brows furrowed, Su Qingyu glared at Qin Sheng indignantly. Qin Sheng, as a Foundation establishment warrior, how dare you challenge Beichin, who is still in the Qi condensation realm? This is nothing short of bullying and is utterly shameful. Song Qingying, her long skirt swaying, stepped forward as well, calmly stating, if you wish to challenge him, you may wait until he reaches Foundation establishment, that I in the face of their objections. Qin Sheng showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he turned to Qin Beichin, grinning broadly to reveal his pristine white teeth. I can suppress my cultivation. We can engage in a fair contest. What do you think, Qin Beichin? Qin Beichin met Qin Sheng's gaze and discerned the excitement and fighting spirit in his eyes. Under ordinary circumstances, Qin Beichin might have been inclined to spar with this fellow. However, at present, he was solely focused on solidifying his foundation and had no desire to squander time on such trivial contests. Therefore, he gently shook his head and replied expressionlessly, I am not interested. Please leave that at these words. Qin Sheng fixed his gaze on Qin Beichin's face. What? Are you afraid? Afraid. Qin Beichin lightly shook his head, locking eyes with Qin Sheng. I simply do not wish to waste time on such meaningless endeavors. Upon hearing this, both Su Qingyu and Song Qingying, as well as the surrounding students who were watching, were all taken aback. No one in the academy had ever dared to speak so insolently to Qin Sheng, given his strength. Did Qin Beichin not fear offending him? This was quite a bold move on his part. The crowd's attention gradually shifted to Qin Sheng's face, seemingly awaiting his furious reaction. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Sheng not only remained calm, but threw his head back and laughed heartily. This scene left many in disbelief. After his laughter subsided, Qin Sheng turned to Qin Beichin, now even more intrigued by him. What an intriguing character you are, and it seems you carry a hint of danger about you. Wasting time? Qin Sheng echoed Qin Beichin's words while retrieving a pristine little jade vial from his storage pouch. Within the vial, a faint golden liquid flowed slowly. Upon seeing the golden liquid in the vial, a brief flicker of light shone in Qin Beichin's eyes. Holding the vial aloft, Qin Sheng addressed Qin Beichin. How about this? I will offer a little incentive to make this challenge worthwhile. This is a vial of top-grade golden body liquid. If you can defeat me, it shall be yours. You are currently at the Qi condensation realm, and when you attain Foundation establishment, you will surely find it useful. The revelation of the top-grade golden body liquid sent ripples through the crowd. For a Foundation establishment warrior, such a treasure was indeed priceless. If sold, it would fetch at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are you insane? With something like this, who wouldn't hoard it for themselves? As Qin Sheng produced the vial of top-grade golden body liquid, the atmosphere around them grew fervent. Such an enticing treasure would draw considerable attention wherever it appeared. Even Su Qingyu and Song Qingying were taken aback by Qin Sheng's audacity in offering the golden body liquid as a wager. Had this been before his rebirth, Qin Beichin would have undoubtedly ignored such a challenge, even with the temptation of the golden body liquid. Yet now, he realized that he genuinely needed such a substance to fortify his foundation. Thus, after locking eyes with Qin Sheng, Qin Beichen smiled slightly and said, "Very well. I accept your challenge." Su Qingyu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. She hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Qin Beichen's arm, advising Beichen, "Don't be impulsive. Qin Sheng is a foundation establishment warrior. Even if he suppresses his cultivation, he is still not someone you can contend with." However, Su Qingyu's pleas fell on deaf ears. Qin Beichen calmly patted her shoulder, reassuring her softly, "Do not worry. I can handle a foundation establishment warrior." Before his words had even faded, the aura of foundation establishment erupted from him, sweeping outward in a wave. "What, Beichen? You have reached foundation establishment?" Su Qingyu's eyes widened in shock, her face a picture of disbelief. Being the person closest to Qin Beichen, she was acutely aware of how rapidly his cultivation had advanced. Just a few days prior, he had struggled against Yi Qing, who was merely at the third level of qi condensation. Yet now, in such a short span of time, he had progressed from qi condensation to foundation establishment. Such a rate of advancement was nothing short of terrifying. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Just yesterday, Qin Beichen had been battling Zhao Lai, who was at the 9th level of qi condensation, and now overnight, he had reached foundation establishment. Song Qingying, standing beside Su Qingyu, couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Qin Beichen, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Upon hearing Qin Beichen accept the challenge, Qin Sheng was overjoyed. Moreover, when he learned that Qin Beichen had indeed reached foundation establishment, the fervor in his eyes intensified. With a satisfied smile, Qin Sheng addressed Qin Beichen. "In that case, this afternoon, at the Academy's martial arts arena, I shall await your arrival." Qin Beichen replied with a calm demeanor, "Please take good care of that bottle of golden body liquid for me." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter and strode away. The surrounding students of the academy, seeing Qin Sheng's departure and realizing that there would be no more excitement to witness, hastily left to attend their classes. Beside Qin Beichen, Su Qingyu furrowed her brows, seemingly still troubled. Observing this, Song Qingying gently waved to the two and said, "I will head to class first." She could tell that Su Qingyu seemed to be hesitating to express her thoughts, feeling awkward to voice them in front of her. Thus, she hurriedly left, granting the two some solitude. As Song Qingying departed, Su Qingyu turned to Qin Beichen and expressed her concern. "Beichen, Qin Sheng's strength should not be underestimated. He has already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Can you handle him? If it comes to it, losing is not a problem, but please do not get hurt." Su Qingyu had previously sparred with Qin Sheng and was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Despite Qin Beichen having already broken through to the foundation establishment realm, Su Qingyu harbored significant doubts regarding his safety. She did not doubt Qin Beichen's capabilities, but was simply worried about the potential harm he might face. Qin Sheng was known for his ruthless approach in battle, and many students in the academy had suffered injuries at his hands. That do not worry, Qingyu. I will not overestimate my abilities." Qin Beichen reassured her, his expression remaining serene and unperturbed by the impending confrontation with Qin Sheng. "That's a relief. Let's go to class," Su Qingyu said, taking Qin Beichen's hand as they walked toward the academy. Meanwhile, as the onlookers returned to their respective classes, news of the impending duel between Qin Beichen and Qin Sheng began to circulate throughout the academy. No one anticipated that after Qin Beichen's recent victory over Zhao Lai, he would soon face a new challenger. Moreover, this new adversary, Qin Sheng, was significantly stronger than Zhao Lai. Among the students, there was a palpable excitement surrounding such challenges and duels. As soon as they heard of the elite fighters in the academy preparing to clash, animated discussions erupted. Qin Beichen is truly audacious. He just defeated Zhao Lai and dares to contend with Qin Sheng. He is indeed a fearless newcomer. Audacious, more like unfortunate. Senior Qin Sheng's strength could easily overpower several Zhao Lais. Engaging him in battle would be sheer folly. Indeed, Qin Beichen must be overly confident to accept Senior Qin Sheng's challenge. Yeah, he must have lost his wits, enchanted by that extraordinary golden body liquid, leading him to make such a reckless decision. Regardless, it was clear that an exciting spectacle awaited in the afternoon. Such discussions spread like wildfire, and soon everyone in the academy was aware of the impending confrontation between Qin Beichen and Qin Sheng. Many students eagerly anticipated the afternoon events, preparing to gather at the martial arts arena to witness the clash. Even some teachers learned of the news and contemplated attending to catch a glimpse. Previously, when Qin Beichen faced Zhao Lai, most believed Qin Beichen's cultivation was insufficient, leading to a one-sided affair that attracted mainly ordinary students. However, this time, the duel featured top fighters from the Academy's power rankings, undoubtedly drawing more attention. Naturally, the news also reached the members of the Fengyan Society and Zhao Lai's ears. Upon hearing of the duel, Zhao Lai was filled with excitement, clenching his fists in anticipation. In class, seated at his desk, Zhao Lai's expression turned venomous as he muttered under his breath, "Qin Beichen, you may have defeated me, but you are no match for Qin Sheng. You will undoubtedly be left in a pitiful state, and I shall be there to witness your downfall." Chapter 16. A gathering of crowds. The instructor on stage noticed Zhao Lai's change in demeanor and called out, "Zhao Lai, rise and answer what I just taught." The once excited expression on Zhao Lai's face froze, transforming into one of despair. Simultaneously, members of the Fengyan Society, such as Yi Qing and Zhang Hai, who had previously suffered at Qin Beichen's hands, were ecstatic upon learning of the duel. Although Qin Beichen had become an untouchable figure for them, their resentment lingered. With Qin Sheng's strength, they were confident he could crush Qin Beichen, allowing them to vent their frustrations. The members of the Fengyan Society eagerly awaited the afternoon duel, anticipating the spectacle of witnessing the one responsible for their society's dissolution being thoroughly defeated. It was evident that neither Qin Beichen's friends nor enemies believed he could triumph over Zhao Lai. After all, compared to the inexperienced Qin Beichen, Qin Sheng's name resonated throughout the Qingyun Academy like the sun at its zenith. The number of experts who had fallen to him was countless. Even though both were at the foundation establishment realm, Qin Sheng had long since entered this stage. As the time for the duel approached, the entire Qingyun Academy began to focus on this event. After classes concluded in the afternoon, Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu walked side by side toward the Academy's martial arts arena. Along the way, numerous students glanced at them, whispering among themselves. Qin Beichen could sense the glances directed at him. Laden with sympathy, it seemed the consensus was that everyone favored Qin Sheng. Faced with the crowd's judgment, Qin Beichen felt no anger. He did not need to argue. Once Qin Sheng fell, the truth of their strengths would be indisputable. As they made their way to the arena, many students hurried past, eager not to miss out on prime viewing spots. This left Qin Beichen both amused and exasperated. With a slight smirk, he said to Su Qingyu, "If these people block the martial arts arena, preventing me from entering, then no one will get to witness the spectacle." Upon hearing Qin Beichen's jest, Su Qingyu could not muster a smile. She looked at him with a grave expression and said, "Beichen, during the duel, please do not overexert yourself, that if you get hurt, I will be very heartbroken." Seeing Su Qingyu's deep concern for him warmed Qin Beichen's heart. He reached out, gently brushing her hair aside, and replied with a smile, "Do not worry." He refrained from making any boastful remarks, knowing it would only intensify her anxiety. Once he defeated Qin Sheng, all doubts would dissipate. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, it was already teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu gazed ahead, confronted by a sea of eager spectators. This time, the number of attendees surpassed the previous occasion, with even more people leaning over the railings of the Academy's balconies to catch a glimpse. The good news was that Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu were not obstructed from entering. As the onlookers spotted them, they willingly parted to create space, their eyes filled with reverence. Qin Beichen navigated through the throng, finally reaching the stage where Qin Sheng awaited. That moment, Qin Sheng appeared somewhat bored, reclining with his hands behind his head, basking in the the extraordinary golden body liquid prepared. Qin Beichen inquired as he stepped onto the stage. Upon hearing Qin Beichen's voice, Qin Sheng lowered his hands and turned his excited gaze towards him, exclaiming, "Of course, I thought you might not have the courage to show up." Qin Beichen did not harbor any aversion towards Qin Sheng, the martial arts enthusiast. Moreover, the thought of receiving a bottle of extraordinary golden body liquid made him view this man with a favorable disposition. Considering the promise of the golden body liquid, he resolved to hold back somewhat during their bout. Standing on the stage with his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Beichen wore a faint smile. "I will only leave after I have obtained the golden body liquid." When Qin Sheng heard Qin Beichen's confident reply, his smile broadened. "You are quite amusing. I hope you have the opportunity to take it." For Qin Sheng, while the extraordinary golden body liquid was indeed precious, nothing surpassed the exhilaration of a thrilling battle. He simply hoped that Qin Beichen would give his all, presenting him with a semblance of threat. On the elevated stage, Qin Beichen and Qin Sheng faced each other, drawing the attention of thousands of students. Observing Qin Beichen's figure, many students appeared entranced. This was a figure who had just triumphed in battle yesterday and was back again today, a true personage of legend. Although the emergence of Qin Beichen has garnered considerable attention, the number of those who genuinely believe in him remains scarce. After all, compared to the newly famed Qin Beichen, the already illustrious Qin Sheng is regarded as the formidable champion in the eyes of the public. Today's duel has attracted an overwhelming crowd, consisting not only of students but also numerous teachers. Among them is Song Qingying, a friend of Su Qingyu, who has come to the scene to support Qin Beichen. Meanwhile, Qin Beichen's former subjugated opponent, Zhao Lai, along with members of the Fengyan Society, have gathered nearby, eagerly anticipating an entertaining spectacle. As for Lin Fei, who attended the last match, she has chosen not to come this time, not out of disinterest, but due to her obligations to the Alchemist Guild, which leave her no time to spare. Undoubtedly, had Lin Fei known that the owner of the foundational elixir is Qin Beichen, she would have abandoned all her tasks to rush to the arena. In fact, Lin Fei is currently assisting the Alchemist Guild in locating the whereabouts of a mysterious alchemical master. In summary, the venue is already bustling with activity, and the air is filled with chatter. However, the majority of conversations, whether among teachers or students, revolve around the expectation that Qin Beichen will be defeated by Qin Sheng within just a few moves. Some older students remarked, at the time, Zhao Lai was defeated by Qin Sheng in 3 punches. If Qin Beichen can withstand 4, that would be commendable. Others expressed their anticipation. I'm here to witness a genius getting beaten. Indeed, the previous 9th-ranked contestant was left with 3 broken ribs. One wonders what injuries Qin Beichen will sustain this time. Listening to the discussions of the older students, Su Qingyu and Song Qingying, positioned at the forefront of the crowd, exchanged glances of concern. Although they had anticipated this to be an unpromising matchup, they were taken aback by the overwhelming consensus leaning towards a victory for Qin Sheng. Su Qingyu shook her small fist amidst the crowd, cheering for Qin Beichen. Even though she wished he wouldn't participate in this challenge, now that he is taken to the stage, she would unwaveringly support him on the opposite side of the arena. A group of young men gathered, visibly excited. Zhang Hai stood beside Zhao Lai, exuberantly declaring, "Brother Lai, this time, Senior Qin Sheng makes his move. Qin Beichen is doomed." Zhao Lai's expression was filled with venom as he glared at Qin Beichen on the stage. Muttering darkly, "I want to witness Qin Beichen's bones shatter and hear his cries of agony." Zhao Lai's spiteful voice gradually drowned in the clamor of the crowd on the stage. A middle-aged male teacher, tasked with overseeing the duel, slowly ascended to assume the role of referee. Ever since Qin Beichen had intervened to stop Zhao Lai in their previous encounter, this teacher has held a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Consequently, his gaze towards Qin Beichen is notably softer. As the middle-aged teacher took his place, the raucous voices from below began to quiet, and all eyes turned to the arena. "Are both of you ready?" the teacher inquired, directing his attention to the 2 combatants. Qin Beichen and Qin Sheng nodded in unison, affirming, "We are ready. We've been eager for this," the teacher replied calmly. "In that case, I declare the battle to commence. Let it be known, this is merely a contest of skill, not a matter of life and death. Should anyone violate the rules, do not expect leniency from the academy." His last statement was delivered with particular emphasis, clearly a reaction to Zhao Lai's earlier actions. Below, upon hearing this, Zhao Lai's expression grew increasingly grim. Having concluded his words, the middle-aged teacher cast a final glance at Qin Sheng before descending from the stage. Qin Sheng exchanged a knowing look with the teacher, understanding the warning not to use excessive force. He had indeed injured several students in the past. With a resigned shrug, he thought to himself, "I don't wish to harm others, but they are simply too weak." His gaze then shifted to Qin Beichen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "That I hope you can provide me with some surprises," he remarked. Qin Beichen, maintaining his calm demeanor, responded, "I will, especially since my golden body liquid is still in your possession." Taken aback by Qin Beichen's reply, Qin Sheng's face broke into a radiant smile. "In that case, let the battle begin." Before his words had fully faded, Qin Sheng's figure surged forward with explosive speed that in an instant, the spectators witnessed him darting towards Qin Beichen like a dragon emerging from the water, delivering a formidable punch aimed directly at him. This strike was fierce enough that Zhao Lai would likely have been unable to withstand it, forced instead to block with all his might. Yet, Qin Beichen stood resolute, unperturbed, like an immovable mountain. Qin Sheng's punch radiated a faint luminescence, a testament to the intense energy coursing through his veins. How will you respond? Qin Sheng fixed his gaze on Qin Beichen's face, eagerly awaiting his counteraction. Just as he closed in on Qin Beichen, the latter finally made his move that in an instant. Qin Beichen shifted, his movement akin to a phantom in the night, retreating several paces to the edge of the stage. Such speed, but you cannot evade me, Qin Sheng thought, both impressed and determined, as he lunged forward with the agility of a leopard, his punch still aimed at Qin Beichen. At that moment, Qin Beichen stood at the very edge of the platform, his back against the stone pillar, seemingly with no escape. Faced with Qin Sheng's impending strike, it appeared he had no choice but to retaliate. The punch sliced through the air, heading straight for Qin Beichen's chest. However, having dared to reach this position, Qin Beichen was intent on testing the limits of his physical prowess. After undergoing significant enhancements to his cultivation, his body had achieved a remarkable transformation. Just as the punch was about to collide with his chest, Qin Beichen demonstrated astonishing agility that he steadied himself, lightly tapping the arena's stone surface with his right foot, and with a powerful thrust of his leg muscles, he propelled himself upward 2 or 3 feet. In the next moment, Qin Sheng's fist struck the stone pillar instead. Boom! The pillar shattered under the force of Qin Sheng's punch, sending countless fragments flying. Students below hastily dodged the debris while marveling at the sheer power of Qin Sheng's strike. If such force had landed on a person, the consequences would have been dire. Did he truly evade that? Qin Sheng withdrew his fist, his hands unscathed, save for a light coating of dust, as he looked around. He realized that Qin Beichen had already positioned himself a short distance behind him, standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, observing him with an air of composure, having failed to land his strike. Qin Sheng did not become enraged. Rather, he regarded Qin Beichen with keen interest, saying, "Impressive skills. I refuse to believe you can keep evading indefinitely. Even the most nimble eel eventually gets caught." With that, Qin Sheng launched himself forward once more, his foot crashing down on the ground with such force that it shattered the arena's stone tiles. In the next heartbeat, he propelled himself high into the air, aiming a kick towards Qin Beichen. His athletic form soared gracefully, his robe billowing dramatically in the air. Facing the incoming Qin Sheng, a slight smirk appeared on Qin Beichen's lips, his demeanor unfazed. Internally, he mused, "Fifth layer of foundational cultivation. This presents some pressure. System, I trust in you." The reason Qin Beichen had refrained from countering earlier was to assess his opponent's strength. "Get down," Qin Sheng declared, descending with a forceful strike aimed at the top of Qin Beichen's head. "Do you think I would just lie down for you?" Qin Beichen retorted internally. The rapid descent of Qin Sheng's foot appeared almost leisurely to him. As the kick approached, Qin Beichen swiftly retreated his left foot, using his right leg as a pivot, swiftly twisting his body. With this maneuver, the foot that was intended to land on his face missed entirely, striking the ground instead. Boom! The impact of Qin Sheng's kick created a deep crater in the stone-paved arena, clouds of dust swirling in the air. Yet as Qin Sheng emerged from the dust, he was visibly perturbed. Having missed 2 consecutive attacks, he began to take Qin Beichen's speed seriously. "Qin Beichen, do you dare to face me head-on?" he challenged. "Continuing this way is futile. We could fight until dark." He scrutinized Qin Beichen, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Certainly," Qin Beichen replied calmly that if his opponent assumed that his advantage lay solely in speed, they were gravely mistaken. With his perfected foundational cultivation, his physical strength had transcended ordinary limits. However, the spectators below were evidently unaware of this fact. Most were astonished when they heard Qin Beichen agree to engage in direct confrontation. The mere ability of Qin Beichen to evade Qin Sheng's attacks with speed had already left many onlookers in awe. Yet now, he was willing to abandon his advantage. Was this not an invitation to disaster? Those unfamiliar with Qin Beichen perceived his decision as foolish, while Zhao Lai and others reveled in the prospect of his impending defeat. Even Su Qingyu and Song Qingying wore expressions of concern. feeling that Qin Beichen was being overly reckless. Upon hearing Qin Beichen's acceptance of a direct confrontation, Qin Sheng was elated. He did not wish to chase Qin Beichen around the arena like one would pursue a slippery eel. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, Qin Sheng turned to Qin Beichen and earnestly remarked, "Qin Beichen, I understand that speed is your forte. You may find direct confrontation to be disadvantageous. In compensation for your efforts, regardless of the outcome of this grand battle, I shall bestow upon you that exquisite bottle of golden body elixir." Upon hearing this, Qin Beichen gently shook his head and replied, "There is no need for such charity. What belongs to me, I shall seize for myself." Qin Sheng was taken aback by his words, for he perceived an intense confidence in Qin Beichen's eyes. "Very well, then come and claim it," Qin Sheng declared with a sharp tone, raising his fist. Seeing this, Qin Beichen's vital energy surged, and he slowly lifted his fists, the essence within them pulsating with a radiant glow. With a swift motion akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, Qin Beichen charged forward, his fist aimed directly at Qin Sheng. Once again, he unleashed the mountain-cracking fist, which had never known defeat in its minor mastery. Sunset Fist. Qin Sheng, undaunted, felt his battle spirit ignite as he swung his fist to meet Qin Beichen's attack. His Sunset Fist was renowned throughout the academy, having vanquished numerous formidable foes. Onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of their figures as they clashed with explosive force. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a fierce shockwave that tousled their hair. In the next instant, the energy dissipated, and their fists met directly. Prior to the collision, Qin Sheng contemplated whether to hold back his strength to avoid severely injuring Qin Beichen. However, upon impact, he was overwhelmed by an unstoppable force, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Hiss! Unable to withstand the might of Qin Beichen's punch, Qin Sheng was forced to retreat, the sound of his boots scraping against the ground piercing the air. At that moment, all spectators were rendered speechless, for none expected that the one being pushed back would be the formidable Qin Sheng, renowned for his strength. Could it be that Qin Beichen possessed not only exceptional speed, but also tremendous power? His performance garnered astonished gazes from many. In truth, Qin Beichen had anticipated this outcome. With his enhanced physique, his strength was formidable, and when combined with the minor mastery of the mountain-cracking fist, its power was indeed remarkable. Sitting among the crowd, Su Qingyu was evidently taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, covering her mouth in surprise. It seemed that every strike from Qin Beichen left her in awe. Beside her, Song Qingying watched Qin Beichen intently, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. On the stage, having regained his footing, Qin Sheng was not angered by being pushed back. Rather, he was invigorated, his fighting spirit reaching a new height. He turned to Qin Beichen with grave seriousness and declared, "Well done, Qin Beichen. You are worthy of my full effort." With that, Qin Sheng shed his long robe, revealing a sweat-soaked shirt and a series of black iron rings encircling his arms. The onlookers gasped in astonishment upon realizing that Qin Sheng had fought with those heavy rings, suppressing his true power. Now, unencumbered by his robe, he removed the iron rings and hurled them to the edge of the arena. The resounding clang of the rings, striking the stone platform, elicited gasps of admiration from the spectators. How fearsome Qin Sheng is, to have battled while encumbered by those rings. With their removal, one could only imagine how much his speed and strength would amplify. I knew it. The reason Qin Beichen could repel Qin Sheng earlier was that he had concealed his true strength. Just as Su Qingyu, who had been celebrating Qin Beichen's earlier success, grew serious again, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Even Qin Beichen felt a hint of surprise at the revelation of Qin Sheng's hidden prowess. Combat under such weight was no small burden, and it dawned on him that Qin Sheng was indeed a formidable adversary. However, Qin Beichen harbored no fear at the sight of the removed iron rings. After all, he too had retained some strength in their previous exchange. "Come, Qin Beichen, let me show you my true strength." Having cast aside the iron rings, Qin Sheng felt an exhilarating lightness course through his body. With a buoyant step, he charged once more at Qin Beichen, his movements now markedly swifter, a blur to those students still in the foundational stages of their training. Were it anyone else facing the fully unleashed Qin Sheng, they would undoubtedly be thrown into a panic. Yet Qin Beichen remained composed, as if the intensified Qin Sheng posed no threat to him. Whoosh! Qin Sheng lunged forward, unleashing a palm strike aimed at Qin Beichen's chest. This strike was swifter than an arrow shot from a full moon bow, beyond the capability of an average foundational practitioner to counter. Yet Qin Beichen had already discerned Qin Sheng's intent. His body displayed extraordinary flexibility as he bent backward like a sinuous serpent. Smack! Qin Sheng's palm struck only air, producing a thunderous crack. Such agility. But let us see how you evade my next move. Seizing the moment, as Qin Beichen leaned back, Qin Sheng raised his palm, directing a cutting motion toward his waist. For anyone else, executing such a challenging maneuver would likely render them unable to withstand Qin Sheng's subsequent strike. Nonetheless, even in this dramatic backward bend, Qin Beichen remained acutely aware of Qin Sheng's movements. As Qin Sheng's condensed energy surged toward his midsection, Qin Beichen decisively continued to bend, supporting himself with his hands while raising a leg to kick out. Colliding with Qin Sheng's palm, bang! Their limbs clashed, yet Qin Beichen remained firm, his body steady, while Qin Sheng stumbled back 2 steps, unable to withstand the force of Qin Beichen's kick. Qin Beichen's agility far surpassed what Qin Sheng and the spectators had anticipated, and he failed to gain any advantage over his opponent. Retreating 2 steps, Qin Sheng was suddenly aware that Qin Beichen had also concealed his strength. Observing Qin Sheng's retreat, Qin Beichen pushed himself up and stood tall. Regarding Qin Sheng with rare candor as he spoke, "If these are your only tactics, that bottle of golden body elixir is as good as mine." Qin Sheng's expression turned grave, for he recognized that he was facing one of the most formidable opponents he had ever encountered. No longer concealing his prowess, he candidly addressed Qin Beichen. "I possess one final move. Should you withstand it, the golden body elixir is yours to take." Extending his hand, Qin Beichen regarded Qin Sheng calmly and replied, "Please proceed." Qin Sheng nodded slightly, focusing his energy. His immense vital essence circulated within him, gradually emanating a dangerous aura. "Qin Beichen is doomed," murmured Zhao Lai, fixated on the escalating energy surrounding Qin Sheng. Many students and teachers familiar with Qin Sheng's prowess instinctively remarked, "It seems he is about to unleash that move." Chapter 19. With strength to uproot mountains and a spirit that conquers all. The words of the teachers and students left many onlookers perplexed. Yet they discerned that the move Qin Sheng was about to execute would be formidable. Can Qin Beichen withstand that move? Su Qingyu and Song Qingying, both concerned, gazed at Qin Beichen on the stage. They had experienced the might of Qin Sheng's ultimate technique. The difference was that Song Qingying had fallen, while Su Qingyu had triumphed. The atmosphere on stage and off became increasingly tense. Qin Beichen, too, observed Qin Sheng. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from him, that it was likely a technique that required preparation. Inwardly, Qin Beichen mused. Seeing this, he stepped forward, arms spread wide, adopting a stance that invited the attack. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's eyes snapped open. A golden light flickering within them, that he planted his feet firmly, causing the arena's stone slabs to shatter under the strain of his power. Qin Beichen noted the extraordinary intensity of the energy radiating from Qin Sheng's shoulders. A technique that channels force through the shoulders? He pondered, narrowing his eyes. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Sheng surged forward, using his body as a battering ram, charging directly at Qin Beichen. Technique: Iron Mountain Charge. Qin Sheng roared, resembling a frenzied bull. Feeling the tremors of the arena beneath him, the spectators instinctively recoiled. That moment, Qin Sheng was perhaps more perilous than a rampaging bull. "Damn you, Qin Beichen, you are assuredly finished." Zhao Lai glared at Qin Beichen, anticipating that Qin Sheng would shatter him to pieces. Su Qingyu and Song Qingying could not help but worry for Qin Beichen. The might of this technique was immense. Could he endure? Before the eyes of thousands of students gathered at the martial arena, Qin Sheng lunged at Qin Beichen. With Qin Beichen's nimble movements, he could have easily dodged this charge, evading Qin Sheng's onslaught. Yet this time, he chose not to retreat, but rather to confront it head-on. Such recklessness was unprecedented. Many believed Qin Beichen had lost his senses. But how could Qin Beichen be toppled by Qin Sheng? He had long devised a countermeasure to Qin Sheng's shoulder bore down upon him. Qin Beichen remained remarkably composed, extending his hand to press against Qin Sheng's shoulder. Block with your hand. You risk injury. Qin Sheng charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, his voice deep and resonant. Qin Beichen maintained his usual demeanor, placing his hand firmly on Qin Sheng's shoulder. Though he did not retaliate, he had already activated his mountain-splitting fist. Gathering strength within his grasp to the astonishment of both Qin Sheng and the onlookers below, there was no sound of bones cracking or tendons snapping upon their collision. Qin Beichen's palm rested lightly on Qin Sheng's shoulder, as if a mere garment clung to him, absorbing the force of Qin Sheng's powerful assault effortlessly. In fact, he seemed to yield to Qin Sheng's momentum, retreating backward as if he were a shadow following a master. Despite this backward motion, his expression remained as tranquil as still water, as if he were not the one being pushed. Qin Sheng, perplexed by Qin Beichen's intentions, exclaimed, "If you retreat any further, you might find yourself thrown off the stage." No sooner had he uttered these words than Qin Beichen, who had been retreating, finally made his move, that he mumbled a few indistinct words, "Strength that can lift mountains," before Qin Sheng could fully comprehend what was said. An excruciating pain shot through his shoulder as Qin Beichen pressed down upon him, immobilizing his body to that moment. Qin Beichen was merely 7 or 8 inches from the edge of the stage. Suddenly, Qin Sheng felt a void beneath his feet, and before he could react, Qin Beichen had effortlessly hoisted him by the shoulder with one hand. How is this possible? Qin Sheng was taken aback. His mind momentarily blank with shock that in an instant, he heard Qin Beichen utter another phrase, "Qi that surpasses all." Before he could grasp the meaning behind Qin Beichen's words, Qin Sheng found himself spinning in a whirlwind, his body being tossed as if he were a mere plaything that he attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly powerless to resist, forced to witness the ground rising up to meet him. No, it wasn't rising. He was plummeting. Just as the realization struck him, he was hurled towards the ground under the gaze of a captivated audience. Even someone as formidable as Qin Sheng, upon recognizing that his face was about to collide with the earth, could not help but close his eyes in resignation. "I have lost," he lamented. However, after a prolonged moment, he suddenly realized he had not crashed into the ground. His body was still rotating, and his feet gradually met the surface. When Qin Sheng opened his eyes, he discovered he had been gently set down. Qin Beichen had shown restraint. Standing in a daze, he looked at Qin Beichen and inquired, "Why did you hold back?" Their eyes met, and with a slight smile, Qin Beichen replied, "We are not enemies. Besides, if I were to knock you out, who would provide me with the golden body liquid?" Startled, Qin Sheng shook his head and managed a wry smile. "I, Qin Sheng, cannot claim my defeat was unjust. This is the finest golden body liquid, rightfully yours." That he retrieved a jade vial containing the precious liquid from his storage bag and extended it toward Qin Beichen. At that moment, the crowd below the stage, witnessing the amicable exchange between the two, fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that Qin Sheng, ranked 3rd in the Academy's power hierarchy, would fall to the hands of the dark horse. Qin Beichen. The magnitude of Qin Beichen's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Every spectator etched Qin Beichen's name indelibly into their memories. From this day forth, the title of the Academy's 3rd strongest had changed hands. Among the crowd, Su Qingyu waved her small hands in excitement. Qin Beichen's victory filled her with joy. Most importantly, she was relieved that he had not sustained any injuries. Some teachers who had come to observe were whispering among themselves, their gazes frequently drifting toward Qin Beichen. The emergence of a new talent in the Academy was undoubtedly a delightful occurrence for them. That a few individuals, once eager to witness Qin Beichen's downfall, now slinked away in shame. They were none other than Zhao Lai and his companions. Their eyes now reflected only fear and panic. The overwhelming strength of Qin Beichen had extinguished their desire for revenge, leaving them with only thoughts of retreat. Henceforth, few would dare to provoke Qin Beichen within the Academy. That a middle-aged male teacher strode onto the stage with a buoyant demeanor, calling out to the students below, "I declare that the victor of today's challenge is Qin Beichen." Chapter 20. A curious encounter. Today's battle unfolded without peril, a scenario most pleasing to him. As for the stone pillars and slabs shattered by Qin Beichen and Zhao Lai, they posed no significant concern. The Academy would cover the costs. The middle-aged teacher nodded at Qin Beichen, who, as a dark horse, was increasingly becoming a source of admiration. Once the teacher descended the stage, Qin Sheng regarded Qin Beichen solemnly, his tone resolute. "Qin Beichen, I shall challenge you again." Qin Beichen smirked slightly, Meeting Qin Sheng's gaze that my challenge fee is quite steep, he replied that this. Qin Sheng burst into laughter, shaking his head as he made his way off the stage, expressing sentiments of exhilaration and satisfaction. Qin Beichen also descended, ignoring the adoring gazes of the surrounding female students, and headed straight towards Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu looked at Qin Beichen with a radiant smile, her voice soft as she said, "Beichen, I didn't realize you had become this formidable." As Qin Beichen inhaled the fragrant aura emanating from Su Qingyu, his spirits soared as he took her delicate hand and responded with a grin. "Yet I remain beneath you to Su Qingyu." The unrivaled top student of Qingyun Academy was a figure of considerable stature. It felt somewhat implausible for him to have defeated Qin Sheng today. Had it not been for his robust physique, coupled with perfect foundational cultivation and enhanced martial skills, he would have been unable to achieve victory. Without any one of those three elements, he would have faltered. After all, his cultivation level was merely at the first stage of foundation establishment. In conversation, Qin Beichen nodded in acknowledgement at Song Qingyi. Out of courtesy, he felt obliged to greet her, as she had come to witness his duel. Song Qingyi returned the smile, clearly impressed by Qin Beichen's formidable prowess demonstrated today. Previously, she had thought Qin Beichen overly confident, daring to accept any challenge. Now, it seemed she had underestimated him, as he indeed possessed the confidence to face any opponent without fear. As Qin Beichen and the crowd made their way out of the training arena, thoughts of quickly returning home to enhance his foundation occupied his mind, buoyed by the acquisition of the exquisite golden body liquid. After departing the arena, Qin Beichen escorted Su Qingyu to the academy gates, watching as her carriage drove away, before turning to head home alone, in the bustling streets of Qingzhou City, where paths crisscrossed and the crowd surged. Qin Beichen walked, contemplating how best to utilize the golden body liquid. Though it was safely tucked away, he had neglected to inquire about its application from Qin Sheng. With no other option, he resolved to visit a nearby medicinal shop to seek guidance. The atmosphere within the shop was lively, with people jostling for space. Qin Beichen clutched his storage bag tightly. It was a reward bestowed by the academy upon its students, though its interior was only as spacious as a small urn. It was quite useful for storing smaller items. For cultivators, storage bags were indispensable. No one wished to travel while burdened with a cumbersome sack or box, as it would be neither graceful nor liberating. However, these bags were remarkably lightweight and did not hinder movement when secured at the waist. Nonetheless, the price increased with size. A small bag like his might only cost a few dozen low-grade elemental stones, while one with dimensions of a yard could fetch upwards of 10,000 elemental stones. That if Qingyun Academy bestowed such bags upon its students, it would surely face bankruptcy. Amidst the throng, Qin Beichen remained vigilant, aware that there might be unscrupulous individuals among the crowd. Suddenly, a figure collided with him. The man, robust and muscular, appeared intimidating. Yet upon impact, he staggered back 2 steps while Qin Beichen remained rooted in place. Interesting, thought Qin Beichen, as the man, clad in black, cast a surprised glance at him. Here stood a youth whose physical prowess exceeded his own. Truly a marvel. Without uttering a word, the man hastily maneuvered through the crowd, creating a path with sheer force. Many had initially intended to hurl insults, but upon witnessing his imposing physique, they fell silent. Qin Beichen also observed the burly man, recognizing his brash demeanor as that of an uncouth individual. However, he bore no grudge, as he had not suffered any loss. "Where did that man go?" a voice inquired sharply before him. The tone was crisp and cool, prompting Qin Beichen to turn and see a slender figure before him, her face obscured by a violet veil. "Are you asking me?" he replied, noticing her unwavering gaze. "Indeed. Where did that man go? Tell me." The woman's voice exuded an undeniable sense of oppressive authority, her gaze radiating an intense pressure. Had the other party politely inquired about Qin Beichen, he would have naturally responded with courtesy, even offering to guide them. However, the current demeanor of the individual felt less like a request for directions and more akin to an interrogation, a stance that irked Qin Beichen. That he was not a criminal, and such a tone directed at him felt rather offensive. With a tranquil expression, he slowly replied, "I'm sorry, I don't know." Suddenly, he sensed a wave of murderous intent enveloping him, causing a chill to course through his body. The source of this ominous energy was none other than the woman before him, shrouded in a purple veil. She regarded Qin Beichen coldly, as if she were aware he was merely brushing her off. Yet, Qin Beichen's temper had flared. The depth of her malice was palpable, and he could not ascertain whether she was friend or foe. Thus he chose to ignore her. Did I ask there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, he stated, turning to depart. The woman furrowed her brows slightly, clearly provoked by Qin Beichen's demeanor. However, she retained her composure, merely shooting him a fierce glare before huffing disdainfully and vanishing into the crowd with astonishing swiftness. So much so that even Qin Beichen was taken aback. Impressive, he marveled, recognizing that her speed indicated a strength far surpassing his own. Yet he felt no fear. Regardless of her prowess, her earlier attitude warranted no further engagement from him. As a modern individual, he firmly believed in the equality of all people. Though many might disagree in contemporary society, Qin Beichen had always lived by this principle that if one treated him with courtesy, he would reciprocate. If not, he would simply walk away. Even if she were a formidable expert, he maintained this stance. Humph. Qin Beichen mimicked the woman's earlier demeanor, emitting a scoff that appeared somewhat comical to in a nearby tea-house. The woman in the purple veil gripped a ceramic cup tightly, a shadow of fury evident in her expression. Damn it. She cursed softly, her grip tightening until the cup crumbled into powder. Her gaze was fixated on the crowd, particularly on Qin Beichen, who was imitating her. Calm down. An elderly man with gray hair chuckled as he sipped his tea. He set down his cup and turned to the woman known as Ling Long. My dear, you're still upset. Your earlier demeanor towards him was far too cold. It's fortunate he didn't chastise you, that he continued. When you return, you ought to reflect on your behavior and learn the art of social interaction. Such skills are invaluable. Moreover, when encountering unsavory characters, do try to keep your composure. Becoming agitated only risks revealing our identities. Ling Long, upon hearing the old man's reprimand, felt her expression darken further. She glared at Qin Beichen and declared, Old man, I suspect that fellow is a spy. The gray-haired elder chuckled lightly, pointing at Ling Long. I believe you're simply holding a grudge. He shook his head, opting not to say more, and poured himself another cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. Ling Long's demeanor was so expressive that it could be featured in a film. Utterly genuine and far from feigned on the streets, Qin Beichen felt a peculiar tickle in his nose. An instinct to sneeze that he quickly suppressed. Having attained the foundational realm of cultivation, he was generally impervious to ailments, making the sensation of a sneeze rather unusual. Unbeknownst to him, he had been deemed a spy by the brooding woman. Outside Qingzhou City, Qin Beichen closed the door behind him and retrieved the exquisite golden body liquid he had just obtained. After consulting the apothecary about its usage, he finally understood that it should be applied to the skin, allowing the body to gradually absorb its essence, akin to a whitening treatment for the skin. However, during his inquiry, the shopkeeper insisted on knowing whether he possessed the golden body liquid. In response, Qin Beichen revealed the exquisite golden body liquid, causing the shopkeeper's eyes to widen in astonishment, as if he had encountered a legendary treasure. Although the golden body liquid was not exactly a mythical artifact, it was certainly worth far more than a foundational pill. The shopkeeper eagerly grasped Qin Beichen's arm, wishing to acquire the liquid as the prized possession of his shop. The shopkeeper's eagerness stemmed from a common understanding. Patrons often sought out establishments with rare items, as the presence of such treasures indicated the shop as strength and reliability. That'd be why acquiring Qin Beichen's exquisite golden body liquid, the shopkeeper hoped to attract more business. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Qin Beichen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. While he wished to assist the shopkeeper, the allure of spiritual stones and the perfect foundational liquid took precedence. To Qin Beichen, spiritual stones were merely a means to enhance his cultivation. And given the imminent benefits of the golden body liquid, it was of greater importance. Thus, he departed, leaving the shopkeeper with a lingering sense of regret. Once home, Qin Beichen eagerly disrobed, preparing to apply the exquisite golden body liquid. Though his modest dwelling was simple, its seclusion offered him privacy for undisturbed cultivation. Even in his nakedness, he need not fear prying eyes or disturbances. However, he hoped that Su Qingyu would refrain from visiting today, as such an encounter could lead to an awkward and intimate situation. Carefully extracting the golden body liquid from its ornate vial, Qin Beichen let a drop of the light golden liquid fall onto his chest and began to spread it. As soon as the exquisite golden body liquid touched his skin, A sharp pain and burning sensation coursed through him, causing him to furrow his brows in discomfort. Evidently, the golden body liquid was not something everyone could endure. Should a body refining or qi condensation practitioner attempt its use, the pain might be unbearable, leading them to a fate worse than death. Yet amidst the pain, Qin Beichen felt his foundational cultivation being nourished. Akin to a living being absorbing nutrients, becoming increasingly robust. However, the effect of this single drop was not markedly pronounced. He needed to continue applying IT to AT that moment. A voice echoed in Qin Beichen's ear, ding. Detection indicates the host is using the golden body liquid, but the application method is lacking in masculinity and is quite disgraceful. Please, host, consume the liquid to refine it and strengthen your foundation to its utmost. The system's notification startled Qin Beichen. Consume the golden body liquid? He recalled that the apothecary had never mentioned such a method, casting doubt upon the system's suggestion. The system seemed to imply that consumption would yield the best results. And as for the notion of masculinity, Qin Beichen chose to disregard it. His hesitation arose from the painful application of the liquid on his skin. The thought of ingesting it was daunting. What if the system's advice led to his instant demise? Yet, reflecting on his experiences since acquiring the so-called useless system, he realized he had yet to suffer a grave loss. The only drawback was the constant mockery from the system, which, while frustrating, he managed to endure due to his resilient mindset. Very well, system. I shall place my trust in you this time, Qin Beichen declared, positioning the vial at his lips. He intended to let a couple of drops fall into his mouth to test the taste and effects. However, the system's voice interrupted once more, disrupting his thoughts. Ding, a true man drinks it all in one go. Qin Beichen felt a surge of anxiety. Yet if the system insisted he lacked masculinity, perhaps today was the day to prove otherwise. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth wide, downing the entire bottle of exquisite golden body liquid in one swift motion. The liquid quickly flowed down his esophagus into his stomach. And Qin Beichen closed his eyes, bracing himself for the effects of the golden body liquid. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption within him, a surge of internal agony instantaneously spread to every corner of Qin Beichen's body. His countenance darkened in an instant, the excruciating pain contorting his features into an abstract expression, as if he had swallowed a dozen fiery coals, igniting his very organs. Cough. As he gently coughed, dark smoke actually escaped from his mouth, sending Qin Beichen into a state of shock. Could this golden body liquid be incinerating his internal organs? His complexion now bore a ghastly pallor, tinged with green, reminiscent of someone on the brink of death. The golden body liquid raged within him like a cataclysm, its mere contact with his skin eliciting profound torment, not to mention the agony of it coursing through his digestive system. Qin Beichen felt as though his insides were ablaze, and the searing pain compelled him to mutter to the system, "Damn it! If the system were corporeal, he would have relished the chance to pummel it into submission. What did it mean to be a true man who could down it all in one go?" This golden body liquid was more fearsome than any poison. For Qin Beichen, it was a form of torture akin to a cruel punishment. Though his complexion was exceptionally grim, he found himself incapable of taking action. Collapsing onto his bed, his body racked with spasms. The torment inflicted by this foundational enhancement was utterly terrifying. However, the excruciating suffering exacted by the golden body liquid distracted Qin Beichen from noticing that the foundation of his cultivation within his dantian was swiftly absorbing the essence of the liquid. Typically, if the golden body liquid were applied externally, its essence would require extensive permeation to reach his dantian, with significant losses incurred during the process. Yet now, having ingested the exquisite golden body liquid, it penetrated directly near his dantian, rapidly fortifying his foundation with effects vastly superior to mere application. Nevertheless, the impact of the golden body liquid within his body was immense, akin to igniting a world war within his digestive tract, which was far too delicate to endure such torment. Even his internal organs were not spared, each subjected to the relentless onslaught of the golden body liquid. This substance was indeed sadistic in its torture of the physical form. Yet it undeniably possessed the capacity to enhance it. Aside from being utilized by those establishing their foundations, it was also employed to strengthen the body, as Qin Sheng had originally planned to use it for that very purpose. However, his overconfidence led him to believe he could easily subdue Qin Beichen. Thus he wagered this precious golden body liquid. Fortunately for him, His family was affluent, being part of a prominent clan in Qingzhou City. So the loss of 1 or 2 vials of exquisite golden body liquid was bearable. Yet had Qin Sheng foreseen his defeat, he might have refrained from betting such a valuable asset. This substance was exceedingly rare, not easily obtainable even for him. Consequently, losing it was a deeply painful experience for Qin Sheng. Despite this, Qin Sheng's character was relatively sound. He did not sulk over losses or harbor grudges, as he was profoundly enamored with martial arts, thereby refraining from blaming or resenting Qin Beiqin. Conversely, Qin Beiqin was admittedly disgruntled with the system, who would subject their host to such torment. He felt like an unfortunate victim of circumstance that as Qin Beiqin writhed in agony on the bed. The pain compelled him to roll and tremble, rendering him speechless. Nevertheless, to assert his masculinity, he defiantly raised a middle finger. This gesture served as a testament to his refusal to yield to the exquisite golden body liquid's torment. Gritting his teeth, he drew in heavy breaths and gradually sat up. Although he was deemed a failure, he was certainly no coward. At that moment, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, a consequence of the pain from the golden body liquid exceeding his threshold. Yet, he resolved to sit upright. In class, he had once heard a teacher mention that refining the golden body liquid necessitated the operation of specific techniques to fully unleash its potential and enhance one's foundation to perfection. Thus, Qin Beiqin bore the pain, his body quaking as he straightened himself. Several times he nearly toppled, yet he managed to steady himself. Gasping heavily, his expression darkened as he slowly began to circulate his techniques, striving to refine the exquisite golden body liquid and maximize its effects to perfect his foundation. His current state was tenuous at best. However, his willpower remained formidable, allowing him to barely refine the golden body liquid. As the strengthening of his internal organs progressed, the searing pain gradually subsided. His breathing began to steady, and the tremors of his body ceased. This moment, the foundation of his cultivation within his dantian became purer and more profound, akin to a colossal, weighty tower. This was the epitome of a perfect foundation. However, it had initially been quite insubstantial, merely a shadow, lacking the solidity required to assist Qin Beiqin in reaching the pinnacle. True strength demands perfection at every stage of cultivation to ascend to the ultimate peak. This is the essence of cultivation. Each step fraught with peril, the exquisite golden body liquid gradually permeated Qin Beiqin's flesh. Being digested by his foundation, it began to strengthen and expand at a languid pace, almost as if it were growing autonomously. A faint golden hue to his foundation slowly emerged, and Qin Beiqin's face lit up with excitement. He had finally achieved the perfect foundation. He calmed his emotions, diligently circulating the techniques to examine his foundation, no longer feeling a hint of pain. Instead, he sensed his meridians and acupoints flowing with unparalleled clarity. A perfect foundation. What bliss sitting upright from the bed. He felt invigorated, more exhilarated than someone who had finally found a partner after 20 years of solitude. Yet in the next instant, he lurched forward, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. The blood splattered onto the ground, its bizarrely dark hue appearing quite eerie. What on earth was happening? Chapter 23. The Perfect Foundation. Qin Beiqin stared at the dark blood splattered on the ground, filled with confusion. Was this the impurities within his body? This is the only reason he could conceive. Although one might assert that cultivation can expel impurities from within the body, certain impurities remain deeply embedded within the viscera. Mere cultivation cannot eliminate them, unless one's cultivation reaches an advanced state, perhaps granting an opportunity for a complete transformation. However, this is certainly beyond the reach of the foundational level. Nevertheless, Qin Beiqin has accomplished a small part of this, achieving a perfect foundation along with the supreme golden body liquid, which has remarkably enhanced his physical form, cleansing the impurities within him. This signifies that his physicality has been further reinforced, augmenting both his strength and resilience. As he swung his fists, they moved like boulders through the air, stirring up a tempest that caused the doors and windows of the modest wooden cabin to tremble. Observing this, he hastily retracted his fists, wary of exerting too much force and potentially toppling the fragile abode, which was already rather unstable. Regardless of its condition, this humble dwelling is his sanctuary, and he holds no disdain for it, as it is the backdrop for many cherished memories. While dressing, Qin Beichen noticed that his skin seemed to radiate a newfound luster, that he mused that when Su Qingyu sees him again, she will likely be envious. He chuckled softly, admitting to himself that he actually preferred a sun-kissed complexion, which appeared healthier compared to his current pallor. Nonetheless, the sensation of becoming stronger is undeniably gratifying. With his current physical prowess, he should easily overcome Qin Sheng when they next cross paths, relying solely on his physical strength. Morning has dawned again, and since acquiring the system, Qin Beichen has not indulged in sleep, on one hand. Meditative cultivation serves as a more effective form of rest than sleep, allowing him to rejuvenate his energy, on the other hand, he deeply values the opportunities bestowed upon him by the system. Despite its designation as the Waste Savior system, and his self-identification as a waste, Qin Beichen refuses to succumb to despair or lethargy. Accepting oneself as a waste in terms of physical limitations is one thing, but allowing oneself to become a true waste, devoid of ambition, is unacceptable. After tidying up, Qin Beichen set out from his home, heading towards the academy where numerous opportunities and resources await, vital for his ascent in strength. Setting aside other matters, he finds himself grateful to his adversaries. Had they not persistently challenged him, his system might not have activated nor honed his martial skills. The enhancements to his martial techniques have yielded remarkable results, their potency soaring to heights he had never before experienced. While outsiders might regard his martial techniques as rudimentary techniques, such as the opening mountain fist and the stone-shattering palm, which seem lacking in power, even the most elementary of skills can unleash formidable force when enhanced by the system. Qin Beichen surmised that the current efficacy of his martial arts is roughly on par with the Xin tier. The tier of martial arts is akin to the grading of medicinal pills, both classified based on their effectiveness and potency. Martial arts are categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with Heaven tier being undeniably the most powerful, while Yellow tier encompasses techniques with comparatively weaker effects. Techniques of the same tier are typically distinguished by their quality, divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The foundational techniques Qin Beichen currently practices, namely the innate Qi cultivation method, opening mountain fist and stone-shattering palm, all belong to the lower grade of the Yellow tier, tailored for beginners in the realm of body refinement. In truth, upon reaching the Qi condensation or foundation establishment stages, practitioners typically contemplate transitioning to more formidable techniques. However, Qin Beichen has not done so, that he lacks the resources to acquire new techniques, being a financially challenged individual with little means to procure them. Furthermore, such techniques are often of mediocre quality, possibly only reaching the upper grade of the Yellow tier. In reality, high-quality techniques are predominantly monopolized by esteemed families and sections. The Qingyun Academy does possess a technique pavilion, replete with some commendable techniques, but access is limited and Qin Beichen has yet to enter. It is said that only the Academy's prodigies are entitled to study there. Am I not considered a prodigy now? Qin Beichen pondered, having recently bested Qin Sheng, who held the 3rd rank in the Academy, that he must surely rank among the elite in Qingyun Academy, and he wondered when he might gain entry to the Technique Pavilion for a visit. Another reason Qin Beichen has not switched techniques is the presence of the system he carries. Although the system frequently critiques his form, noting his lack of precision and aggression, he endures this in light of the system's ability to enhance his proficiency in martial arts. He has come to comprehend that this so-called proficiency not only deepens his understanding of techniques, but also amplifies their effectiveness. In simpler terms, the enhancement of proficiency in martial arts directly correlates to an increase in power, allowing basic Yellow tier techniques to exhibit the strength of upper Yellow tier or even Xian tier effects. This is undoubtedly a lifesaver for Qin Beichen, who struggles to acquire new techniques. The reason he can confront the advanced martial arts of Zhao Lai and Qin Sheng with mere stone-shattering palm and opening mountain fist is that these techniques, upon reaching minor mastery, have significantly increased in power. Based on Qin Beichen's estimation, his current stone-shattering palm and opening mountain fist, even if not elevated to the Xian tier, must at least be on par with upper Yellow tier. One should not underestimate the Yellow tier techniques. Historically, when martial arts were not yet developed, individuals fought using rudimentary methods and exhibited limited combat prowess. During that era, the invention of martial techniques, even if initially only of the Yellow tier, was enough to alter the course of battles, given the substantial increase in combat efficiency. Moreover, for both Qingzhou City and Qingyun Academy, upper Yellow tier techniques are undoubtedly treasures among martial arts. should such techniques be presented at an auction. They would fetch astonishing sums, figures that would incite envy among all. Are yellow tier martial techniques weak? Perhaps in terms of power, they may not rival those of the Shin tier, but let us not forget that yellow tier techniques are also more accessible to master. Why do the innate Qi cultivation method and stone shattering palm enjoy such widespread renown, despite their low tier and relatively modest effects? This is simply because these techniques, while lesser in tier, are comparatively straightforward to practice. Most practitioners commence their cultivation journey with the innate Qi cultivation method, and the majority first learn the stone shattering palm and opening mountain fist. However, after advancing to the Qi condensation or foundation establishment stages, most practitioners tend to shift their focus to more advanced techniques, unlike Qin Beichin, who remains dedicated to these foundational practices. Of course, others lack a system. In reality, under the system's enhancement, the techniques and martial arts Qin Beichin has mastered at the minor mastery stage are not at all inferior to more powerful techniques. And he does not waste time transitioning to new ones. Before long, Qin Beichin reunited with Su Qingyu, and together they made their way to Qingyan Academy. Without the system, he may never have mustered the courage to walk alongside Su Qingyu. And from this perspective, he is truly grateful to the system. Just as he had proclaimed on the night he acquired the system, he is now genuinely caught up to Su Qingyu, becoming a foundation establishment powerhouse akin to her. However, Su Qingyu's strength likely surpasses his. She has already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, not far from the 9th. Once again, they encountered Song Qingying at the academy gate. "Good morning, Qingying," she greeted, noticing Qin Beichin and Su Qingyu walking together. "Qingyu, Qin Beichin, good morning." Qin Beichin was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Song Qingying to acknowledge him. Logically, he was merely a friend of Su Qingyu, and there seemed to be no necessity for a greeting. After all, he had heard that Song Qingying possessed a rather aloof demeanor, and their first encounter had indeed been marked by her coolness towards him. However, recalling that she had witnessed his combat alongside Su Qingyu, he surmised that his strength had earned her recognition, thus improving their rapport. After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Beichin waved back at Song Qingying, returning the greeting, "Good morning." Nonetheless, their connection remained tenuous, resulting in little small talk. Yet Song Qingying took a couple of steps forward to stand beside Su Qingyu. She turned to her and inquired, "Qingyu, have those individuals visited your home?" Upon hearing Song Qingying's question, Su Qingyu nodded gently in response. "Indeed, they came, and not just once." Song Qingying nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Just as expected of you, Qingyu. Our family has only received 2 visits." Su Qingyu smiled and nodded, addressing Song Qingying. "They should visit your home today. Yesterday was simply too late." Song Qingying nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I hope so. I wish we could go to the same place." Qin Beichin, listening beside them, felt utterly bewildered, yet he refrained from asking further. He was well aware that both Su Qingyu and Song Qingying hailed from prominent families in Qingzhou City, while he was merely a poor boy. Knowing about the affairs of affluent families would serve little purpose. It was better to remain uninformed. However, Qin Beichin did not allow Su Qingyu's powerful family background to instill feelings of inferiority or self-doubt in him. After all, he possessed the advantage of having a system by his side. With diligent effort in the future, he could potentially stand firm against a family on his own. Yet, Qin Beichin noticed a fleeting glimmer of displeasure in Su Qingyu's eyes as she spoke of the matter. This sentiment did not seem directed at Song Qingying. Rather, it appeared to stem from the visitors themselves. After Song Qingying departed for class, Qin Beichin cast a glance at Su Qingyu and inquired, "What's wrong? You seem somewhat downcast. Have you encountered some trouble?" Surprised that Qin Beichin had detected her emotional shift, Su Qingyu chuckled softly. "It's nothing significant, just a minor inconvenience. Do you need my assistance?" Qin Beichin did not press for details, respecting her discretion. Nonetheless, he would stand firmly by Su Qingyu's side should she face any difficulties, ready to aid her in overcoming challenges. That Su Qingyu shook her head earnestly, stating, "Not for now. I can manage." Qin Beichin nodded and regarded her with understanding. "That is good to hear." Aware of his concern, Su Qingyu reached out and gently took his hand, expressing, "Beichin, thank you." Holding her warm, delicate hand, a subtle smile graced Qin Beichin's face. At that moment, he thought of nothing else. Feeling entirely at ease and joyful, they strolled hand in hand. Passing students looked on with expressions of astonishment. Although many were aware of the close bond between the two, it was their first time witnessing such an intimate gesture. Holding hands spoke volumes. After they had walked by, numerous male students let out lamenting cries. Goddess. My goddess, Qin Beichin, from now on, you are the lifelong rival of all male students at Qingyun Academy. Qin Beichin, what merits do you possess? My heart is breaking for the goddess. Su Qingyu was quite renowned throughout Qingyun Academy. Being the top of the rankings and possessing remarkable beauty, coupled with a gentle disposition, making her the dream goddess of many male students. This was also the reason Qin Beichin had hesitated to approach her before. She was simply too exceptional, and as a mere underachiever, he felt unworthy of her. That in the past, he had faced bullying from Yi Qing and others, and any interaction with Su Qingyu could have led to severe repercussions from their peers. After all, Su Qingyu's status at Qingyun Academy was comparable to that of a celebrity. Yet now, gripping Su Qingyu's hands tightly, Qin Beichin felt a surge of determination and confidence. He was equipped to confront any suitors vying for her affection. No matter who it was, if they looked down upon him due to his association with Su Qingyu, he would prove himself worthy of her. Of course, Qin Beichin understood that his bond with Su Qingyu was not merely a result of his newfound strength. It had blossomed naturally since their childhood, leading them to this moment. Walking beside Su Qingyu along the academy's path, Qin Beichin felt at ease, relishing the ambience that in his previous life, he had been too much of a recluse to ever hold a girl's hand, let alone stroll openly in public. Yet in this life, he had accomplished it. As they made their way to class, Su Qingyu turned to Qin Beichin and softly said, Beichin, you must focus on your training in the coming days. Is there something about to happen? Qin Beichin glanced at her, and she nodded gently. Actually, the guests I mentioned with Qingying are teachers from prestigious academies. These renowned institutions seek to recruit talented individuals from various regions. I believe, given your aptitude, you should receive numerous invitations from these esteemed academies. Qin Beichin had indeed heard of these prestigious academies, known throughout the land for their formidable strength. Unlike Qingyun Academy, which was merely a small institution in Qingzhou City, these elite academies were substantial forces in their own right, not reliant on any major city for recognition. These powerful institutions housed countless prodigies that as Su Qingyu had articulated. These academies consistently sought fresh talent to maintain their superiority, hence dispatching representatives to recruit students from various locations. Generally, they offered enticing conditions to geniuses, while those with average talents were often overlooked. Qin Beichin mused that the version of himself from before would likely have had no chance of receiving such invitations, given his low cultivation and poor aptitude. However, he was now among the top 3 in Qingyun Academy's ranks. Surely, he would attract some attention from these prestigious institutions. Yet he suspected that the teachers would prioritize students from powerful families like Su Qingyu's, where they would likely receive a warm welcome. As for those without significant family backgrounds, he presumed the teachers might spare time to select students from Qingyun Academy. Qin Beichin was uncertain which academy would extend an invitation to him. But one thing was clear. He wished to attend the same institution as Su Qingyu. After just having held her hand, the thought of a long-distance relationship was unbearable. His past life had taught him a painful lesson about such matters. Furthermore, the academies were not the safest of places. In addition to battling peers, there were potential missions fraught with risks. He could not bear the thought of Su Qingyu facing these challenges alone. He had to protect her. Thus, to ensure he could enter the same academy as Su Qingyu, as she had suggested, Qin Beichin resolved to work diligently to showcase his talent. But he nodded gently, locking eyes with Su Qingyu. Rest assured, I will attend the same academy as you. A sweet smile illuminated Su Qingyu's face, though she playfully remarked, What if they don't want you? Qin Beichin pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, even without an academy, I can still become powerful. That if they reject me, I would train near your academy and strive to become a force greater than the academy itself. When the time comes, I will make them all regret their decision. His expression was earnest, revealing no hint of bravado. This was, in fact, Qin Beichin's genuine conviction. With the system by his side, he believed that with sufficient effort, he could become a legend in this world, someone that even the prestigious academies would look up to. This was not arrogance. It was simply confidence that if one were to possess a system and not aspire to dominate the world, that would truly be self-sabotage. Qin Beichin had never abandoned his lofty ambitions. He too wished to reach the pinnacle and behold the most extraordinary sights the world had to offer. Su Qingyu nodded gently. Recognizing the depth of Qin Beichen's feelings for her, she smiled. Then I shall negotiate terms with those academies that if they do not accept Beichen, I shall not go. Qin Beichen shook his head, looking at her earnestly. That is unacceptable. Your talent deserves the best academy. Su Qingyu chuckled softly, saying nothing further. Regardless, she wished for no further reasons to separate them, even if it meant sacrificing a bright future. She did not wish to witness Qin Beichen in a state of despair again. The two continued to banter and laugh as they made their way to their respective classrooms. However, unbeknownst to them, a young man with a darkened gaze loomed behind, glaring angrily at Qin Beichen. Damn Qin Beichen, Su Qingyu is mine. How dare you steal her away? Though not particularly muscular, the young man exuded a dangerously unsettling aura. Behind him, Zhao Lai chimed in with a smile. Brother Wang Lei, I share your indignation. When I saw Qin Beichen daring to pursue senior sister Su Qingyu, I was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson. Alas, Qin Beichen, that despicable scoundrel, concealed his cultivation and strength that I would have helped you deal with him, but ultimately, I failed and faced punishment from the academy. Zhao Lai gazed at the young Wang Lei before him, instinctively retracting his neck, in his eyes. This youth appeared far more formidable than any flood or beast. He had never felt such trepidation even in the presence of Su Qingyu. After all, within the Qinyan Academy, if one were to assess strength alone, Wang Lei was indeed the most powerful. Yet, he had deliberately challenged Su Qingyu, only to concede and willingly relinquish the title of the Academy's strongest to her. Thus, despite Wang Lei's combat prowess ranking second in the Academy, no one truly regarded him as such. Many were acutely aware of who the genuine champion was. Recently, having just concluded his secluded training, Zhao Lai sought out Wang Lei. He was left with no choice, for Zhao Lai harbored a desire for vengeance against Qin Beichen, and Wang Lei was his final hope. Moreover, Zhao Lai had discerned Wang Lei's Achilles heel, his affection for Su Qingyu. Since Su Qingyu had chosen to be with Qin Beichen, Zhao Lai perceived this as an opportunity, an occasion to teach Qin Beichen a lesson. With Wang Lei's unfathomable cultivation, even if Qin Beichen could triumph over Qin Sheng, he would undoubtedly falter against Wang Lei. Wang Lei's notorious reputation within the academy was well known, and even Zhao Lai had tasted defeat at his hands on several occasions. Upon hearing Zhao Lai's words, Wang Lei's gaze grew colder still. Breathing heavily, he shot a fierce look at Qin Beichen's retreating figure and addressed Zhao Lai. Are you daring enough to engage in something thrilling with me? Zhao Lai regarded Wang Lei, sensing an unfamiliarity in him that evoked a chilling dread. Chapter 26. Zhao Lai's thoughts. Unbeknownst to Zhao Lai, Wang Lei had already developed a murderous intent towards Qin Beichen. Faced with the ferocity of Wang Lei, Zhao Lai dared not voice dissent. Stammering, he replied, As long as you, Brother Wang Lei, give the order, I shall follow your command without hesitation. Good. Wang Lei stepped closer, patting Zhao Lai on the shoulder, and instructed, In that case, I need you to investigate Qin Beichen's identity and background. These words. Zhao Lai's pupils constricted slightly. He seemed to grasp Wang Lei's intentions, that he understood that Wang Lei's pursuit of Su Qingyu stemmed not only from admiration, but also from the fact that the Wang family wielded power comparable to the Su family. In Wang Lei's eyes, the selection of a partner was of paramount importance, and although there were many women at Qinyan Academy, only Su Qingyu and Song Qingying were truly worthy of him. He favored Su Qingyu's gentle disposition. Regarding a little brat like Qin Beichen, Wang Lei had countless methods at his disposal to eliminate him. There was no need for him to act personally. He had a band of fierce subordinates at his command. Zhao Lai had heard tales of a once prominent young talent from a minor family who had crossed Wang Lei, only to see his family vanish and himself expelled from the academy. It was after this incident that people truly understood the extent of Wang Lei's influence. While such actions were not particularly honorable, considering the conflicts ought to be resolved within the academy, Wang Lei, with his ruthless disposition, believed that if someone offended him, they deserved to be struck down with finality, leaving them no chance to retaliate. This was true for that minor family's genius, and it would be true for Qin Beichen as well. If Qin Beichen dared to hold Su Qingyu's hand, Wang Lei would not hesitate to sever Qin Beichen's hand entirely. This was Wang Lei's customary approach, albeit one that seemed excessively cruel to the students of the academy. Yet Wang Lei remained unfazed. This was merely the methodology instilled in him by his family. Since he harbored resentment towards Qin Beichen, he would naturally seek every means to eliminate him, as for Su Qingyu. Wang Lei had no intention of considering her feelings in his eyes. He was the only one worthy of her, and she could choose no one but him. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, Zhao Lai felt a stiffness envelop him. If one were to ask him whether he despised Qin Beichen, he would undoubtedly affirm it, for Qin Beichen had caused him to disband the entire Fengyan society. Denying any hatred would be a lie. However, despite his resentment, Zhao Lai's conflict with Qin Beichen was not profound. At most, he merely yearned to deliver a beating to alleviate his frustration, which was precisely what he wished Wang Lei to accomplish. However, Wang Lei clearly harbored different intentions. Zhao Lai realized that Wang Lei's inquiry into Qin Beichen's background was not merely for information. It was a prelude to bloodshed. Anxiety coursed through him, and he found himself questioning whether collaborating with Wang Lei was a prudent choice. After all, if he chose not to ally with Wang Lei, he might avoid provoking Qin Beichen, but if he aided in Qin Beichen's persecution, his conscience would be troubled. Yet, did he truly have the opportunity to refuse Wang Lei? Zhao Lai glanced at Wang Lei, feeling the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Was there a chance that Wang Lei would turn his methods against him if he declined? Zhao Lai was uncertain and preferred not to know. After all, those who possessed knowledge often met grim fates. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wang Lei and declared, "Brother Wang Lei, rest assured. I shall take care of this matter." Simultaneously, Zhao Lai silently mused. "Qin Beichen, do not hold this against me. This predicament is of your own making. Even without my involvement, your proximity to Su Qingyu would surely bring you misfortune. The instant you dared to approach her, you sealed your fate to endure Wang Lei's wrath that I merely facilitated the unfolding of this event. Should Wang Lei bring about your demise, do not place the blame upon me." As he spoke, beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhao Lai's forehead. Although he had garnered a notorious reputation within Qingyun Academy, his hands were still relatively clean, devoid of excessive bloodshed. Perhaps Qin Beichen would become the first to stain his hands with blood. Zhao Lai's mindset was undergoing a subtle transformation. Wang Lei regarded Zhao Lai with a smile, internally murmuring, "Little brat, if you wish to exploit me, be prepared to be exploited in return." In truth, Wang Lei was well aware of the recent significant events at the academy. After all, he was the scion of a prominent family and privy to certain intelligence. Thus, he understood Zhao Lai's motivations for seeking him out. Yet he chose to feign ignorance, for he indeed intended to eliminate Qin Beichen. Since Zhao Lai was so eager to assist, it would not be unreasonable to later cast him as a scapegoat. With this thought, Wang Lei cast a look of appreciation toward Zhao Lai, which only served to heighten Zhao Lai's unease. Unbeknownst to him, he believed he had outmaneuvered Wang Lei, yet in reality, he had ensnared himself. Though Zhao Lai had once commanded the Fengyan society and was esteemed within Qingyun Academy, he was still too inexperienced before Wang Lei, who had been nurtured by his family since childhood. In the realm of cunning, even if Zhao Lai possessed double the intellect, he would struggle to outwit Wang Lei. After discussing various matters with Wang Lei, Zhao Lai began to rally the remnants of the Fengyan society, seeking to leverage his connections to uncover Qin Beichen's identity. Although the Fengyan society had been disbanded, several loyal members still believed in Zhao Lai's potential for resurgence. These individuals had been waiting for Zhao Lai's call. At that moment, as Zhao Lai discreetly gathered support, dozens of former members responded to his summons. He also contemplated another advantage to eliminating Qin Beichen. It would pave the way for him to reconstruct the Fengyan society and return to a life of prominence. After all, should Qin Beichen perish, who could possibly obstruct his resurgence? Would anyone dare to voice dissent? Who dares to speak? Then do not fear his retaliation. Zhao Lai is certainly no pushover, although the reconstruction of the Fengyan society may not be particularly honorable. With the death of the primary figure, Qin Beichen, even those who harbor discontent or disdain must suppress their feelings. Under Zhao Lai's instigation, the members of the Fengyan society swiftly commenced their actions. Preparing to investigate Qin Beichen's background, at this moment, Qin Beichen, who was attending class, remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a new adversary. And this time it was more perilous than usual, potentially leading to bloodshed. Of course, Even if he were aware, Qin Beichin would never show fear. Chapter 27. The opening of the martial arts pavilion. From the moment he traversed into this fantastical realm during his childhood, Qin Beichin understood that he would eventually have to take a life. This world is inherently cruel. Sometimes, negotiations or battles cannot resolve issues. The only solution is to end life with death. That it is a reluctant choice. For in this fantastical world, many people act without restraint. With no one to impose limitations, countless individuals commit murder with maddening ease, instilling sheer terror. That in such a world, Qin Beichin could only pursue two courses of action: to enhance his cultivation and to eliminate those who harbor murderous intent towards him. Without absolute power, he could not guarantee he would not be hunted, for this world lacks lawful governance. Certain matters must inevitably be confronted. However, Qin Beichin was unaware that this confrontation would arise so soon. Even if he had known, he would still take Su Qingyu's hand. Holding the hand of his kin, what could it matter if outsiders felt envious? Even if the apocalypse were to descend, nothing could prevent Qin Beichin from holding Su Qingyu's hand. Should anyone attempt to obstruct or threaten him, Qin Beichin would eagerly face the challenge, seizing the opportunity to hone his skills. Today, Lin Fei continued to teach, though she appeared notably haggard and fatigued, as if she were juggling two jobs, one by day and another by night. Ordinarily, she exuded a vibrant allure, but now her hair lay unkempt. Qin Beichin could even sense that Lin Fei seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally drifting off while imparting her knowledge of alchemy. Naturally, such nuances would not escape the notice of a true alchemist, and thanks to his systematic enhancement of alchemical skills, Qin Beichin could clearly identify the flaws and errors in Lin Fei's teachings. After class, just as Qin Beichin was preparing to leave the classroom, Lin Fei suddenly looked up and called out to him, "Qin Beichin, come to my office." Though uncertain of Lin Fei's intentions, Qin Beichin followed her to her office. Inside, there was only a long table with a bronze cauldron and a pile of jade boxes atop it. Lin Fei sat in a chair, feigning anger as she addressed Qin Beichin. "Ah, you Qin Beichin truly are a battle enthusiast. Today you fight Zhao Lai. Tomorrow you challenge Qin Sheng. Will you take on the top 10 of Qingyan Academy the day after?" Qin Beichin shrugged helplessly and replied, "Teacher Lin, I too am quite helpless. They all wish to spar with me. I am merely compelled to engage. That in truth, I have a profound love for peace and detest fighting." While Qin Beichin's expression was earnest, Lin Fei perceived it as somewhat insincere, interpreting it as mere flattery. Yet, she was not angered. Instead, she chuckled. "Well then, if you dislike fighting, how have you become the third strongest in the academy? If you strive a bit harder, will you not dominate the academy?" She continued, "You have performed admirably, bringing no shame to your teacher. Rather, you have made it known that I have taught a genius. That I am quite pleased. May you continue to excel." Qin Beichin nodded gently, responding obediently, "Yes, I will not bring shame upon my teacher." Lin Fei smiled. "Enough of that. Focus on your cultivation henceforth." She stood and circled around Qin Beichin, remarking, "How have you already reached the foundation establishment stage? I recall not long ago you were merely at the body refinement stage. Have you learned to conceal your cultivation?" Lin Fei gazed at Qin Beichin, her eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Beichin cleared his throat a couple of times, awkwardly nodding, unable to admit that he had ascended from body refinement to foundation establishment within just a few days. His rate of progression was no longer merely astonishing. It could only be described as monstrous. Should this news escape, Qin Beichin would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain individuals. After all, achieving such a significant enhancement in such a short time implied that he harbored secrets, and secrets often imply opportunities. If Qin Beichin's prowess were to be perceived as too extraordinary, he risked being captured by ancient powerhouses, potentially ending up in an alchemical furnace to be refined into a medicinal pill, an utterly tragic fate. Thus, Qin Beichin preferred to feign concealment of his true abilities. Lin Fei patted Qin Beichin on the shoulder, not doubting him, but genuinely puzzled as to why he had chosen to hide his cultivation for so long. She inquired patiently, "Qin Beichin, since you have achieved the foundation establishment stage, have you transitioned to new techniques or martial arts?" Qin Beichin seemed to realize something and candidly replied, "Not yet. Teacher Lin, that my family is impoverished, and I cannot afford any superior techniques." Lin Fei nodded, refraining from further comment. That I asked Qin Beichin's teacher, She had some understanding of his family's circumstances. That it was precisely this understanding that led her to avoid prying into his familial background, as doing so would be a form of harm. She glanced at him and said, "No worries, your opportunity has arrived. Our academy is willing to open the martial arts pavilion to students at the foundation establishment level, allowing you to select techniques and martial arts that resonate with you. Techniques and martial arts are exceedingly rare and precious. I hope that when you enter, you will cherish this opportunity and select a technique that can solidify your foundation." Qin Beichen's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated the Academy's generosity, that he had heard that the martial arts pavilion of Qingyun Academy housed numerous rare techniques and martial arts, each of which could command exorbitant prices. The fact that these treasures were being offered freely to them left Qin Beichen astonished. He looked at Lin Fei in disbelief and asked, "Teacher Lin, is our academy preparing to flee, leaving us a token of goodwill before departure?" Enough of that, Lin Fei laughed, playfully nudging Qin Beichen's shoulder. She understood he was jesting. While the academy's decision to open the martial arts pavilion certainly had its reasons, they were not planning to abandon their stronghold. Lin Fei pondered for a moment before explaining to Qin Beichen, "In truth, our academy's choice to allow you to practice these techniques is also for the academy's own benefit. The major academies are soon to visit Qingyun Academy to scout for young talents." Chapter 28. The mysterious alchemist Qin Beichen was puzzled, wondering how the selection of young talents by the major academies was related to the opening of the martial arts pavilion. There seemed to be no necessary connection between the two events. Seeing the bewildered expression on Qin Beichen's face, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. There is indeed a connection. She cleared her throat and explained, "You can think of it this way. The talents cultivated by our academy can only reach the foundation establishment stage at most. Beyond that, we cannot provide any further conditions. Thus, the major academies are the ultimate destination for these talents. In fact, nearly all parents of students are well aware that the major academies vastly surpass Qingyun Academy, where students can only graduate upon reaching the martial realm. And in Qingzhou City, even the most basic yellow martial realm is considered strong. Hence, it can be said that students nurtured by the major academies are never weak. And parents naturally hope their children can enter these prestigious institutions for their studies. Thus, if our academy can send many students to the major academies, does it not indicate that our academy is commendable, worthy of parents entrusting their children to us? Therefore, while it appears we are sending students away, in reality, we are drawing more students to our academy. It is a case of gaining something while giving something up." Upon hearing this, Qin Beichen began to grasp the essence of Lin Fei's explanation, that he continued her thought. "So, allowing us foundation establishment students to access the martial arts pavilion is meant to enhance our abilities and increase our chances of being favored by those major academies?" Lin Fei clapped her hands in delight, impressed by Qin Beichen's intelligence that far exceeded her expectations. "Precisely. Therefore, I hope you can find suitable techniques within the martial arts pavilion to help elevate your strength further. By the way, what techniques and martial arts are you currently practicing?" Qin Beichen candidly shared his martial arts techniques and skills with Lin Fei, only to observe her expression shift to one of profound astonishment. Lin Fei could hardly fathom that Qin Beichen, having reached the foundation establishment stage, had yet to change his cultivation method. However, she understood the reasoning behind his decision. It was perhaps not that he was unwilling to switch, but rather due to his impoverished background and the absence of parental support during his formative years, leaving little means to pursue a new method. Contemplating this, Lin Fei gazed at Qin Beichen with admiration. This young lad, despite his destitute circumstances, had never faltered in his cultivation and had soared to prominence this year, becoming a figure of considerable attention within the entire Qingyun Academy. Reflecting on Qin Beichen's past experiences, Lin Fei felt a stirring of emotion. The young man before her, having attained the foundation establishment stage, must have endured immense pressure. To grow into a genius of the academy under such heavy burdens of life was truly commendable. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Qin Beichen had no desire to change his cultivation method or martial skills. The foundational techniques he currently practiced had proven remarkably effective upon entering the minor accomplishment stage, and he was beginning to anticipate the potential outcomes of advancing them to the major accomplishment stage, or even the pinnacle. With a metaphorical gold mine at home, he had no inclination to seek out lesser resources. Nonetheless, he was aware that he needed to find ways to compensate for certain deficiencies in his martial arts. It is important to note that martial skills encompass various types beyond mere offensive capabilities. including defensive techniques and agility maneuvers. Of course, there existed even more advanced martial arts, which were beyond the reach of both Qin Beiqin and the Qingyun Academy. Currently, though Qin Beiqin's offensive capabilities were formidable, his defenses and agility were lacking, relying solely on his physical prowess to evade or withstand attacks. This approach might suffice against those weaker than himself. However, it would falter against stronger opponents, in such instances. The shortcomings in defense and agility could become fatal vulnerabilities, posing a genuine threat to his life if exploited. Therefore, Qin Beiqin cherished the opportunity presented by the Academy's martial arts pavilion. Lin Fei approached and gently patted Qin Beiqin on the shoulder, saying, "Since your techniques are quite fundamental, you must seize the chance at the martial arts pavilion to select methods that truly suit you. Perhaps it will elevate your strength further." Qin Beiqin nodded appreciatively and replied, "I understand, thank you, teacher. I will strive to choose the techniques best suited to me and aim for selection by the prestigious academy." Lin Fei appraised Qin Beiqin's youthful visage and remarked, "Yes, tomorrow morning. Head to the Academy's martial arts pavilion. Simply state your name, and you will be permitted to explore the methods available. Best of luck, Qin Beiqin. I am confident you will become even more formidable and illustrious within those grand academies. And do not forget to visit the Alchemist Guild near the academy to see me. I have high hopes for your alchemical talents." A warm sensation enveloped Qin Beiqin's heart. He could discern that Lin Fei's words were genuine blessings and advice, stemming from her sincere concern for him. "Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Lin," he said respectfully, bowing his head in reverence. However, he could not resist inquiring, "Teacher Lin, I can't help but notice that you seem rather fatigued lately. Have you encountered some troubles?" Qin Beiqin asked softly. Lin Fei paused momentarily, taken aback by his perceptiveness. She had concealed her condition well, and many students had failed to notice her distress. Yet, facing Qin Beiqin, she felt no desire to hide. With a wry smile, she said, "Recently, the guild has discovered a genius, possibly an alchemical master. However, despite our efforts, we have been unable to track down his whereabouts, and I wonder if this esteemed figure is still in Qingzhou City." "Alas," Qin Beiqin, puzzled, inquired, "an alchemical master? What is that?" Noticing Qin Beiqin's interest, Su Qiyu patiently explained, "An alchemical master refers to those capable of concocting exceptionally high-grade elixirs. Their skills far surpass the imagination of ordinary alchemists. Such masters can sell just a few pills for exorbitant prices, making them true cash cows." Her eyes sparkled with longing as she continued, "If we could gain insights from such an alchemical master, the strength of our alchemist guild in Qingzhou City might ascend to new heights." Yet amid her aspirations, there lingered a sense of disappointment as she lamented, "Unfortunately, beings of such caliber are elusive, appearing only like a dragon. Rarely seen." As Lin Fei and the Alchemist Guild members scoured Qingzhou City for the elusive alchemical master, they found no trace of him. It was as though he had vanished entirely. Perhaps that esteemed figure had already departed from our Qingzhou City. Qin Beiqin was unaware that the source of this commotion was the 3-pattern foundation establishment pill he had left in the cauldron. Upon hearing Qin Beiqin's speculation, Lin Fei sighed. Indeed, the guild's president shares this sentiment. However, opportunities to encounter a master are exceedingly rare, and we truly do not wish to miss this chance. The Alchemist Guild will not abandon the search for this genius, though we plan to continue our efforts for a few more days. If we still cannot find him, we will have no choice but to relent." With a weary sigh, Lin Fei returned to her chair, her fatigue evident. Qin Beiqin smiled at her and said, "Then I hope you find that alchemical master. It is indeed curious why such masters choose to conceal themselves." Lin Fei quickly raised her hand to caution him, "We must not speak of such esteemed figures in private discussions. Although I share your sentiments. They are, after all, masters, and their actions are beyond our purview." Qin Beiqin nodded lightly, still unaware that the master he spoke of was, in fact, himself. Lin Fei, too, could not fathom that the young man before her, barely a few whiskers on his chin, was the legendary alchemical master. Standing up, she said to Qin Beiqin, "All right, you should return home and prepare. I must also head back to the guild to gather everyone for the search for that alchemical master." As she spoke, she escorted Qin Beiqin out of her office and then departed in a carriage towards the Alchemist Guild. "I will find you, alchemical master. I will not relent." Lin Fei gritted her teeth. Retrieving a jade vial from her pocket containing several elixirs, she poured one out and consumed it, her complexion brightening considerably. This vitality elixir served to replenish one's energy, akin to a Red Bull for cultivators. Though this is not a mere advertisement. Lin Fei was truly committed to locating that alchemical master. As Lin Fei pondered over the elusive master in her carriage, Qin Beichun, on his way home, found himself on the verge of sneezing repeatedly. Though puzzled, his mind remained focused on the upcoming selection of martial skills at the Academy's pavilion. Should he be able to select some agility techniques and subsequently enhance them through the system, he would truly become a versatile warrior, formidable in both combat and evasion. Of course, Qin Beichun was uncertain whether the system would enhance the techniques he selected, given its unpredictable nature, rendering it impossible to anticipate its whims. He naturally hoped that the methods he learned would be strengthened by the system, but if it were to throw a tantrum, he would be powerless to intervene. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Beichun continued on his path homeward, in Qingzhou City, at the Su residence. Su Qingyu's carriage had just come to a halt before the grand entrance when a figure hurriedly approached her. It was a young man clad in a purple robe with striking phoenix eyes. His face was alight with eagerness as he stepped forward to assist Su Qingyu by lifting the curtain of the carriage. "Miss Su, you have finally returned." The young man beamed at Su Qingyu within the carriage. However, Su Qingyu remained indifferent to the enthusiastic purple-robed youth. She greeted him with a polite smile, saying, "Brother Hu, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot linger." With that, Su Qingyu made her way directly into her room within the Su residence, her demeanor calm and devoid of further conversation with the young man. The purple-robed youth watched her retreating figure, yearning to follow but hesitating for fear of her displeasure. Ultimately, he turned away and walked in the opposite direction. "Brother Hu, was that a rejection?" A girl in a yellow dress approached, giggling as she queried. Hearing her question, Hu Liang's expression darkened slightly. He replied coldly, "What rejection? Qingyu is simply busy with other matters." Upon hearing Hu Liang's explanation, the girl laughed derisively. "Brother Hu, you truly are stubborn, or perhaps you are just overly understanding." Hu Liang's countenance grew increasingly somber as he halted in his tracks, directing his gaze towards the young girl in a low, grave tone. He inquired, "Wei Qiao, could you possibly keep your distance from me? We are here for recruitment together. Why must you mock me?" The girl in the yellow dress, Wei Qiao, chuckled. "I merely observe that senior who seems to be facing a dilemma that I am concerned for you and wish to offer my assistance." "Assist me? How could you possibly aid me?" Hu Liang, taken aback by Wei Qiao's claim of wanting to help, regarded her with a hint of surprise. Though her words were not particularly endearing, she was still a woman, and perhaps she might possess insights into Su Qingyu's thoughts that could genuinely assist him. Noticing Hu Liang's attention upon her, Wei Qiao smiled and remarked, "It seems to me that the reason Miss Su is indifferent to you, Senior Hu, is likely because her heart belongs to another, rendering her unable to see the brilliance that you possess." Upon hearing Wei Qiao's response, Hu Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stepped closer. Fixating on her, "Is this truly the case? Could it be that the eldest daughter of the Su family harbors affections for someone else?" A sense of trepidation gripped Hu Liang's heart. If Su Qingyu indeed had a beloved, his hopes would be exceedingly dim. Wei Qiao replied with a smile, "I cannot say for certain. I am merely speculating. However, if I were Miss Su and encountered someone as outstanding as you, I would undoubtedly find myself intrigued. Should I be unattached?" While Wei Qiao's words carried a hint of seduction, Hu Liang, completely absorbed in his thoughts of Su Qingyu, failed to discern her intent. His breathing grew labored, and his expression turned serious. "If that is the case, who could possibly be entwined with Qingyu? This will not do. Su Qingyu is mine, and I shall claim her. Anyone who dares to compete with me is my adversary." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Hu Liang's eyes, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. Wei Qiao maintained her unchanging smile, her demeanor reminiscent of a cunning fox, and suggested, "Whether such a beloved exists can be easily discovered. There should be intelligence organizations in Qingzhou City, and Miss Su typically cultivates at a local academy that I believe confirming this matter should not pose a challenge." Hu Liang's expression turned grave, his gaze sharpening with focus. "If that is the case, I shall unearth him and drive him away." Chapter 30. Advancement of Techniques. Unbeknownst to Qin Beichun, who was on his way home, he had inadvertently acquired a new rival. Yet, even if he were aware, he would not feel distressed. Instead, he would marvel at Su Qingyu's captivating allure. Having competitors is quite natural. It signifies Su Qingyu's exceptional qualities. Furthermore, his relationship with her was strong, and the emergence of rivals would not sow discord between them. They would continue to cherish one another, provided those competitors did not become excessively extreme. That in fact, in Qin Beichen's eyes, Wang Lei and Hu Liang were not considered true competitors. Competition implies that he had not yet established a bond with Su Qingyu, while others pursued her. That in reality, however, Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu were already deeply enamored, akin to being together, rendering these individuals mere outsiders. Of course, Wang Lei likely looked down upon Qin Beichen, believing that he was unworthy of Su Qingyu, while only he himself could be deemed deserving. After all, the notion of social status had firmly taken root in Wang Lei's mind. Unaware that he had drawn a host of rivals due to Su Qingyu, Qin Beichen returned home with a light-hearted step. Upon his arrival, he promptly set about tidying up before commencing his meditation and cultivation. Activating the foundational technique of the innate qi cultivation method at the minor accomplishment level, Qin Beichen began to absorb the primordial energy, enhancing his cultivation. The primordial energy converged into his humble abode, flowing into his various acupoints, and after refinement, it entered his meridians, gathering in his dantian. The foundation of Qin Beichen's cultivation in the dantian resembled a towering platform, its surface smooth and rounded, akin to a pale golden egg. When the primordial energy amassed within the dantian, several small whirlpools would emerge on the surface of his foundation, gradually drawing the energy into them. Upon careful observation, one would notice a golden horizontal line upon Qin Beichen's foundation, reminiscent of the markings found on medicinal pills. This singular line emitted a faint glow, signifying that Qin Beichen's cultivation was at the first level of foundation establishment. Once Qin Beichen's cultivation reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, his foundation would coalesce into 9 golden horizontal lines. While cultivating, Qin Beichen's brow furrowed slightly. That pace of advancement has slowed once more, or rather, the speed of his cultivation had not necessarily decreased. But as Qin Beichen's level increased, the rapid progress he had previously experienced in refining his body and condensing qi now seemed rather ordinary in comparison to the foundation establishment stage. This is precisely why others opt to change their techniques during the condensation or even foundation establishment stages. Their original methods no longer suited their current levels, and continuing to practice foundational techniques would hinder their cultivation. Moreover, upon reaching the condensation or foundation establishment levels, one gains the capability to challenge more advanced techniques. Thus, unless one is truly lacking the means to change, most individuals would switch methods upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Currently, Qin Beichen found himself facing a dilemma. He could certainly make a switch, yet he was also preoccupied with whether the system could elevate his innate qi cultivation method to the major accomplishment stage. In truth, the cultivation speed of the minor accomplishment level innate qi cultivation method was on par with other techniques, but compared to the previous rate at which he could progress several levels in a single night, it had indeed decreased. That if others were to learn of Qin Beichen's thoughts, they might chastise him for being overly greedy. However, Qin Beichen did not share this sentiment. Since he possessed a system, it seemed only natural for his cultivation speed to be somewhat extraordinary. Contemplating this, Qin Beichen checked the progress of his innate qi cultivation method. Technique: innate qi cultivation method, minor accomplishment, progress 98. With the progress already at 98, was the major accomplishment stage not just around the corner? Qin Beichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was no wonder the system had not criticized his cultivation speed this time. Such behavior was not characteristic of the system, and it now appeared that the system did not disdain his pace, but rather encouraged him to strive for enhancing the progress of the innate qi cultivation method. Seeking to elevate the technique's level through a different approach, Qin Beichen envisioned the explosive cultivation speed that the major accomplishment level innate qi cultivation method would unleash. He resumed his practice. His diligent efforts over the past few days had propelled the innate qi cultivation method's progress directly to 90-8. It seemed that a breakthrough in the innate qi cultivation method was imminent, either tonight or tomorrow. With this thought, Qin Beichen ceased his worries and focused intently on his cultivation, striving to elevate his prowess. As his practice deepened, Qin Beichen remained unaware that a second golden horizontal line was slowly manifesting upon his foundation, forming a faint golden shadow of a line. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou City, Two young men had yet to rest or meditate, anxiously awaiting something. Wang Lei sat on the second floor of a tea house, his expression dark. Qingzhou City's commerce thrived, and such tea houses operated around the clock. The teacup before Wang Lei had long since dried up, and he stared out the window, awaiting the appearance of a particular figure. Having waited for half the night, impatience began to creep in as he lightly drummed his fingers on the wooden table, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. Just as Wang Lei was on the verge of losing his patience, a figure hurriedly approached the tea house. "Brother Wang, I'm here." Zhao Lai hastily ascended the stairs of the tea house, arriving before Wang Lei, his expression tinged with excitement. "Why did you arrive so late?" Wang Lei furrowed his brow. Zhao Lai, looking apologetic, explained, "I'm sorry, Brother Wang. For some reason, the intelligence organization was particularly busy tonight that I waited in line all night just to obtain news about Qin Beichen." Upon hearing Zhao Lai's explanation, Wang Lei sighed in resignation. Enough that let's get to the point. What about the information on Qin Beichen?" "Oh, right, it's all here." Zhao Lai replied, producing a letter and placing it on the table before Wang Lei. As Zhao Lai gazed at the letter, a pang of regret crossed his eyes that he had spent a hefty sum of 2,000 spirit stones to acquire this information, feeling the sting of his depleted resources. Zhao Lai wished to voice his grievances. How can a poor boy like Qin Beichen have such expensive information? This intelligence organization is truly making a killing. Wang Lei, however, paid no heed to Zhao Lai's pained expression as he eagerly seized the letter. Tearing open the seal and extracting several sheets of paper, the letter provided a comprehensive account of Qin Beichen's background and experiences. After reading it, Wang Lei turned to Zhao Lai and remarked, "So Qin Beichen has been without parents since childhood and lacks any significant background." Chapter 31. Greed and Ambition Indeed. Qin Beichen possesses no notable background. He is merely a naive lad without any influential connections. I believe we can handle him with ease. Zhao Lai had not anticipated that the extraordinarily gifted Qin Beichen would actually hail from such humble beginnings. However, Wang Lei's reaction was entirely different from Zhao Lai's. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Given that Qin Beichen comes from such an unremarkable background, how on earth has he managed to elevate his prowess to such an extent in such a short time?" Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, Zhao Lai gradually came to realize this point as well. The information concerning Qin Beichen's experiences seemed to have only recently surfaced, as if he had suddenly undergone a remarkable transformation. Could it be that Qin Beichen had encountered some fortuitous event? Zhao Lai's eyes widened as he turned to Wang Lei. Wang Lei lowered his hand and nodded in agreement, saying, "I share the same sentiment." Otherwise, how could a mere pauper achieve such significant advancement? Could it be that he has been concealing his true abilities all along? Regardless, there is undoubtedly a secret surrounding this young man. Wang Lei's tone was resolute, leaving even Zhao Lai at a loss for counterarguments. Meanwhile, Zhao Lai noticed a glimmer in Wang Lei's eyes, akin to that of a beast encountering its prey. Wang Lei smiled at Zhao Lai and declared, "It seems we have compelling reasons to take action against him." Zhao Lai swallowed hard and inquired, "Brother Wang, you don't actually intend to kill Qin Beichen, do you?" Truth be told, Zhao Lai was eager to uncover the mystery behind Qin Beichen's strength. However, he merely wished to investigate rather than resort to theft or harm against him. Yet, Wang Lei was not of the same mindset as Zhao Lai. Upon hearing Zhao Lai's question, Wang Lei chuckled and replied, "How could that be? After all, Qin Beichen is a genius of our Qingyun Academy, that if I were to kill him, I might attract the Academy's ire. That's a relief." Zhao Lai nodded hastily, not wanting to have blood on his hands. However, unbeknownst to Zhao Lai, Wang Lei harbored an unspoken thought. "I cannot eliminate Qin Beichen, but Zhao Lai can. You may serve as the scapegoat." Had Zhao Lai been privy to Wang Lei's intentions, he would never have agreed to collaborate with him. But he lacked the ability to read minds. After all, he was merely a 14 or 15-year-old youth, devoid of any cunning. Zhao Lai widened his eyes and asked Wang Lei, "Brother Wang, how do you plan to deal with Qin Beichen?" Wang Lei pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe we should confront Qin Beichen directly to seek the truth to the Academy." Zhao Lai inquired. Wang Lei shook his head and replied, "No, not to the Academy, but to Qin Beichen's home, where we can interrogate him thoroughly. I believe that when faced with the two of us, he will have no choice but to speak." "What? To his home?" Zhao Lai's voice rose several decibels, astonished by Wang Lei's audacity. Yet Wang Lei quickly provided his rationale. If we try to question Qin Beichen at the academy, the teachers would undoubtedly intervene. However, at his home, the situation would be different if we both act together. He will be compelled to yield that I have already observed that his residence lies on the outskirts of Qingzhou City. Even if we create a commotion, no formidable individuals will take notice. Furthermore, as long as we go all out, Qin Beichen will have no means of resistance. Zhao Lai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wang Lei. He noticed the firelight in Wang Lei's eyes, indicating his fervent desire for the opportunities that Qin Beichen possessed. Observing Zhao Lai's hesitance, Wang Lei smiled and continued, "You may want to ponder this. However, opportunities are fleeting. They do not come twice." After hearing Wang Lei's words, Zhao Lai reflected once more and concluded that this undertaking indeed bore minimal risk. He nodded and stated, "In that case, let us give it a try. If Qin Beichen truly possesses some fortuitous event, it may very well work to our advantage. Moreover, once we teach this fellow a lesson, he should think twice before approaching senior sister Su Qingyu." A radiant smile spread across Wang Lei's face as he patted Zhao Lai's shoulder, saying, "Excellent, Zhao Lai, I knew I did not misjudge you. Stick with me, and I will lead you to become the most powerful force in Qingzhou City." Zhao Lai's heart raced with excitement. He had not anticipated that he would manage to latch onto such a significant ally. Compared to Wang Lei's family, his own was indeed a mere minor clan. The Wang family, along with the Su and Song families, as well as the Qin family of Qin Sheng, constituted the four most formidable families in the city, should they gain the Wang family's support. Perhaps the Zhao family could ascend to the ranks of a prominent family in Qingzhou City. With this thought, Zhao Lai's spirit soared. "Then let us pay a visit to Qin Beichen tomorrow evening." "Brother Wang." Zhao Lai had long since lost any sympathy for Qin Beichen. After all, it was Qin Beichen who had caused him to suffer disgrace and ridicule at the hands of his peers in the academy. It was only fitting that he sought retribution. Let it serve as a lesson for Qin Beichen, so he may understand the consequences of crossing Zhao Lai. "Very well. Tomorrow evening it is." A flicker of barely perceptible malice flashed in Wang Lei's eyes. While Qin Beichen, engrossed in his cultivation, remained blissfully unaware that he had drawn the attention of such nefarious individuals to that moment. Qin Beichen was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, striving to elevate his progress in the Xiantian nourishing qi technique to 100. He believed that once he achieved this milestone, the technique would advance to the next stage, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed. That as he diligently practiced, a second faint golden horizontal line gradually emerged upon the foundation of his cultivation, no longer appearing as an ephemeral illusion. Over the course of a single night, Qin Beichen successfully elevated his cultivation to the second level of foundation establishment, a speed that would surely elicit envy from many. It is worth noting that the accumulation at the foundation establishment level is considerably slower than at the qi condensation stage, not due to the difficulty of cultivation, but rather because establishing the most solid foundation necessitates the absorption of vast amounts of elemental energy. Under such demands, for Qin Beichen to elevate his cultivation by a level in just one night was a feat that would astonish even Su Qingyu. Thus, it can be said that the cultivation speed of the Xiantian nourishing qi technique is not particularly slow. It is merely that Qin Beichen desires to progress even more rapidly. Indeed, this desire for speed is predicated on the assurance that the quality of his cultivation would not diminish. His relentless drive to grow stronger stems from two motivations. One is to reach the pinnacle of power as swiftly as possible, and the other is to prepare for the impending enrollment at the Grand Academy. Since Su Qingyu would be attending the Grand Academy, he naturally wished to accompany her to ensure her safety. Chapter 32. Entering the Technique Pavilion. The following morning, after stabilizing his cultivation, Qin Beichen entered the academy alongside Su Qingyu. This time, they did not attend classes, for their purpose was to visit the Technique Pavilion to study martial arts and techniques. In truth, given Su Qingyu's lineage, she lacked for nothing in terms of high-quality martial arts and techniques. Yet, she insisted on coming along to assist Qin Beichen in finding suitable techniques for himself. Upon arrival, Qin Beichen discovered that the Technique Pavilion was rather modest, merely an ordinary three-story building. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, as he approached the pavilion, he sensed an undercurrent of danger. When Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu reached the entrance of the Technique Pavilion, an elderly woman clad in gray robes emerged, her sunken eyes fixated on the pair as she questioned in a low voice, What brings you two here, respected elder? I, Su Qingyu, along with Qin Beichen, are both foundation establishment students of the academy, here to seek techniques and martial arts that suit us. You should have received notice of our arrival. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's explanation, the old woman's expression softened, and she nodded gently, her gaze filled with appreciation as she regarded Su Qingyu. Very well, such a polite young girl that I remember your names. You may enter. However, do bear in mind that while you are permitted to enter the technique pavilion, you are only allowed in the first two levels. The third level is not accessible to you. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu walked side by side through the grand entrance of the technique pavilion, where they were greeted by a sea of bookshelves. The shelves filled the entire pavilion, each one meticulously arranged with jade talismans that recorded various techniques and martial arts that Su Qingyu turned to Qin Beichen and explained. These are recording talismans. They can inscribe techniques and martial arts within them, and there will also be the projection of an elder demonstrating the techniques for you. Qin Beichen found himself encountering such a record of jade talismans for the very first time. He recalled his initial foray into the primordial qi cultivation technique, where he painstakingly studied and experimented from the pages of a book that in comparison, this method was evidently more effective and better suited for practitioners. Beside each jade talisman, Qin Beichen could see a list detailing the introduction of the techniques and martial skills, which elaborated on the rank and specific effects of each martial art, allowing practitioners to gain a general understanding of the techniques before embarking on their studies. This was an exceedingly useful resource, as often practitioners, upon first encountering a technique, could not discern its merits merely from the incantations. Some techniques, despite having formidable ranks, might prove unsuitable, leading to situations where one had to abandon their practice midway. With these techniques, practitioners could save a significant amount of time and effort, and naturally, Qin Beichen greatly appreciated this approach, that it was akin to having a book accompanied by a cover and a synopsis, rendering it immensely convenient for readers. Qin Beichen's gaze swept across those introductions, beginning to observe the names of these techniques. 7-star sword, with sword light like lightning, capable of unleashing 3 sword energies. Rank, low yellow grade. Pure yang technique, medium yellow grade. After cultivation, one's internal yang energy would be abundant, bidding farewell to weakness and fatigue, becoming a true man. White bone claw, upper yellow grade. To practice this skill, one must first cultivate the low yellow grade technique, ghost claw. The array of techniques and martial skills left Qin Beichen somewhat dazzled. With so many techniques, numbering perhaps in the thousands, he found it laborious to read through all the introductions, let alone select the ones best suited for himself. With such a plethora of techniques, how long would it take to review them all? Qin Beichen clutched his head, letting out a lament to Su Qingyu. Beside him, chuckled and said, Beichen, worry not, for I am here with you. Come, let us ascend to the second floor, where the techniques and martial skills are truly worthy of you. With that, Su Qingyu took the initiative to grasp Qin Beichen's hand, leading him towards the second level of the martial arts pavilion. The second level? Qin Beichen was uncertain of the distribution of techniques here, yet Su Qingyu seemed to possess some knowledge, as she directly led him to the second floor. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the number of techniques was noticeably reduced. The bookshelves held merely a tenth of what was on the first floor, with the quantity of techniques and martial skills totaling perhaps 100 or so. Once there, Su Qingyu smiled at Qin Beichen and said, Here lies the true foundation of our academy. These martial skills and techniques are all at least upper yellow grade, with several reaching the peak of yellow grade, and even one nearing the mystical grade. Upper yellow grade? Mystical grade? Qin Beichen was astonished to learn that within the modest Qingyan Academy there existed such a wealth of tomes and even mystical grade techniques, which was truly remarkable that a mystical grade technique, if placed at an auction in Qingzhou City, would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. The Academy was generously granting them access to these techniques without charge, which was an unexpected generosity that left Qin Beichen rather taken aback. Beichen, did you come here to exchange for new techniques and martial skills? Su Qingyu inquired, fully aware of Qin Beichen's humble background, which may have limited his opportunities to acquire superior techniques and martial skills. This opening of the Academy's martial arts pavilion was a splendid opportunity for him. However, Qin Beichen hesitated for a moment. Deciding to be forthright with Su Qingyu, that he smiled and replied, Qingyu, my current techniques and martial skills are still functional. What I need most now are defensive and agility-based martial skills. Qin Beichen refrained from divulging the extraordinary existence of the system he possessed. Recognizing that even if he explained it, Su Qingyu might not grasp its significance. Very well, as long as it doesn't hinder your cultivation. Let us search for suitable agility and defensive martial skills together. Su Qingyu responded, displaying her understanding. Although she was unaware of why Qin Beichen did not wish to change his techniques, she speculated that he might have had certain fortuitous encounters or personal opportunities. Not wishing to pry further, she nodded and began searching alongside Qin Beichen for agility and defensive martial skills. The number of agility and defensive martial skills was not extensive, totaling merely a dozen or so. Nevertheless, each of these was a gem among techniques, and Qin Beichen did not find their quantity lacking. Rather, he began to earnestly read through the introductions of these martial skills. Mountain shaking body, refinement technique. Upper yellow grade, capable of rendering the flesh as unyielding as granite, impervious to blades and spears. Phantom step technique. Peak yellow grade, transforms the body into phantoms, capable of conjuring up to 2 illusions to bewilder enemies. Highly effective. Spirit phantom agility technique. Upper yellow grade, done on the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion. Qin Beichen patiently selected his techniques, that as he perused the various techniques, he was dazzled by the array before him. It seemed that each technique and martial skill was commendable, all belonging to the upper echelon of yellow-grade martial skills, promising favorable outcomes upon successful cultivation. Qin Beichen mused that with so many excellent martial skills available, it should suffice to choose just 2. Su Qingyu was unable to offer Qin Beichen much in terms of advice, as indeed, these techniques were quite exceptional. Just as Qin Beichen was about to pick up a technique titled Divine Elephant Body Refinement Technique, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! Detected that the host has selected an incongruous technique. The system harbors serious doubts regarding the host's discernment. Upon hearing the system's assessment of this technique, Qin Beichen immediately withdrew his hand, opting not to pursue this body refinement martial skill any further. This action did not go unnoticed by Su Qingyu, who, perplexed by Qin Beichen's behavior, refrained from inquiring, perhaps assuming he simply found that martial skill unsuitable to that moment. However, Qin Beichen's eyes suddenly lit up that it appeared that while he was selecting techniques, the system would provide evaluations, though the system would critique his choices. Qin Beichen did not dwell on this. Rather, he conceived a method for selecting techniques. Since the system seemed free, he decided to assign it some tasks. With that thought, Qin Beichen prepared to select another technique called Shifting the Universe. When the system's prompt once more resonated, Ding! Detected that the host has chosen a technique that emphasizes flair over effectiveness. The system expresses skepticism regarding the host's discernment. Hearing the system once again cast doubt on his judgment, Qin Beichen felt a tinge of frustration but did not relent. Instead, he continued to sift through other techniques. With so many techniques in the martial arts pavilion, surely there must be one that would satisfy the system? Qin Beichen found it hard to believe that there wasn't at least one suitable option among the thousands available. As he pondered this, he began to repeatedly pick up a technique and then put it down. Su Qingyu watched in confusion but chose not to question him, understanding that it was normal for someone to harbor certain secrets. Perhaps Qin Beichen was still in a state of indecision. Ding! The host's discernment. Ding! Discernment may not be possessed by everyone. Ding! The host could compose better techniques himself. As Qin Beichen continued to select new martial skills and techniques, the system's prompts echoed incessantly. Yet after half an hour had passed, having thoroughly searched the entire 2nd floor for martial skills, he had still not found a single technique that met the system's approval, which left him rather disheartened. Was it possible that all these techniques were inferior? But how could those housed in the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion be subpar? Did the system perhaps favor techniques of lesser quality? It began to dawn on Qin Beichen that the system might indeed favor the more fundamental types of techniques. The 3 techniques he was currently cultivating, whether the primordial chi cultivation or stone-shattering palm, were all particularly basic techniques that appeared that the system favored such foundational types, which, while perhaps not as effective as others, were easier to learn and offered significant room for improvement. With this realization, Qin Beichen understood where he ought to seek out techniques that he waved to Su Qingyu, saying, Qingyu, let us descend and take a look below. Su Qingyu, perplexed, gazed at Qin Beichen and asked, Beichen, could it be that none of these techniques here satisfy you? Qin Beichen nodded gently, replying, These techniques are quite commendable, but they seem ill-suited for me. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from between the second and third floors, reaching the staircase. Humph, arrogant. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to claim that there are no suitable techniques among those on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion? Truly the height of hubris. As the sound echoed, Qin Beichin and Su Qingyu involuntarily turned their gazes toward the source. That a young woman descended, her red long dress swaying gracefully. She appeared strikingly poised, with an air of heroism about her, resembling a formidable woman of valor. However, upon hearing Qin Beichin's words, her expression soured, and she cast a disdainful glance in his direction. She could not fathom how this seemingly ignorant youth could fail to find satisfaction among the myriad techniques housed within the skill pavilion of Qingyun Academy. Deeming him excessively discerning, Qin Beichin, sensing her hostility, maintained his composure and regarded her with an unyielding gaze. Su Qingyu stood by his side, addressing the woman with a conciliatory tone. "Miss, have you perhaps misunderstood? Beichin does not look down upon the techniques here. They simply do not suit him." Su Qingyu, possessing a sense of reason, discerned that the woman had descended from the upper floor due to Qin Beichin's remarks. Yet, the woman disregarded Su Qingyu entirely, snorting in irritation as she spoke to the pair. "I know not from which esteemed family you hail, but within my skill pavilion lie numerous techniques, many acquired at great expense, and yet they fail to meet your lofty standards. Tell me, young man, what techniques do you practice? Dare you showcase them for my inspection?" Qin Beichin and Su Qingyu could hardly anticipate the presence of such a formidable adversary above. Despite their efforts to adopt a conciliatory demeanor, she persisted in her antagonism, her temperament quite vexing. Qin Beichin replied calmly, "I practice the most fundamental techniques, the innate qi nourishing art and the stone-shattering palm. Do you have any objections, miss? Ha ha. Is this truly the reason you disdain the techniques here? You practice the most rudimentary arts, which are inferior to mine by countless measures. How dare you speak with such arrogance? Is it arrogance to state a truth?" Qin Beichin chuckled lightly, now somewhat provoked by the woman's taunts, "that I must assert that certain techniques may indeed be inferior to my innate qi nourishing art and stone-shattering palm." To Qin Beichin, this was an undeniable fact, as his techniques had undergone systematic enhancement, akin to an upgrade. Yet, to the woman in the red dress, his words were particularly grating, considering the foundational nature of the arts he practiced. The woman, visibly incensed by Qin Beichin's response, glared at him, her chest heaving with indignation. "Young man, have you lost your wits? The most basic techniques are merely of the low yellow grade. What gives you the right to claim superiority over my arts and skills?" No longer willing to tolerate her derision, Qin Beichin fixed his gaze upon her and retorted, "Is that so? If you disagree, let us put it to the test." Su Qingyu, upon hearing Qin Beichin's challenge, felt a pang of anxiety. This woman, capable of accessing the third level of the skill pavilion, likely possessed a significant background and formidable prowess. Engaging in a contest with such an individual would surely place Qin Beichin at a disadvantage. "What? You wish to compete with me? Little brat, are you seeking your own demise?" The woman laughed heartily, finding Qin Beichin's challenge utterly ludicrous, unaware of his true capabilities. "Very well, let us compete. Choose the terms that I shall not take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. I am eager to see how you intend to prove your techniques are superior." With a gleam of pride in her eyes, she declared, "Just so you know, my techniques are of the high yellow grade, far beyond your basic arts." Though Qin Beichin was uncertain whether his techniques, now elevated to a minor mastery level, could rival her high yellow grade skills, he felt he could not retreat after making such a bold proclamation. Thus, he looked at her resolutely and declared, "What high yellow grade? To me, all else is beneath the most fundamental arts, which are truly the finest." To his surprise, as he uttered these words, the elderly woman guarding the first level of the skill pavilion suddenly brightened. With a flick of her wrist, she sealed the entrance, creating an impenetrable barrier that prevented anyone from entering the pavilion. On the second level, Qin Beichin pondered for a moment before stating, "In that case, let us compete with our cultivation limited to the second level of foundation establishment. Let the games begin. I shall not bully you," the woman declared, raising her hand to her chest and striking it, causing her cultivation to swiftly drop to the first level of foundation establishment. Witnessing her ability to suppress her strength, Su Qingyu realized that this woman was no ordinary opponent. She leaned closer to Qin Beichin and whispered, Beichin, do you feel confident? In truth, Qin Beichin had little assurance, but to reassure Su Qingyu and bolster his own confidence in the system, he nodded firmly. Seeing that the other party was likewise serious, Qin Beichin did not hold back, stating, retrieve 2 spirit stones. Let us see who can absorb them more rapidly. The woman rolled her eyes at Qin Beichin, questioning, why should I use my spirit stones? Do you not possess any? I truly do not. Qin Beichin replied nonchalantly, embodying a roguish charm, that I am indeed impoverished. Just tell me if you are willing to compete. You insolent pauper, let us compete. The woman retorted, producing a storage pouch from her garments that in her moment of excitement, she inadvertently fumbled, causing thousands of low-grade spirit stones to spill onto the ground. Goodness! Qin Beichin exclaimed in astonishment, realizing her considerable wealth. Not only was she formidable in skill, but also affluent in resources that he suddenly felt that perhaps forging a connection with her would not be amiss. However, he jested internally, resolutely refusing to barter his soul for riches. As his mind raced, an idea sparked. The woman, observing the scattered spirit stones, grew increasingly agitated. She hastily began to gather them, fearing the impoverished youth might snatch them away. That moment, a knowing smile crept across Qin Beichin's face. How about a wager? Wager. The woman raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued. What do you propose to wager? Qin Beichin held up 2 fingers. Let us wager 2,000 spirit stones that if I win, you gift me 2,000 spirit stones. If I lose, I shall gift you 2,000. That the woman scoffed. You wish to swindle me. Do you possess 2,000 spirit stones, pauper? I assure you I do. Su Qingyu interjected, stepping beside Qin Beichin and presenting him with a storage pouch. Flashing a gentle smile, the 2 women exchanged glances, their eyes clashing in a silent battle. Very well. I shall accept your wager, the woman asserted, placing her storage pouch down and fixing her gaze on Qin Beichin. Prepare yourself, young man, for today you shall learn that there are those beyond your reckoning. With that, she tossed a spirit stone to Qin Beichin. As both held their spirit stones, they locked eyes in determination. Qingyu, would you kindly officiate? When you say begin, we shall commence absorbing the energy from the stones. Qin Beichin instructed Su Qingyu patiently. Rest assured, Beichin. Su Qingyu nodded, her focus unwavering as she observed Qin Beichin and the woman face each other, each holding a spirit stone to facilitate the comparison of their absorption rates. The spirit stones shimmered with a golden aura. The one who absorbed the energy more swiftly would find their stone paling in color. Once both were ready, Su Qingyu kept her gaze fixed on their spirit stones and declared, I announce, begin. The elderly woman, who guarded the techniques pavilion, approached Su Qingyu with an air of curiosity, observing the duel between the 2 contenders. Her arrival took both Su Qingyu and the woman in the red dress by surprise, yet they remained undistracted. The moment the red-dressed woman heard Su Qingyu announce the commencement of the match, she exerted herself to the utmost, drawing upon the vital energy contained within the essence stones. Meanwhile, Qin Beichin began to activate the initial level of the innate qi cultivation technique, akin to a vacuum, absorbing the energy from the essence stones. The essence stones were imbued with extraordinarily pure energy, making them ideal for cultivators. Both participants remained engrossed in their energy absorption, leaving the observation to Su Qingyu. She focused intently on the essence stones in their hands, noticing that the energy in Qin Beichin's stone appeared to diminish at a faster rate. Chapter 35. A new bet. Su Qingyu was taken aback. She realized that Qin Beichin was practicing the most fundamental version of the innate qi cultivation technique. Logically, his cultivation speed should not surpass that of the woman in the red dress. Yet, it seemed that whenever extraordinary events transpired in Qin Beichin's life, they felt perfectly natural. That Su Qingyu recalled how, during his battles against Zhang Hai, Zhao Lai, and Qin Sheng, he had also resorted to the basic shattered stone palm, which, along with his mountain-opening fist, exhibited remarkable power, even exceeding that of superior yellow-grade martial techniques. That it appeared that Qin Beichin possessed a remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, elevating the most basic and simplistic techniques to an elite level, which filled Su Qingyu with admiration. Upon witnessing Qin Beichin's speed in absorbing energy surpassing that of the red-dressed woman, the elderly woman's gaze turned astonished. She took a couple of steps forward to gauge Qin Beichin's aura. As the guardian of the techniques pavilion, Her profound cultivation allowed her to effortlessly discern the nature of the technique he was employing. Betting was a commonplace occurrence, but she needed to ensure that the process remained fair, so that the outcome would garner the approval of all. Although the woman in red suppressed her cultivation to the second level of foundation establishment, her training speed had hardly diminished, as there was a certain correlation between cultivation level and speed. She was confident that she would undoubtedly surpass Qin Beichin, focusing intently on absorbing the energy from the essence stones, determined to deny that annoying fellow any opportunity. The red-dressed woman could sense the energy within the essence stones depleting rapidly. Victory was assured. Her spirit soared as she began to envision her forthcoming celebration and how she would humiliate Qin Beichin. However, just as she was about to completely deplete the energy from the essence stone, a voice pierced her thoughts. "Is it not over yet? I'm almost dozing off." She opened her eyes to find Qin Beichin holding a handful of essence stone powder, gazing at her. "What?" The woman in red stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Qin Beichin had already consumed all the energy from the essence stone. She could even see the relaxed expression on his face. Why you? How is this possible?" She staggered back 2 steps, feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat. This was her first loss to someone, and the sensation was surreal. Qin Beichin casually flipped his hand, allowing the essence stone powder to cascade to the ground. His palm now pristine. "Why is it impossible?" The woman remained incredulous, struggling to reconcile the situation. How could the foundational innate qi cultivation technique possibly outperform her superior yellow-grade technique? "Qingling, calm down," the elderly woman remarked. Casting a steady glance at the red-dressed woman, Dio not doubt him any longer. "You have indeed lost. Sometimes, one must acknowledge their shortcomings to allow for growth." That Qingling's face darkened, yet she ultimately absorbed the elderly woman's words. She swayed slightly, fixing her gaze on Qin Beichin. "All right, I admit it, you have won. But dare you wager again?" After confirming the cultivation speed of the initial level innate qi cultivation technique, Qin Beichin finally understood the magnitude of the system's strength. His current cultivation speed was certainly not inferior to any superior yellow-grade technique, which implied that the speed of the innate qi cultivation technique might be nearing the mysterious tier, if not actually at that level. This realization filled Qin Beichin with a newfound courage to engage in a wager with the woman. "What shall we bet on?" "I advise you to remain calm. Otherwise, your defeat may be rather humiliating. And others will say, 'I bullied you.'" Qin Beichin maintained a composed demeanor, yet his nonchalant expression only served to provoke the woman further, inciting her ire. The woman glared at Qin Beichin, gritting her teeth. "Since I cannot best you in techniques, let us contest in martial skills. As per tradition, we shall compare the power of our martial techniques at the same cultivation level and see whose is superior. If you win, 1,000 spirit stones await you." Upon hearing the mention of spirit stones, Qin Beichin's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "Of course, I agree. Who would refuse the prospect of earning spirit stones?" Seeing the broad smile on Qin Beichin's face only fueled the woman's anger. His words implied that he considered victory a foregone conclusion, portraying him as an insufferably arrogant man. Qingling seethed with frustration. But the elderly woman remained impartial, simply observing the 2 competitors with a calm demeanor. Su Qingyu glanced at Qingling, sensing that her cultivation was formidable, even if she had not surpassed the foundation establishment stage. She was at least at its pinnacle. Such strength would be challenging for even her to contend with. Meanwhile, Qin Beichin was still merely at the second level of foundation establishment, leaving a significant gap in their power. Although Qingling could suppress her cultivation at the second level, her extensive battle experience was not something that could be repressed, which meant Qin Beichin could find himself at a disadvantage during the confrontation. With this thought, Su Qingyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Qin Beichin. Nevertheless, she recalled how he seemed to consistently turn misfortune into fortune in battle, gradually easing her concerns. Su Qingyu and the elderly woman stepped back a couple of paces, creating a small space for the duel. The elderly woman, wary of the potential destruction from their combat, gently cautioned, "Be mindful of your movements. Do not damage the technique's pavilion. If anyone were to ruin my floor, I would have no choice but to make them serve here for 10 years. There was an implicit authority in the elderly woman's threat, causing both contenders to pause in their preparations. They believed that she might genuinely follow through, and thus their movements became considerably more graceful. "Boy, my rainbow palm is a superior yellow-grade technique. You had better be cautious. If I happen to break your bones, do not cry out in pain, Qingling warned, her gaze fixed on Qin Beichun as energy began to coalesce in her hands, forming a red flower emblem upon her palm. In the face of her aggressive stance, Qin Beichun remained remarkably composed, as though he were preparing for a leisurely meal rather than a battle. He adopted the posture of the shattered stone palm with an air of lightness. "Please do enlighten me," he said with a serene expression. Despite the impending confrontation, Qin Beichun's demeanor was earnest. Yet the woman failed to notice this. Observing his movements, she recognized them as the most rudimentary form of the yellow-grayed shattered stone palm. Having practiced it herself, she was well aware of its techniques and movements. Chapter 36. Victory and Repayment Shattered Stone Palm. A mere yellow-grade lower-tier technique. "I shall see what you can do with it," Qingling declared, her arms spreading wide like a celestial bird taking flight, as an aura began to coalesce around her, that a gentle breeze swept through the second floor of the Techniques Pavilion, a deliberate act of control on her part. Without such restraint, the bookshelves could very well be toppled. The breeze caressed Qin Beichun's face, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Once the shattered stone palm reached the initial level of proficiency, not only did its combat prowess improve, but so too did Qin Beichun's battle instincts. Thus, while his movements may have appeared solely focused on executing the shattered stone palm, his posture was solid and unwavering, leaving Qingling momentarily at a loss for any vulnerabilities. The elderly woman, observing Qin Beichun's stance, felt a flicker of interest. She murmured softly, "Returning to simplicity. Could this truly be the essence of returning to simplicity?" Su Qingyu, engrossed in the unfolding duel, did not catch the elderly woman's whispered thoughts. She watched as Qingling's hands advanced toward Qin Beichun's chest. "Since I cannot find a flaw, I shall simply break your defense and create one," Qingling exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of phantom strikes aimed at perplexing Qin Beichun. Her hands appeared to target his chest, but her true aim lay at his shoulder. With a resounding clap, their palms collided, producing a sharp crack that reverberated through the air, the energy from their hands exploding in a cacophony. "What? You could see through my illusions," Qingling gasped in surprise. Yet her movements did not cease. The so-called phantoms were merely afterimages created by excessively rapid actions. However, for Qin Beichun, who had achieved a perfect foundation and undergone multiple physical enhancements, these phantoms held no significance, that he could effortlessly discern Qingling's true form amid her afterimages. Nonetheless, Qingling was not to be underestimated. The Hongling Palm was an exquisite martial technique of the yellow tier, replete with various maneuvers, not limited to just afterimages. "Take this." Qingling's body sank, and without warning, she extended her long leg to kick at Qin Beichun's feet, her leg tracing an arc through the air. This move was indeed unexpected, considering they were initially supposed to be demonstrating palm techniques. "Despicable," Su Qingyu snorted disdainfully. Yet the old woman remained impassive, observing Qingling as if she were fully aware of the girl's cunning nature. Whoosh! The whip-like kick sliced through the air, aiming for Qin Beichun's leg. However, Qin Beichun remained unfazed. On the contrary, a hint of a smile crept onto his face, bang, with a light tap of his right foot. Qin Beichun's vital energy erupted beneath him, propelling his body into the air as if mechanically launched, causing Qingling's kick to miss its target entirely, that he then gracefully lifted his palm, twisting in mid-air, to strike at Qingling, who had yet to retract her leg in the midst of his descent. Qin Beichun's movements were swift that Qingling's eyes widened. She hadn't anticipated such a quick reaction from Qin Beichun, who not only evaded her attack, but also formulated a counterattack in an instant. His battle awareness even surpassed her own. Yet Qingling was reluctant to concede this fact. As she saw Qin Beichun aiming his palm at her, she could only brace herself with one hand on the ground, twisting her body and using her arm's strength to leap away. Noticing this, Qin Beichun hastily withdrew his palm. Fearing he might shatter the ground and provoke the old woman's ire, he gently landed as his energy retracted. Die! At that moment, a fierce aura surged towards Qin Beichun's back. Qingling, her hands emanating a faint red glow, was launching a strike aimed at his back. Qin Beichun had no doubt that this palm strike could easily shatter mountains. Yet he chose not to evade. He was eager to discover whose martial prowess was superior in their encounter, that a soft golden light flickered on his palm as he twisted like a dragon. Meeting the attack of the red-dressed girl, Qingling, "You are celebrating too soon, my lady." Qin Beichen was confident that the enhanced lesser shattering palm would not pale in comparison to her Hongling palm. Qingning clenched her silver teeth, fiercely striking towards Qin Beichen, brimming with confidence in her skills as well. However, just as their palms were about to collide, two energy-concentrated barriers appeared before them. Stop! Their forceful strikes landed upon the barriers with a resounding thud. Thud! The barriers, akin to iron plates, merely quivered slightly upon impact. Observing this, Qin Beichen glanced at the old woman but refrained from speaking. The earlier declaration had come from her, and she was the only one present with the authority to intervene. The red-dressed girl, Qingning, looked at the old woman with confusion. "Grandmother, why do you stop me?" The old woman paid no heed to Qingning's question, her expression serene as she gazed at her granddaughter, softly declaring, "That is enough. Qingning, you have already lost. Produce 2,000 low-grade yuan stones and return to the third floor to cultivate." Naturally, Qingning was indignant, her emotions flaring as she prepared to protest. "Umph." The old woman cast a penetrating gaze at her. Just that one look rendered Qingning silent, even causing her to shrink back, as if she feared the old woman to go. "Heed my words." The old woman fixed her gaze upon Qingning. With no alternative, Qingning reluctantly retrieved 2,000 low-grade yuan stones, placing them before Qin Beichen. Subsequently, she glared fiercely at him, her expressive eyes conveying a silent message. "Boy, I haven't lost today. Wait and see." Her gaze was sharp, as if it could pierce through Qin Beichen. Yet he remained unperturbed, smiling as if he were a cotton ball, impervious to any harm. Upon seeing the small mountain of yuan stones before him, Qin Beichen chuckled and bowed in thanks to the red-dressed girl. "Qingning, thank you, my lady, for your generous gift of yuan stones." Hearing this, Qingning clenched her fists in fury, wishing she could knock Qin Beichen down and turn him into a pig's head at Su Qingyu, noticing the triumphant smile on Qin Beichen's face. Felt no irritation but was instead filled with delight. "Qingyu, this is your share of 1,000 yuan stones." Qin Beichen placed the 2,000 yuan stones he had just won into 2 storage bags, then handed one to Su Qingyu. With a smile, Su Qingyu accepted the bag, surprised that Qin Beichen had returned her owed yuan stones so swiftly. Chapter 37. The freak among geniuses that Su Qingyu had never intended to reclaim her 1,000 low-grade yuan stones from Qin Beichen. After all, they were but a trifling sum to her. She would be more than happy to spend them on him. However, Qin Beichen was clearly a competitive individual, fixated on repaying the debt as Su Qingyu took the storage bag from him. She noticed Qingning's expression darkening further. Qingning was infuriated to see Qin Beichen, having just taken her money, now dividing the spoils with Su Qingyu. It would be a lie to say she wasn't upset. More importantly, she was genuinely dissatisfied, convinced that her martial skills were far superior to Qin Beichen's. Yet, there was no way around it. She had to heed her elder's words. "Elder, my lady, we shall take our leave for now. I will search the first floor for suitable martial techniques." As Qin Beichen spoke, he grasped Su Qingyu's hand and headed downstairs. Qingning glared fiercely at Qin Beichen, her eyes conveying a silent threat. "Boy, should we cross paths again, I will ensure your utter defeat." As Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu's figures disappeared from the second floor, Qingning turned to the old woman, her face a mix of frustration. "Grandmother, why did you say I lost? We haven't even fought yet." "I refuse to believe it. My Hongling palm is a superior yellow tier technique. How could it possibly be outmatched by the most basic shattering palm?" The old woman seemed to have anticipated Qingning's question. She spoke slowly. "I understand your discontent. Go and take a look at the 2 barriers." Upon hearing the old woman's response, Qingning finally noticed the 2 barriers that had obstructed her and Qin Beichen. They appear to be stationary. Upon examining the barrier she had struck, she found it completely intact, having only experienced a slight quiver. Yet when she approached the barrier that had absorbed Qin Beichen's strike, her expression froze, her mouth slightly agape. Before her, a distinct palm print was clearly imprinted on the barrier, appearing strikingly conspicuous. Moreover, near the edges of the palm print, she noticed a fine crack had formed in the barrier, leaving her astounded. Regardless of the circumstances, this barrier had been conjured by her grandmother's own hand. Even without exerting her full strength, it was inconceivable that someone of Qin Beichen's second-level foundation could have caused such a fissure. Could it be that I truly lost? A wave of helplessness washed over Qingning, and in that moment, an overwhelming sense of defeat surged within her. It dawned on her that her grandmother's intervention was not to prevent her from fighting, but to protect her from injury. Fearing she would suffer a humiliating defeat, Qingning's expression grew dazed. This was the first time in her life she had been so thoroughly bested by a man. Not only had she lost 2,000 yuan stones, but more importantly, she found herself questioning everything. The old woman approached Qingning, gently reaching out to stroke her hair. Her touch was tender, as she helped Qingning smooth out the disheveled strands that had been disturbed by their earlier confrontation. "Grandmother, I truly lost, but I cannot comprehend why." Qingning's expression was complex as she looked at the old woman. Logically speaking, Qin Beichen was inferior to her in both cultivation and combat experience, and his martial techniques and skills were merely the most basic variety. How, then, had he managed to defeat her? She found Qin Beichen perplexing, almost like a freak, accomplishing what seemed impossible. The old woman patted Qingning's shoulder and said, "Child, your loss is not unjust. What you faced was a true genius among freaks. Their talents far exceed our imagination. Such geniuses may practice only the most fundamental techniques, yet they are able to extract the most powerful insights from these basics, successfully evolving them into something far more formidable. Indeed, he practices the most rudimentary qi cultivation technique and shattering palm, but his understanding of these foundational techniques has undergone a transformation, reaching a level where he can learn anew from the old. This implies that the most basic techniques in their hands may rival those of the yellow tier's upper echelons or even higher, a feat entirely within the realm of possibility." The old woman spoke, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Qingning, encountering such a prodigy, your loss is not unjust. However, I hope you can aspire to be like him, or at the very least, refrain from becoming his adversary. Such a genius is not someone we can provoke." After hearing her grandmother's admonition, Qingning gradually calmed her emotions. From the old woman's perspective, it was indeed understandable that Qin Beichen was dissatisfied with the techniques on the second level. Yet, Qingning's grandmother had always guarded the techniques pavilion, naturally wishing to avoid seeing its methods scorned, which explained her anger and irrational actions. "Come, let us ascend to the upper floor to cultivate. Devote yourself to your practice. Your future is equally bright and limitless." The old woman patted Qingning's shoulder, sending her up to the third level of the techniques pavilion. Meanwhile, Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu had reached the first level of the techniques pavilion. "Beichen, are we really going to leave empty-handed?" Su Qingyu felt that Qin Beichen's rare visit should yield some rewards to justify the trip. Qin Beichen shook his head and smiled, saying, "Of course not. I intend to select some martial techniques from the first level." "The first level?" Su Qingyu suddenly grasped Qin Beichen's intention, realizing he seemed particularly fond of these foundational martial skills. Although these low-grade martial techniques did not appear formidable in her eyes and were not quite befitting of Qin Beichen's talent, it dawned on her that perhaps what suited him best was indeed the simplest. Su Qingyu nodded, smiling as she encouraged Qin Beichen. "In that case, Beichen, do take your time to search them." Qin Beichen replied, immediately starting to look around the shelves dedicated to martial techniques. Seeking out the most suitable movement and defensive techniques for himself, that as he perused the introduction of a movement technique, he softly read its content. Twist and turn. Coming and going like the wind. Ding. Major issue detected with the host's choices. The system's voice chimed in, causing Qin Beichen's expression to darken. Yet he did not give up, continuing his search for new martial techniques. With so many techniques on the first level, he refused to believe that none would suit him. Moonlight step? Ding. Unfit. Linglong movement. Ding. Unfit. Qin Beichen had already sifted through hundreds of martial techniques nearby, yet the system's evaluations grew increasingly scathing. Ding. The system seriously doubts the host's ability to distinguish between day and night, as the host currently resembles someone sleepwalking. Qin Beichen's face grew even darker. He had endured over 100 sarcastic remarks from the system. Were it anyone else, they might have crumbled under such relentless criticism, yet Qin Beichen persevered. However, the options for martial techniques were dwindling. Qin Beichen began to question whether he would find suitable movement and defensive techniques in the techniques pavilion today. 7-star step, ding. The system suggests the host restart. Qin Beichen swore that if the system had a physical form, he would certainly deliver a couple of punches. Diamond body, ding. The system suddenly believes that following the host is an unwise choice. Qin Beichen was so incensed that his hair nearly stood on end. Su Qingyu stood nearby, observing as Qin Beichen grew increasingly frantic. She couldn't help but chuckle. It was her first time witnessing him so flustered. Seemingly at a loss, she decided that if he struggled too much in finding suitable martial techniques, she would introduce him to some from her family's treasury. In the end, Qin Beichin was on the verge of despair. He was left with only 2 movement techniques and 3 body refining techniques. Would these satisfy the system as criteria? Fengyan movement. Ding. The system suggests the host unbind themselves. It can't possibly be this low-grade foundational movement technique. Qin Beichin remarked, reaching for a martial technique that had been gathering dust on the bottom shelf, feeling utterly hopeless. Ding. Detection indicates the host has selected a suitable technique. Please proceed to cultivate and enhance proficiency. Upon hearing the system's latest prompt, Qin Beichin's eyes instantly brightened, and his whole demeanor was revitalized. Grasping the foundational movement technique's jade talisman, he gritted his teeth and declared, "So, the most ordinary is indeed the best." As he spoke, Qin Beichin also pulled out a foundational body refining technique from the few available. Ding. Detection indicates the host has selected a suitable body refining technique. Please proceed to cultivate. That a sense of pride radiated from Qin Beichin's eyes. His conjecture had proven correct. The system seemingly preferred him to practice the most basic and simplest martial techniques, and it appeared that the lower the grade, the better. That he wondered whether this was the system's peculiar sense of humor, or if, indeed, simplicity was the key. Nevertheless, since the system had recommended it, Qin Beichin felt compelled to give it a try. What if these foundational movement and body refining techniques could be cultivated to a minor or major success, leading to a qualitative leap? With this thought, Qin Beichin's anticipation began to swell. What excited him even more was the possibility that if he successfully cultivated these techniques to a minor success stage, would the resulting reactions become even more intense? He was keen to find out. Just then, the old woman descended after sending her granddaughter, Qingming, to the 3rd floor, glancing at the 2 martial techniques in Qin Beichin's hands. Indeed, geniuses like you prefer to cultivate the simplest and most foundational martial techniques and methods. Qin Beichin scratched his head and replied with a smile, simple and easy to master. Although Su Qingyu had considered that Qin Beichin might select the most basic martial techniques, she was surprised by just how elementary they were, to the point where they could hardly be considered anything more than foundational. Were she to cultivate, she would certainly not choose such techniques, given her relatively decent talent. Moreover, unlike Qin Beichin, she did not possess the remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, extracting immense power from simple methods. The old woman chuckled. It is indeed a fortunate thing for our Qingyan Academy to have a genius like you. My granddaughter can be quite temperamental. I apologize on her behalf, Senior. That is quite unnecessary. Qin Beichin promptly bowed to the old woman. While he had initially been displeased by Qingming's attitude, the fact that she had repeatedly suffered setbacks at his hands and even gifted him 2,000 low-grade spirit stones had long since dissipated any resentment. To be frank, Qin Beichin even found her somewhat agreeable, considering he had never before amassed such a fortune in low-grade spirit stones. With these spirit stones, he could contemplate refining more pills to enhance his cultivation, thereby becoming even stronger. Thus, he felt the old woman had no need to apologize. Seeing Qin Beichin so understanding, the old woman nodded with a smile, taking out 2 jade talismans from her storage bag. These talismans contain the cultivation content for the foundational movement and body refining techniques. They are merely copies, but they will not hinder your practice. Qin Beichin nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the copies and returning the jade talismans to their place. Thank you, Senior. Will I need to return these talismans? He inquired. The old woman shook her head, responding, these talismans are single-use. Once you have practiced with them, they will shatter. However, remember the rules of our academy and the techniques pavilion. The martial techniques and methods you acquire here must not be shared with outsiders. This is the sole requirement. Understood. Thank you, Senior. Qin Beichin replied, storing the talismans and bowing deeply to the old woman. Noticing Qin Beichin's thoughtfulness, the old woman earnestly advised, cultivate diligently. These foundational martial techniques and methods have significant origins. To my knowledge, their creators were among those who once engaged with the very source of cultivation. Quantitative changes may lead to qualitative transformations. Once you master these foundational techniques, they may interact in wondrous ways. Upon hearing the old woman's insights, Qin Beichin's eyes shone with newfound resolve that he had never heard of such a phenomenon before. And now that he considered it, perhaps the system's insistence on him cultivating these foundational techniques was indeed for this reason. While he was unsure of the connection between the old woman's mention of the source of cultivation and the system, he had firmly resolved to master both the foundational movement and body refining techniques. Eager to explore the interplay between these methods, what if he truly discovered something remarkable? Perhaps the potency of the martial techniques and methods would further amplify. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Qin Beichen felt a surge of excitement. Even more exhilarating was the prospect that if he could cultivate all these techniques to minor success, would the resulting interactions become even more pronounced? Qin Beichen was eager to uncover the answer. However, just then, the old woman spoke again. However, I have heard that in addition to these techniques, there seems to be a foundational mental technique as well. Yet, all secret arts related to the mind are shrouded in mystery, and we do not have any preserved here. Chapter 39. The Foundation Body Refinement Technique, Minor Achievement upon hearing the words of the old woman. Qin Beichen widened his eyes in astonishment. That it seemed that he had yet to gather all the foundational techniques. What exactly was this foundational spiritual technique? Qin Beichen felt a surge of curiosity mingled with a touch of disappointment. He had originally believed he could explore the connections among these foundational techniques, but it appeared he had rejoiced too soon. The existence of yet another foundational spiritual technique left him uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Clearly, the quest for foundational techniques was far from over. He still had much to uncover. Nodding gently, Qin Beichen expressed to the old woman, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Your guidance has been immensely beneficial." The old woman smiled as she bid farewell to Qin Beichen and Su Qingyu as they departed from the technique pavilion. Su Qingyu, with a playful smile, remarked, "I imagine if those students from the academies learned that Beichen selected a low-grade yellow-tier martial art from the technique pavilion, they would be utterly infuriated." Qin Beichen shrugged and chuckled. "What can I say? It's not as if there were other techniques more suited to me." After concluding their selection of techniques and martial arts, the two parted ways, each having classes to attend in the afternoon. Moreover, Qin Beichen needed to find time to practice the martial arts he had just acquired. With a heart brimming with excitement, Qin Beichen took the 2 volumes of techniques and made his way to the academy's training room. These training rooms were typically constructed with great fortitude, allowing practitioners to test their martial arts while also safeguarding against potential mishaps that could result in catastrophic failures. Access to the training rooms was free of charge. However, each student was permitted only 10 days of use per month. Fortunately, Qin Beichen had rarely utilized them in the past, as he was hesitant to be ridiculed when his skills were still lacking. Yet now, with his enhanced abilities, he felt a newfound confidence and boldly stepped into one of the training rooms. Upon entering, Qin Beichen immediately noticed the concentration of vital energy within the room was significantly greater than that of the outside world. If he devoted himself to training here, his cultivation speed might increase by 1 to 2-fold. Nevertheless, he remained focused on his purpose for the day, promptly placing the jade talisman, representing the foundational body refinement technique, upon his forehead. He began to channel vital energy into it, embarking on the study of its principles, as expected. Just as Su Qingyu had indicated, upon infusing the talisman with vital energy, an ethereal figure manifested in his mind. This figure was seated in meditation, and upon noticing Qin Beichen's presence, it continued undistracted, calmly demonstrating the practice of the foundational body refinement technique. Qin Beichen could only marvel. Truly, the jade talisman was akin to a learning device. As the ethereal figure conveyed every essential aspect of practicing the foundational body refinement technique, even demonstrating the process multiple times, it wasn't until Qin Beichen successfully completed the foundational body refinement technique. Guided by the principles and the figure's instructions, that a satisfied smile finally graced the figure's face, only to then gradually dissipate. Simultaneously, the jade talisman affixed to Qin Beichen's forehead shattered into fragments. As Qin Beichen initiated the foundational body refinement technique, the vital energy within him began to flow toward the designated acupoints indicated by the technique. Upon successfully circulating the technique for a full cycle, a tingling sensation surged from the crown of his head, radiating throughout his body. That a resonating hum echoed through Qin Beichen's form, causing his body to tremble slightly. This tingling and heightened sensitivity rendered him momentarily speechless. However, soon after, an intense pain surged from within, as if his flesh and blood were being hammered by a relentless forge, the vital energy exerting its transformative influence within him. Visibly, dark yellow and crimson impurities began to seep from the surface of Qin Beichen's skin, indicative of the toxins within his body. Indeed, although he had experienced a refinement of his physical form at various stages of cultivation, it had ultimately been a transformation driven by his cultivation level rather than an active metamorphosis of his body. But now, it felt as if his physical form had awakened. Every cell grew increasingly vibrant, eagerly absorbing the vital energy. Continuing this practice, Qin Beichen's physical strength would undoubtedly increase at a much faster rate than before. When he had solely practiced the innate nourishing technique, any enhancement of his physical form depended on the absorption and circulation of vital energy, allowing it to permeate every part of his body, a process akin to gentle nurturing. In this scenario, only a minimal amount of vital energy was truly engaged, with the majority being released under the guidance of techniques and martial arts. Thus, the effects of such enhancement could only be described as moderate, which was the common method employed by most practitioners to strengthen their bodies. However, once he began practicing body refinement martial arts, it meant Qin Beichen could actively command his body to absorb vital energy, rendering the enhancement process exceptionally proactive, with the intake of vital energy akin to devouring vast quantities. Yet, just as Qin Beichen was beginning to sense his physical form growing stronger, a voice echoed beside him. Ding. Detection reveals that the host's body resembles kneaded dough. The system will enhance the body refinement martial arts. Enhancement complete. Foundational body refinement technique. Minor achievement progress 5. The sudden notification from the system caught Qin Beichen off guard. Truly unexpected. Although he was aware that the system would enhance his techniques and martial arts, he had not anticipated such a rapid activation of enhancement. With the system's reinforcement, Qin Beichen observed that the speed of his physical enhancement had accelerated once more. His body transformed into a formidable machine, continuously absorbing vital energy for the purpose of bodily enhancement. His flesh and bones were nourished by this vital energy, which coalesced into a stream flowing through his bones. Muscles and meridians, ultimately converging within his spine, carrying away impurities and toxins along the way. This exemplified the benefits of practicing body refinement martial arts, and with the system's enhancement, the effects of the foundational body refinement technique became even more astonishing. On one hand, Qin Beichen's physical form experienced reinforcement, enhancing his strength, speed, and defense, indicating that his body could potentially achieve the strength of a weapon, capable of tearing through blades. That, on the other hand, the process of body refinement also served to purify his flesh. Originally, there may have existed hidden injuries within Qin Beichen's body, yet these, after the transformation of his flesh, would be expelled in the form of impurities and blood stains. This marked a further metamorphosis of his physical form. Chapter 40. A surge in speed, the allure of foundational body techniques with the enhancement of his physique. Qin Beichen's skin no longer appeared pale, but took on a wheatish hue, exuding a sense of vitality and masculinity. He was quite pleased with this transformation, wishing to avoid the envious gazes of Su Qingyu. And indeed, a man with excessively fair skin could appear rather incongruous. Of course, this was merely Qin Beichen's personal aesthetic. After advancing the foundational body refinement technique to the minor achievement stage, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being, as if his muscles were loaded with gunpowder. Yearning for release, he gently lifted his hand, retracting his palm slightly before suddenly striking outward against the metallic wall of the training room. Bang! The impact of his palm against the wall produced a sound akin to metal colliding, an oddity considering Qin Beichen appeared to be an ordinary mortal. When he withdrew his hand, a clear imprint was left indented in the metallic wall, while his palm remained unscathed. Qin Beichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He remembered that this metallic wall was purported to withstand attacks from practitioners at the mid-foundation stage. Did this not imply that his physical strength had reached a level comparable to that of a mid-foundation practitioner? It is important to note that he has merely begun to cultivate the foundational body refinement technique, which inherently emphasizes a gradual progression. This implies that Qin Beichen's physical form possesses ample potential for enhancement. Given the remarkable effects of this foundational technique, Qin Beichen has already begun to look forward to his basic movement skills that he hopes that the system will provide some support to strengthen his foundational agility, thus transforming him into a truly versatile warrior, formidable in defense, powerful in offense, and nimble in movement. With these anticipatory sentiments, Qin Beiqin did not exit the training room that he had already invested several hours. With a couple more remaining before dusk, thus affording him time to refine his basic movement skills. The foundational agility serves a dual purpose, enhancing the practitioner's speed while simultaneously improving agility and fluidity. Increasing speed encompasses the velocity of actions, including the speed of Qin Beiqin's strikes, reactions, and escape, all of which are critical components. The swiftness of his strikes resembles the quick draw of a gunfighter in a Western film. Whoever is faster can seize the initiative, potentially determining life or death. This aspect becomes exceedingly vital during confrontations with powerful adversaries, as a passive defender who fails to adequately guard may be vanquished in a single blow. Similarly, reaction speed holds significant importance. For instance, should Qin Beiqin be ambushed from behind, the shorter the interval between perceiving the threat and responding, the better. A reduced reaction time grants him more opportunities for defense and counterattack. An essential factor in combat situations is for escape velocity. It pertains purely to the speed of movement, which is undeniably crucial in the event of encountering an insurmountable foe. Qin Beiqin's survival hinges entirely on his ability to outrun them. Should his speed reach a minor level of proficiency, Qin Beiqin's combat prowess could ascend to another echelon. At that point, he might find himself unaware of the extent to which he could contend with formidable opponents of the foundation-building stage. He is filled with anticipation, as the fervor of battle ignites within him. Combat serves as a vital avenue for enhancing both fighting experience and martial proficiency. Only through actual combat can Qin Beiqin ascertain his true combat capabilities and gain a clearer understanding of his strength and the quality of his techniques. Thus, with eager anticipation, Qin Beiqin assumed a stance within the training room and began to practice his foundational agility. His figure commenced a gradual movement, his body shifting positions, initially appearing even slower than Tai Chi. However, as his mastery of the foundational technique grew, Qin Beiqin's speed of movement began to accelerate, reaching a pace that was difficult for ordinary foundation-building practitioners to perceive. His speed ascended to this level. It continued to improve, and gradually, shadows began to manifest around him, a testament to his velocity reaching a certain threshold. Much like Qingning, who could unleash the martial technique Rainbow Palm to create afterimages. Qin Beiqin's entire form began to produce phantoms, his silhouette soaring rapidly, his steps appearing quite chaotic. Certainly, such rapidity owes itself partly to the strength of the foundational technique and partly to Qin Beiqin's robust physique. A strong body is essential for withstanding such high velocities. Qin Beiqin is confident that an ordinary mid-foundation practitioner could never achieve this speed. Even those at the 8th or 9th levels of foundation building would struggle to match it. With his powerful physique complementing the foundational agility, his speed may have already reached the pinnacle of the foundation-building realm. Whoosh! Qin Beiqin's figure flickered within the confines of the small training room. And simultaneously, he began to integrate his other martial techniques into the mix. When Qin Beiqin can adapt to wielding his martial prowess while executing such rapid movements, the power he can unleash will be astonishing. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Beiqin's hand struck against the metallic walls, leaving deep imprints as his palms created afterimages. Speed can indeed augment power to a certain extent. An object moving at high velocity can possess destructive force comparable to bullets or explosives. This is no exaggeration. When Qin Beiqin employs the foundational agility alongside his basic martial skills, the potency of his techniques is undeniably enhanced, primarily due to the increase in speed. The elevation in destructive capacity derived from this velocity elevates Qin Beiqin's combat strength to new heights. As he continued his training, Qin Beiqin remained oblivious to the magnitude of his burgeoning strength. He yearned for an exhilarating battle to test his combat capabilities. However, opportunities for combat were scarce. Presently, within the entire academy, the only individuals whose ranking surpassed his own, whom he had yet to challenge, were Su Qingyu and the legendary Wang Lei. Could it be that he must seek out both for a spar? Yet he hesitated, fearing that he might inflict harm upon Su Qingyu, prompting him to discard the notion that for the second-ranked Wang Lei, the latter had never provoked him, and Qin Beiqin felt reluctant to initiate an attack. He did not wish to bully others or become a schoolyard tyrant. Qin Beiqin pondered. He realized that although he had successfully mastered the foundational agility, the system had not granted him the opportunity he sought. Was it possible that the foundational agility could only be enhanced through combat? Chapter 41. The enemy splits into two paths after practicing the foundational agility for half a day. Qin Beichen failed to trigger the system's notification. It appears that the activation conditions for this technique differ from those of others. Perhaps it necessitates combat to be initiated. Once he confirmed the impossibility of triggering the system's enhancement, he relinquished the effort, concluding his training and making his way toward the door. Unbeknownst to him, within his humble abode, two young individuals awaited his return. Brother Lei, is it truly appropriate for us to intrude upon Qin Beichen's home uninvited? Zhao Lai's expression was somewhat conflicted. Although he harbored resentment towards Qin Beichen, the thought of trespassing invoked a sense of guilt within him, particularly upon observing the poverty of Qin Beichen's household, which appeared even less hospitable than the quarters of his own servant. Zhao Lai was suddenly struck by the phrase, "A noble child emerges from a humble abode." It dawned on him that Qin Beichen's family background was exceedingly modest. And yet, against such odds, he had managed to ascend to the ranks of the Academy's elite. Thus, if provided with ample resources, could he not become even stronger and progress more swiftly with sufficient resources? Qin Beichen might indeed rise to become the top student of the Academy, surpassing even Wang Lei, of course. Observing the apprehensive expression on Zhao Lai's face, Wang Lei's eyes flickered with disdain. Zhao Lai, you fail to grasp the situation. That be why confronting him directly, we can instill a sense of pressure in this boy, compelling him to submit to us that we must ensure he has no avenue for retreat. Only then will he capitulate. Wang Lei's demeanor was exuberant. He had long since inquired about Qin Beichen's cultivation level, that a mere foundation-building novice. What right did he have to vie with him for Su Qingyu? Furthermore, given the stark contrast in their familial circumstances, it was evident that Qin Beichen lacked the standing to pursue Su Qingyu. However, while Wang Lei and his accomplices plotted against Qin Beichen, they remained unaware that another group was also approaching the young man's humble abode. Brother Hu, this is the location provided by the intelligence organization. This is the lad's home. From a distance, atop the highest tier of a granary, Hu Liang and his junior sister Wei Qiaoqiao stood side by side, gazing at Qin Beichen's modest dwelling. This small abode had never before faced such an influx of visitors. Its sole guest had been Su Qingyu. Yet now, it had become a focal point. The dilapidated structure appeared quite unstable, with numerous sections pieced together and many gaps hastily patched by Qin Beichen with wooden planks, rendering it somewhat unsightly. Nevertheless, Qin Beichen held no disdain for it, as it was his home, the place he had resided in since the dawn of his memories. However, the pressure upon this humble abode was considerable, whether it be the uninvited guests breaching its threshold or the distant onlookers like Hu Liang. Both possessed the power to easily demolish Qin Beichen's small home. Its frail structure would crumble at the mere whim of a foundation-building practitioner, and even a casual strike from a body refinement cultivator could obliterate it in an instant on a windy day. The house would sway violently, as if engaged in a dance amidst the gust. Hu Liang coldly fixed his gaze upon Qin Beichen's dwelling and scoffed. I had expected that the one vying for Miss Su's affections would be a wealthy young master. Yet it appears I am confronted by a destitute wretch. Given the state of this place, I might as well be in a doghouse. With such conditions, what could this lad possibly offer in competition for Miss Su? Wei Qiaoqiao chuckled softly and replied, "Brother, you may be mistaken. Miss Su values character over wealth. She lacked for nothing in terms of resources that I in this world. Not all couples are matched by their social standings." Wei Qiaoqiao's words did little to sway Hu Liang's perspective. He emitted a derisive snort and said, "Sister, you remain too naive. Individuals like us only consider profit." Wei Qiaoqiao cast a glance at Hu Liang and inquired, "What skills does senior brother possess that would make Miss Su take a liking to you?" Hu Liang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head and replied, "Let us not discuss that I didn't come here for such trivial matters. I am here to teach that brat a lesson." Wei Qiaoqiao's expression turned somewhat complex as she remarked, "Are you seeking him out at his home? I fear this may put him in an awkward position." Hu Liang shot her a glance. "Junior sister, did you not promise to strategize for me? Did you not urge me to gather intelligence on Qin Beichen?" Hu Liang's words left Wei Qiaoqiao speechless. She appeared deflated, falling silent. With Wei Qiaoqiao in tow, Hu Liang was keen to avoid causing any displeasure, but he reassured her, "Rest assured, junior sister, I will handle this matter. You need only observe from the sidelines that if anything goes awry, just refrain from intervening." Wei Qiaoqiao nodded gently. Very well, I shall watch how senior brother manages. Not having to take direct action suited her intentions perfectly. Thus, the pair leapt lightly and made their way toward Qin Beichen's residence to at that moment. Zhao Lai and Wang Lei were already inside a dilapidated shack. Although dusk was approaching, they refrained from turning on the lights, biding their time for Qin Beichen's arrival, hoping to deliver either a surprise or a fright. Imagine, as Qin Beichen returned home, ready to open the door, only to have it burst open with two figures springing forth. Who wouldn't be startled? Wang Lei, contemplating this, began to feel exhilarated that he aimed to psychologically torment Qin Beichen, instilling in him a sense of pressure, perhaps even a shadow, thereby rendering him incapable of competing for Su Qingyu. Junior sister, I will stealthily enter. It would be best if I could hide and give Qin Beichen a fright. You should find a shadowy spot nearby to enjoy the spectacle. Hu Liang let out a cold chuckle as he spoke to Wei Qiaoqiao. Wei Qiaoqiao remained silent, having merely provided Hu Liang with some ideas. She did not wish to partake in such nefarious deeds. Thus, abstaining from involvement was the best arrangement for her. That I wish you a successful operation. Senior brother. With that, she hurriedly departed, slipping into an abandoned old house nearby. Crouching by the wall to watch as Hu Liang approached the shack where Qin Beichen resided, as Hu Liang walked, he draped a layer of black cloth over his face, managing to obscure his features somewhat. Although this endeavor was aimed at reprimanding Qin Beichen, it was undeniably ignoble. Should onlookers gather, he had no desire to suffer public humiliation, hence the mask was a prudent choice. In fact, this sentiment was shared by Wang Lei and Zhao Lai, who had donned black stealth attire. Chapter 42. The Devious Qin Beichen. Thud, thud. As Hu Liang approached Qin Beichen's shabby abode, the sound of his footsteps echoed. Clear as day within that he is coming. Prepare yourselves. Wang Lei and Zhao Lai's breaths grew heavy. It was their first attempt at ambushing someone, their emotions a mix of excitement and trepidation, unaware of the presence of others inside. Hu Liang nonchalantly strode to the door of the shack, contemplating how best to intimidate Qin Beichen into relinquishing his pursuit of the young lady from the Su family. His feet crunched upon the fallen leaves surrounding the shack. The sound unmistakable. Wang Lei and Zhao Lai exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying their glee. Remember, as soon as he opens the door, we strike. Wang Lei cautioned Zhao Lai, his voice tinged with urgency. Understood, don't worry. Brother Wang. Zhao Lai had already begun to channel his inner energy, preparing to unleash his martial skills at that moment. An ominous creaking sound echoed from outside. Creak. This was the noise made when the rickety door was pushed open. It served as the signal for Wang Lei and Zhao Lai to spring into action. Now, Wang Lei commanded, leaping from the left side of the door, his fist aimed squarely at Hu Liang. Zhao Lai, not to be outdone, vaulted into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Hu Liang's face. Wait, there's an ambush. Hu Liang was taken aback, caught off guard by the sudden attack as he pushed the door open. This was utterly humiliating in that moment. As Wang Lei's fist and Zhao Lai's kick hurtled towards him, Hu Liang's mind raced with numerous thoughts. His first instinct was to suspect that the information he had procured had been leaked, and that Qin Beichen was already aware of his approach, that he had intended to ambush Qin Beichen, but found himself ensnared instead. But why were there two of them? Who was the vile Qin Beichen? Was the other merely an accomplice? This was bad. Flustered, Hu Liang hastily retreated, raising his hands as he attempted to channel his energy to defend against the onslaught. You dare to wear a mask? Do you think I won't recognize you? Zhao Lai scoffed, intensifying the force of his kick. At those words, Hu Liang's heart sank. How could they recognize him? Who had sold him out? Was the intelligence network unreliable? In a state of panic, Hu Liang's response was less decisive, and his palms collided forcefully with Wang Lei's fist and Zhao Lai's kick. Bang! Bang! A shockwave erupted from the point of impact, rattling the door of the shabby abode. Simultaneously, Hu Liang was sent reeling backwards, the force of the impact causing his hands to throb painfully, particularly the one that had clashed with Wang Lei. Dante, give him a moment to breathe. Wang Lei gritted his teeth, charging towards Hu Liang with the intent of bringing him down. Zhao Lai, too, had no intention of hesitating, having felt Qin Beichen's strength grow during their previous encounter. He recognized that without imparting some lesson, Qin Beichen would surely become a formidable adversary. Damn it! Who betrayed me? Hu Liang bellowed, The sting of the surprise attack, weighing heavily upon him, one of his hands was already showing signs of injury. Before he could finish his thought, a faint red glow began to emanate around his body as he gathered his inner energy. "You scoundrels! Taste my wrath!" Hu Liang was no pushover. Witnessing the audacity of those who had ambushed him ignited a fury within him, and he inwardly cursed the deceitful Qin Beichen. The two sides quickly engaged in combat, their energies clashing violently, producing a cacophony of sound. The force of their struggle sent leaves flying and caused the door of Qin Beichen's abode to tremble. In this confrontation, Hu Liang was undoubtedly at a disadvantage, facing two opponents simultaneously that he found himself increasingly frustrated. Had it not been said that Qin Beichen was only at the Foundation establishment's first layer? Why then did the other opponent match his own strength, hovering around the 9th layer of Foundation establishment? The one at the 9th layer must be Qin Beichen's ally, and the other, undoubtedly, was Qin Beichen himself. In a flash, Hu Liang deduced the identities of Zhao Lai and Wang Lei. Zhao Lai had recently broken through to Foundation establishment. He had never anticipated being mistaken for Qin Beichen. Had he known, he would have preferred to remain at his previous level. "You vile knave, perish!" Hu Liang roared, launching a punch at Zhao Lai. "Is this the true extent of your abilities?" Wang Lei observed as Hu Liang aimed for Zhao Lai, gradually piecing together the reality of Qin Beichen's capabilities. In truth, Wang Lei had long suspected that Qin Beichen was concealing his strength. After all, how could he have advanced from body refinement to Foundation establishment in mere days? Thus, when he sensed the peak Foundation establishment energy radiating from Hu Liang, he did not doubt that the person before him was indeed Qin Beichen. Only a despicable individual would dare to snatch Su Qingyu from him. In that moment, Wang Lei even felt a modicum of admiration for Qin Beichen, a youth born of poverty, who moved with such subtlety. Had it not been for this incident, he would have never revealed his true strength. Such depth of cunning was capable of ensnaring many, if it weren't for the fact that he, too, was at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment and had set up an ambush in advance. He might have fallen victim to Qin Beichen's schemes. The depths of Qin Beichen's heart appeared unfathomably dark. How could an ordinary youth possess a heart more sinister than his own? In that moment, Wang Lei felt a twinge of reverence for Qin Beichen. A person with such restraint was undoubtedly a figure of great ambition. "Help me!" Zhao Lai cried out, interrupting Wang Lei's train of thought. Turning to look, Wang Lei saw that a single punch from Qin Beichen had shattered Zhao Lai's defenses, sending him crashing backward into the dilapidated shack. Boom! Zhao Lai's body collided with the dilapidated hut. And inevitably, it was the hut that bore the brunt of this misfortune. After all, the humble abode possessed no cultivation skills, and being long neglected, it could hardly withstand such a tremendous impact. Consequently, Qin Beichen's meager dwelling was utterly shattered by Zhao Lai's force. With the wooden walls collapsing and the beams crashing down upon him, burying Zhao Lai beneath the debris. Yet, despite this calamity, Hu Liang had no intention of sparing the despicable Qin Beichen. Not only was the latter aware that Hu Liang had purchased his intelligence, but he had also turned the tables, laying an ambush against Hu Liang. Such treachery was utterly contemptible. Chapter 43. The main character appears even after having sent Qin Beichen flying and demolishing his dilapidated dwelling. Hu Liang remained enraged. With a muffled grunt, he charged towards Zhao Lai's direction, proclaiming, "You will know what true regret feels like." With each step, he left deep impressions in the ground. "This boy is my opponent." Wang Lei, witnessing Qin Beichen's ruthless defeat of Zhao Lai, felt his expression darken. Zhao Lai was after all someone he had brought along, and seeing him so brutally battered, he could not stand idly by. Thus, Wang Lei launched himself towards Hu Liang with a fierce determination. Mountain Suppression Fist. Wang Lei unleashed a formidable technique. This yellow-grade advanced martial art possessed immense power, capable of shattering boulders with ease. "Umph! You dare to be arrogant with such techniques before me?" Hu Liang bellowed, swiftly countering with two fingers pointed at Wang Lei. Dragon Elephant Finger. This fingertip technique was immensely powerful, capable of piercing through gold and stone effortlessly. As their hands and fingers clashed, a surge of energy erupted, sending leaves fluttering into dust around them. With a sudden jolt, both Hu Liang and Wang Lei staggered back a couple of steps. Astonished by the other's cultivation. "This guy's cultivation is surprisingly as formidable as mine." In that moment, both men shared the same thought. I refuse to believe this. I will surely triumph over you, Wang Lei. The first genius of the Wang family could not accept such a result that he roared, "Diamond palm." His palm, enveloped in golden energy, resembled that of a Buddha. Preposterous. How can a crude individual like you contend with me? Hu Liang, a student of the Great Academy, was filled with arrogance. Unable to tolerate Qin Beichen's audacity to strike first, he exerted his strength, unleashing the Arhut Fist, a top-tier yellow-grade martial art in an instant. Hu Liang and Wang Lei were engaged in a fierce battle once more, while Zhao Lai lay buried beneath the rubble. The two opponents, evenly matched and possessing exquisite martial skills, were unable to discern a victor. However, Hu Liang had not forgotten that beneath the debris lay Qin Beichen. "Junior sister, assist me in subduing that brat." At this critical moment, Hu Liang disregarded his earlier words and sought aid from his junior sister. Wei Xiaoqiao, hoping she could capture Qin Beichen, that if that were to happen, the assistance Qin Beichen had summoned would be rendered powerless, as that boy would be in their grasp. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's forehead broke into a cold sweat. "Junior sister? Could it be that Qin Beichen has brought someone along? If that girl captured Zhao Lai, their identities would be exposed, and their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, they must not allow Zhao Lai to be captured." Yet, should she truly take action, Wang Lei knew he could not intervene. Qin Beichen was exceedingly ruthless, and he could not afford to be distracted, lest he too fall into peril. "Run." Wang Lei could only issue a warning to Zhao Lai. Buried in the ruins, yet there was no response from him. Poor Zhao Lai had long since been grievously injured by Hu Liang, slipping into unconsciousness and trembling amidst the rubble. Meanwhile, Hu Liang began to feel perplexed as he realized that his junior sister, Wei Xiaoqiao, was also unresponsive. Could it be that she does not wish to intervene? But at such a critical juncture, is she truly unwilling to assist me? Is she even on my side? However, as Hu Liang questioned Wei Xiaoqiao, he was unaware that, at a distance by the wall of a derelict courtyard, Wei Xiaoqiao dared not move an inch. "That don't move, or you'll hurt your face, and that will be quite painful." That a dagger hovered perilously close to Wei Xiaoqiao's delicate visage, mere inches from her skin. She felt that if the assailant's hand trembled even slightly, her beauty would be irrevocably marred. The notion of disfigurement was something Wei Xiaoqiao could not bear. Rigid with fear, she remained still, even as she heard Hu Liang's distant shouts. Wei Xiaoqiao's eyes darted about, catching sight of a sun-kissed hand gripping a sharp dagger, that hand appearing rather attractive. "You? Who are you?" Wei Xiaoqiao inquired in a hushed tone. The sensation of being threatened by a blade was anything but pleasant. "Are you here to dismantle my home?" The assailant's voice was calm as he queried. You are Qin Beichen?" Wei Xiaoqiao deduced the identity of her captor, yet simultaneously fell into further confusion that if he were indeed Qin Beichen, then who were the two within the house? Holding the dagger with one hand, Qin Beichen stood closely behind Wei Xiaoqiao, his breath brushing against her neck. "I am not quite sure. Perhaps they are another group of enemies." Feeling the warmth of his breath, Wei Xiaoqiao's face flushed crimson. She had never been in such close proximity to a man before. However, upon hearing Qin Beichen's response, she felt a twinge of disappointment. "So, it seems we have two sets of enemies fighting amongst themselves, do we?" As Qin Beichen's dagger swayed gently between Wei Xiaoqiao's face and neck, he softly asked, "Are you not also a dog? I heard that guy calling you his junior sister." Qin Beichen was not oblivious. He could ascertain that this woman was affiliated with the one who had shouted. Hearing herself referred to as a dog caused Wei Xiaoqiao's expression to darken. Yet with her life in the balance, she dared not retaliate. "That I merely asked that this fellow investigate an intelligence organization. I never provided him any assistance whatsoever," Wei Xiaoqiao replied sternly. Qin Beichen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Oh, you seem quite charming." Wei Xiaoqiao recognized the sarcasm in his words. She was well aware that although she claimed to offer no substantial help, having come alongside Hu Liang, she could not escape suspicion. Even if he were to kill her, it would be entirely her own fault. Yet, Wei Xiaoqiao had no desire to die. Weary and powerless, she addressed Qin Beichen. "Very well, I admit my wrongs. Please tell me what I must do for you to let me go." Wei Xiaoqiao understood that if she did not offer some form of payment, escaping Qin Beichen's grasp would be exceedingly difficult. Qin Beichen leaned closer to Wei Xiaoqiao. "That depends on what sort of price you are willing to pay." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoqiao's face flushed with embarrassment. You. Chapter 44, Dogs by Dogs. All for Wei Xiaoqiao let out a cold snort and spoke in a low voice. Give it up. I would rather die than yield. I never imagined you, Qin Beichen, to be such a person. Upon hearing Wei Xiaoqiao's response, Qin Beichen burst into laughter. I must say, my dear girl, have you overthought things? I merely wish to uncover your identities and perhaps seize some spirit stones from you, that I harbor no ulterior motives towards you whatsoever. You should know, I already have a partner. Others simply do not pique my interest. His words rendered Wei Xiaoqiao momentarily speechless. She suddenly wished to find a crack in the ground to hide within, but so it turned out, she had misjudged the situation. Her cheeks turned a deep shade of red, and she felt utterly embarrassed at the thought of facing anyone after this. Yet, amidst her humiliation, Wei Xiaoqiao could not suppress a rising thought. Am I truly so lacking in allure? In the academy, I have dozens pursuing me. Why is it that before Qin Beichen, I seem less significant than mere intelligence and spirit stones? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Wei Xiaoqiao began to feel a surge of indignation. At that moment, Qin Beichen spoke again. What are you dawdling for? Speak quickly. Are you willing to make this deal? If not, do not blame me for drawing my dagger across your face. Yes, he spoke. He brandished the dagger before Wei Xiaoqiao's eyes, gesturing menacingly. With a sullen expression, Wei Xiaoqiao clenched her teeth and replied, I agree to your terms. In truth, Wei Xiaoqiao suspected that Qin Beichen would likely not dare to kill her. However, he might well be bold enough to mar her beautiful face. For a woman, her appearance could sometimes hold even greater value than her life. Thus, she ultimately chose to concede. Nevertheless, Wei Xiaoqiao harbored resentment towards Qin Beichen. Resenting this unrefined fellow. Speak, from where do you come? Why have you sought me out? Qin Beichen gently patted Wei Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. Struggling to suppress her emotions, Wei Xiaoqiao slowly articulated, We are students of the Zongheng Academy, and our purpose in coming to Qingzhou City is to assist our teachers in recruiting talented students that if you were to kill me, our instructor would not let you off easily. He is a formidable force at the martial realm. Enough with the trivialities. Get to the point. Why have you come to find me? Qin Beichen remained unfazed by her threats, as his mood was far from pleasant. Noticing the slight discontent in his demeanor, Wei Xiaoqiao continued, The person who called for me earlier is my senior, Hu Liang, that he has recently been pursuing Miss Su Qingyu at the Su residence. When he realized that Miss Su was ignoring him, I suggested he investigate whether she had a romantic interest nearby, which led him to discover your existence. Consequently, he intends to threaten you into abandoning Miss Su. He dragged me along, insisting that I witness this. But I made it clear that I would not intervene. Upon hearing Wei Xiaoqiao's explanation, a bitter smile crept onto Qin Beichen's lips. So this was how the enmity had arisen. It seemed there was some truth to the saying that beauty brings disaster. However, Qin Beichen would never regard Su Qingyu as a source of misfortune, that he could understand that someone as exceptional as Su Qingyu would naturally attract several suitors. One could only say that her allure was simply overwhelming. Nonetheless, Qin Beichen would not let Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao off the hook for that reason. He could now surmise why Su Qingyu exhibited a hint of displeasure when Song Qingying mentioned the recruitment of the academy. It appeared someone was persistently pursuing her. Hu Liang truly was repugnant. Unable to win Su Qingyu's affection, he sought to coerce Qin Beichen into relinquishing her. Such behavior was utterly shameful. You may leave after handing over 1,000 yuan stones, Qin Beichen said calmly to Wei Xiaoqiao. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoqiao felt a surge of indignation. She had not anticipated that after clarifying the situation, Qin Beichen would still attempt to extort her yuan stones. He was nothing short of a bandit. Clenching her storage bag, she hesitated to open it. However, Qin Beichen's next remark compelled her to concede. I believe that if a scar were to mar your face, it would take several thousand yuan stones to restore it. Wouldn't it? I shall provide the sum. Reluctantly, Wei Xiaoqiao surrendered 1,000 lower-grade yuan stones to Qin Beichen. The lower-grade yuan stones were not of significant importance to her, certainly not as vital as her appearance. The dagger glimmered as Qin Beichen tucked it into his sleeve, slowly approaching Wei Xiaoqiao and casting a glance her way. Thank you, young lady. You truly are generous. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Wei Xiaoqiao shot him a glare and spoke in a low voice. Aren't you afraid I might take action and capture you? With a smile, Qin Beichen replied, "Then I would have no choice but to subdue you as well and demand another 1,000 yuan stones. I, Qin Beichen, am quite magnanimous. 1,000 yuan stones is all it takes for me to let you go." Hearing his response, Wei Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yet, as she observed Qin Beichen heading toward his dilapidated abode, curiosity bubbled within her. "Your house has already been destroyed. Why do you not leave?" Qin Beichen looked at Wei Qiao, clasped his hands together, and gently pressed, producing a crackling sound from his joints that I have yet to deal with those rascals. "How could I possibly depart? My house has been wrecked, and I must seek some compensation." As Qin Beichen spoke, he moved toward the abandoned courtyard. Wei Qiao felt an urge to inquire whether he was not afraid of being captured. Yet inexplicably, she sensed an unwavering confidence emanating from him, a confidence that seemed to stem from deep within his being. With such composure, Qin Beichen stepped out of the residence, making his way toward his small, dilapidated house. Crunch. The leaves crunched beneath his feet, and the fierce battle between Hu Liang and Wang Lei came to an abrupt halt. Qin Beichen both called out in unison. They had seen Qin Beichen's likeness in intelligence reports, and thus recognized his face with clarity. Now, witnessing the real Qin Beichen, they stood dumbfounded. "But if he is Qin Beichen, then who are you?" Wang Lei pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Beichen, questioning Hu Liang. Furious, Hu Liang gestured toward the ruins of Qin Beichen's house and shouted, "If Qin Beichen hadn't arrived, why would you be hiding in his abode to ambush me?" So the foundation of their enmity was not even Qin Beichen? Both Hu Liang and Wang Lei exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes ablaze with anger and disbelief. They could not fathom why the opposing party had appeared in Qin Beichen's home at that moment. Qin Beichen chuckled. "Indeed, it is a classic case of dogs biting dogs. Merely a mouthful of fur." Chapter 45. Wang Lei's scheme. Neither Hu Liang nor Wang Lei could comprehend why the individual they had been battling was not Qin Beichen. They had exchanged blows, and even Zhao Lai had sustained injuries. How could Qin Beichen now appear before them? After fighting for so long, they had gained nothing. How utterly ridiculous. The news of their failure would surely be a source of mockery. The expressions on their faces were as dark as the cloth shrouding their heads, and their moods resembled the disillusionment of a pig waking up after a night of revelry in the sty. They felt utterly dismal. Had they known that their opponent wasn't Qin Beichen or his associate, they would never have engaged in combat. Now confronted by the real Qin Beichen, both felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Since you are not Qin Beichen, why were you lurking behind the door to ambush me?" Hu Liang's resentment toward Wang Lei and the others surged, even surpassing his animosity toward Qin Beichen. Wang Lei, veins protruding on his forehead, bellowed, "If you are not Qin Beichen, what business do you have in his home? This place is a wreck. Are you here to steal?" The two shouted at each other, their tempers flaring, utterly enraged. They were at a loss for words, realizing that not only had they failed to capture Qin Beichen, but they had also inadvertently fought against one of his enemies. In essence, they had aided Qin Beichen. "You both truly have a remarkable interest in coming to my home to fight and kill, showing no regard for my feelings," Qin Beichen scoffed, lightly clapping his hands. Seeing his humble abode, which he had inhabited for over a decade, reduced to ruins, Qin Beichen's spirits were undoubtedly dampened. Even though he understood that a conflict had erupted, and even though he was aware that there was nothing of value within that dilapidated house, he still felt a sense of discontent. Though shabby, that small house had been his refuge. Without it, he would have had to sleep in the wilderness or in abandoned estates where lives had been lost. With no shelter from the elements, this place held many of his memories. Yet now all those memories had been obliterated, leaving him no time to express gratitude or bid farewell to his little house. Had he returned sooner, perhaps that little abode would not have met such a fate. Lacking family, Qin Beichen had come to regard the humble dwelling that had accompanied him through many years as family, fostering deep feelings for it. Both Hu Liang and Wang Lei turned their gazes toward Qin Beichen, disdain flickering in their eyes as they scoffed, "Brat, I'll come back another day to deal with you. Qin Beichen, you will eventually find yourself beneath my heel." Their attitudes were brazen. In their eyes, Qin Beichen appeared to be merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, destined to suffer at their hands. They believed that today's misunderstanding was merely a stroke of luck for Qin Beichen. Otherwise, had only one party arrived, he would certainly have met his end. With that, Wang Lei moved to extract Zhao Lai from the debris of the little house, while Hu Liang intended to seek out Wei Xiaoqiao. But just as they prepared to depart, Qin Beichen calmly remarked, "Gentlemen, I have not granted you permission to leave." His voice acted like a pause button, causing their departing figures to freeze in place. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Wang Lei glared at Qin Beichen. "What is this? You think you can stop us from leaving? Are you seeking death?" Meanwhile, Hu Liang disregarded Wei Xiaoqiao and turned to crack his knuckles. A cruel smile gracing his lips. "It seems you are the one looking for death. You, a mere foundation establishment too, dare to speak to us in such a manner. You clearly do not know your place." Both were formidable practitioners at the 9th level of foundation establishment and could easily gauge Qin Beichen's cultivation. Although he had made considerable strides in martial skills and body refinement, his overall cultivation had not progressed significantly. Thus, they saw no reason to take him seriously. However, Qin Beichen's expression remained cold as he stated, "You came here with the intent to harm me, and you have destroyed my home. Now, tell me, do you believe your actions are justified?" Wang Lei coldly fixed his gaze on Qin Beichen. An almost imperceptible aura of danger radiating from him, he deemed Qin Beichen exceedingly foolish. They had clearly spared him for the time being. Yet this fool insisted on provoking trouble. Akin to courting death, he could hardly fathom what had emboldened this man to speak up. The Hu Liang took a couple of steps closer to Qin Beichen, snorting disdainfully before slowly articulating, "Listen here, kid, in this world, strength is the paramount concern. Only those with power possess the right to reason, and given your meager cultivation, you are utterly unqualified to engage in discourse." The tone of both men was far from cordial, yet Qin Beichen maintained a semblance of calm. Standing his ground, he coolly surveyed the two, his voice low and steady. "So, if I were to bring you both to your knees, would you then apologize?" Buzz! Hu Liang's aura surged, manifesting a dark crimson glow that rendered him somewhat sinister, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Yet while a malevolent spirit may harm instinctively, Hu Liang harbored a deliberate intent to inflict pain upon Qin Beichen. The overwhelming presence of Hu Liang's 9th-level foundational cultivation surged forth like a tempest, rushing towards Qin Beichen in an attempt to intimidate him into retreat. Ultimately, Hu Liang sought merely to threaten Qin Beichen, urging him to steer clear of Su Qingyu and to cease encroaching upon their time together. Although he wished to impose his will upon Qin Beichen, he had no desire to end his life. He had not forgotten his own identity. He had come here to recruit, and should he kill Qin Beichen, he would face severe repercussions from the academy, not to mention the adverse effects it would have on this year's recruitment efforts. An academy thrives on the continuous influx of talent, and should he slay Qin Beichen, the fallout would be disastrous, rendering him a pariah within the institution. Thus, while Hu Liang appeared fearsome, he had no intention of killing. Wang Lei, however, was different. Raised within a prominent family, he had been groomed since childhood. If he were to strike, he would do so with lethal intent. Furthermore, he now had an even better scapegoat before him, Hu Liang. Although he was unaware of Hu Liang's identity, he mused that if he could eliminate Qin Beichen and shift the blame onto Hu Liang, he could extricate himself unscathed. Chapter 46. A complex situation, it can be said that Wang Lei's scheme was audaciously clever. On one hand, he aimed to eliminate Qin Beichen, his rival in love, thereby rendering Su Qingyu an easily attainable prize, free from contention. Moreover, as long as he could pin the blame entirely on Hu Liang, Su Qingyu would not hold him accountable, leading to the most favorable outcome. Qin Beichen sensed the danger in the air. The two had dared to come to his home, clearly not as friends. For friends would not cover their faces while demolishing his humble abode. Yet he felt no fear. In fact, Qin Beichen's emotions were a volatile mix of anger and exhilaration that he had long desired to test his strength against others. And the newly acquired martial arts skills he had been honing required activation through combat. Therefore, Qin Beichen was not daunted by the impending confrontation. On the contrary, he yearned for the thrill of battle, an opportunity to release the pent-up fury within him. Why should these two leave with such nonchalance after wreaking havoc on his modest dwelling, utterly disregarding his feelings? Simply put, they both looked down upon him, believing that with his cultivation and abilities, he was not worthy of a voice in this matter, that if he were an unparalleled powerhouse, they would never have dared to touch his small abode. Ultimately, It was his humble demeanor that led them to perceive him as a trifling character, devoid of any respect or trepidation regarding his stance that one wishes to be treated in such a manner. Thus, Qin Beichin felt it imperative to stage a ceremony of vengeance for his little abode. With a grin that showcased his pristine white teeth, he declared, "Since you both believe your actions to be without fault, allow me to break your legs first, and then we shall engage in a discussion." Upon hearing Qin Beichin's words, the two men were initially taken aback, only to burst into raucous laughter. "Haha, I truly wonder where you derive your confidence to utter such threats. Do you really believe that defeating Qin Sheng in the academy grants you the audacity to oppose me?" Wang Lei retorted, tearing off his mask to reveal his true visage. As he discarded the mask onto the ground, he advanced toward Qin Beichin, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lei, the young master of the Wang family, a figure you could never aspire to be, and my purpose in seeking you out is to urge you to distance yourself from Qingyu. For she is the one I desire, and you are unworthy of her companionship." Wang Lei's demeanor was exceptionally arrogant. He was confident that Qin Beichin had heard of the Wang family's renowned status. If this man wished to avoid incurring their wrath, he ought to comply and vacate Qingzhou City, ceasing any pursuit of Su Qingyu. However, what Wang Lei did not anticipate was that before Qin Beichin could respond, the masked Hu Liang could no longer contain himself. Hu Liang lifted his mask, spat onto the ground, and indignantly retorted, "I expected a formidable opponent, yet you turn out to be merely a young master of a minor family. The Wang family? You are nothing but a small clan, and outside of Qingzhou City, you hold no significance, merely a tiger strutting about within the confines of your territory. You think you can approach Miss Su Qingyu? Truly a delusional fantasy." Wang Lei was taken aback. The stone he had thrown at Qin Beichin had unexpectedly angered Hu Liang, which was a surprising delight. It seemed that this ninth-level foundational cultivator was also an admirer of Su Qingyu. Could it be that both of them had come to confront Qin Beichin with similar intentions? Wang Lei considered his assumption to be likely accurate. At that moment, Qin Beichin realized that both men had come for Su Qingyu. One could only say that Su Qingyu's allure was exceedingly potent, resulting in an ever-growing number of rivals. Yet Qin Beichin felt no anxiety. In fact, he was rather proud. What man would not wish for his beloved to possess boundless charm? Of course, this was contingent upon mutual fidelity. The reason Qin Beichin felt no concern for Su Qingyu was that they had shared a childhood bond, and misunderstandings due to romantic entanglements were not in their nature. No wonder Su Qingyu hesitated to share her grievances with him. She likely feared that he might clash with these two men or be bullied by the two ninth-level foundational cultivators. However, while Qin Beichin pondered, Wang Lei was incensed by Hu Liang's remarks. As the young master of the Wang family, every young person in the city envied him. Yet this man had the audacity to call his family a minor clan and insult him. How could Wang Lei possibly tolerate such affront? Casting a cold glare at Hu Liang, he demanded, "To say our Wang family is a minor clan and that I am unworthy of Qingyu. Who then do you think you are?" Upon hearing Wang Lei's query, Hu Liang chuckled lightly and replied, "Kid, you should have heard of our Zhonghing Academy, right? I am a student of Zhonghing Academy, and my future strength will undoubtedly surpass that of your Wang family. What do you have to compete with me?" Upon hearing Hu Liang's self-introduction, Wang Lei was not intimidated by the man's identity. Instead, he laughed derisively. "I thought you were some great figure. Turns out you are merely a student of an academy. Having joined the academy, yet your cultivation remains at the 9th level of foundation. You do not feel embarrassed? I've heard that students from prestigious academies are all martial realm powerhouses. After all this time training, is the only thing you've gained age?" Wang Lei and Hu Liang immediately entered a war of words, neither willing to yield, as they began to mock and belittle each other, dismantling one another's identities and strengths with ruthless disdain. Caught between the two, Qin Beichin was momentarily at a loss for words. He scratched his ear and, seizing a moment of respite during their verbal sparring, slowly remarked, "You two wasteful fellows, what qualifications do you possess to engage in mutual ridicule here, given your advanced age and lack of cultivation?" Qin Beichin's words encapsulated the essence of internet trolls from his past life, igniting a shift in focus as both men ceased their banter and turned their attention toward him. "You, a mere second-level foundational cultivator, truly do not comprehend where you derive the courage to mock us. Indeed, you possess neither strength nor background. What confidence do you have to speak to us? It seems we must swat you, this buzzing little fly, to silence your nonsensical chatter, Wang Lei said, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Resembling a beast poised to devour Qin Beichen. Chapter 47. The battle begins, however. Wang Lei and Hu Liang's mockery did not deter Qin Beichen. Rather, his subsequent words nearly caused them to lose their composure. Qin Beichen, unhurried and steady, stated, "Do not forget the reason you came here to confront me. You incessantly belittle me, yet you cannot erase the undeniable truth that I am the one favored by Su Qingyu. In matters of the heart, I am the victor, while you are the vanquished." Upon uttering these words, a subtle smirk graced Qin Beichen's lips. His remark, though not overly aggressive, was profoundly provocative, nearly bringing Hu Liang and Wang Lei to the brink of tears. Ultimately, their intentions were solely for Su Qingyu. Consequently, Qin Beichen's boastful claim served only to exacerbate their ire, causing their eyes to redden with rage. Alas, Qin Beichen spoke not falsehoods. Aside from himself, the other two had yet to even hold Su Qingyu's hand, rendering them, in stark contrast to Qin Beichen, thorough failures. Wang Lei gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Beichen. "You insolent brat, do you seek death?" Hu Liang, equally furious, shot a fierce glare at Qin Beichen. "Surely, you do not believe you are worthy of Miss Qingyu." In the face of their derision, Qin Beichen remained unperturbed, replying instead, "Whether or not I accompany Qingyu is uncertain. What I do know is that when we hold our wedding, I will not extend an invitation to either of you." Boom. Wang Lei, in a fit of fury, stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble and prompting Hu Liang to glance sideways in surprise. Wang Lei's ninth-level foundation cultivation, previously concealed, erupted forth, surging towards Qin Beichen. This time, he was thoroughly provoked, wishing nothing more than to twist Qin Beichen's head off and use it as a chamber pot. "If you seek death, then allow me to oblige." Though Wang Lei prided himself on his cunning, he was, after all, merely a youth, unable to endure such provocation. Yet, just as his aura was about to descend upon Qin Beichen, the latter waved his hand, displaying no trace of his cultivation, effortlessly shattering the pressure with sheer physical strength. However, Wang Lei had already acted. He could not tolerate the arrogant visage of Qin Beichen, and no matter the cost, he was determined to teach him a lesson. Wang Lei emanated a faint blue glow, the energy within him surging. Different practitioners exhibited distinct hues of energy based on their attributes. Wang Lei's appearing blue, while Hu Liang's radiated red. Yet Qin Beichen was an anomaly. His cultivation method, the innate qi nourishing technique, harnessed all attributes simultaneously, resulting in his energy manifesting as a pale, golden color, with energy coursing across his body. Wang Lei's hands glowed with a brilliant azure light. He leaped into the air, his palms aimed squarely at Qin Beichen's face. How dare a mere second-level foundation cultivator confront two ninth-level ones? In the distance, atop the dilapidated estate, Wei Xiaoqiao observed the unfolding scene. Logically, with Qin Beichen's cultivation, he should have been incapable of contending with Wang Lei and his ilk. His strength was far too meager. However, Wei Xiaoqiao recalled another detail. Despite being an 8th-level foundation master herself, she had sensed nothing of Qin Beichen's approach, as if he were a specter. Could it be that Qin Beichen concealed his true power? After all, for an ordinary second-level foundation cultivator to approach her would be an arduous feat. The stronger one's cultivation, the more acute their vigilance, implying that only someone with vastly superior strength could approach her unnoticed. "So, have you been hiding your true power, Qin Beichen?" Wei Xiaoqiao's gaze remained fixed upon him, eagerly anticipating how he would respond as Wang Lei unleashed his prowess before the ruins of the shabby abode. Wang Lei bellowed, "Kneel before me," as he struck out with both palms. Had Qin Beichen adhered to his usual combat style, he might have first tested Wang Lei's techniques. Yet today was different. Qin Beichen was consumed with fury. In his wrath, he resolved to forego any unnecessary tactics. Fixing his gaze upon the imminent assault from Wang Lei, he declared, "The one who ought to kneel and apologize is you." With that, Qin Beichen raised his fist. Mountain-splitting fist. The small success level of the mountain-splitting fist possessed power that could rival any yellow-tier martial technique, potentially even contend with those of the mysterious tier. The mountain-splitting fist, this is your source of confidence. A sinister grin spread across Wang Lei's face. He had not anticipated that Qin Beichen's martial skill would be the mountain-splitting fist. Such a technique, in his eyes was hardly worth a second glance. It was evident that he was indeed a pauper, unable to cultivate anything of greater merit. Hu Liang echoed his derision. Neither of them held any regard for Qin Beichen's mountain-splitting fist. Had it been so formidable, they would not have pursued superior yellow-tier techniques. Observe my diamond palm. Wang Lei's hands transformed into two high-speed steel plates, hurtling toward Qin Beichen's face. Qin Beichen let out a cold snort, harboring no intention of evasion, and met Wang Lei's strike with his own fist, delivering a forceful blow. Their fists collided with the ferocity of cannonballs, instantaneously shattering the air around them. Both exhibited solemn expressions as their fists met with a resounding crash. Boom! The energy surging from their bodies erupted, shockwaves radiating outward, pulverizing the fallen leaves beneath them and carving deep furrows into the ground. This was the might of foundational masters, though they could not move mountains or fill seas. Both possessed the power to wreak havoc upon the earth and structures around them that in Qin Beichen's previous life. Such strength would have been regarded as superheroic. Simultaneously, the fists of Qin Beichen and Wang Lei finally clashed. Energy poured forth from Wang Lei, who believed his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Qin Beichen, especially considering the potency of his martial technique. Yet he underestimated Qin Beichen gravely. After systematic enhancement, the small success level of the mountain-splitting fist far exceeded that of a premium yellow-tier technique. And Wang Lei's diamond palm was simply no match. Moreover, the strength Qin Beichen could unleash, perfectly melding his physical prowess with his foundational cultivation, was beyond Wang Lei's imagination. Bang! At the moment of collision, Wang Lei's palm was unable to advance an inch, instead being pushed back by Qin Beichen's fist. Wang Lei felt as though his arm had collided with some monstrous force, instantaneously rendering it numb. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Wang Lei staggered backward, unable to withstand the impact of Qin Beichen's fists, and his complexion shifted dramatically. Impossible! How can your strength surpass mine? Wang Lei's arms hung limply at his sides, shock written across his face as he gazed at Qin Beichen, questioning his reality. Crack! Qin Beichen stepped upon the fallen leaves, advancing steadily toward Wang Lei. What is the matter? Startled. Do you believe that a waste like me should not possess such formidable strength? Qin Beichen sneered, closing the distance. Wang Lei's expression darkened. Qin Beichen's words mirrored his innermost thoughts. Fixing his gaze upon Wang Lei, Qin Beichen stated flatly, "Now, witnessing the so-called waste you spoke of suddenly grow powerful. Is it difficult for you to accept?" Wang Lei remained silent. Yet his expression conveyed everything that as Qin Beichen approached. Wang Lei felt a growing sense of unease. However, as the eldest son of the Wang family, he believed he could not retreat without losing face. Forcing himself, he raised his arm, popping a pill into his mouth in hopes of a swift recovery. As the eldest son of the Wang family. "Will you kneel, or shall I be the one to make the first move?" As Qin Beichen drew ever closer, Wang Lei's heart raced. Finally, when Qin Beichen was nearly upon him, Wang Lei gritted his teeth, spun around and fled, abandoning any semblance of the grand demeanor expected of an heir. Yet he could not shake Qin Beichen. Qin Beichen's figure blurred in the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he relentlessly pursued Wang Lei. "Did I permit you to leave?" Qin Beichen called out softly as he closed the gap. Seeing Qin Beichen drawing nearer, Wang Lei, frantic, bellowed, "Qin Beichen, do you truly wish for a fight to the death?" Upon hearing Wang Lei's inquiry, Qin Beichen erupted in laughter. "Ha! When you threatened me, did you ever consider asking yourself that very question?" With that, he began to gather energy in his hand, preparing to strike at Wang Lei before him. Regardless of how Wang Lei twisted and turned, Qin Beichen remained right on his heels. Bang! Seizing the moment, just as Wang Lei prepared to leap, Qin Beichen struck down upon his shoulder with a palm. This strike was the small success level of the shattering stone palm. "This is bad." Wang Lei let out a startled exclamation as Qin Beichen's palm nearly knocked the very organs from his body. In that moment, his insides churned, leaving him devoid of any strength to flee, collapsing to the ground in gasps. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his neck. It was Qin Beichen, gripping the collar of his shirt, constricting it against his throat. That moment, Wang Lei was as helpless as a chick in Qin Beichen's grasp. With Wang Lei in tow, Qin Beichen leapt back to the dilapidated house that was his own. As they returned, he cast a casual glance towards a derelict estate. where Wei Xiao, hidden within, held her breath in surprise, astonished by Qin Beichen's keen senses that had uncovered her presence. No escape. Qin Beichen brought Wang Lei before Hu Liang. Wang Lei struggled futilely in his grip, desperate to salvage his dignity and avoid being captured by Qin Beichen, a situation far too humiliating for him to bear. Yet, Qin Beichen showed him no mercy. Raising his hand, he delivered a resounding slap to the back of Wang Lei's head. Bang! In that instant, Wang Lei fell silent, ceasing all resistance, as he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was as if Qin Beichen had struck a watermelon. Wang Lei slumped to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Qin Beichen then turned his attention to the still-standing Hu Liang, calmly inquiring, "Why did you not flee just now?" "Flee? What a ridiculous notion! Am I, Hu Liang, to run away?" Hu Liang stood firm, chest puffed out, slowly proclaiming, "Unlike this fool, I possess capabilities that my presence here signifies that I have cards to play. My strength is beyond your reckoning. You must understand, as a student of the prestigious academy, one cannot afford to leave without unique skills, lest one be the subject of ridicule. You may easily suppress this waste, but I am not someone you can provoke." With that, Hu Liang even took a couple of steps forward, adding, "Listen well, boy. I advise you to keep your distance from Miss Su Qingyu, or you shall suffer a most grievous defeat." Hu Liang's threat stirred no trepidation in Qin Beichen's heart. He would never relinquish his wife due to another's intimidation. Such a notion was one he would rather perish than concede. Qin Beichen regarded Hu Liang with a cool demeanor, slowly stating, "The question remains. Will you kneel on your own, or shall I assist you?" Upon hearing Qin Beichen's refusal to yield, Hu Liang's fury ignited. "You wretched poor boy, today you shall learn the limits of your existence." With a furious shout, Hu Liang's shirt suddenly tore apart, revealing his muscular physique. "Listen well, I have dedicated the majority of my time at the academy to honing my physical form. You clearly do not comprehend the might of a body refinement expert." Gazing upon Hu Liang's bulk, Qin Beichen felt no fear. Rather, he found himself amused that he had initially assumed Hu Liang's so-called trump card pertained to his cultivation, only to discover it was his physical strength. While Qin Beichen had yet to encounter a body refinement master, he had faith in his own system, knowing that even the foundational body refinement technique at the minor accomplishment stage was no trifling matter. Thus, he believed his own corporeal strength was certainly not inferior to Hu Liang's. Qin Beichen possessed a tall and lean physique, with only faint outlines of muscle. Yet this did not imply a lack of power, but on the contrary, it indicated that his body held vast potential for enhancement, suggesting that his physical strength and intensity could continue to rise. After witnessing Hu Liang's display of muscle, Qin Beichen chuckled lightly, remarking, "Surely, you do not believe that shedding your garments will enable you to defeat me? I am not one to be intimidated by such antics." Qin Beichen's words struck like fireworks upon a volcano, igniting Hu Liang's inner rage. Chapter 49. A student of the prestigious academy, a living target. Hu Liang's gaze turned icy, fixated on Qin Beichen as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "You glib-tongued brat, do you truly think your jests are amusing?" Unbeknownst to Hu Liang, Wei Xiao, hidden in the abandoned estate, was stifling laughter. Clenching his fists, Hu Liang glared at Qin Beichen, slowly asking, "Boy, I shall ask you one last time, are you willing to distance yourself from Qingyu?" Qin Beichen's expression grew serious as he locked eyes with Hu Liang, stating, "Do you not understand? Qingyu favors me. She loves the person I am. That if you possess any capability, showcase your charm and see if Qingyu's heart may waver, that I respect her, and thus I shall not force her affections. If all you can resort to are underhanded tactics, I can only say your life shall remain stunted. I suggest you start anew." While Hu Liang could not comprehend the meaning of start anew, he grasped that Qin Beichen, this so-called waste, appeared to hold him in contempt. His face darkened. As a student of the esteemed academy, he was accustomed to adoration wherever he went. Yet here in Qingzhou City, he faced insolent brats like Qin Beichen and Wang Lei. Hu Liang glared at Qin Beichen, declaring, "Boy, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for taking action. Furthermore, there is a harsh truth. I am in charge of admissions at the academy, and I will not allow a waste like you to join us." Qin Beichen regarded Hu Liang with disdain, retorting, "If the likes of you populate the academy, then I would rather not attend. If your standards are so low, I can only surmise that the academy's decline is imminent." Qin Beichen's words struck like thunder, leaving both Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao in stunned silence that in their eyes. Qin Beichen had transformed into the most audacious of fools. With such meager cultivation, he dared to denigrate the prestigious academy. Whether intentional or earnest, they were both taken aback that a sinister smile crept across Hu Liang's face as he murmured, "Boy, with words like those, you shall never set foot in the academy. Enough idle chatter. Are you afraid to fight? With all those muscles, why do you prattle on like a woman?" Qin Beichen snapped impatiently. Hidden in the shadows, Wei Xiaoqiao glared at Qin Beichen, muttering under her breath, "You are the one acting like a woman." Hu Liang could no longer restrain himself upon hearing Qin Beichen's mockery. Veins bulged on his muscular frame as he began to move. "Boy, this is all of your own making." Hu Liang strode towards Qin Beichen, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground, causing the earth to tremble. This scene resembled not a mere human, but a ferocious, colossal beast on the prowl. Qin Beichen, however, did not flinch. Rather, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Having just mastered the foundational body refinement technique, he was eager for an opportunity to rigorously test his physical prowess. Thus, he too took bold strides towards Hu Liang. Seeking death, Hu Liang swung his fist, appearing as if a cannon had been unleashed, unstoppable in its trajectory. "The one who is cursed is you," Qin Beichen replied calmly, launching a punch that ripped through the air like a meteor soaring backward. "Boy, daring to exchange blows with me. You truly wish to meet your end." Hu Liang's lips curled into a cruel smile. The force behind their blows was immense. The residual shadows cast by their fists resembled comet tails, a sight to behold. Bang! Their fists collided, the muscles on both their bodies rippling like waves to that moment. Hu Liang's expression shifted, transforming into one of profound shock. What? Hu Liang felt the power emanating from Qin Beichen's fist, akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, causing his blood to surge and his arm to tingle. Thud! His body involuntarily staggered back 2 steps that in stark contrast. Qin Beichen remained composed, standing firm with his fist still raised, directed at Hu Liang's face. "Why? How is your physical strength so formidable? What cultivation method do you practice?" In that instant, Hu Liang swung his fist again, this time with even greater ferocity aimed at Qin Beichen's face. Qin Beichen, however, showed no mercy, his fists flying in succession, creating a series of afterimages in the air that would leave any observer awestruck. Each punch, if struck against stone or metal, would shatter them. How much more so against Hu Liang's fists? Although Hu Liang had also practiced body refinement techniques at the academy, specifically a high-quality yellow-grade technique, his methods were clearly no match for the system-enhanced foundational body refinement technique practiced by Qin Beichen, signifying that Qin Beichen had already surpassed Hu Liang in both physical power and intensity. With every exchange of blows, Hu Liang felt his arm grow numb, and the skin on his knuckles began to swell and redden. This was a deeply humiliating experience, for Hu Liang prided himself on his body refinement prowess, yet he found himself outmatched by a mere impoverished boy who had yet to join the academy. Hu Liang's complexion flushed with embarrassment, yet his arms and fists throbbed with a dull pain, as the blood and energy within him surged tumultuously, rendering him in a state of utter disarray. Had it not been for Hu Liang's considerable cultivation, he would have long succumbed to Qin Beichen in a pure contest of physical strength. Although he had yet to be defeated, he was already at the end of his tether. The force behind Hu Liang's punches waned with each strike, and his body instinctively began to retreat. In stark contrast, Qin Beichen thrived in this confrontation. With each exchange of blows with Hu Liang, he grew increasingly invigorated, his fighting spirit ignited by Hu Liang himself. His complexion flushed with vigor, his entire being trembled with excitement as he began to unleash punches at an accelerated pace. And rather than diminishing in strength, his strikes grew more forceful. What was most astonishing was that Qin Beichen's physical prowess steadily augmented with every clash, for the very essence of body refinement techniques was to enhance one's capabilities through combat. At this moment, Qin Beichen had entered such a state, gaining ever more precise control over his physical form and mastering the might of his body. However, this did not bode well for Hu Liang, who quickly discerned that Qin Beichen's strength was on the rise, rendering him akin to a living target. Chapter 50. Wei Xiaoqiao's Shock Bang. Qin Beichen's fist struck forth, unleashing a gust of wind that sent nearby leaves spiraling and tousled Hu Liang's long hair. Faced with the relentless barrage of Qin Beichen's punches, Hu Liang's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. Throughout this battle, he had been unable to inflict any harm upon Qin Beichen, feeling as though he were nothing more than a punching bag for Qin Beichen's relentless training. This predicament was becoming increasingly unbearable for Hu Liang. After all, he was a genius hailing from the Grand Academy. How could he be reduced to such a pitiful state? Infuriated, Hu Liang's eyes darted as he rapidly gathered his energy, gritting his teeth as he disregarded Qin Beichen's attacks and aimed blow after blow at Qin Beichen's face. Yet Hu Liang's efforts bore no fruit. As his hand swung toward Qin Beichen's face, Qin Beichen seemed to anticipate the move, tilting his head slightly to evade the strike while simultaneously delivering a punch to Hu Liang's abdomen. Puff! Hu Liang's complexion shifted dramatically as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling drastically as he was propelled backward, flying several meters. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at Qin Beichen's visage. Slumped on the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared, "Why? I refuse to believe your reaction speed could be so swift." However, Hu Liang ultimately underestimated Qin Beichen. Just as Hu Liang's palm was about to connect with Qin Beichen's face, a system alert chimed in Qin Beichen's ear. Ding! Detected that the host's speed is inferior to that of a 60-year-old man. The system will enhance the host's agility. Enhancement complete. Agility. Basic agility. Minor accomplishment. Progress 5. The surprise came far too suddenly for Qin Beichen, who could scarcely believe that his agility had improved at such a moment. In an instant, as his basic agility reached the minor accomplishment stage, he found that Hu Liang's impending strike had become excruciatingly slow, akin to a snail's sluggish crawl. Too slow. Qin Beichen retaliated with a punch that rendered Hu Liang utterly incapacitated. Hu Liang collapsed to the ground, glaring at Qin Beichen. Unable to comprehend how he had achieved such a feat, that it was as if Qin Beichen had foreseen his every move, as though Hu Liang's intentions had been laid bare before him. In reality, Qin Beichen's reflexes were simply too rapid. He had perceived Hu Liang's actions and intentions the moment they unfolded, allowing him to react preemptively. With Qin Beichen's basic agility elevated to minor accomplishment, it mattered not that his cultivation was inferior to that of Wang Lei and Hu Liang. The two of them had already lost the qualification to contend with him. With such a level of reaction speed, Qin Beichen could effortlessly discern his opponent's intentions, allowing him to respond in advance. His combat prowess had transcended the foundational realm. Observing Hu Liang's astonished expression, Qin Beichen couldn't help but smirk. He recognized the sheer might of the skills enhanced by the system, which had undoubtedly reached the profound tier. Cultivating profound techniques and martial arts at the foundational level was a notion that would bewilder the inhabitants of Qingzhou City. After all, such extraordinary techniques were typically reserved for those who had reached the martial realm, with many lower-tier martial practitioners never even encountering them. Though Qin Beichen's techniques appeared to be of the yellow tier, the system's fortification had propelled them to a superior tier, a miraculous feat indeed. Profound martial techniques and skills were coveted treasures that even the most talented students of the Grand Academy could scarcely obtain. Qin Beichen, in his nascent stage, had already eclipsed all his peers. Acquiring these techniques and martial arts with remarkable ease and minimal cost. 1 could only conclude that the humiliation and indignities Qin Beichen had previously endured were worthwhile. The system's rewards had dispelled his former insecurities and despondency, empowering him with newfound confidence that he could truly be regarded as a prodigious youth. Qin Beichen gently brushed the dust from his fists and strode toward Hu Liang, remarking, "The Grand Academy. Is this the sort of scoundrel it produces? One who delights in threatening others?" As he approached Hu Liang, his demeanor remained calm and composed. His words, while harsh, bore the weight of undeniable legitimacy that a mere foundational second-layer cultivator like Qin Beichen had bested someone of the 9th layer. Such a phenomenon was practically unheard of. Even within the Grand Academy, it is worth noting that even if the students of the Grand Academy had yet to elevate their cultivation, they should have been superior to a mere local like Qin Beichen in terms of combat skills and experience. Yet the reality was that they had been soundly trounced in every aspect, filling their hearts with a profound sense of defeat. The notion that a student from the Grand Academy could be defeated by someone who had yet to even set foot in it was a blow to Hu Liang's pride. If word of this were to spread, he would be utterly humiliated As Hu Liang gazed up at Qin Beichen's imposing figure. He gritted his teeth and glared back. Boy, do not presume that defeating me grants you the right to belittle the Grand Academy. Qin Beichen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. All along, haven't you been the one looking down on me? Did you not think that a nobody like me, bereft of influence or connections, could ever best you? How has the tables turned now, such that I am the one who looks down upon you? Truly, the Grand Academy excels at inverting black and white. You. Hu Liang attempted to struggle to his feet, glaring at Qin Beichen as he raised his hand to point at him. Yet, Qin Beichen would not afford Hu Liang the opportunity to rise. Bang! With a swift strike, he delivered a blow that rendered Hu Liang, the Grand Academy's pride, almost senseless. That Hu Liang swayed unsteadily, his gaze vacant, appearing utterly bewildered. That this truly his genuine strength from a distance. Within the abandoned estate, Wei Xiaoqiao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She could scarcely fathom that Qin Beichen had so fiercely triumphed over both Hu Liang and Wang Lei, two cultivators at the 9th foundational layer. It was no wonder that after obtaining what he desired, Qin Beichen had released her without a second thought, unperturbed by the prospect of her resistance. Clearly, she posed no threat in his eyes whatsoever. Chapter 51. The love-struck Qin Beichen and Hu Liang lay dazed on the ground, his mind reeling after the blow from Qin Beichen, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Observing that Hu Liang had lost all capacity for resistance, Qin Beichen proceeded to the side, retrieving Zhao Lai, who had been buried amidst the ruins of a dilapidated shack, along with the now defenseless Wang Lei, tossing them both beside Hu Liang. Upon recognizing that it was Qin Beichen who had rescued him from the rubble, Zhao Lai's complexion turned ashen. The sensation of being caught in the act of wrongdoing was far from pleasant. Qin Beichen regarded Zhao Lai with an unruffled expression, calmly stating, "Oh, if it isn't our old acquaintance Zhao Lai, what brings you here? I presume Wang Lei is your doing." Zhao Lai was drenched in cold sweat, and although he refrained from answering, the panic etched across his face betrayed his true thoughts. Qin Beichen's expression remained indifferent as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Lai, who was nearly paralyzed with fear, on the verge of losing control of his bodily functions. Despite being buried beneath the rubble, he could still discern the commotion outside, and he had a rough idea of what had transpired. However, he simply could not comprehend how Qin Beichen had become so formidable, effortlessly eliminating both Wang Lei and Hu Liang. The speed of this young man's advancement was such that it rendered others who claimed to be geniuses utterly ashamed. Qin Beichen paid no heed to Zhao Lai. After dragging him out, he unceremoniously tossed him beside Hu Liang, along with Wang Lei. Dealing with these individuals, Qin Beichen's methods were decidedly brutal. Zhao Lai, Hu Liang, and Wang Lei found themselves forcibly arranged in a line. All three slumped to the ground, appearing dazed and clearly struggling to accept their current predicament. "You three, bow to my humble abode, and I may spare you," Qin Beichen stated calmly. "Bow to a mere hut? Are you dreaming? I have never bowed to anyone in my life, and you shouldn't think you can coerce me just because you're stronger." Upon hearing Qin Beichen's demand, all three erupted in indignation, deeming his request utterly outrageous and resolutely refusing to comply. Qin Beichen chuckled softly, raising his palm and looking at the trio. "It matters not. I could simply knock you unconscious and arrange for you to kneel." Faced with the sight of Qin Beichen's hand, the three fell silent. Ultimately, under the auspices of Qin Beichen's amicable negotiation, they begrudgingly bowed towards his shabby abode. Of course, in their hearts, they had already cursed Qin Beichen repeatedly. As Qin Beichen observed the three kneeling before his modest dwelling, the fury within him gradually dissipated. The house was lost, and rebuilding it was not a feasible endeavor. Even if he could replicate it perfectly, it would not restore what had been destroyed. That it was time for him to contemplate his future path. However, before considering his options, he felt there was one more task to address. As the three bowed towards the dilapidated hut, Qin Beichen approached them from behind. "Qin Beichen, we've already knelt. Can we leave now?" Hu Liang asked irritably, glancing back at him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy thuds resonated as Qin Beichen struck the back of their heads, sending them into unconsciousness. That he then personally proceeded to remove the storage bags from their persons, collecting the spirit stones and various items into his own storage pouch. After completing this task, Qin Beichen stared silently at the 3 sprawled on the ground. Was his behavior excessive? He did not believe so. They had come to his doorstep with malice. Should he continue to endure and consider their feelings? Qin Beichen found no rationale in that. He gradually departed from the scene. In the abandoned courtyard, Wei Xiaoqiao observed Hu Liang and the others lying motionless on the ground, her expression one of astonishment. This individual, named Qin Beichen, possessing merely the cultivation of a second-level foundation establishment, had managed to subdue two at the 9th level. His talent was truly terrifying that if she could recruit him into her prestigious academy, it would be a significant achievement. Wei Xiaoqiao felt compelled to introduce Qin Beichen's existence to the teacher responsible for recruitment, although she would certainly omit any mention of the conflicts and frictions. Just as she contemplated these matters, a hand landed on her shoulder. "I say, you wouldn't betray me, would you?" Qin Beichen smiled at Wei Xiaoqiao. Caught off guard that he knew of her presence despite her efforts to conceal it, she stiffened, forcing a smile onto her face. "But of course not. I was merely here to watch the show. These matters have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing her response, Qin Beichen nodded lightly. "That is good. Until we meet again." With that, he vanished like a fleeting shadow, racing off into the distance. "Wait," Wei Xiaoqiao called after him. "What is it?" Qin Beichen replied, his demeanor unruffled. Wei Xiaoqiao, feeling a twinge of anxiety, looked at him and inquired, "Qin Beichen, might you be interested in joining our Zhongling Academy? Our academy is quite powerful and ranks favorably among the many academies." Upon hearing her question, Qin Beichen couldn't help but chuckle. "I just knocked out Hu Liang, the one in charge of recruitment, and you want me to join your academy? Aren't you afraid he will resent you for that?" Wei Xiaoqiao shook her head, her expression composed. "That is of no concern to Hu Liang's importance does not compare to yours. You are a genius, and I believe having you at our Zhongling Academy would be a tremendous boon for me." Qin Beichen gazed into her eyes. Her earnestness did not seem like a facade. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "The decision does not rest with me, but rather with Qingyu and where she wishes to go. Wherever she goes, I shall accompany her. For me, it matters not which academy I join." This was Qin Beichen's genuine sentiment. He felt that with his system, he could become a powerful figure in this world regardless of whether he joined an academy. Thus, his decision regarding the academy was contingent upon Su Qingyu's preferences, that as long as Su Qingyu was content, he would not mind. Upon hearing Qin Beichen's response, Wei Xiaoqiao appeared momentarily dazed. "So, Qin Beichen was a love-struck fool?" She nodded gently and said to him, "In that case, I shall work on persuading Miss Wei. Do not think that just because you defeated Hu Liang, our Zhongling Academy is weak. That in truth, our strength does not reflect the Academy's overall might." Chapter 52. Counting the spoils. After listening to Wei Xiaoqiao's explanation, Qin Beichen nodded gently that if joining the Academy merely leads to becoming like Hu Liang, then I indeed see no need to go. Such matters can wait. I must first find a place to sort through the spoils. With that, he ceased lingering, his figure flickering like a remnant shadow as he exited the courtyard. Wei Xiaoqiao watched Qin Beichen's departing silhouette, her mind momentarily adrift. This fellow was truly extraordinary. So young yet so powerful that if he were to join the academy, it would be monumental. Alas, he seemed to be a straight man, seemingly reserving all his tenderness for Su Qingyu while treating her with a blade's edge. So unfair. With that thought, Wei Xiaoqiao emitted a soft grunt before leaving the scene. She had no desire to further involve herself in Hu Liang's matters. She would act as if she had never been there. Qin Beichen traveled swiftly, ultimately arriving at the heart of the city, where he found a small inn and took up temporary residence that in the past he would never have dared to stay in an inn, as he was loath to spend money. However, now that he possessed 3 storage bags, his confidence soared. The inn room was spacious and elegantly decorated, a stark contrast to Qin Beichen's previous shabby abode. There were potted plants by the door, tables and chairs arranged within, and a clean, simple bed. With a wave of his hand, Qin Beichen opened his storage bag, releasing its contents onto the table before him. Gazing at the array of spirit stones and elixirs spread out before him, a satisfied smile graced his face. His recent luck had been extraordinary, although the spirit stones were all acquired through special means. He believed the 3 individuals would not dare pursue the matter. After all, if one were to dissect the situation, it was ultimately Hu Liang and his companions who were in the wrong. As he counted, Qin Beichen realized his spirit stones had surpassed 20,000, all of which were low-grade spirit stones, a cumulative total from the storage bags of Hu Liang, Wang Lei, and Zhao Lai. including contributions from Wei Xiaoqiao and Qingning. Moreover, he had even discovered several mid-grade spirit stones within Hu Liang's storage. It was worth noting that the exchange rate between mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones was 1 to 1,000, meaning those few mid-grade stones equated to several thousand low-grade stones. The luminous pearls illuminating the room cast a glow upon the spirit stones, their brilliance reflecting on Qin Beichen's face that he chuckled softly, first stowing away the spirit stones before beginning to tally his other spoils. With these spirit stones, he could easily reside in this inn for a lifetime. Nonetheless, the youth still yearned for adventures beyond the horizon. In addition to the spirit stones, Qin Beichen discovered other valuable items. Besides foundational elixirs and healing potions, he also found a peculiar liquid in Hu Liang's storage bag. This liquid bore a resemblance to body enhancement liquid. Yet its color was purple, with the words body refinement liquid inscribed upon it. Body refinement liquid? Could it be a specialized item for body refiners? In that moment, the eyes of Qin Beichen sparkled with a newfound brilliance. Although his foundational body refining technique had already reached a nascent stage of proficiency, he understood that the journey to fortify his physical form would still demand a lengthy period of diligent cultivation. However, according to the description of this body refining liquid, by persistently soaking in it, he could significantly shorten the time required to enhance his physique. Upon witnessing the capabilities of the body refining liquid, Qin Beichen immediately regarded it as a treasure of immense value. While other elixirs held a modicum of benefit for him, none could compare to the efficacy of the body refining liquid. In addition to the liquid, Qin Beichen stumbled upon a recipe detailing the method for concocting the body refining liquid, which filled him with even greater delight. Hu Liang truly seemed to be his fortuitous star. As a cultivator, he had prepared an impressive array of resources, all of which ultimately fell into Qin Beichen's hands. Upon Hu Liang's awakening, he would likely be consumed by rage. Qin Beichen chuckled softly and gathered the various miscellaneous items, including some jade talismans and small bronze artifacts whose functions eluded him, into his storage bag. At this moment, the only item remaining before Qin Beichen was the body refining liquid. After instructing the innkeeper's assistant to prepare bathwater, he poured the body refining liquid directly into the tub. If Hu Liang were to witness this scene, he would likely be both amused and infuriated. Typically, Hu Liang would only dare to use a single drop of the liquid at a time. Yet Qin Beichen, having neglected to thoroughly read the recipe, was oblivious to the appropriate dosage and thus emptied a small vial into the bath that he then secured the doors and windows before immersing himself in the tub. Initially, upon entering the water, Qin Beichen felt no discernible difference. Everything seemed perfectly normal, and the body refining liquid appeared to exert a gentle effect. However, as the essence of the liquid gradually adhered to his skin, a subtle transformation overtook his countenance. What the hell? A wave of pain and searing heat engulfed him, nearly rendering him senseless. The sensation was akin to being submerged in a caustic mixture of sulfuric acid and lava, plunging him into a torment that felt agonizingly unbearable. Visibly, his flesh began to exhibit signs of slight decay and redness under the influence of the body refining liquid. Dark droplets of liquid oozed forth from beneath his skin, creating a scene that was nothing short of harrowing. Far from a mere refinement process, it resembled a torturous ordeal. There was an unsettling beauty in the image of a modern individual plunging into a chemical reactor. And in summary, Qin Beichen's current state rendered him utterly immobile, that he was on the brink of unconsciousness when, at that moment, his body instinctively began to activate the foundational body refining technique. Once the technique was successfully initiated, his form began to undergo a transformation. The components of the body refining liquid, which had previously threatened to devastate the surface of his skin, now began to infiltrate his body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians, acupoints, sinews, and flesh. This torment became increasingly intolerable. Qin Beichen's expression froze, and he found it difficult to breathe. This state of suffering was excruciating, and even his formidable willpower struggled to endure the pain. Yet amidst his agony, he remained unaware that his physique was undergoing subtle metamorphosis. Every fiber of his being felt as though it had been subjected to the searing flames of a furnace. Chapter 53. Intense torment, the body, refining liquid. Like a parasitic entity, spread throughout Qin Beichen's body, mercilessly tormenting him and his flesh. This process was no less agonizing than being seared by fierce flames. Qin Beichen's expression contorted in a grimace, an involuntary manifestation of his suffering as he clenched his teeth, striving to stifle any sound that might draw the attention of outsiders. Should anyone dare to approach, they would notice the temperature in the vicinity had risen significantly. Qin Beichen's skin glowed a deep crimson, resembling a duck subjected to boiling water, embodying the essence of anguish and torment. Trembling all over, he slumped within the bath, releasing faint gasps of breath. However, as the foundational body refining technique commenced its operation, the pain began to transform into something more bearable. It wasn't that the torment had diminished. Rather, Qin Beichen had approached a state of numbness, instinctively engaging the technique, rendering him akin to a machine. In fact, at that moment, Qin Beichen yearned to be a machine, for machines do not experience pain. Of course, were he truly a machine, he would likely have succumbed to the corrosive effects of the body refining liquid. Reduced to a heap of scrap metal, in reality, Qin Beichen's physique was now far more resilient than ordinary weapons. However, the overpowering nature of the body refining liquid, which he had never encountered before, meant that experiencing such pain was inevitable. As the foundational body refining technique continued to operate, Qin Beichen's body, meridians, and acupoints began to respond actively to the essence of the body refining liquid. Though the process was torturous, he sensed that his body was being tempered, absorbing the essence, and undergoing a trial by fire, evolving towards an increasingly resilient state. Throughout this ordeal, his willpower was likewise being tested. And gradually, his breathing steadied, moving away from the chaos of earlier. How painful. He even found the presence of mind to utter a lament. At this juncture, Qin Beichen was genuinely perplexed. How had Hu Liang managed to endure such an excruciating body refining liquid? In his mind, Hu Liang's image began to shift in peculiar ways. On one hand, this individual had knelt before his humble abode, clearly not possessing much fortitude. Yet on the other hand, it seemed Hu Liang had also partaken of the body refining liquid without succumbing to its torment, indicating that he was no ordinary character. Unbeknownst to Qin Beichen, although Hu Liang had indeed used the body refining liquid, he preferred to cultivate the foundational technique gradually rather than resorting to the liquid's use. When Hu Liang had utilized the refining liquid at the academy, the entire institution had been thrown into chaos, making sleep impossible for anyone. This body refining liquid truly inflicted torment. Even a single drop was unbearable, let alone the copious amounts Qin Beichen was now enduring. Qin Beichen's ability to withstand the liquid only served to highlight the strength of his willpower. For an average individual, it was likely they would not last 3 breaths under such duress. As Qin Beichen persistently activated the refining technique to absorb the essence from the liquid in the tub, his condition gradually returned to normal, though the subsequent refinement would require considerable time. While Qin Beichen subjected himself to this torment within the inn, Hu Liang and his companions, who had previously collapsed before his modest dwelling, had now regained consciousness. Upon awakening, the pain at the back of their heads left them disoriented. As they reached for their storage bags, all 3 simultaneously let out a cry of despair. Damn Qin Beichen. Their faces darkened significantly. Having their storage bags stolen was a hardship akin to having all the funds from their bank accounts withdrawn. Perhaps even more painful. After all, their entire fortunes were likely stored within those bags. Damn it, my treasures. Wang Lei and Zhao Lai roared in fury, while Hu Liang, his hair standing on end in rage, bellowed, "My body refining liquid. I paid a hefty price for that." The 3 were struck as if by lightning, driven nearly to madness by Qin Beichen's audacity. Yet they dared not confront him, knowing full well they could not overcome him in battle. Damn it, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lei's eyes. Had he known, he would have arranged for assassins to eliminate Qin Beichen, thus minimizing losses, certainly less than what they faced now. Regrettably, it was too late for such thoughts. "It's all your fault, you 2 idiots." Hu Liang pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Lei. Naturally, Wang Lei would not let Hu Liang have the upper hand. He retorted angrily, "Isn't it you who stirred up trouble? I believe you are the true instigator behind all of this. Speak. Are you in cahoots with Qin Beichen? Otherwise, why would you assist him in testing us?" Wang Lei perceived Hu Liang's arrival as a suspicious coincidence, conveniently helping Qin Beichen deflect their scrutiny. suspecting this individual might be collaborating with Qin Beichen in a deceitful play. Upon hearing Wang Lei's accusations, Hu Liang's fury escalated that he could hardly tolerate the mere mention of Qin Beichen. And now Wang Lei was implying he was in league with him. This was pure slander, and he pointed an accusing finger at Wang Lei, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. Are you looking for a fight?" Under normal circumstances, Wang Lei might have maintained his composure and reasoned with Hu Liang. Yet now, recalling his humiliating experiences and witnessing the theft of his storage bag, his temper and rationality evaporated, leaving only a burning desire for retribution that he puffed out his chest and approached Hu Liang. "Let us fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? What of your prestigious academy? From what I see, your performance is no match for our Qingyun Academy's students. Did you gain admission through connections?" Wang Lei's words immediately provoked Hu Liang, who, consumed by fury, unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Wang Lei's face. "You bastard! I'll make you understand the might of my prowess at the academy." Wang Lei, undeterred, retaliated with his own fist, targeting Hu Liang's visage. "That I fear you not. The mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. I have never feared anyone in Qinzhou City." In an instant, the two were entwined in fierce combat, exchanging blows with unrestrained fervor. "Did I in the blink of an eye?" Hu Liang landed a strike that left a bruise of dark purple hue upon Wang Lei's face, only for Wang Lei to respond with a swift kick aimed at Hu Liang's back. Their battle was anything but restrained. Even Zhao Lai, spectating nearby, became enthralled, momentarily forgetting about the loss of his storage bag. As for why Zhao Lai hesitated to intervene, it was simply due to his recent injury. He feared he might be killed by the two enraged combatants. Chapter 54. In search of him for 1,000 times while Hu Liang and Wang Lei grappled near Qin Beichen's modest abode. The Alchemist Guild within the city was abuzz with activity that in the upper echelons of the Alchemist Guild. Lin Fei and President Qi Du were seated at a table, accompanied by several middle-aged men and women. All alchemists from Qinzhou City to AT that moment. With a grave expression, Qi Du gently tapped the table before inquiring of those around him. "Has anyone gathered any information regarding the whereabouts of that alchemist master?" Upon hearing Qi Du's question, the alchemists lowered their heads in silence. Lin Fei, noticing her colleagues had no leads, reluctantly raised her gaze to President Qi Du, saying, "President, I have also sought out intelligence organizations recently. Yet, even they possess no information on the whereabouts of that alchemist master. Intelligence organizations are typically the most knowledgeable regarding a city's information that if they were at a loss concerning the alchemist master's whereabouts. How could anyone else possibly uncover the truth? After all, the Alchemist Guild's refining rooms were frequented by numerous individuals daily, some registered, while others concealed their identities, making it exceedingly difficult to trace them. At that moment, Alchemist Xieming slowly spoke up. "We conducted a rough tally. On that day, at least 50 individuals rented our refining facilities. Among these 50, many were passing alchemists who have already hastily departed, making it challenging to ascertain their whereabouts." That Qi Du exhaled deeply and turned to Xieming. "How many identities can we confirm?" Upon hearing this, Xieming retrieved a list from his storage bag, which contained the names of a few individuals. That he handed the list to President Qi Du, who scrutinized it for some time, unable to derive any clarity. That he placed the list back on the table, sighed, and asked Xieming, "Have you visited all these individuals?" Xieming shook his head in response. "I have only managed to visit 2 or 3. The rest remain unvisited." Qi Du placed his hand upon the table and stated slowly, "Then we shall mobilize the resources of our Alchemist Guild to pay these individuals a visit. Rest assured, all expenses will be borne by our guild, that we are not short on funds, only on top-tier talent." "Understood." Xieming nodded lightly, and it was evident to all that President Qi Du was nearing a state of obsession, that if they could not locate the mysterious alchemist master, Qi Du might never find peace. At that moment, Lin Fei inadvertently glanced at the list and was taken aback to see a familiar name. Upon recognizing it, her expression became somewhat peculiar. "What is it, Lin Fei? Have you found a potential candidate?" President Qi Du gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. Lin Fei shook her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and replied, "No, I merely noticed the name of a young individual on this list, and I believe he can be excluded, as he has yet to refine any elixirs and is still a student. This student is named Qin Beichen, the one I previously sought to recommend to you." Upon hearing Lin Fei's response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qi Du's eyes. It is this child. Very well. Once we locate that alchemist master, you shall bring this child to us. Our guild is in need of fresh talent. Lin Fei looked at Chi Du with excitement, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, President. I will relay the good news to him. After listening to their exchange, Xiaming quietly reclaimed the list, discreetly striking Qin Beichen's name from it. A young lad who had yet to refine an elixir was no longer worthy of a visit, but he had indeed forgotten that when Qin Beichen first arrived at the Alchemist Guild, he had refined the foundational elixir. With the multitude of alchemists he had to attend to daily, he subconsciously overlooked some inconsequential individuals, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles that the alchemists of the guild dispersed. Lin Fei took a carriage heading home. She began to anticipate what Qin Beichen's reaction would be when she conveyed this good news to him. Would he be surprised? Or perhaps resistant? She felt compelled to prepare him for the notion. Knowing Qin Beichen's humble background, she planned to emphasize the desirability of being an alchemist, believing he would eventually understand. Yet, Lin Fei could never have imagined that Qin Beichen was indeed the enigmatic alchemist master. Chapter 55. A life's adversary after undergoing the baptism of the body refinement liquid. Qin Beichen's physique had undeniably strengthened, but he now possessed the confidence to confront both Wang Lei and Hu Liang, who were at the 9th level of foundation establishment, relying solely on his physical prowess. His bodily defenses could effortlessly withstand attacks of such caliber. However, what Qin Beichen did not foresee was that, upon their awakening, Hu Liang and his companions would soon be embroiled in a heated altercation over trivial disputes, leaving Zhao Lai, who dared not intervene, merely an observer, though neither could be considered an unparalleled genius. They were both in their 20s, brimming with potential. The ferocity of their exchanges was beyond what Zhao Lai could withstand. He chose to remain a quiet spectator. Given that Hu Liang and Wang Lei possessed similar levels of cultivation and strength, the battle unfolded as a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Having already sustained minor injuries from their previous encounter with Qin Beichen, the toll on their bodies from this renewed conflict was considerable. Seeing no way to vanquish one another, the two retreated, their expressions grim. Kid. If it weren't for my injuries, I could take both of you on single-handedly. Hu Liang's body trembled slightly, sending dust flying from him. In truth, his condition was relatively stable, save for a particularly painful spot at the back of his head. Qin Beichen's strikes had targeted that very area. Had it not been for his resilient skull, a regular person might have suffered a grievous injury. Upon hearing Hu Liang's remarks, Wang Lei smirked and retorted, I truly wonder how you can utter such words to a student from a prestigious academy. Yet you find yourself bested by someone who hasn't even reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. That do you not feel ashamed? Hu Liang's countenance darkened, yet he quickly countered, as if you have defeated him. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, Wang Lei turned his attention to Zhao Lai, speaking in a heavy tone, Let us go, we're leaving. With that, Wang Lei led Zhao Lai away, choosing to ignore Hu Liang. Today's experience was an utter humiliation for Wang Lei's, one of the top talents in all of Qingzhou City. His pride was deeply wounded. Yet, he had to concede that he had lost to Qin Beichen, an opponent who had yet to reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, but he felt a profound sense of shame. Zhao Lai, this matter must not be disclosed. Wang Lei spoke gravely to Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai nodded vigorously. Whatever Wang Lei decreed, he would comply. After all, Wang Lei's status was far beyond his own. He could not afford to offend him. With Wang Lei's family power, provoking him would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, this experience was not flattering for Zhao Lai either, as throughout the ordeal, he had felt like a mere junior, trounced by Hu Liang, which was an indignity for him. What was more frustrating for Zhao Lai was that he dared not confront Hu Liang. After all, Hu Liang was a student of the prestigious academy, basking in the protection of a powerful lineage. Certainly not someone he could afford to provoke. The Zhao family boasted only a single ancestor at the Yellow Martial Realm, which was the entirety of their family's strength. For the prestigious academy, reaching the Yellow Martial Realm was merely a graduation requirement for students. This indicated that Hu Liang was likely to become a Yellow Martial expert in the future. Until Zhao Lai himself achieved that level of strength, how could he ever dare to challenge Hu Liang? As he pondered, Zhao Lai suddenly found himself envious of Qin Beichen, that a person like Qin Beichen, who could feast alone while ensuring his family remained unfed, seemed to engage in any endeavor without the need to contemplate the consequences. nor worry about the detrimental impact on his clan. Of course, Zhao Lai did not envy the hardships Qin Beichen had endured along his journey. With his head bowed, he extended a hand to wipe the dust from his garments, a residue of the debris from Qin Beichen's dilapidated abode. Now it seemed that even Qin Beichen was becoming an entity he could not provoke. This thought only intensified Zhao Lai's sense of frustration. Bang! In front of the ruins of Qin Beichen's modest dwelling. The furious Hu Liang unleashed a powerful punch, crashing it against the remnants of the structure. Hu Liang had come in search of Qin Beichen, but he was left utterly unsuccessful. My storage bag. My dignity. My Su Qingyu. With that punch, the debris from Qin Beichen's little shack was sent swirling into the air, resembling a flurry of colorful snowflakes. Clenching his fist, Hu Liang strode towards Qingzhou City, declaring, "Qin Beichen, you wait for me." Although Hu Liang could not overpower Qin Beichen, he had already harbored a grudge against him, resolved to sabotage him at every turn. Realizing his position as a recruiter, Hu Liang vowed to ensure that when he went to Qingyun Academy, Qin Beichen would suffer a loss of face. As long as I am here, you will have no chance of joining Zongheng Academy. With a determined bite of his teeth, Hu Liang vanished from the sight of Qin Beichen's crumbled abode. He was particularly eager to see Wei Qiao, harboring some resentment towards her as well. His junior sister had acted rather unprincipled, abandoning him to flee secretly. However, her departure might be a blessing in disguise. He just wished to know whether she had left before he was knocked unconscious or after. He hoped she had left early enough so that fewer people would learn of his humiliating defeat. As it stood, only Wang Lei and Zhao Lai were likely aware of the incident. But Hu Liang believed they would not dare to spread such news. As they had all suffered embarrassment together, if they dared to speak, he would retaliate in kind. Contemplating this, Zhao Lai's footsteps grew slightly lighter. Yet the pain coursing through his body served as a reminder not to forget the scoundrel that was Qin Beichen. However, both Hu Liang and Wang Lei had already regarded Qin Beichen as their foremost adversary. It was well known that Qin Beichen was the one favored by Su Qingyu. Had they possessed greater strength than Qin Beichen, perhaps they could have contended with him. Yet at present, Qin Beichen's prowess far surpassed theirs, effectively crushing them. Apart from having slightly stronger backing than Qin Beichen, they were utterly lacking in all other respects. The very existence of Qin Beichen had gradually coalesced into a dark cloud, looming ominously over the brows of the two. If Qin Beichen continued to advance with such vigor, it would seem that he was the true prodigy of heaven. They had no desire to witness Qin Beichen ultimately win the heart of the beauty. On their return journey, both Hu Liang and Wang Lei marked Qin Beichen as their life's greatest foe. Yet, in Qin Beichen's eyes, they were already defeated opponents, hardly worth considering. Chapter 56. The head of the Wang family, Wang Lei, returned home in a dejected state, taking the narrow paths to avoid being seen. That he was a man of great pride, and nothing terrified him more than being caught in a moment of disgrace. Yet, as fate would have it, sometimes what one fears most comes to pass, and he could not avoid it. Halt! Just as Wang Lei was about to reach the door of his room, a voice called out to him. Beads of sweat instantly erupted on Wang Lei's forehead, his complexion paling as he turned to face the imposing figure. Bowing respectfully, he lowered his head and softly exclaimed, "Father." Wang Biao, clad in a long yellow robe, possessed deeply set eyes that emanated an overwhelming sense of authority. When he gazed upon others, he approached Wang Lei, observing the dust that had yet to be cleaned from his attire and the emptiness at his waist. His brow knitting in concern. "What is the meaning of this? Did you go out to brawl?" Wang Lei felt the weight of his father's stern gaze and involuntarily shivered. Although nervous, he dared not delay. Hastening to explain, "I apologize, father. I have brought shame upon the family. I sought to confront a rival, but instead I was defeated and even had my storage bag taken from me. Woe is me." As he spoke, Wang Lei began to weep openly before Wang Biao, but his father did not approach to comfort him. He merely regarded his son with a stoic expression. His gaze lacked warmth, and his demeanor remained unchanged. In such a situation, Wang Lei's emotional turmoil gradually subsided, replaced by a profound sense of shame as he trembled before his father's intimidating presence. "Have you finished crying?" Wang Biao asked coolly. Wang Lei dared not respond. His body stiffened with embarrassment. Today had been exceedingly humiliating, a disgrace to his father's efforts. That moment, To Wang Lei's astonishment, Wang Biao crouched down, grasping his arm and lifting him from the ground. Wang Lei was overwhelmed with emotion. His father's unexpected gesture left him astounded. However, once Wang Biao had helped him to his feet, he withdrew his hand, returning to his stern demeanor as he regarded Wang Lei. Wang Lei remained silent, his head bowed in shame. Wang Lei, you are a scion of the Wang family. Wang Biao took a deep breath and spoke slowly, as a member of the Wang family. You must remember that whether you find yourself in adversity or prosperity, you must never lose the pride of being a Wang. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Lei lifted his head to meet Wang Biao's gaze. Feeling a pang of guilt, Wang Biao took a couple of steps closer, placing his hand on Wang Lei's shoulder. My child, I permit you to make mistakes, to face failure, but can you allow yourself to continually falter and fail? I hope you will become a source of pride for our family. The future of the Wang family ultimately rests upon you, does it not? As his father's hand rested upon his shoulder, Wang Lei felt a slight tremor run through him. His father's gesture was unprecedented. Wang Lei was deeply moved by his father's words, nodding earnestly as he replied, Father, I understand. I will regain my confidence and overcome the obstacles in my path. I will defeat those rivals and become a source of pride for the Wang family. No, this time I shall personally assist you in resolving your troubles. Wang Biao gazed at Wang Lei, his expression calm. Locking eyes with his son, he spoke with a steady voice. You will become the pride of our family, and our family will be your greatest support on your journey to success, that I will investigate this enemy and help you eliminate him. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Lei's eyes grew misty. This is what family meant, that he fought for the family's honor. And in return, the family provided him with resources, aiding him in becoming the next generation's powerhouse. Although such matters might not seem particularly moving to outsiders, Wang Lei's sense of belonging to his family had reached its zenith. Unbeknownst to Qin Beiqin, a scheme against him was quietly unfolding. At the Wang residence, as Wang Lei retreated to his room to rest, Wang Biao slowly made his way back to the head of the family's quarters. Come in. Wang Biao did not call out anyone by name. It seemed that upon uttering those two words, the appropriate person would enter the room, that a figure clad in a gray, form-fitting outfit and masked visage stepped inside, approaching Wang Biao and respectfully greeting him. Sir, what is your command? With a serious expression, Wang Biao instructed, help me investigate a person and also assist in eliminating him. The man nodded slightly, quickly exiting the room upon receiving Wang Biao's directive. Wang Biao sat calmly in his chair. As if the events he had just orchestrated were of little consequence, that in his eyes, Qin Beiqin was merely an inconsequential individual. However, Wang Biao was unaware of the profound impact his actions would have on the fate of the entire Wang family. Meanwhile, within the guest room prepared for visitors at the Song family estate, Hu Liang was already kneeling before a middle-aged man. Teacher Lei Shan, I apologize for bringing shame upon the academy. Hu Liang, humbled and filled with remorse, lowered his head, presenting a rather dismal appearance. Upon witnessing Hu Liang's demeanor, Lei Shan chose silence, instead lifting a teacup to savor its contents. His gaze remained fixated on the swirling tea leaves, rendering Hu Liang merely an inconsequential presence in the room. When Hu Liang sought out Lei Shan, he had neglected to rid himself of the dust that clung to him. If Wang Lei's actions were merely careless, then Hu Liang's were intentional. Yet in this moment, as he faced Lei Shan's apparent disregard, Hu Liang's spirits plummeted, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed with the plans he had contemplated on his way back. Stealing a glance at Hu Liang, Lei Shan noted his agitation and allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, choosing not to elaborate further. As a seasoned admissions officer from the formidable Zongheng Academy, Lei Shan's experience in the martial world far surpassed that of Hu Liang. He had long discerned that Hu Liang was not in his best form lately, likely on the brink of trouble. As expected, this young man had undoubtedly suffered a setback in a conflict, prompting him to seek assistance. Had he emerged victorious, it was unlikely he would have approached Lei Shan for help. Lei Shan held little fondness for Hu Liang. In his eyes, their mission was to scout promising students for the academy, not to engage in city brawls. Hu Liang's misguided focus on rivalry rather than recruitment rendered him unworthy of representation. At that moment, as Hu Liang realized his tactics were futile, he anxiously raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. Teacher, can you truly bear to watch your student be bullied? Chapter 57. The teacher surprised Hu Liang adopted a more pitiable posture. Yet just then, the door swung open, and a figure entered, his junior, Wei Xiaoqiao. Upon seeing her, Hu Liang hastily wiped away his tears, fearful of being ridiculed for his disheveled state. Teacher Lei, Wei Xiaoqiao greeted Lei Shan with a respectful bow. Lei Shan nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a measure of satisfaction toward her at this juncture. He chose not to ignore Hu Liang any longer, setting down his teacup and regarding him with mild irritation. Speak up, what brings you to me? Who dares to bully a genius from Zonghing Academy and show us such disrespect? Lei Shan's eyes bore into Hu Liang, who felt a flicker of trepidation as he had already concocted a tale in his mind. In Wei Xiaoqiao's presence, Hu Liang found it somewhat embarrassing to fabricate a story. Deflated, he lamented, "Teacher, a scoundrel from Qingzhou City, has bullied me and even stolen my storage bag." Upon hearing Hu Liang's woes, Wei Xiaoqiao displayed an expression of bemused disbelief rather than sympathy. Lei Shan keenly observed the subtle shifts in both their expressions, maintaining a composed demeanor as he turned to Wei Xiaoqiao. "Xiaoqiao, what is it that you find amusing?" Covering her mouth, Wei Xiaoqiao glanced at Hu Liang, whose expression darkened significantly. That it appeared she had witnessed the entirety of his humiliation. The realization that he had embarrassed himself so profoundly weighed heavily on him. However, Wei Xiaoqiao, ever resourceful, quickly devised a way to deflect the situation. She stepped forward, addressing Lei Shan. "Teacher Lei, I was laughing because Senior, who has actually done our academy a service by discovering an extraordinary talent." "Oh, an extraordinary talent. That title is not easily bestowed." Lei Shan's gaze deepened with intrigue. Meanwhile, Hu Liang, already steeped in shame, hung his head lower. Wei Xiaoqiao eagerly continued. "You see, Teacher Lei, Senior, who has unexpectedly encountered a genius youth at the second stage of foundation establishment, who is capable of suppressing him despite his seniority. Such performance undoubtedly merits the title of extraordinary talent." Upon hearing her explanation, Hu Liang lifted his head, his grievances toward Wei Xiaoqiao dissipating, replaced by gratitude. Her words were undeniably a lifeline. Yet, Lei Shan was not easily deceived. His discerning eyes swept over the two, and he quickly inferred that the individual Hu Liang sought to report was indeed the genius Wei Xiaoqiao mentioned. Her comments were merely a subtle attempt to extricate Hu Liang from his predicament. Not one to expose the truth, Lei Shan nodded slowly, saying, "In that case, it appears this truly is an extraordinary talent. To defeat someone at the 9th stage of foundation establishment while still untrained by a major academy is indicative of a boundless future. You have indeed stumbled upon a treasure." Seeing Lei Shan's expression shift, Hu Liang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet a lingering sorrow remained within him. His storage bag had been taken by Qin Beichun, and if Lei Shan were to take a particular interest in Qin Beichun, would he ever have the chance to reclaim his possessions? He had spent several thousand low-grade spirit stones to acquire that body-refining liquid. The thought of facing Lei Shan when he met Qin Beichun made Hu Liang shudder. Ultimately, Hu Liang found himself in a predicament he could not voice, merely nodding obediently. Lei Shan addressed them both. "If this genius truly possesses talent, we must make every effort to secure him. Such prodigies often value the finer details. I plan to visit their academy tomorrow to observe that young fellow. You two, do not create trouble for me." As he said this, Lei Shan intentionally cast a glance at Hu Liang. Hu Liang dared not speak. Nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, this moment, he was acutely aware that provoking Qin Beichun would be folly. Should Qin Beichun indeed join their academy, Hu Liang would have to treat him as an esteemed guest, lest he harbor any resentment towards Zonghing Academy. This thought darkened Hu Liang's mood. Lei Shan brimmed with anticipation for Qin Beichun, hoping to make a favorable impression upon their first meeting. Lei Shan continued, "You both must cooperate with me diligently, and we shall endeavor to secure this young man before the trial in Qingzhou City. At that time, we can have him conceal his true abilities during the trial, facilitating our recruitment." Wei Xiaoqiao and Hu Liang nodded eagerly, fully aware that they dared not disobey Lei Shan's words. As for the trial Lei Shan mentioned, although they had never participated, they were well acquainted with its significance. In truth, most academies selected young talents based on their performances in these trials, seeking to recruit fresh vigor for their institutions. Such trials typically occurred in every city, aimed at identifying the most exceptional talents within that locale. Of course, these trials come with restrictions. Talents over the age of 16, regardless of their capabilities, are ineligible to participate, as the trials assess only those who have yet to reach that age. These events are often held in the wild, where hundreds, if not thousands, of young talents compete, with the most outstanding among them emerging victorious. This gathering is not only a grand event, but also a formidable challenge for those aged 16 and below. The exceptional individuals selected by major academies often ascend to significant status, wielding influence capable of shaking Qingzhou City. Conversely, those who are eliminated are left to either cultivate in solitude or seek apprenticeship, often falling short of the accomplishments achieved by graduates of prestigious academies. Nonetheless, this phenomenon is not absolute. Some talents may experience a late-blooming success, ultimately becoming formidable practitioners through self-directed training. Such occurrences, however, are rare. The resources that an academy can provide to a young genius are beyond the reach of many formidable practitioners, as only the most elite powers are equipped to offer such advantages. With the right resources, these talents have the opportunity to soar to great heights. Therefore, the upcoming trial in Qingzhou City, set to take place in a few days, undoubtedly stands as the focal point for numerous prestigious academies in their quest for talent. Chapter 58. Foundation Establishment. Sixth Layer. Unfathomable Power. Qin Beiqin, oblivious to the fact that he has already attracted the attention of many, would remain unperturbed even if he were aware that to him. The system is the paramount resource. Without it, he might very well be languishing in a small wooden cabin, confronting the grim reality of his life. The system serves as a key, unlocking the door to Qin Beiqin's resurgence. As for those esteemed academies, should they assist him in enhancing his cultivation, he might consider paying them a visit. Of course, it would depend on Su Qingyu's wishes that if she desires his company at the academy. Qin Beiqin would gladly accompany her, for it would not hinder his ability to activate the system at this moment. Qin Beiqin sits cross-legged in an inn, several elemental stones arranged beside him to facilitate his cultivation and absorption of elemental energy. In truth, given his current cultivation method, the speed at which he gathers and absorbs energy is not particularly slow. However, Qin Beiqin prefers to keep a low profile, should his cultivation efforts attract unwanted attention. The situation could swiftly become complex and perilous. Thus, maintaining discretion remains his objective. As the elemental energy continuously flows into Qin Beiqin's body, he senses that his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the second layer of foundation establishment, on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet his focus is not on this, but rather on the progress of his training as displayed on the system interface. The numerical representation of his advancement in the innate Qi cultivation method has reached 99. Though this figure appears unstable, poised for change, just as Qin Beiqin diligently operates his cultivation technique, the system's voice finally resonates. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is cultivating. However, the speed is exceedingly slow, not commensurate with the system's caliber. The host's progress has reached 100. The system will enhance the host's technique. Ding! Enhancement complete. Technique. Innate Qi cultivation method, major achievement 1. As anticipated, upon reaching 100 progress, the system elevates the proficiency of the technique, much to Qin Beiqin's delight. With the level of the innate Qi cultivation method now at major achievement, he is eager to continue his training. Buzz. The moment Qin Beiqin resumes his cultivation, he instantly perceives a change in his speed. If his previous pace was akin to a trickling stream, it has now transformed into a rushing river, the efficiency markedly improved. Qin Beiqin estimates that his current rate is at least 5 times faster than during his minor achievement phase. This leap indicates that his cultivation speed has surged as if equipped with a jet propulsion device, catapulting him forward. He can sense that, despite the increased speed, the quality of his cultivation remains uncompromised. Indeed, the elemental energy, now entering his body, feels even purer. Elated, he realizes that an uptick in his cultivation speed during the foundation establishment phase will not lag behind his prior stages of Qi condensation and body refinement, suggesting a potential significant enhancement by nightfall. Thus, he concentrates entirely on his cultivation, focusing on his dantian and meridians. Within his meridians, the elemental energy, initially appearing as a thick mist, now shows signs of liquefaction. Much like clouds accumulating too much moisture, gradually transforming into rain. Qin Beiqin's cultivation has reached the state of Qi condensation, as droplets of elemental energy coalesce in an elemental liquid, beginning to flow steadily within him. With a spirited demeanor, Qin Beiqin recognizes that if this rate of steady improvement continues, his future will undoubtedly be unstoppable. Figures like Wang Lei and Hu Liang will merely be fleeting shadows along his path. Hardly worthy of his concern. Qin Beichen's body functions like a finely tuned machine, operating at full throttle, efficiency significantly enhanced. The elemental stones before him are consumed at a noticeably accelerated rate, their pale, golden hue gradually fading to transparency. Yet, Qin Beichun remains unfazed. He is, after all, in a position of modest affluence. Wang Lei and Hu Liang have generously sponsored him with substantial resources, including a staggering amount of elemental stones that, of course, it is primarily Wang Lei and Hu Liang who are overwhelmed with gratitude. Qin Beichun feels only appreciation. Thus, as the elemental stones are depleted, Qin Beichun's cultivation soars rapidly. Foundation establishment, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. When the morning sun bathes the earth, Qin Beichun ceases his meditation. His cultivation now firmly established at the sixth layer of foundation establishment at this stage. He is on par with Qin Sheng. Naturally, in combat, Qin Beichun at the sixth layer can effortlessly overpower both Hu Liang and Wang Lei, who are at the ninth layer. With his overall capabilities, his combat prowess at the sixth layer is indeed formidable. However, engaging a formidable opponent at the Huangwu realm would likely pose significant challenges. Warriors of the martial realm can separate their elemental energy from their bodies, launching attacks formed from condensed energy, a feat beyond Qin Beichun's current abilities. Consider the scenario when a Huangwu expert strikes, unleashing waves of elemental energy. The spectacle would be far more terrifying than being shot at by a multitude, for the power of these energy waves is immensely destructive, beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Nevertheless, should Qin Beichun manage to advance further, combining a potent physique with lightning speed, he may yet stand a chance in such a confrontation that, of course, he has never faced a warrior of the martial realm. Such matters can only be assessed through first-hand experience. For now, he is simply buoyed by his recent advancements, brimming with confidence in his abilities, rising to gather his belongings. Qin Beichun prepares to leave the inn and head to Qingyun Academy. He must inform Su Qingyu of the demise of his humble abode, not as a complaint but out of concern that she might seek him out and, upon discovering the ruins, suffer a breakdown. Imagine the house of one's beloved reduced to rubble. Su Qingyu would undoubtedly worry for his safety. Should she faint upon learning of this, Qin Beichun would be heartbroken. However, when recounting the events, he will certainly omit the identities of Wang Lei and Hu Liang. To Qin Beichun, these two individuals are inconsequential, and there is no need to burden Su Qingyu with undue concern. For him, they are little more than strangers, although he remains vigilant, ever wary of any potential retaliation. Chapter 59. The Assassin of the Huangwu Realm. On a crisp morning, Qin Beichun walks along the path to the academy. Although he possesses a considerable amount of elemental stones, he has opted not to stay at a particularly lavish inn, as he naturally prefers to economize where possible. Thus, the inn he resides in is not located in close proximity to the academy, necessitating a trek through numerous streets to arrive. As Qin Beichun hurriedly enters a long alleyway, his expression shifts subtly. After having enhanced his physique with body refinement elixirs, the improvements extend beyond mere strength. His sensory faculties, particularly his sight and hearing, have been notably sharpened. His vision has become remarkably clear, allowing him to discern objects a mile away, while his hearing has become acutely sensitive, enabling him to detect even the faintest sounds in his surroundings. Consequently, with his enhanced hearing, Qin Beichun picks up on some exceedingly subtle noises. For instance, he can hear the snores of a slothful resident from a neighboring house, the sounds of a diligent cook preparing a meal, a child relieving themselves, and, notably, the sound of someone sharpening a knife. The soft, hissing sound of the sharpening blade is faint, yet Qin Beichun's extraordinary hearing allows him to identify it distinctly from within a nearby residence, while the act of sharpening a knife is commonplace in towns, typically resulting in a swift scraping sound due to the short length of the blade. This particular knife being sharpened is a long one. To sharpen a knife at such an early hour suggests a sinister intent. A smirk curls at the corners of Qin Beichun's mouth. Surely, the good people residing in this vicinity would not be engaged in murderous preparations. Could it be that this sharpening is meant for him? His expression grows serious. Now that he has reached the second layer of foundation establishment, Qin Beichun possesses a slight premonition of danger. This time, he senses a threatening aura. Moreover, The narrowness of the alleyway poses a disadvantage should an attack occur, making it difficult for him to evade. Could it be that the assailants have conducted prior reconnaissance on him? Qin Beichen's vigilance gradually heightened. He was now taut with tension, fully prepared to either confront or evade an impending threat. Nevertheless, his expression remained relatively composed, for he had recently ascended to the 6th level of Foundation establishment, that as long as his adversary was not overwhelmingly powerful, he believed he could manage the encounter. As he pondered this, he cast his gaze toward a corner of the alley. From that corner emerged the sound of light footsteps. Footsteps so delicate that they suggested the presence of someone well-versed in the art of assassination. Someone who understood the importance of minimizing noise before striking in the city of Qingzhou. Causing a commotion while taking a life would undoubtedly draw the attention of the city lord. Qin Beichen maintained his calm as he watched the alley's corner, awaiting the appearance of the unknown. Suddenly, it was as if a long blade was being drawn from its sheath, the figure drawing nearer. However, in the next moment, a surprising turn of events unfolded. Entering the alley was not an assassin, but rather an elderly woman, her back burdened with a basket, wielding a chopping knife as she made her way to the opposite end of the alley. This old woman appeared to be on her way to gather firewood. Qin Beichen observed her closely, sensing no trace of danger emanating from her. She seemed to be an ordinary old lady. Could it be that he had misheard, that he had succumbed to an illusion? Just as doubts clouded his mind, a sudden, crisp sound pierced the air. Swoosh, like a sharp blade being unsheathed, a long knife had already lunged out from behind him, aimed at his lower back. The blade sliced through the air, stirring his hair. This realization struck him like a thunderclap. He had indeed been deceived. His keen perception had been exploited to create an illusion, lulling him into a false sense of security before delivering a devastating blow. Feeling the deadly aura behind him, Qin Beichen's expression shifted dramatically, that he hastily propelled himself forward. At this moment, his physical strength was formidable, enabling him to leap several meters in a single bound, outpacing an ordinary person. Yet, an assassin was not so easily thwarted. He could feel the presence behind him, akin to a serpent fixating on its prey, relentlessly pursuing his every movement. His breath quickened. The sensation of being hunted was most unsettling. Cursed be this troublesome foe, Qin Beichen thought, and with a powerful surge from his calf muscles, he surged forward once more, his speed reaching its zenith. This time, the oppressive feeling of being tracked diminished somewhat. Yet it did not vanish entirely. That he glanced back, only to witness a figure cloaked in gray, wielding a long knife, delivering a slash aimed at him. Although the blade struck only air, its gleam shimmered menacingly, sending a chilling arc of light toward him. This was bad, a master at the yellow martial realm. At this moment, Qin Beichen's expression turned pale. While he yearned to challenge a practitioner of the yellow martial realm, he understood that such a challenge did not equate to engaging in a deadly struggle. These were two entirely different concepts. The piercing light of the blade bore down upon his back with such swiftness that even Qin Beichen found it difficult to counter. In a moment of panic, he twisted his body, executing a highly complex maneuver. His form bent and twisted in midair like a fish, the blade ultimately grazing his arm instead of striking his back. Rip! The knife's edge tore through his clothing, leaving a long gash on his arm, causing blood to flow freely. His condition deteriorated rapidly, his combat effectiveness plummeting. This was dire. He could not afford to confront this foe head-on. Qin Beichen finally grasped the chasm that lay between him and a yellow martial master. The adversary's ranged attack capabilities were terrifying. He struggled even to evade, let alone engage directly. With gritted teeth, he forcibly channeled his energy to seal the wound, staunching the flow of blood. He then bolted toward the corner of the alley with fervent haste. Meanwhile, the elderly woman who had just stepped outside had collapsed in shock. Rendered unconscious by the brutal scene before her, as an ordinary person, witnessing such violence would undoubtedly incite panic. Fortunately, the assassin of the yellow martial realm was singularly focused on Qin Beichen, showing no inclination for indiscriminate slaughter. Yet the hunted Qin Beichen's complexion had turned a ghostly white. Chapter 60. Is there an ambush? Danger. As a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, being pursued by an assassin of the yellow martial realm placed Qin Beichen in an exceedingly precarious position. He scarcely had time to contemplate who might wish to eliminate him. He had hardly offended anyone. His state was far from optimal. Although the bleeding from his arm had ceased, he could still feel a persistent ache. a reminder of the formidable threat looming behind him. He could not afford to lower his guard. "Child, if you stop now, I may grant you a complete corpse." The assassin, cloaked in gray robes and adorned with a patterned mask that obscured his face, exuded an air of mystery. His voice rasped, leaving Qin Beichin uncertain whether it was his natural tone or a disguise. Nevertheless, how could Qin Beichin relinquish hope for survival as a beneficiary of the system? He had no intention of ending his life prematurely, that he had yet to witness the pinnacle of this world, nor had he become its champion. Countless aspirations remained unfulfilled. Thus, with clenched teeth, Qin Beichin pressed on, refusing to halt his flight. Fortunately, his foundational agility, enhanced by the system, proved remarkably effective, allowing him to nimbly navigate the alleyways with such speed that even the assassin struggled to keep pace. That he darted like a spirit cat, weaving between the corners and obstacles of the alley, a sight that would surely dazzle any onlooker. In his desperate bid for survival, he unleashed his full potential, scarcely pausing to regulate his rapid breaths. "Child, do you truly believe you can escape?" The gray-robed assassin was momentarily taken aback by Qin Beichin's speed. He watched the fleeing figure with a hint of longing in his gaze. That an assassin. He valued two things above all: the ability to unleash devastating martial prowess in an instant and the mastery of rapid movement. As a practitioner of the yellow martial realm, he had acquired an exceptional technique, which should have made it effortless to catch up to Qin Beichin. Yet, the boy's speed surpassed his expectations, a most ludicrous revelation. The gray-robed assassin's eyes narrowed, fixated on Qin Beichin's retreating form, whispering to himself, "At least a lower-grade profound stage technique. A lower-grade profound stage technique." Such a treasure was immensely enticing. If he could acquire it, he would be able to effortlessly eliminate practitioners of the yellow martial and even the profound martial realm in the future. Assassins understood the nuances of agility better than anyone, for they could harness their speed to its utmost potential. The emergence of a profound stage technique within the grasp of a mere foundation establishment, youth, filled the gray-robed assassin with envy and desire. If he could extract the secrets of this technique from Qin Beichin, his combat prowess and ability to survive would see a dramatic enhancement. "Young one, you truly are a tantalizing morsel." The gray-robed assassin's feet propelled him forward, shattering the cobblestones beneath him with a resounding crack. As a master of the yellow martial realm, he could easily crush stone. Otherwise, how could he traverse the world of martial arts? Qin Beichin's figure flickered between streets and alleys, pushing his agility to the limit in his desperate flight for survival. Meanwhile, the progress of his agility on the system panel steadily increased. Even though his speed surpassed that of the yellow martial assassin, Qin Beichin did not allow himself to grow complacent. That he sensed that the assassin was relentless, like a parasite, unable to catch up but effortlessly tracing his path. After all, this was a professional assassin, likely possessing tracking techniques. This meant that even if he managed to escape for now, he would remain pursued, ultimately exhausting his energy and falling prey to the enemy's grasp. Contemplating this, Qin Beichin's expression darkened. However, amidst the dire circumstances, a plan for escape suddenly crystallized in his mind. I shall flee toward the city lord's mansion. There, I shall surely find refuge. The vicinity of the city lord's mansion was patrolled by the city guard. The guards were forbidden from allowing violence within the city. Such actions would violate city regulations. Thus, he could leverage their presence to extricate himself from this peril. With renewed determination, Qin Beichin leaped forward, propelling himself several meters ahead before pivoting at a corner of the alley, racing toward the city lord's mansion. Upon witnessing Qin Beichin's direction, the gray-robed assassin took a moment to ponder, quickly discerning the boy's intentions. The little one is quite astute, knowing how to save himself. But if I intend to kill you, why would I grant you an opportunity to escape? The assassin spoke without taking any action, continuing to trail Qin Beichin like a venomous snake. However, a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Qin Beichin remained oblivious to the unknown perils that awaited him. The city lord's mansion was not far from his current position. Merely a couple of miles away, at Qin Beichin's wind-like speed, he could swiftly reach the mansion. Yet, as he sprinted into an empty street, a sudden chill gripped his heart, accompanied by a fierce reaction in his brow. This is bad. In this moment of imminent danger, Qin Beichin exhibited the mastery of a body-refining expert over his physical form, that he forcibly halted his forward momentum, slightly bent his right leg, and then propelled himself to leap toward the rear right. Just as he made his move, the air was pierced by a series of swift whooshes. Thud, thud. As Qin Beichen twisted his body, he glimpsed two arrows striking the very spot he had intended to escape towards. These arrows were remarkably sharp and possessed terrifying power, creating small craters in the cobblestone street. Are there others? Qin Beichen glanced in the direction of the city lord's mansion. It seemed that those two arrows had originated from that vicinity. Good heavens, they anticipated my escape toward the city lord's mansion and set another assassin to ambush me. A bitter smile crept across Qin Beichen's lips. As a Foundation establishment student, to be pursued by a Huangwu assassin and caught in an ambush was rather excessive. Wasn't it? However, this was not the time for complaints or grievances. Noticing that there were indeed assassins lying in wait near the city lord's mansion, he had no choice but to flee in another direction. To survive, he could not afford to pause even for a moment. Whoosh! Another two cold arrows flew from a distance, aimed directly at his brow. Chapter 61. A narrow escape from death faced with the oncoming arrows. Qin Beichen gritted his teeth and sprinted away into the distance. Shortly after his departure, the gray-cloaked assassin appeared at the spot he had just vacated and gestured toward the distance, seemingly indicating that his comrade had performed well. The assassin pressed on, following the trail of Qin Beichen's escape. Although the assassin's speed could not quite match that of Qin Beichen, his familiarity with the alleys and corners far surpassed that of his prey, compensating for the difference in speed to some extent. Thud. The advantage of Qin Beichen's foundational agility was that his movements were exceptionally light, allowing him to tread upon the ground without damaging public property. Truly a display of civic responsibility. However, the assassin pursuing him lacked such consideration. With every step he took, he inflicted permanent damage upon the ground beneath him. The sound of cracking echoed as the assassin's feet effortlessly shattered the cobblestones. Who the hell is making a ruckus outside? A man shouted from his window, evidently disturbed from his dreams by the commotion caused by the assassin's footsteps. Boom! A flash of blade light shattered the wall of the man's home. The man was left dazed, silenced by the overwhelming display of power. But if the wall could be so easily destroyed, how effortless would it be for that individual to smash his skull? Though the nearby residents heard the ruckus created by the assassin, none dared to emerge and chastise him. They understood that those who brazenly prowled the streets at night were not to be trifled with. In truth, Qin Beichen also hoped that his escape would not endanger innocent civilians, as that would weigh heavily on his conscience. As for the man whose wall had been destroyed, he could hardly blame Qin Beichen for that. Hearing the continuous sounds of destruction behind him, Qin Beichen's expression darkened. Damn it. Once I uncover who sent the assassin after me, I will seek my revenge. A fierce light flickered in Qin Beichen's eyes that he was no coward who enjoyed being bullied. Having been wronged, he naturally yearned for retribution. However, he understood that the nobleman takes his revenge 10 years later. For now, his priority was to escape. Suddenly, Qin Beichen spotted a familiar glow ahead on the street. Could it be the Alchemist Guild? An expression of joy illuminated his face, for he knew that the guild would surely have experts on guard. Thus, before the pursuing assassin could catch up, Qin Beichen hastened to the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. As the Alchemist Guild of Qingzhou City, it operated around the clock, much like other alchemist guilds. Since some alchemists worked day and night, it was unreasonable to restrict access to only daylight hours. Upon his arrival, a maid noticed Qin Beichen and was about to inquire about him, but her gaze fell upon the wounds on his arm. "Young master, what has happened to you?" the maid asked warily. Qin Beichen produced a spirit stone, pressing it into the maid's hand. Breathless as he urged, "Prepare me a room with an alchemist. I need to concoct pills." The maid did not press further, although Qin Beichen's condition appeared troubling. She adhered to her professional conduct as a maid of the Alchemist Guild. Consequently, she refrained from interrogating him, instead registering his details before leading him towards a room in such a perilous moment. Qin Beichen naturally did not reveal his real name during registration. He casually wrote down Zhang San and followed the maid into the guild. This moment, a middle-aged man with small eyes and a long beard descended from upstairs. Casting a glance at the maid and Qin Beichen, the middle-aged man's expression was somewhat grim, as though he had encountered some misfortune. "Xiao Chui, who is this?" the bearded man queried, his gaze narrowing in distaste as he scrutinized Qin Beichen. "Which alchemist is so young and yet bears such wounds?" This fellow clearly has no experience in alchemy and seeks to occupy resources in the alchemist's chamber. This lad is suspicious. The maid, Xiao Chui, explained to the middle-aged man, Master Niu, this young master has come to concoct pills. Upon hearing the maid's response, Master Niu scrutinized Qin Beichen once more and asked, Young man, are you truly here to concoct pills? Qin Beichen nodded lightly, meeting Master Niu's gaze. What? Must I undergo a series of inquiries to enter your alchemist guild? Is this a regulation of the guild? Qin Beichen's implication was clear. The other party had no right to question his qualifications. Whether or not he knew how to concoct pills was not for Master Niu to dictate. Did only the elderly have the right to enter this place? Qin Beichen understood that the reason for the questioning stemmed from his unusual condition and youthful appearance, which seemingly did not align with the image of an alchemist. However, to think so was a gross underestimation of his capabilities. Such inquiries were entirely out of order. The Alchemist Guild never interrogated those who came to concoct pills. It was evident that they doubted his abilities and questioned his intentions for being there. Yet, in this life-and-death situation, Qin Beichen had no time to engage in explanations with this alchemist, but he maintained a cold demeanor. Turning to the maid beside him, Lead me to the alchemy room. Xiao Chui found herself caught between the two, feeling quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she recognized that Master Niu's inquiry was evidently against the rules. The Alchemist Guild functioned like a store. If one had to be interrogated before purchasing goods, it would be utterly unreasonable. Since they were in the business of trade, they ought to treat every visitor equally. Provided they could pay the spirit stones that A.S. Qin Beichen could afford the spirit stones. Xiao Chui bowed respectfully to Master Niu and then guided Qin Beichen toward an alchemy room. Master Niu watched Qin Beichen's departing figure, his expression darkening. After years of alchemical practice, today I have been admonished by a young upstart. This fellow truly is audacious. Humph. The alchemist, Niu, flicked his sleeve and strode toward the grand hall of the Alchemist Guild. Today was indeed unfortunate. Not only had his alchemical endeavors failed, but he had also been chastised by a younger individual, leaving him in a rather irritable mood. However, as he reached the hall, he instantly sensed a dangerous presence lurking outside. Chapter 62. The Difficulty of Second-Rank Alchemy. Outside the Alchemist Guild, a figure draped in a gray cloak and adorned with a patterned mask stood on the street, peering into the guild. This assassin of Huangwu realm noted that Qin Beichen's trace seemed to have been cut off right at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. It was evident that this individual had come here seeking refuge. This situation had become somewhat troublesome. The Alchemist Guild was certainly not a place where one could act recklessly. After all, this was the Guild of Qingzhou City, housing many powerful alchemists, whose connections often surpassed their own strength, that if he were to offend the Alchemist Guild, he might find himself unable to procure any elixirs in the future. Thus he refrained from resorting to violence within its confines. Nevertheless, he lingered at the entrance, gazing inside. Damn it, you little brat, do not think that just because you are hiding inside, I will let you off the hook. I will have your mysterious grade technique. The gray-cloaked assassin looked into the hall and noticed a middle-aged man with a long beard gazing back at him. From this man's aura, he sensed a threat. Clearly, he too was a formidable martial artist, possibly even an alchemist that I cannot afford to offend him. The gray-cloaked assassin muttered as he hastily departed, not daring to linger. He would arrange for some individuals to keep watch near the Alchemist Guild, convinced that the brat could not remain inside indefinitely. As an assassin, he possessed a considerable amount of patience. Which family's assassin is this? Niu, the alchemist, watched the gray figure leave and recalled Qin Beichen. Realizing the purpose of his visit to their Alchemist Guild, it appeared that this young man had come to seek sanctuary. Niu soon deduced the source of Qin Beichen's injuries, a smug smile spreading across his face. The thought of Qin Beichen being pursued brought a sense of relief to Niu. Although he had failed in his alchemical pursuits, at least his predicament was far better than that of the hunted youth. That wretched boy, in such a dire state, still dared to retort against him. Truly infuriating. Sitting in the hall, Niu felt as though he was about to witness an entertaining spectacle. It is worth noting that the alchemical rooms in their guild could not be rented indefinitely. Even for those with wealth, that an alchemist could occupy a room for a maximum of 2 days, after which they would be required to vacate for a day before returning to practice alchemy. This rule was established to prevent individuals from monopolizing resources and to deter wealthy alchemists from wasting them. However, this regulation posed a fatal dilemma for Qin Beichen, who required sanctuary in their guild. This meant the outspoken brat would have to confront the assassin's pursuit after 2 days, with no chance of escape. At that moment, Xiao Chui slowly approached the hall, having already assigned Qin Beichen to an alchemical room. In her hand, she held a list, seemingly detailing the elixirs Qin Beichen required. Xiao Chui, what do you have there? Niu inquired, looking at her. Reporting to alchemist Niu, this is a list of the medicinal materials the young master requires. Oh, is that so? Hand it over for me to examine. Niu extended his hand towards Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui's expression turned somewhat awkward. Niu's status far surpassed hers, yet according to the rules, customer lists were not to be shown to others. This was not due to fear of leaking the formulas. After all, a mere list could not reconstruct an alchemical recipe. The essence of a recipe encompasses not only the ingredients and their proportions, but also the sequence. Techniques and timing involved in the alchemical process. Without mastering these elements, an ordinary alchemist could not deduce the elixir intended by the alchemist. However, the guild's regulations were established to protect customer privacy, and it was clear that Niu had no intention of adhering to this rule. He reached forward and snatched the list from Xiao Chui's grasp. Xiao Chui was taken aback, startled by Niu's audacity. Yet, she dared not voice any objections, as their statuses were vastly different, and her cultivation could not challenge his. Let me see if this brat is truly capable of alchemy. Niu began to read the list. Fire grass, ice fruit. Ah, this is intended for refining body-enhancing elixirs, is it? Body-enhancing elixirs are not something an ordinary alchemist can concoct. At least a second-rank alchemist is required to attempt such a feat. Can this brat really manage it? A look of disdain flickered in Niu's eyes. He clearly doubted Qin Beichen's ability to produce such formidable elixirs. Given that the young man appeared incapable of even basic alchemy. All right, take it back. This brat attempting alchemy? I see it as sheer folly. Niu returned the list to Xiao Chui, who walked away dejectedly to gather the necessary materials for Qin Beichen. Meanwhile, Niu settled back in the hall, closing his eyes as he awaited Qin Beichen's emergence from the alchemical room. He was eager to see what the youth could possibly produce. Within the alchemical room, Qin Beichen remained oblivious to the fact that his list had been thoroughly scrutinized by Niu. Even if he were aware, there was little he could do, as Niu was an accomplished alchemist of considerable power, far beyond his means to contend with. Moreover, he lacked the energy to concern himself with Niu at that moment. When Xiao Chui returned with the materials, Qin Beichen settled the payment and closed the door to the alchemical room behind him. He then took a seat inside, removing his robe, at least from the waist up, to inspect the wounds on his arm. Raising his hand, he twisted his arm and noticed a long, 2-finger-wide gash, a result of the assassin's blade. The strike was exceedingly fierce. Had it been a typical Foundation realm expert, that blow could have cleaved a person in two. Qin Beichen had only managed to withstand it due to the fortifying elixir and the basic body-enhancing technique he had employed. The combination had significantly increased his physical strength, rendering him comparable to an ordinary Huangwu realm expert. That, of course, being comparable did not mean he could effectively counter the means of a Huangwu realm expert. This long gash symbolized the disparity between him and the assassin. Upon entering the Alchemist Guild, Qin Beichen finally had the opportunity to calm himself and reflect on the entire situation. Chapter 63. A Great Surprise. Automatic reinforcement of cultivation. Applying some healing elixirs to his arm, Qin Beichen began to contemplate the origins of the assassination attempt against him. Since his rise to prominence, he had not offended many individuals. Upon reflection, the only ones he had truly antagonized were Zhao Lai, Hu Liang, and Wang Lei. Among these three, who would harbor the most hatred toward him and possess the opportunity to hire an assassin? Qin Beichen pondered slowly. First, he ruled out Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai has likely harbored resentment toward me since our time at the academy, that if he wished to kill me, he would not have waited until now. He gently stroked his chin, continuing to murmur. As for Hu Liang, would he resort to such measures? His resources are currently in my possession, which means if he wanted to assassinate me, he would need to seek funding from the academy's instructors. Yet, the instructors would likely refrain from such actions, as news of an assassination would severely hinder their recruitment efforts. Thus, the identity of his would-be assassin became increasingly clear. Wang Lei, from the Wang family. Only the Wang family possesses the authority to employ Huangwu assassins. Qin Beichen swiftly deduced the origin of the Great Cloaked Assassin. The Wang family, a prestigious clan in Qingzhou City, had a patriarch who was a formidable Xuanwu-level expert. ranked among the most powerful in the city. Being a resident of Qingzhou City, Qin Beichen was well aware of the Wang family's influence and standing, knowing that he currently lacked the strength to challenge them. However, this did not imply that Qin Beichen would yield or forget this incident, that he needed to grow and bide his time, waiting until he matured into a lion worthy of confronting the wolves and tigers. He required the patience to develop and lie low. For now, his immediate concern was dealing with the assassin awaiting him outside. Qin Beichen was acutely aware of the guild's regulations and understood that he could not remain in the Alchemist Guild indefinitely. He needed to enhance his strength to confront the assassin. Strengthening himself, comprehensively improving his abilities, was the only way to contend with the Huangwu realm assassin. Moreover, Qin Beichen's objective was not merely to survive the encounter. He sought retribution, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Embracing this purpose, Qin Beichen commenced his cultivation within the confines of the alchemy chamber, determined to exercise patience for the next 2 days. His foremost objective was to elevate his own cultivation level. In truth, Qin Beichen was acutely aware that his speed was not inferior to that of the assassin. Rather, it was his defensive and offensive capabilities that fell short in comparison. The assassin's razor-sharp blade flashes were utterly terrifying, a force that his physical body could not withstand, that if he could successfully counter the assassin's strikes, he might indeed have a chance to overcome the odds. Thus, after adjusting his breathing, Qin Beichen began his diligent practice. The elemental stones were arranged around him as he activated the perfected innate qi nourishing technique, absorbing elemental energy at an astonishing rate to elevate his cultivation. Given sufficient time, Qin Beichen's future was destined to be boundless. Unfortunately, with formidable foes looming, he had little time to spare. Hence, he persevered in his efforts to enhance his cultivation. Within him, elemental energy continuously converged, ultimately gathering in his dantian, propelling his cultivation to new heights. At this moment, he was enveloped in elemental energy, exuding a faint glow, resembling a divine being. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Foundation Establishment Stage 6. Foundation Establishment Stage 7. The midnight hours swiftly passed, and many of the elemental stones surrounding Qin Beichen had dimmed or shattered. At this juncture, his cultivation had reached Foundation Establishment Stage 8. It is noteworthy that prodigies from the Qingyan Academy, like Su Qingyu and Song Qingying, typically required days, if not months, to advance a single stage in their cultivation. Their speed was already considered remarkable. In stark contrast, Qin Beichen's rate of advancement was akin to riding a rocket, astonishingly swift and extraordinary. However, upon reaching Foundation Establishment Stage 8, he discerned a slight instability in his cultivation, hindering further progress. Although this trajectory could potentially elevate him to the Huangwu realm, it was not the outcome he sought. Such a hasty advancement risked compromising his foundational stability, effectively sacrificing his future potential. Therefore, instead of continuing his cultivation, Qin Beichen began to solidify his foundation. Only by fortifying his base could he hope to ascend to the ultimate pinnacle. Ding! The system detected that the host was stabilizing his cultivation, but deemed the method too harsh. It would initiate automatic stabilization to assist the host in solidifying his foundation. The sudden voice of the system brought Qin Beichen a jolt of surprise. Naturally, he disregarded the system's assessment of him, muttering under his breath, "System, just you wait. Once I surpass you, I shall critique you sharply." Nevertheless, the good news the system provided filled Qin Beichen with joy. Stabilizing one's cultivation was, indeed, a critical aspect of practice. It was akin to the necessity of constant review during study, aimed at transforming knowledge into something truly one's own. Qin Beichen's endeavor to solidify his cultivation was to ensure a robust foundation, allowing him to traverse the Foundation Establishment realm with greater solidity and unleash more formidable power within it. Yet, before he could revel in his success, a voice resonated. Automatic cultivation stabilization initiated. The moment the system's voice rang out, Qin Beichen suddenly sensed a foreboding shift. In the next instant, an unprecedented sensation surged through his body. Boom! It felt as though an enormous hammer had struck him, and he could perceive his cultivation suffering a sudden and severe blow. What the? Qin Beichen furrowed his brow, feeling as if his cultivation were being crushed under the weight of a 1,000-ton hydraulic press. This experience was a peculiar torment for him. Indeed, solidifying one's cultivation came at a price, namely, a form of mental anguish. However, good fortune awaited him. That as the system's automatic stabilization commenced, Qin Beichen noticed his cultivation gradually descending. Boom! Under the immense pressure of the system, his cultivation plummeted to foundation establishment stage 7. To say it was a drop may not be entirely accurate, for Qin Beichen felt no harm. Rather, the power he could wield had not diminished, but rather intensified. Chapter 64, Temporary Enhancement of Alchemical Skills. In that moment, Qin Beichen's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, while his cultivation had decreased, he felt no despondency. Instead, he was elated. The foundational essence of his cultivation and elemental energy had solidified. Resembling a process of compression, it appeared that the system's stabilization was exceptionally effective. Yet before Qin Beichen could savor his joy, the system's stabilization resumed. Boom! Another jolt like a thunderclap struck him, akin to being crushed beneath a mountain. And his cultivation once again fell, this time to foundation establishment stage S. It seemed as though all his efforts had been in vain, as his cultivation showed no signs of improvement. However, when comparing the solidity of Qin Beichen's foundation to that of others of foundation establishment stage 6, it became evident that his base had transformed into something as unyielding as granite, surpassing even seasoned practitioners of foundation establishment stage 9. Moreover, Qin Beichen discerned that his combat prowess and strength continued to surge. The solidification of his cultivation enabling him to unleash even greater might. This was a delightful metamorphosis. What appeared to be regression was in reality progress. Yet again, Qin Beichen's cultivation began to retreat. Boom! His cultivation swiftly dropped to foundation establishment stage 5. Despite this, his eyes grew ever brighter, radiating an intriguing transformation that as he observed the system automatically stabilizing his cultivation, Qin Beichen shifted his focus back to his practice. Thus, he resumed his efforts to elevate his cultivation. However, as he sought to progress, his cultivation faced yet another onslaught. Just as he briefly attained an advancement, it was soon met with a forceful decline. Yet this decline did not signify a loss of energy. Rather, it was a process of expelling impurities from his foundation. The elemental stones around him gradually dimmed, and Qin Beichen's state became increasingly peculiar. After several hours, it was already evening. Through Qin Beichen's relentless efforts, his cultivation finally ascended to foundation establishment stage 2. That indeed, in a dramatic turn of events, his cultivation soared to this remarkable level. Should this news spread, many would speculate that Qin Beichen had fallen gravely ill. However, if a powerful individual were to scrutinize his foundation with spiritual energy, they would discover it had taken on a pale, golden hue, exuding an air of sanctity. Upon sensing his own cultivation, Qin Beichen felt elated that he believed that he was now brimming with strength. Although his cultivation stood at merely foundation establishment stage 2, he was confident that his capabilities likely surpassed those of typical practitioners, rivaling even the Huangwu strongholds. Qin Beichen felt he had embarked upon a uniquely transformative path. While this meant a gradual decline in his cultivation speed, his strength was undeniably advancing with each passing moment. If others' foundation establishment stages were akin to a standard version, Qin Beichen's was a remarkable variant, allowing him to effortlessly dominate other practitioners within the same realm. However, upon reaching foundation establishment stage 2, the system's automatic stabilization ceased to activate, seemingly deeming Qin Beichen's cultivation sufficiently solidified and no longer in need of compression. Qin Beichen exhaled in relief and resumed his cultivation, absorbing elemental energy. It was as if he had elevated the length of his foundation or improved the quality of his cultivation. Several hours later, the elemental stones beside Qin Beichen had been entirely consumed, and his cultivation ultimately stabilized at foundation establishment stage 4, a result of the system's repeated compressions. Although he appeared somewhat weak, he resembled a compact and formidable tiger masquerading as an innocuous kitten, harmless in appearance, yet capable of tearing through an entire jungle. For now, he would settle for this. Having arrived at the Alchemist Guild, he intended to concoct some elixirs, thereby enhancing his physical prowess. Speaking thus, Qin Beichen lifted the medicinal herbs and proceeded towards the alchemical furnace beside him. What he aimed to concoct was precisely the formula for the body-refining liquid found within Hu Liang's storage bag. This body-refining liquid was indeed a miraculous remedy for body refiners, that it could significantly shorten the time required for Qin Beiqian to temper his flesh and enhance his physical strength, making it exceptionally suitable for his cultivation. Although Qin Beiqian had mastered the foundational body-refining technique, he could still gradually enhance his physical strength through slow cultivation. However, the body-refining liquid would yield results that were exponentially greater. Nevertheless, Qin Beiqian had never attempted to refine this liquid before. Thus, the undertaking posed a formidable challenge. After all, he was merely a first-tier alchemist, having only concocted a single potion thus far, while the formula for the body-refining liquid necessitated the expertise of a second-tier alchemist. Given his current capabilities, attempting to create the body-refining liquid was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor. Yet it mattered little. He still possessed some financial resources to elevate his alchemical skills, that in truth. While most alchemists could earn money, they also spent lavishly to enhance their alchemical abilities. They often had to expend substantial amounts of medicinal materials. Even the cheapest herbs were not affordable for the average person. However, Qin Beiqian's current funds were sufficient for him to attempt this endeavor. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, he placed the herbs into the furnace in succession, initiating his refining process. Fortunately, the alchemical abilities bestowed upon Qin Beiqian by the system were not transient. They were permanent and of commendable quality, allowing him to handle some first-tier potions with ease. However, concocting a second-tier potion proved to be somewhat taxing for him, as the two herbs reacted violently within the furnace. Cold sweat began to bead on Qin Beiqian's forehead. Although he could afford the herbs, he would not feel distressed. Moreover, should an explosion occur and the furnace be destroyed, it would result in a significant loss. Thus, he could only endeavor to manipulate the alchemical flames to delay the reaction between the two herbs. Qin Beiqian's expression grew grave as the two herbs mingled, resembling two highly reactive chemical substances on the brink of boiling. This is not good. Qin Beiqian realized that an explosion was likely inevitable. However, a voice suddenly echoed, rescuing him. Beep. Detecting that the host is overestimating his abilities and attempting to concoct a second-tier potion, which is beyond his current capability, the system expresses its exasperation, seeing the host's plight. The system has decided to assist by temporarily elevating the alchemical tier. Beep, the system has temporarily upgraded the host's alchemical level to that of a second-tier alchemist. Chapter 65. The torment begins within the alchemical furnace. The herbs had descended into an unstable state, on the verge of escalating into an explosion. Yet with the system's notification, Qin Beiqian's soul felt as if it were a bag being filled with a vast array of alchemical knowledge. His eyes gleaming as his understanding of alchemy began to soar. So, that's how it is. The dilemma that had plagued Qin Beiqian concerning the potential explosion was instantly clarified, and a glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes. He then manipulated the flames, commencing the fusion of the herbs. The flames began to flicker rhythmically, and miraculously, the herbs that were about to explode stabilized under this process. That if seasoned alchemists were to witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief, for even they often struggled to resolve explosion incidents, usually at a great cost. Most alchemists, when faced with such a crisis, would typically choose to abandon the furnace to preserve their own safety. Yet, fortunately for Qin Beiqian, the second-tier alchemical skills granted by the system were reliable enough to help him navigate this perilous situation with ease, overcoming what seasoned alchemists would find troublesome, of course. Throughout this process, Qin Beiqian's feelings were not as relaxed as his technique suggested, as this was his first encounter with such an ordeal, and an explosion would entail a substantial loss of resources. To safeguard his investments, he had to conquer this challenge. This pressure was something that ordinary alchemists could scarcely endure. It was undeniably a precious experience, but if faced with a similar situation again, Qin Beiqian would likely opt to avoid it. After all, his alchemical abilities were merely a temporary gift from the system, and his true skill level was at best first tier. Now, Qin Beiqian could effortlessly manipulate each herb, blending them together in accordance with the formula, purifying and integrating them. Dark substances began to slowly drip from the herbs, representing the impurities or unnecessary components left behind. Half an hour later, as the flames in the furnace were about to extinguish, Qin Beiqian retrieved a small jade vial. Aiming it at the furnace, with a gentle sweep of his right hand, he struck the furnace's body, and the golden liquid droplets within began to coalesce. The body-refining liquid was on the verge of completion. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Beep, detecting that the potion refined by the host is of such poor quality that even pigs would disdain it. The system will enhance the potion's quality. Buzz within the furnace. The once pale golden body refining liquid transformed into a rich, lustrous concoction, appearing crystalline and somewhat viscous, reminiscent of honey and nectar. Pigs wouldn't eat it? Utterly absurd, Qin Beichen retorted against the system's remarks, his mouth curving into a broad smile. Clearly overjoyed, he had not anticipated that the body-refining liquid would receive an enhancement similar to the foundation-building pills he had crafted. Although he expressed some dissatisfaction towards the system, he was genuinely grateful for its assistance. The ordinary body-refining liquid was now capable of strengthening his physique to a level akin to that of a Huangwu realm powerhouse. If he were to utilize the golden body-refining liquid provided by the system, his physical prowess would surely ascend to new heights. Qin Beichen's confidence in overcoming the Huangwu realm assassin grew even stronger. The most significant threat posed by the Huangwu assassin was his blade's radiance. Should Qin Beichen's body be further fortified, perhaps he could directly confront the assassin's blade, allowing him to turn the tables. Thus, after securing the body-refining liquid, Qin Beichen resolved to commence the refining process. Although the ordeal would be excruciating, he was determined to persevere in order to survive and eliminate the Huangwu realm assassin. All for his future, as long as he did not perish. The suffering would ultimately prove worthwhile. After tidying up the alchemical furnace, Qin Beichen seated himself upon a mat, completely unclothed, revealing his pristine physique. In the next moment, he raised the small jade vial containing the golden body-refining liquid, dripping a drop onto his crown. Boom. The body-refining liquid reacted explosively, akin to a red-hot iron block plummeting into deep water. And smoke began to rise from his head. Damn. Qin Beichen gasped. A profound agony surged from his crown, radiating throughout every corner of his being. This torment nearly compelled him, who once thought himself impervious, to scream aloud. Although the system had enhanced the quality of the body-refining liquid, Qin Beichen had neglected to consider that the intensity of the torment would also increase as he continued to drip the liquid upon himself. His skin turned crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Had it not been for the necessity of assimilating the body-refining liquid, Qin Beichen might have succumbed to the urge to writhe on the ground. Fortunately, he retained a modicum of rationality, refusing to waste the precious yet torturous liquid, and he diligently began to practice the foundational body-refining technique. Had he not activated the body-refining method, Qin Beichen believed he could endure. However, once the foundational technique commenced, he was utterly overwhelmed. This feeling was akin to being struck by countless hammers, all of which were red-hot. Pummeling his flesh, he did not wish to flail about on the ground, for that would prevent the full absorption of the body-refining liquid, wasting its potential. Yet, Qin Beichen also longed to escape this torment. His body trembled uncontrollably, nearing the brink of collapse under such extreme suffering. It could be said that if the Qin Beichen of the past, who had not endured any hardships or setbacks, had faced this pain, he would have been utterly incapable of bearing it. Yet, at the moment when his skin flushed red and his head felt as if it might explode, Qin Beichen managed to regain his composure. Gritting his teeth to remain stilled, he endeavored to recall the struggles he had faced. Memories of being pinned down and beaten by others, yearning to resist yet unable to alter his fate. His eyes reddened at the thought that to avoid being subdued again. Qin Beichen gasped for breath, resolutely refusing to move another inch. The physical pain was indeed tormenting, but the psychological humiliation was far more difficult to forget. Having earned the chance to defy fate, Qin Beichen would not allow an assassin to thwart his ambitions. No one can stop me from defying destiny. Within the tranquil confines of the alchemical chamber, Qin Beichen gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he let out a thunderous roar. A manifestation of his innermost sentiments. Chapter 66. The Gathering of Talents, One Short. Just as Qin Beichen endured the torment of the system-enhanced golden body-refining liquid, Qingyun Academy was bustling with activity. Today, the academy appeared particularly immaculate and orderly compared to its usual state. In a small plaza within the academy, the esteemed principal, Wang Qingyun, radiated joy as he engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man, none other than Lei Shan, a teacher from Zonghing Academy, at the age of 60 or 70. Wang Qingyun had achieved the Xuanwu realm, granting him a lifespan surpassing that of ordinary individuals, giving him the appearance of someone who had only just entered middle age. With uncontainable enthusiasm, he addressed Lei Shan, exclaiming, "Teacher Lei Shan, your presence here to recruit students for Qingyun Academy truly elevates our institution." The excitement etched on Wang Qingyun's face was genuine. He was genuinely elated. Despite Qingyun Academy's renowned reputation, it could only send a few students to various prestigious academies each year, most of whom were overshadowed by Zhongheng academies. Might I in the entirety of Qingzhou City, only a handful of students could be admitted annually. Thus, being selected by a grand academy was an honor for both the aspiring youths and Qingyun Academy itself. If the students nurtured by Qingyun Academy were recognized by a major institution, it would signify the academy's discerning eye and the quality of its students, leading to greater recruitment in the future. Hence, the act of a prominent academy recruiting students from Qingyun Academy was a mutually beneficial arrangement, advantageous to both parties. Consequently, Wang Qingyun sincerely hoped that Lei Shan would identify a few promising talents from his institution, which would bring immense glory to Qingyun Academy and enhance Wang Qingyun's reputation. Of course, such outcomes could not be forced. If the candidates did not meet expectations, there was little he could do. Noticing Wang Qingyun's fervent demeanor, Lei Shan's stern expression softened slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Principal Wang, you are too kind. That is the largest academy in Qingzhou City. Qingyun Academy has produced many talented individuals that I am confident that this year's students will be no exception. Since we are here to select students, Qingyun Academy is undoubtedly a place we cannot overlook." Upon hearing the accolades from a teacher of a prestigious academy, Wang Qingyun could not help but beam with joy, despite the hints of politeness in Lei Shan's words. He shook his head slightly, responding, "Teacher Lei Shan, you flatter us. While our students are indeed commendable, without the guidance of a grand academy, what could they truly achieve? Ultimately, it is the strength of the grand academy that cultivates students, allowing us to bask in your glory and enhance our reputation." Lei Shan, sensing Wang Qingyun's excessive modesty, quickly replied with a smile, "Principal Wang, you are being overly humbled. To be frank, we have come to Qingyun Academy precisely because we have heard of several exceptionally gifted students. I hope to meet them and see which one resonates with Zhongheng Academy. Wang Qingyun's tone shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that there were students within his academy who could catch the attention of teachers from a grand institution. This was indeed a matter of great pride. His eyes widened as he looked at Lei Shan, exclaiming, "Teacher Lei, do we truly have students worthy of Zhongheng Academy's notice? May I inquire about their names? I can summon them for you." Upon hearing Wang Qingyun's response, a satisfied smile graced Lei Shan's face. "Principal Wang, there is no need for such formality, that we prefer that the student remains unaware of our interest. Therefore, please bring forth the most outstanding talents from your academy. We wish to seize this opportunity to assess the capabilities of that young individual." Wang Qingyun nodded, addressing Lei Shan. "Rest assured, I will ensure that the student you seek is found. I will gather the top students from the entire academy right away. Just wait here." With that, Wang Qingyun departed from the plaza to organize the assembly of talented students. This task was not overly complex. The students were well aware of Zhongheng Academy's considerable influence, and upon hearing of their arrival, they would certainly be eager to make an appearance. Thus, under the coordination of Principal Wang Qingyun, the top 20 students from the academy were gathered, lining up as Wang Qingyun led them to stand before Lei Shan, accompanied by Wei Qiao and Hu Liang. Naturally, Qin Beichen was absent, as he was still being pursued. However, Wang Qingyun paid little heed to this absence, as the presence of Wang Lei from the Wang family was more significant. Although Wang Lei was not directly related to him, his reputation within the academy was well known. Wang Qingyun believed that the absence of one or two students was inconsequential. Those who did not attend simply lacked the fortune to be associated with Zhongheng Academy. Among the gathered students, many were regarded as potential talents by the academy's instructors, a promising group indeed. Among them, the most distinguished were undoubtedly Su Qingyu and Song Qingying, who stood prominently at the front of the line, exuding an air of elegance that drew gazes from all around. When Hu Liang spotted Su Qingyu, his eyes nearly bulged with admiration. However, upon recalling his previous defeat to Qin Beichen, he quickly fell into despair, lamenting his own inadequacy. His prowess paled in comparison to Qin Beichen's, especially since Qin Beichen was favored by teacher Lei Shan as a genius. He felt hopeless in comparison, His affection for Su Qingyu was destined to remain unreciprocated. Similarly, Wang Lei, standing a short distance away, fixated his gaze entirely on Su Qingyu. His expression was somewhat grim, interspersed with cold smirks. Internally, he mused, "Qin Beichen, what does it matter if I cannot best you? You are destined for demise. Only the one who survives to the end can claim victory, as long as I am alive. Su Qingyu shall ultimately be mine." It was evident that Wang Lei was aware of his father, Wang Biao, having dispatched assassins to eliminate Qin Beichen, which emboldened him to gaze at Su Qingyu so brazenly. Were Qin Beichen to stand before him, he would not dare to act so shamelessly, for he too had suffered a humiliating defeat at Qin Beichen's hands. Much like Hu Liang, Wang Lei gazed at Su Qingyu, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Su Qingyu, only I am truly worthy of you in all of Qingzhou City. When my father comes to your home to propose, let us see if your father will agree. You are destined to become mine." Chapter 67. Lei Shan's Intentions. Amidst the students of Qingyun Academy, Su Qingyu was unaware of the multitude of eyes upon her. Her complexion was slightly pale, and her brows were furrowed, indicating that something was amiss. Beside her, Song Qingying regarded her with a puzzled expression. "Qingyu, what troubles you? Where is Qin Beichen gone?" Though Song Qingying exuded an air of cool detachment, she was not indifferent to her surroundings. As Su Qingyu's good friend, she could easily perceive that something was troubling her companion. Hearing Song Qingying's inquiry, Su Qingyu's brow remained knitted as she turned to her friend, whispering, "Qingying, something is terribly wrong. Beichen has vanished." Song Qingying was oblivious to the gravity of the situation and replied with confusion, "Qin Beichen is at least at the foundation establishment stage. Who would set their sights on him? Qingyu, are you perhaps overreacting? Could he be in seclusion at home and simply not arrive today?" Su Qingyu, hearing Song Qingying's concerns, responded earnestly, "That is not the case. Today I visited Beichen's home and discovered that it had been destroyed." Upon hearing Su Qingyu's revelation, Song Qingying's expression froze in disbelief. "What? His home has been destroyed?" Her brows knitted together in worry. She too did not wish for any misfortune to befall Qin Beichen. But Qingzhou City is so vast. Such occurrences have never happened before. Could Qin Beichen have any enemies? Even if he did, would they go so far as to demolish his home in vengeance? What kind of hatred must that be? Su Qingyu shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "I do not know what Beichen has encountered. If he were safe, he would have emerged from the academy to inform me, alleviating my concerns. Yet today he has not appeared at the academy. Qingying, what should we do? I am genuinely worried for Beichen's safety." Typically calm and composed, Su Qingyu was now in a state of panic. Qin Beichen held an irreplaceable position in her heart. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, Song Qingying's complexion also turned pale, her heart beginning to race. Nevertheless, she managed to regain her composure, grasping Su Qingyu's hand. "Qingyu, do not panic. I believe this situation may not be as dire as it seems. Perhaps Qin Beichen has encountered some urgent matter and could not reach out to you. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Within the city of Qingzhou, there exists an intelligence organization. Relying solely on our own strength may not suffice in uncovering the truth of this matter. We must visit the intelligence organization for further inquiries. I refuse to believe that a living individual of the Foundation establishment realm could simply vanish from Qingzhou." I understand. Thank you, Qingying." Su Qingyu grasped Song Qingying's hand, her heart somewhat reassured by the response. "Indeed, being anxious serves no purpose. Our immediate priority is to locate Qin Beichen, alive or dead. Remaining idle will yield no results." The two of them deliberated on visiting the intelligence organization in the city that afternoon, willing to spend some money to investigate. Although their abilities in Qingzhou were not particularly formidable, the financial strength of their families allowed them to undertake certain endeavors. Meanwhile, as they conferred, Wang Qingyun, the head of Qingyun Academy, approached Lei Shan with a beaming demeanor, addressing him. "Teacher Lei, these are the talented youths from our Qingyun Academy." "Thank you, Director Wang," Lei Shan replied with a smile, then turned to Hu Liang and Wei Qiao at his side. "Which of you is Qin Beichen?" Wang Qingyun was taken aback by Lei Shan's inquiry regarding Qin Beichen, as, according to Qin Beichen's teacher, he had not attended the academy today. Could it be that this young lad has garnered the favor of a teacher from Zonghing Academy? It seems too coincidental. Wang Qingyun's expression grew peculiar. Yet he refrained from questioning further, and he mused that since Qin Beiqin had captured Lei Shan's attention, surely there were others in Qingyun Academy who were equally outstanding, including Wang Lei and Su Qingyu, who might also catch Lei Shan's eye. However, Wang Qingyun's thoughts were overly simplistic. Students like Su Qingyu and Wang Lei, hailing from prestigious families, had already been acquainted with the academy's teachers during their visits to various families. While the teachers appreciated them, Lei Shan's personal visit to Qingyun Academy today was certainly not for those whom he had already met. Upon hearing Lei Shan's query, Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao began searching among the students. But after a while, they could not find any trace of Qin Beiqin. Wei Xiaoqiao furrowed her brow, nervously responding to Lei Shan, "Teacher, there is no sign of Qin Beiqin among these students. It seems he did not come today." Lei Shan's brow slightly furrowed. He had not anticipated that the genius he came to meet would not be present at the academy. What unfortunate timing. Wang Qingyun, overhearing their conversation, quickly stepped forward with a smile to explain. Teacher Lei, to be honest, Qin Beiqin did not attend class today, hence his absence. But rest assured, the other students in our academy are also exceptional and may possess remarkable talents. Upon hearing Wang Qingyun's response, Lei Shan's mood soured. With Qin Beiqin absent, his trip seemed a wasted effort. Had Qin Beiqin been present, he might have been inclined to meet with these so-called geniuses of Qingyun Academy. Yet, the young man was conspicuously absent. What a stroke of bad luck. Naturally, Lei Shan would not express his displeasure in front of Wang Qingyun, considering he was the head of Qin Beiqin's academy and held a measure of respect in Qingzhou. The students of Qingyun Academy were nearby, able to overhear the dialogue between the academy director and the teacher from Zongheng Academy. When Su Qingyu learned that Lei Shan was searching for Qin Beiqin, she and Song Qingying exchanged perplexed glances. How had this esteemed teacher from a grand academy come to know Qin Beiqin? It appeared he had learned of Qin Beiqin through Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao. But how did these two individuals come to know him? There seemed to be matters they were unaware of, which left Su Qingyu feeling perplexed. In truth, not only were Su Qingyu and Song Qingying bewildered, but so were Zhao Lai, Wang Lei, and Qin Sheng. They had not anticipated that Qin Beiqin would attract a teacher from a prominent academy to visit him. This was unprecedented. Could it be that Qin Beiqin was truly exceptional? His name became increasingly renowned among the talented students of the academy. At this moment, the expressions of Wang Lei and Zhao Lai, who had been listening, were markedly different. Upon hearing that Qin Beiqin had caught the attention of a teacher from a major academy, Zhao Lai's face revealed astonishment, and simultaneously, he turned pale, resolutely deciding to refrain from causing any further trouble for Qin Beiqin. Conversely, upon learning this information, Wang Lei's complexion turned ashen. He was the only one in the academy who was fully aware of Qin Beiqin's whereabouts. And thus he understood the gravity of the situation. Knowing that the teacher from Zongheng Academy, Lei Shan, had previously visited his family and received high praise from his father for his abilities. What if Lei Shan used his resources to track down Qin Beiqin? What if the Wang family's assassination attempt on Qin Beiqin became exposed? Su Qingyu, being a mere girl, did not concern him. But Wang Lei was a teacher from Zongheng Academy with considerable influence. Could they keep the assassination attempt from coming to light? If the truth were revealed, they would be effectively offending Lei Shan and incurring public wrath. The reputation of the Wang family would be tarnished, and Su Qingyu would surely harbor resentment towards him, significantly reducing the likelihood of their association. As these thoughts raced through his mind, cold sweat began to bead on Wang Lei's forehead. Unexpectedly, to everyone's astonishment, Su Qingyu boldly stepped out from the crowd, pulling Song Qingying with her, and approached Lei Shan, addressing Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao in the midst of the perplexed gazes of onlookers. Su Qingyu inquired of Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao, "Do you two know the whereabouts of Beiqin? How did you come to know him? Is there any connection between you and the destruction of Beiqin's home?" Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao were taken aback by Su Qingyu's audacity and found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless, Hu Liang's quest to locate Qin Beiqin had always been somewhat shady. "Su Qingyu, do not treat these two students from Zongheng Academy in such a manner." Wang Qingyun interjected softly, his face reflecting the embarrassment of seeing his students behave so rudely. However, contrary to expectations, Lei Shan did not express anger but calmly responded, "Little girl, do not be anxious." Others began to step forward to dissuade Su Qingyu, with some talented students expressing their discontent. "Su Qingyu, Do not jeopardize our future over someone like Qin Beichen. The teachers and senior students of Zongheng Academy added, Su Qingyu cannot represent our stance. Indeed, what is so remarkable about Qin Beichen? Do not let him provoke you into offending a teacher from a major academy. Yet, in the face of everyone's admonitions, Su Qingyu and Song Qingying remained resolute, confronting Lei Shan and Hu Liang, glaring at Hu Liang as they demanded, How did you come to know Beichen? Is his disappearance connected to you? The other talented students from Qingyan Academy grew increasingly anxious, fearing that if Su Qingyu offended the teacher from Zongheng Academy, he would likely disregard them entirely to attain this moment. Wang Lei also stepped forward from the crowd. Addressing Su Qingyu, Qingyu, do not act impulsively. Qin Beichen is not someone of significance. Do not disturb the teacher from Zongheng Academy. Observing the students of Qingyan Academy attempting to dissuade Su Qingyu, Lei Shan's expression shifted. He had come specifically for Qin Beichen, and now these students were belittling him, which displeased him. In reality, he too was perplexed by Su Qingyu's question. It seemed that Qin Beichen's absence was not merely a case of missing school. Could it be that he had gone missing entirely? The thought of a promising talent potentially disappearing darkened Lei Shan's countenance. However, to outsiders, it appeared that Su Qingyu had provoked Lei Shan's ire. Su Qingyu, cease this foolishness and step aside. Do you not see that the teacher from the major academy is already displeased? They questioned, what is so special about Qin Beichen that warrants such a frenzy? Under normal circumstances, Su Qingyu might have remained composed in the face of such a crowd, but with Qin Beichen's whereabouts unknown, she could not maintain her calm. She and Song Qingying stood firm, facing Lei Shan and Hu Liang. Wang Qingyun, the academy director, furrowed his brows and admonished them. Enough! Su Qingyu, step back immediately. Seeing the director had intervened, Su Qingyu felt deflated. Though she was reluctant, she dared not act out in front of the director. She decided to wait at the academy's entrance for Lei Shan and the others to emerge. As she turned to leave, she cast one last glance at Hu Liang and Wei Xiaoqiao. That moment, seeing Su Qingyu attempt to depart, Lei Shan became unwilling to let it happen, that he quickly raised his hand and called out to Su Qingyu. Hold on, young lady, do not leave just yet. The words of Lei Shan halted Su Qingyu and caused Wang Qingyun and the other talented individuals to change their expressions. Could it be that teacher Lei Shan had been provoked and was about to unleash his fury? In their hearts, they had already begun to blame Su Qingyu for her recklessness, deeming her actions unworthy of the formerly inconspicuous Qin Beichen. As Su Qingyu turned to Lei Shan and said, Teacher Lei Shan, I apologize for neglecting my manners and my concern for Beichen, that I sincerely seek your forgiveness. However, I still wish to inquire with the esteemed seniors of the academy about Beichen's whereabouts, that my actions today are solely my own and do not reflect on the other students. If you are displeased, feel free to direct your ire solely at me. Su Qingyu was not one to act without thought, though she had temporarily lost her composure due to Qin Beichen's disappearance. She ultimately regained her calm. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, Lei Shan shook his head and replied, Little girl, you are mistaken that I too am searching for Qin Beichen. He then turned to the students who had just belittled Qin Beichen. Smiling as he said, You claim that Qin Beichen is insignificant, yet you are unaware that I am here today precisely because of him. Were it not for my pursuit of Qin Beichen, I would hardly have deigned to look your way. Now come, little girl, let us walk together and discuss Qin Beichen. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. With that, Lei Shan bid farewell to the academy head, Wang Qingshan, and promptly led Su Qingyu out of the academy. To confront Hu Liang before him took great courage from the young lady, and her connection to Qin Beichen might assist him in understanding the situation better. Thus, Su Qingyu and Song Qingying followed Lei Shan as they departed from Qingyan Academy and settled in a tea house to discuss Qin Beichen. Meanwhile, the assembly of talented individuals from Qingyan Academy stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the seemingly inconsequential Qin Beichen was the very genius attracting the attention of the Academy's teacher, that in their eyes, they were deemed unworthy. Wang Lei felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, momentarily lost in confusion. Qin Beichen was being hunted by their Wang family. Now that he had vanished, how would they handle the situation? Would they attempt to cover up the incident? Could they even succeed? Wang Lei suddenly realized that it might not be wise for his father to handle Qin Beichen after all. However, at this point, he could only take things as they came. Wang Qingyan glanced at the talented individuals before him and sighed, saying, "You may disperse," that he could not have anticipated that the seemingly unimportant Qin Beichen was, in fact, a coveted individual in the eyes of others, while neither Su Qingyu nor Wang Lei had managed to attract Lei Shan's attention. Was Qin Beichen truly that extraordinary? Wang Qingyan found himself perplexed, his emotions a tangled web. Had Qin Beichen been present today, Qingyan Academy might have welcomed a student personally recruited by Lei Shan. Alas, Qin Beichen was absent. Among the crowd, Qin Sheng, who had witnessed the entire event, felt a flame igniting within his gaze. "Qin Beichen, I never imagined you could draw the attention of a teacher from the Grand Academy. This time, I have indeed lost, but I will not abandon my pursuit. One day, I shall surpass you." Qin Sheng's eyes brimmed with fierce determination, though he had been defeated by Qin Beichen in the past. He had neither given up nor fallen into despair that he might face losses, but his martial prowess would continue to advance. In a tea house in Qingzhou City, Su Qingyu and Song Qingying sat opposite Lei Shan. Their expressions somewhat awkward at that moment. Lei Shan took the initiative and inquired, "Little girl Qingyu, you mentioned that Qin Beichen has vanished. When did this occur?" "Just today," Su Qingyu replied, her gaze fixed intently on Hu Liang and Wei Qiaoqiao. In the past, Hu Liang might have felt a sense of happiness under Su Qingyu's scrutiny, but now, faced with her piercing stare, he felt nothing but anxiety. The chill in her gaze was overwhelming. Today, Lei Shan furrowed his brow. Who could have anticipated that Qin Beichen would suddenly go missing? He turned to Hu Liang and asked sternly, "Hu Liang, confess honestly, is this matter in any way related to you?" As Lei Shan's gaze fell upon him, Hu Liang trembled and hurriedly explained, "Teacher Lei, I am wronged. I merely saw Qin Beichen yesterday. I have had no contact with him today. His disappearance has nothing to do with me." At this moment, Su Qingyu looked at Hu Liang and inquired, "How do you know Beichen? What did you seek him out for yesterday?" Under the weight of Su Qingyu's oppressive gaze and Lei Shan's scrutiny, Hu Liang felt on the verge of collapse. Desperate and tearful, he turned to Wei Qiaoqiao for help. Seeing Hu Liang's plight, Wei Qiaoqiao could only shake her head and say to Su Qingyu, "Miss Su, perhaps I should explain this matter." Thus, as Wei Qiaoqiao recounted the events, the full picture gradually unfolded before everyone. Upon learning that Hu Liang had sought out Qin Beichen for Su Qingyu's sake, all three, Su Qingyu, Song Qingying, and Lei Shan, turned their gazes upon Hu Liang, making him feel a shiver of unease. With a growing sense of dread, Hu Liang lowered his head. When Lei Shan learned that Hu Liang had destroyed Qin Beichen's residence during a confrontation with Wang Lei, he could not suppress a groan of disapproval. "Humph, Hu Liang, is this the behavior expected of a student from our academy?" Now understanding why Hu Liang had appeared so panicked during his previous explanation, Lei Shan realized that Hu Liang was indeed the one who had instigated the trouble. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu and Song Qingying glared at Hu Liang with eyes as sharp as daggers, causing his heart to race with fear. Hu Liang had no choice but to repeatedly apologize. "I am truly sorry, everyone. I was in the wrong." However, as the matter unfolded, it became clear to all present that Hu Liang was not the one responsible for Qin Beichen's disappearance. This fellow lacked both wealth and strength, rendering him incapable of influencing Qin Beichen, that he was even unaware of where Qin Beichen might have gone. Yet, upon hearing that Qin Beichen had single-handedly defeated both Hu Liang and Wang Lei, Lei Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. This young lad, Qin Beichen, had the audacity to challenge those above him, a talent that could undoubtedly blossom into greatness with proper guidance. Such a genius could one day become a figure capable of shaking the foundations of all powers. As a result, Lei Shan's interest in Qin Beichen deepened. After listening to Wei Qiaoqiao's account, Song Qing spoke slowly, so after obtaining the storage bag, Qin Beichen departed from that dilapidated abode. But where could he possibly be now? Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and addressed the others. "I know Beichen well. In the face of such an incident, he would certainly inform me. Yet he has yet to appear, which indicates he has encountered some misfortune." Upon hearing Su Qingyu's explanation, Lei Shan nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, given your connection, he should have at least notified you. This leads us to wonder if Qin Beichen has faced some unforeseen peril." As those words left his lips, Su Qingyu's complexion paled slightly. Her expression turned anxious as she exclaimed, "Beichen has few enemies. Who would wish to target him? Lei Shan's gaze deepened as he slowly replied, I believe I may have some conjectures that do not worry. I will seek out some intelligence agencies. Perhaps the true answers are on the verge of being revealed. As an experienced figure, Lei Shan could discern who possessed the capability to target Qin Beichin, considering Qin Beichin's current strength. Only a powerful figure at the Huangwu realm would be qualified to pose a threat to him. However, the number of factions capable of mobilizing Huangwu-level experts was quite limited that I entrust this task to you. Senior, I am genuinely worried that Beichin may have encountered some mishap, Su Qingyu said slowly. Song Qingying also bowed respectfully to Lei Shan, stating, we hope that you can assist us in locating Qin Beichin. Lei Shan nodded. Rest assured, this young lad is someone I hold in high regard, and I certainly do not wish for him to come to harm. Chapter 70. Information requires payment after bidding farewell to Su Qingyu. Lei Shan sought out the intelligence department in Qingzhou City as a teacher of the Zonghing Academy. His influence was substantial, enabling him to investigate certain matters effectively in an unremarkable small building. Lei Shan sat across from a plump woman whose face remained obscured. Lei Shan regarded her and initiated the conversation. I require information regarding Qin Beichin from Qingyan Academy. Upon hearing Lei Shan's request, a flicker of intrigue crossed the woman's eyes. Their intelligence organization had noted a sudden surge of inquiries regarding Qin Beichin. However, reports indicated that this individual appeared to lack any significant status or secrets, merely a simple genius. Yet this seemingly unremarkable fellow had garnered considerable attention from prominent figures across various cities. Would you like to investigate Qin Beichin's past or his current status? The woman exchanged a fleeting glance with Lei Shan, declaring, I want it all. Unfazed, Lei Shan observed as she turned her gaze toward the cup resting on her table, remarking, that would require a considerable sum of money. Many eyes are currently fixated on Qin Beichin, and his asking price is on the rise. Lei Shan offered a slight nod, responding, I desire it all. Rest assured, the funds will not fall short, but what I require is precise information. In truth, if it were merely a matter of tracking Qin Beichin's whereabouts, Lei Shan would not need to delve into his past. However, his intention was to recruit Qin Beichin into the Zonghing Academy, making it imperative to gather intelligence to avert any unforeseen complications or secrets. Students from the esteemed academy typically pass scrutiny as long as they avoided entanglements with unsavory characters. Yet, the rapid progress of Qin Beichin raised suspicions in Lei Shan's mind about potential hidden secrets. Thus, Lei Shan was effectively conducting a preliminary evaluation before considering Qin Beichin for recruitment, and the intelligence department's insights could offer invaluable information. The woman was taken aback by the arrival of such a financially robust client, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Lei Shan. Rest assured, I will procure the information at once in fact, I can offer you a discount on this occasion. I hope we can establish a lasting connection. The so-called intelligence department was often not a local organization, but rather a branch of powerful factions, each with a formidable backing. Therefore, for a significant client like Lei Shan, numerous collaborative opportunities could arise, prompting their eagerness to court him. Lei Shan did not rebuff her warmth. He accepted the teacup she offered, sipping calmly as he awaited the intelligence regarding Qin Beichin. He was not naive. He understood that information was often proportional to an individual's significance. It seemed that recent intelligence concerning Qin Beichin was quite valuable, as many appear to be monitoring this young man. An unusual circumstance. Besides Hu Liang and himself, how many others were clandestinely investigating Qin Beichin? What could their motivations be? Lei Shan found himself increasingly intrigued by Qin Beichin, aware that some questions could only be answered through intelligence, while others required investigation. Esteemed guest, thank you for your patience. Here are the details regarding Qin Beichin, the woman announced, presenting two thin envelopes that contained the information. I asked this all? Lei Shan inquired, furrowing his brow. The woman nodded gently, explaining, indeed, Qin Beichin was previously quite ordinary, not warranting our intelligence organization as scrutiny. Hence, our knowledge of him is limited in fact. Had it not been for a recent inquiry from a client, we would not have created a dossier for him. The turning point occurred recently, as it seems he has started to distinguish himself since that investigation. After a moment of silence, Lei Shan refrained from asking who that client was, suspecting it might be Hu Liang. He decided to open the envelopes to examine the information, hoping to uncover something useful, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. As the envelopes were opened, the details about Qin Beichin gradually revealed themselves. An orphan, At the sixth level of body refinement, previously bullied, suddenly erupted, suspected of being concealing his true abilities and seemingly possessing alchemical talents. Then, he read a chilling note on the last page of the second envelope. Pursued by assassins from a prominent family. Currently safed, this revelation. Lei Shan's gaze sharpened, and the atmosphere around him turned cold. Sensing the frosty aura emanating from Lei Shan, the woman realized he was undoubtedly a formidable figure. It appeared that Qin Beichen held significant importance in someone's eyes. She mused silently. Though they provided information to clients, those seeking intelligence were, in truth, part of the intelligence web themselves. Lei Shan looked up at the woman, asking, "Why is there no mention of Qin Beichen's current whereabouts?" A look of regret crossed the woman's face as she replied, "I apologize, esteemed guest, that a client has requested to keep this information concealed, having paid a price for it. Thus we cannot disclose it at this time." Lei Shan's expression grew stern. "What if I insist on knowing?" The woman's face broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling beneath her veil. "That would require additional funds." After a moment, Lei Shan slowly exited the intelligence organization's building. His countenance darkened, and he had not anticipated that the information about Qin Beichen would cost him so dearly, a substantial sum indeed. The academy ought to reimburse me for this. Upon stepping out, Su Qingyu and Wei Xiaoqiao surrounded him, inquiring urgently, "Teacher Lei, do you have any concrete information? How is Beichen? Where is he now?" Su Qingyu's emotions were in turmoil, deeply concerned for Qin Beichen's safety. Lei Shan nodded gently, assuring them, "Do not worry. Qin Beichen is currently safe. You should return and wait while I go to rescue him." However, upon hearing Lei Shan's words, Su Qingyu's expression did not brighten. It was evident from his tone that Qin Beichen might be in a dire predicament, one that was not easily resolved. Su Qingyu's brow furrowed. Temporary safety did not equate to lasting security. "Teacher Lei, may I accompany you to rescue Beichen?" Su Qingyu implored, unable to bear the thought of waiting idly for Lei Shan to save Qin Beichen. That if they succeeded, it would be a joyous outcome. But what if they failed? Would she miss the chance to see him one last time? The thought filled her with anxiety. Lei Shan shook his head gently, glancing at the group before him. "Bringing you along would only be a hindrance. That my mission is to save him, and having you with me may complicate matters further." Hearing this, Su Qingyu began to comprehend the nature of the adversaries Qin Beichen faced. She looked up at Lei Shan. "Teacher Lei, the enemies Qin Beichen faces, are they of the Huangwu realm?" Though they were all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, being deemed a liability indicated that their opponents were indeed formidable. Lei Shan gazed at Su Qingyu, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "You are quite astute, young lady. Fear not. Those enemies will pose no threat in my presence. That I must take my leave now." He addressed the two young women. "You should follow Wei Xiaoqiao to our temporary lodging and await my good news." With that, Lei Shan vanished from sight, as if swept away by a gust of wind. Su Qingyu watched his figure disappear, feeling a mix of helplessness and acceptance that Lei Shan had stated, facing a Huangwu realm expert. They, as mere foundation establishment cultivators, were indeed of little use and could potentially become liabilities. Thus, their absence would serve as the greatest assistance to Lei Shan. Of course, Su Qingyu and Song Qingying remained anxious about Qin Beichen's safety. Even though Lei Shan was an instructor from a prestigious academy, being pursued by someone of the Huangwu realm could easily spell doom for them. It seemed that Qin Beichen was either exceptionally fortunate or had significantly improved his cultivation. Consequently, the group returned to their temporary lodgings at Zongheng Academy, sipping tea on the first floor as they awaited Lei Shan's favorable news. Meanwhile, within the Alchemist Guild, Qin Beichen continued to endure the torment of the body refinement elixir in the lower-level alchemy chamber. At the same time, in the guild's upper echelons, the guild leader Qi Du sat across from an elderly man. The elder, with his snowy hair, appeared remarkably vigorous, embodying the vigor of one well into his years. His deep-set eyes brimming with vitality. "Did I say, junior brother, what brings you to Qingzhou City this time? Is it for recruitment, or is there some secret you are concealing from me?" Qi Du bore a mysterious smile, responding, "Brother Feng, do not be hasty, that I have something here for you to see. Once you do, you will understand." That as he spoke, Qi Du opened a drawer beneath the table and retrieved a red lacquered wooden box, secured with a lock, exuding an air of mystery. The elder Feng gazed at Qi Du as he unlocked the box, his expression filled with curiosity. This box is clearly extraordinary. What kind of elixir could possibly merit such a container? Before the box was even opened, Chi-Du, still smiling, replied, "It is nothing particularly remarkable. Merely a foundation establishment elixir. That a foundation establishment elixir. Is it not a flagrant waste to place this elixir within such a precious box?" The white-haired elder Fengwen felt that Chi-Du had clearly squandered a valuable container, yet the subsequent words from Chi-Du rendered Fengwen speechless. What if this foundational pill is a three-pattern foundational elixir? What? Upon hearing the term three-pattern, the elder Fengwen was utterly astonished, immediately rising from his chair, disregarding the frailty of his own constitution. Fengwen fixated on the box, inquiring of Chi-Du, "Is it truly a three-pattern elixir? Does such a pill genuinely have the chance to exist in this world?" This is the legendary three-pattern elixir, flawless in nature, devoid of side effects, and boasting 100% efficacy. Chi-Du remained silent, but extended his hand, slowly opening the wooden box. Inside the box lay the three-pattern foundational elixir, previously refined by Qin Beichin, its surface gleaming softly, with three golden patterns appearing most enticing. Fengwen hastily reached out, taking the box into his hands, his expression brimming with excitement as he proclaimed, "It is indeed a three-pattern elixir. Even if it is merely a foundational pill, its flavor and quality are nothing short of perfection, as an alchemist who has refined pills for many years. To behold this creation, I can confidently say that I have no regrets in this life." "Ha, brother, you must not die." Chi-Du chuckled at Fengwen. Fengwen gazed at the three-pattern elixir, staring for a long moment before finally regaining his composure. Turning to Chi-Du, "Junior brother, could it be that your alchemical skills have surpassed mine? I never imagined that you, having concealed your talents for so many years in this modest city of Qingzhou, would ultimately produce a three-pattern elixir. You are remarkable." Chi-Du's face displayed a bashful smile as he quickly approached the emotionally charged Fengwen, explaining, "Brother Feng, you have misunderstood me. You know well my capabilities. This elixir was not crafted by me, that if I could refine such a pill, I would immediately cease my endeavors. To create such a pill indeed warrants a life without regrets." Fengwen looked at Chi-Du with a puzzled expression. Then, "From whence did this three-pattern elixir originate?" Chi-Du replied with a smile, "Brother Feng, to speak frankly, this elixir actually came from an unknown alchemist who happened to be part of our alchemist guild." Fengwen's breathing steadied. He had thought his junior brother had surpassed him in alchemical prowess. Now, hearing the explanation, he realized he had overthought the matter. Fengwen grasped Chi-Du's hand, asking, "So, has that alchemist been located? If we could enlist such a talented alchemist into our ranks, it would be an immense boon. Even if we cannot employ them, merely engaging in dialogue would surely be immensely beneficial." Fengwen's gaze was fervent. His alchemical skills had stagnated for many years, and without the guidance of a master, any hope for advancement was nearly impossible. However, every alchemical master is a giant in the field, not someone easily accessible. Thus, Fengwen believed that the one who produced the three-pattern foundational elixir might just be the key to enhancing his own skills. Such a vital opportunity must be seized. Chapter 72. Neil, a joke. "Brother, do not be overly excited just yet." That Chi-Du patted his brother's shoulder, soothing his emotions. Fengwen gradually calmed down, addressing Chi-Du, "I see, junior brother, it appears you have not located that esteemed alchemist. Have you? If you had found them, you would have surely brought them for me to meet." The Chi-Du offered a wry smile. "Indeed, the truth is, I invited you here to seek your assistance in finding that esteemed alchemist. Though I am uncertain if that elder is still in Qingzhou, I cannot shake the feeling of regret if I do not meet him. This may be our only chance to encounter an alchemical master in our lifetimes." Fengwen nodded in agreement. "I understand now. It seems we share the same desire to meet this esteemed figure. In that case, let us join forces in our search. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover a single clue about that elder. If we could establish communication with them, our alchemical skills would surely progress by leaps and bounds, preventing us from stagnating at the level of 2 or 3 stars." That Chi-Du concurred. "Indeed, while our status as third-tier alchemists is not insignificant, the difference between first and third tiers ultimately pertains to lower-grade elixirs. Who does not aspire to ascend to the fourth tier like our master? If we can find that esteemed alchemist, the day of becoming fourth tier will be within reach." Both were filled with fervor, yearning to become fourth-tier alchemists and surpass their master, with the esteemed figure representing their hope. Of course, if Qin Beichin were to learn of their aspirations, he would undoubtedly seek to hide away, never daring to return to this place for alchemical endeavors. Although he had refined a golden body, refinement liquid, qualifying as a second-tier elixir, his actual level remained at first tier, rendering him incapable of guiding these two third-tier alchemists. That would be nothing short of a display of folly. Rest assured, junior brother, I will take care of this matter. Our alchemist guild may lack in certain areas, but we are not short on funds. With our influence, finding a person is certainly within our capabilities. Feng Wen thumped his chest, reassuring Qi Du, gratitude shone in Qi Du's eyes. With you leading the charge, I feel much more at ease. The two conversed a while longer before Qi Du escorted Feng Wen downstairs. That moment, the door to the alchemy room on the first floor swung open. Qin Beichin emerged, dressed in black. Young man, you have finally come out. I thought you would hide in there for eternity. Master Niu, the alchemist, seemed to have anticipated Qin Beichin's emergence, believing he would wait until the last moment. Now, emerging to confront the assassin of the Huangwu realm, is that not akin to courting death? Yet, as Master Niu mocked, Qin Beichin remained unfazed, treating the alchemist like a mere jester, unworthy of his attention. Qin Beichin cast a calm glance at him before striding toward the guild's hall. However, Master Niu harbored lingering resentment toward Qin Beichin, and seeing him ignore him only fueled his anger. A cold smile crept across his face. Young man, how about this? You kneel before me, and I will help you deal with that assassin. Upon hearing Master Niu's demand, Qin Beichin halted his steps. Noticing Qin Beichin's reaction, a gleam of triumph flickered in Master Niu's eyes. Haha, I knew you were afraid of death. Though you acted so tough earlier, now you are willing to yield. Come now, young man, if you kneel, I will ensure you escape today's calamity. Qin Beichin seemed to comprehend Master Niu's demand. He slowly turned his head, gazing at Master Niu. Nonsense, as a quintessential expression of my culture escaped his lips. Qin Beichin turned and departed, completely disregarding the stunned Master Niu, left speechless. Master Niu had anticipated that Qin Beichin would submit out of desperation. But his smug expression was now frozen in shock. In an instant, his demeanor morphed into one of fury. He bellowed at Qin Beichin. You might as well await your demise. Someone like you, a worthless fool, can only seek refuge within our alchemist guild. Let us see how you face the assassin. When you meet your tragic end, I shall be there to mock you beside your corpse. Hearing Master Niu's near-hysterical roar, Qin Beichin simply smiled. He calmly turned to face Master Niu, a slight smirk gracing his lips, seemingly unperturbed by the insults. Witnessing Qin Beichin's nonchalance drove Master Niu to the brink of collapse. With Master Niu watching, Qin Beichin calmly stepped out of the Alchemist Guild's doors. His figure was now exposed before the guild, illuminated by the night. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, making Qin Beichin's solitary presence conspicuous, easily noticeable to those who had been observing the Alchemist Guild. Attention, the big fish has surfaced. Whispers echoed in the shadows as the assassins targeting Qin Beichin evidently gathered together. Qin Beichin stood composed in the street, scanning the surroundings before calmly declaring, I ask you all, will you continue to hide, or shall you emerge now and kill me? Before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared atop a building across the street, clad in gray, with sharp eyes. Young man, let us see where you intend to hide. The raspy voice of the gray figure echoed as he lunged toward Qin Beichin, wielding a curved blade that glimmered ominously, stained with droplets of blood, the origins of which remained unknown. Qin Beichin maintained his composure, watching the approaching figure with a smile. Since I dare to emerge, I surely possess the means to eliminate you. Are you certain you were not expelled by the people of the Alchemist Guild? A gray figure lightly leaped from the rooftop, slowly descending before Qin Beichin. Observing the others' newfound loquacity, it appeared that they felt confident in their grasp on him. Allowing for unrestrained arrogance, Qin Beichin, his expression unchanging, calmly remarked, so you've even dispatched a killer of the Huangwu realm to eliminate me. The Wang family truly possesses considerable wealth and audacity. Upon hearing Qin Beichin utter the name of the Wang family, the gray figure's demeanor shifted subtly, clearly taken aback by how easily Qin Beichin had discerned their identity. His hoarse voice resounded once more, feel free to cast aspersions on the prominent families. They are merely our scapegoats. Our intent to eliminate you requires no external directive. It is simply a matter of personal disdain. Chapter 73. A single hand wields the blade. The killer's words were evidently an attempt to exonerate the Wang family. After listening, Qin Beichen chuckled. Regardless of your explanations, remember this. Once I have grown, the Wang family will be utterly erased from Qingzhou City. Realizing that Qin Beichen clung stubbornly to his accusation against the Wang family, the assassin ceased further justifications. Drawing a deep breath, he declared, "Unfortunately, you will have no opportunity. Your fate awaits in the grave." With that, the gray-clad assassin surged forward like a tempest, his dagger aimed directly at Qin Beichen's face. The oppressive aura of the Huangwu realm emanating from the assassin exerted a modicum of pressure on Qin Beichen. However, with a slight tremor, he dispelled this weight, leaving the assassin astonished. Undeterred, the assassin pressed on, the cobblestone path beneath him shattering into dust, that he understood the formidable strength of Qin Beichen's physique. Otherwise, the earlier strike would have severed his arm. The resilience of Qin Beichen's body spoke volumes. Yet the assassin had clearly underestimated him. As the assassin lunged forward with his dagger, Qin Beichen remained motionless, his expression devoid of emotion. Stubbornness. Yet have you abandoned your struggle? A sinister smile crept across the killer's face as he decided to grant Qin Beichen a swift end by severing his throat. But just as the dagger approached Qin Beichen, he made his move. With a subtle gesture, akin to plucking a flower, he elevated his hand. His motion was light as air, perfectly aligning with the dagger's trajectory. And with effortless grace, he pinched the blade between his fingers. Courting death, the assassin scoffed at Qin Beichen's audacity to block his lethal strike with mere flesh. Yet in the next instant, he realized his dagger felt as though it had become embedded in stone. Immovable, what is this? The assassin's arm shimmered faintly as he strained to withdraw his weapon. Despite the dagger's silvery luster, no matter how forcefully he pulled, it remained as if welded to Qin Beichen's hand. Qin Beichen regarded the astonished assassin with a smirk, as if observing a jester. The killer sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Qin Beichen's smile. Release it, with a gentle yet firm exertion of his fingers. Qin Beichen yanked the dagger towards himself. The gray assassin was met with an overwhelming force, and before he knew it, his weapon had been wrenched from his grasp. Now disarmed, he found himself at a loss. Why is your strength so formidable? Cold sweat beaded on the assassin's forehead. Did I end this moment? He recognized his grave miscalculation. The dagger, his most vital weapon, had been so easily taken from him, a profound humiliation. More alarmingly, his Huangwu realm physique was no match against his opponent, which was truly unsettling. That it seemed Qin Beichen had not employed any spiritual energy. He had merely utilized his physical prowess. Monster, the assassin thought. Retreating swiftly in his eyes, Qin Beichen had transformed from a lamb awaiting slaughter into a fearsome creature. That if he were not a monster, how could a foundational realm physique surpass his own Huangwu realm strength? Could it be that Qin Beichen was not human, but rather a young beast masquerading as one? Such occurrences, while rare, were not unheard of. Only those legendary beast offspring could exhibit such terrifying power at the foundational realm. The assassin's thoughts morphed into a realization. Killing Qin Beichen would not be an easy task after all. Damn it. Even if you are a beast's offspring, you shall perish here today, the killer declared, extending his arms, revealing a multitude of small blades. These daggers constituted one of his secret weapons. Take this, the gray assassin shouted, channeling his spiritual energy into the blades. Each dagger radiated a ghostly blue light as they launched toward Qin Beichen. Such tactics have already proven ineffective against me, Qin Beichen retorted, reaching out to grasp one of the assassin's blades that he then darted back and forth, the sound of clashing metal ringing as he effortlessly deflected the incoming daggers. However, as one of the blades clattered to the ground, Qin Beichen noticed a viscous droplet clinging to it, which slowly dripped onto the ground, corroding the stone beneath. Poison, Qin Beichen, though not seasoned in such matters, felt a pang of regret at the realization the assassin had employed poison to attempt his assassination. Had he rashly relied on his physical strength, he might have suffered severe consequences. This thought stirred a wave of anger within him. Wang family, do you think honest men are easy to bully? Qin Beichen's voice deepened, his eyes glinting with cold light. From the beginning, he had never provoked the Wang family, yet they had persistently targeted him. This kind of bullying was far worse than the beatings he had endured at school. With the dagger in hand, he dispatched all of the gray assassin's blades, and began to approach him slowly. He regarded the assassin with a calm demeanor, stating, "Do you know? I once vowed never to endure humiliation again. Therefore, Wang family, should you wish to suppress me and humiliate me, you shall inevitably pay the price." With that, Qin Beichen charged towards the gray assassin. Cold sweat dripped from the assassin's brow as he realized that within a single day, this young man had transformed into a monster. He frantically glanced around at the rooftops, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Oh, so there are more allies." Qin Beichen mused, aware of the presence of an archer, but the assassin's words hinted at the existence of numerous hidden companions. However, to the assassin's shock, his cries garnered no attention. It seemed no one acknowledged his plight. His companions appeared to be sound asleep. What in the world is happening? The assassin's mind began to unravel. Why were his allies silent? Had they met their end? Yet who would dare strike against them? Wasn't it said that no powerful figures lurked behind Qin Beichen? His body stiffened in fear. Chapter 74. Does Qin Beichen have allies? Qin Beichen stood before the gray assassin, waiting a moment longer, but when he found no sign of the assassin's companions, his expression turned peculiar. He gazed at the gray assassin, calmly asking, "So, are you attempting to feign the presence of many allies to frighten me away?" The assassin's eyes were vacant, but he soon pointed an accusing finger at Qin Beichen, shouting, "Stop pretending, Qin Beichen. Who is truly behind you? Our people must have been killed by yours." Upon hearing the assassin's outburst, Qin Beichen's expression grew more bewildered. "Wait, are you trying to deflect blame onto me? I just emerged from the Alchemist Guild. Which of your eyes saw me strike first? My only companion is the air. There is absolutely no one behind me." Furrowing his brow, Qin Beichen regarded the assassin incredulously. How could one be so shameless as to cast aspersions in such a dire moment? Upon hearing Qin Beichen's incredulous remarks, the gray assassin's panic deepened that if it were not Qin Beichen's people, then who could it be? Had they attracted the ire of some formidable entity? What a terrifying tale! His heart raced in confusion, unsure of the truth of Qin Beichen's words. Yet in that moment he had already lost the will to continue the fight. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, "Qin Beichen, you wait! I will have my revenge." With that, the gray assassin sprang into action, preparing to flee. But Qin Beichen would not grant him such an opportunity that if the assassin sought to end his life, how could he allow the killer to escape? Trying to leave? Did you consult me first? If you wish to flee, why did you come here in the first place? Qin Beichen spoke, brandishing a sharp blade as he pursued the opponent. Although the adversary was a formidable figure at the Huangwu realm, capable of harnessing Yuanli to enhance their speed, Qin Beichen's agility was far from trivial. The mere fact that the assassins believed his foundational movement technique to be of the Xian rank attested to the extraordinary nature of his skill. Moreover, with the further fortification of his physical body, Qin Beichen's speed could grow even more formidable. The assassin, already unable to keep pace with Qin Beichen, now found himself in a desperate flight, with Qin Beichen closely tailing him. Hearing the rush of air behind him, the assassin's heart sank. "Qin Beichen, spare me," he cried, not halting his steps, but already pleading for mercy. Yet Qin Beichen remained silent, effortlessly darting past him in a matter of moments to stand directly in his path. With the sharp blade pointed at the assassin, despite his masked visage, it was evident that panic consumed him. "You cannot escape. Since your Wang family seeks my life, you must pay the price," Qin Beichen declared coldly. The assassin, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "Qin Beichen, I can relinquish all my wealth to you. Will you spare me?" "No," Qin Beichen replied resolutely. "Though I have never taken a life, I understand that one must eradicate the root of the problem." His demeanor remained calm, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. These words fell like the final straw on a beleaguered camel, plunging the assassin into despair. "Damn it," he roared, quickly retrieving a long knife from his storage pouch. He glared at Qin Beichen, declaring, "Even if I die, I will take you down with me." With trembling hands, the assassin unleashed a flurry of blade lights towards Qin Beichen. These luminous strikes were, in essence, manifestations of his Yuanli, a testament to his martial prowess. The blade lights sliced through the air with a chilling ferocity, appearing exceedingly perilous. However, armed with his sharp knife, Qin Beichen was unfazed, calmly wielding it to effortlessly dispel the assassin's attacks. Boom! The blade lights erupted before Qin Beichen, yet they could not inflict a single scratch upon him. His physical strength was formidable, and with the protection of his sharp knife, he was naturally impervious to harm. While this exchange appeared effortless, it was an achievement unattainable for the ordinary foundational cultivator. Even if their weapons could withstand the destructive force of the blade lights, only those of the Huangwu realm could endure such power. Qin Beichen's ability to resist stemmed from the exceptional strength of his body, which had undergone profound transformation. Though the opponent's might was fearsome, Qin Beichen had also achieved a metamorphosis in his physicality. He could not yet gauge the full extent of his newfound strength, but he was certain it surpassed that of a mere Huangwu's second or third layer. The tides of battle shifted. Qin Beichen's figure surged forth like a beast that had caught sight of its prey, swiftly charging at the assassin. The sharp knife glimmered like fangs, aimed directly at the gray-cloaked adversary. The moment the gray-cloaked assassin witnessed Qin Beichen shatter his blade lights, a chill crept into his heart, and as he saw Qin Beichen barreling towards him, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Damn it! I refuse to believe that as a Huangwu expert, I cannot vanquish you. Gritting his teeth, the gray-cloaked assassin raised his long knife to confront Qin Beichen. Behold my move, the river-severing slash. This technique, known as the river-severing slash, was one of the gray-cloaked assassin's signature moves. Said to have been inspired by a legendary martial artist who cleaved a river in two with a single strike. Though classified as a Huang-rank technique, its potency was undeniable, especially when unleashed by a master of his caliber. The long knife shimmered with a blue, ethereal light, and the assassin poured all his strength into this strike. While Qin Beichen lacked blade-specific techniques, the martial arts he had mastered could indeed be applied to a knife, albeit with slightly diminished efficacy. Mountain split fist, Qin Beichen exclaimed, swinging his long knife as though he intended to cleave a mountain in twain, exuding an overwhelming momentum as the two combatants faced off with their long knives. Both weapons radiated brilliance, resembling two divine titans clashing in combat. Mountain split fist? Such a rudimentary technique dares to challenge me. The gray-cloaked assassin nearly laughed aloud upon hearing Qin Beichen's chosen martial art. He found it incomprehensible that someone wielding such an inferior Huang-rank technique would dare to face him. However, he failed to notice the unwavering calmness etched across Qin Beichen's countenance. Boom! Before their blades even met. The air erupted in chaotic turbulence, ruffling their garments. It was only moments later that their long knives truly collided. Clang! The sound of their weapons clashing reverberated through the heavens. Typically, martial techniques are tailored for specific body parts. For instance, the mountain split fist is best suited for the fist, while the rock-crushing palm is optimal for the palm's striking force. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the mountain split fist cannot be utilized with weapons. Although altering the method of exertion may prove somewhat taxing, adept control of strength can indeed enable one to wield the mountain split fist with a blade. Ultimately, martial arts serve as a conduit for the explosion of Yuanli. As long as one masters the exertion of force, even a mere blade of grass can unleash the power to cleave mountains. Of course, not everyone possesses the capability to achieve this. Only those who have attained the grandmaster level in martial arts stand a chance. However, Qin Beichen found it relatively effortless to adapt his exertion technique. A faint golden glow flickered on his sharp knife, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the gray-cloaked assassin's long knife. Before the collision, the gray-cloaked assassin smirked at Qin Beichen. "You fool! The mountain split fist is not a blade technique. The TO employs such a lowly martial art against me is a delusion." Qin Beichen remained silent, his grip on the sharp knife unwavering. Clang! The two long knives met with a blinding flash, sending sparks flying as their edges clashed. The gray-cloaked assassin had been confident of his victory, yet at that moment, the immense force emanating from Qin Beichen's sharp knife effortlessly deflected his technique. It appeared that he was the one at a disadvantage. In the next instant, to the assassin's utter disbelief, Qin Beichen's sharp knife trembled, erupting in a brilliant silver light that shattered the gray-cloaked assassin's long knife into pieces. This sequence transpired in an instant. As the sound of the knife breaking echoed, the gray-cloaked assassin stood dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer astonishment, while shards of his broken long knife splintered and struck him, embedding themselves into his flesh. The fragments of the long knife easily pierced the gray-cloaked assassin, leaving him riddled with wounds, his expression twisted in agony. He howled in a wretched scream, retreating sharply as if struck by cannon fire. Countless shards had embedded themselves within his body, and even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. His condition was dire. Some fragments had even lodged into his meridians and acupoints, rendering the operation of his martial arts a perilous endeavor. Why? Why can the Mountain Split Fist unleash such terrifying power? Is this truly the Mountain Split Fist? The assassin bellowed in a fit of rage, unable to fathom how a mere youth, who had yet to reach the Huangwu realm and wielded the most inferior Huang rank technique, could overpower him so effortlessly. What he failed to realize was that Qin Beichen's formidable strength was no mere fluke, but an inevitability. The perfection of his foundational cultivation, along with systematic reinforcement of his abilities and repeated fortification of his body, had endowed him with power far surpassing that of his peers. In essence, he had achieved invincibility among his peers, a true paragon of strength capable of contending with Huangwu experts, an aspiration that other foundational cultivators could scarcely dare to envision. Flee, flee! The gray-cloaked assassin now comprehended that he had encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he was but a naive lamb. His figure retreated in haste, yet Qin Beichen would not grant him an easy escape. Do you believe you can flee? Since you have chosen the path of an assassin, you should have prepared for death. Qin Beichen lightly tapped the ground twice, swiftly closing the distance to stand before the gray-cloaked assassin, shadowing him relentlessly. That moment, the assassin belatedly realized that if he could not surpass Qin Beichen in strength, he was also outmatched in speed. Qin Beichen regarded the gray-cloaked assassin with an expression devoid of emotion, while the assassin's heart plummeted in dread. Are you prepared to embrace your demise? Qin Beichen wielded his right hand horizontally, the sharp blade glinting with a cold light. Indeed, Qin Beichen had never taken a life. Yet this did not imply that he was oblivious to the art of killing, that he was no saint. Ever since arriving in this fantastical realm, Qin Beichen had reconciled himself to the reality of either slaying or being slain. Therefore, when confronted with the gray-clad assassin who had nearly driven him to the brink of despair, Qin Beichen showed no mercy. Buzz! With a swift motion, the blade descended towards the assassin's face. The gray-clad killer, flustered, attempted to flee, only to find himself unable to withstand the onslaught of Qin Beichen's long knife, forced instead into a hasty retreat. Yet, given the assassin's current state, escape had become a mere fantasy. As his movements grew increasingly labored, blood seeped from his wounds, dampening his garments, and beneath his mask, his pallor had turned ghastly. Thud! At last, the gray-clad assassin felt his strength wane, stumbling to the ground, unable to rise or even attempt to flee. Qin Beichen, spare me, he pleaded, rolling on the ground until he knelt at Qin Beichen's feet. Qin Beichen's expression remained tranquil as he calmly replied, I shall not grant you mercy. I am aware that had our positions been reversed, you would have severed my throat without hesitation, that we are all cultivators. One must possess the resolve to face death, and if your mind is solely preoccupied with killing, without ever contemplating the possibility of being killed, then I can only deem you exceedingly foolish. As he spoke, Qin Beichen raised his hand, directing the blade's tip towards the assassin's face, aiming for his eyes. With a slicing sound, the sharp knife tore through the assassin's mask, unveiling his true visage. Yet upon beholding the assassin's countenance, Qin Beichen was momentarily stunned. The assassin's face was a grotesque sight, putrid and swollen, oozing with pus, a sight that instilled profound discomfort. Such an image, Qin Beichen realized, would be etched in his memory forever. Was it worth it? He pondered, gazing at the assassin's decayed features. Was this the price of becoming a killer? To conceal one's identity at the cost of utterly ravaging one's appearance, transforming into a being neither human nor ghost, was indeed a cruel fate. Only the assassin's eyes retained a semblance of life as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Beichen, murmuring, there is no choice. I am the chosen one, to avoid becoming a killer. My only fate would be to perish from starvation in the wilderness. Chapter 76. The warning from Lei Shan Buzz. The blade shimmered, drawing a silver arc through the air. As the arc dissipated, the assassin's head tumbled to the ground, rolling momentarily. Qin Beichen stood calmly, devoid of any discomfort associated with taking a life that in truth, from the moment he traversed into this fantastical world, and recognized its brutal nature, he had already steeled himself for this reality. Without such resolve, how could one strive to cultivate amidst the tumult of fate? Contemplating this, Qin Beichin exerted a slight force, driving the blade into the stone pavement with a piercing sound. He then lifted his gaze to the surrounding edifices and called out, "I am unaware of which elder has aided me from the shadows. But might I beseech you to reveal yourself?" His eyes scanned the rooftops, seeking the identity of his benefactor. Did I, in fact, upon witnessing the astonishment in the gray-clad assassin's eyes and realizing that the other assassins had likely been dealt with, Qin Beichin had surmised that perhaps an elder had intervened to assist him. Yet he could not fathom who this individual might be. It seemed that within the circle of individuals he knew, none possessed the strength of the Huangwu realm, indicating he was unfamiliar with this powerful figure. Qin Beichin searched the surroundings for a considerable time, yet no figure emerged. Could it be that the assassin had merely deceived him? Qin Beichin found himself ensnared in confusion. Very well. A figure appeared behind Qin Beichin, clapping softly in admiration. "Truly, you are the first prodigy of Qingzhou City, possessing both wisdom and courage, a hidden dragon of the city." Turning, Qin Beichin beheld a tall man surveying him with an expression of profound appreciation. Given that this individual had aided him, it was only polite for Qin Beichin to express his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance," he said, bowing slightly. "May I inquire as to your name?" The man laughed heartily, his laughter resonating with warmth. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Qin Beichin's shoulder, and said, "Young lad, remember this. I am Lei Shan from the Zonghing Academy, an admissions instructor there." "Zonghing Academy?" Qin Beichin's confusion deepened, his expression one of bewilderment. That he thought to himself, "I just bested Hu Liang from Zonghing Academy and seized his storage pouch. Why would this instructor come to my aid? Shouldn't he be seeking retribution?" Scratching his head in perplexity, Qin Beichin failed to grasp the man's intentions. Noticing the confusion etched on Qin Beichin's face, Lei Shan smiled knowingly. That he took a couple of steps closer and patted Qin Beichin's shoulder again. "Do not worry, young one, regarding Hu Liang. He was indeed in the wrong, and I believe your actions were justified. In fact, it was precisely because you defeated Hu Liang and showcased your talents that I took it upon myself to seek you out, even going so far as to offer my assistance." As he spoke, an expression of incredulity crossed Lei Shan's face. "However, I did not anticipate that I had underestimated you. You actually managed to defeat that Huangwu second-layer assassin. Young lad, you are undoubtedly a genius." Lei Shan marveled, for Qin Beichin's performance was astonishingly beyond expectations. That it was already commendable for an ordinary genius to surpass 1 or 2 minor realms within the same tier, yet this young lad had transcended 10 minor realms, showcasing an extraordinary prowess that defied the norm. Such feats were not merely those of a genius. They were the capabilities of a prodigy, a true anomaly. Consequently, Lei Shan found himself at a loss for words to adequately praise Qin Beichin. This young man was simply exceptional. If news of Qin Beichin's victory over the Huangwu second-layer assassin were to spread, Lei Shan was confident that every academy within the empire would vie for Qin Beichin's favor, and he would soon become a well-known genius throughout the realm. However, Lei Shan was determined to keep such matters under wraps. That it was not out of concern for Qin Beichin being poached by other academies, but rather because his talents were so extraordinary that they might attract malicious entities seeking to harm him. His actions were ultimately in the best interest of Qin Beichin. Upon hearing that Lei Shan bore no ill will regarding his defeat of Hu Liang, Qin Beichin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that he would not face retribution, and he likely would not need to return the storage pouch. That I also acknowledge my shortcomings in this matter, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed elder, he said, expressing his gratitude for the assistance he had received. Lei Shan chuckled and shook his head. "Youthful exuberance is understandable. When I was your age, though my talent was not as great as yours, I was even more audacious. Despite enduring many beatings, I harbor no regrets. That a bit of recklessness and a wealth of experiences will serve you well, aiding in your refinement and growth. This spirit should be preserved." Like a caring elder, Lei Shan gently patted Qin Beichin's shoulder. "Come now, your 2 young companions are waiting for you in the tea house. Let us return and discuss further. 2 young companions. Qin Beichin felt perplexed. He had only one romantic interest, Su Qingyu. Who could the other be? Lei Shan offered no answer, fully understanding Qin Beichin's confusion to at such a young age. With such remarkable talent, it was entirely reasonable for him to have more than one close female friend. Perhaps I misinterpreted. Let us hurry along, Lei Shan suggested, loosening his hold and leading Qin Beichen back into the city. Yet, just as they were about to depart, Lei Shan suddenly turned, gazing intently at a certain spot in the street, and called out, "Friend, I am aware of your presence in the shadows. Remember, Qin Beichen is someone I have taken under my wing. Should you dare to take his life, I will eradicate your entire clan. This is no jest. You may test my resolve." Lei Shan's declaration was resolute, exuding an air of authority and power. However, the street remained silent, devoid of any response to his proclamation. Unfazed, Lei Shan turned back to Qin Beichen with a smile and said, "Let us be on our way to..." As they spoke, the two departed from the street of the Alchemist Guild, making their way into the city. In this place, only the lifeless body of the gray-clad assassin remained. However, atop a nearby building, a figure cloaked in black stood on the rooftop, observing the many corpses sprawled below. Chapter 77. Can a talented youth still refine elixirs? The figure in black remained silent for a moment before finally sighing in resignation and vanishing from sight. Remember to clean up all the bodies. These assassins had been dispatched by the figure in black, and now, witnessing the scene before him, he chose not to seek trouble with Lei Shan, clearly perceiving him as a formidable opponent. Thus, the assassination attempt culminated in the complete annihilation of the gray-clad assassins. Of course, this assassination did not transpire without notice. Numerous witnesses had observed the unfolding events, including many experts from the Alchemist Guild. After all, this scene occurred right before the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. And as long as they chose not to feign ignorance, it was easy for them to witness the occurrence at that moment. Within the Grand Hall of the Alchemist Guild, the guild leader Chi-Du, along with his senior brother Feng Wen and the alchemist Niu, stood in the hall, quietly observing the assassination that had taken place on the street. "Hiss! What a genius!" Feng Wen of the Alchemist Academy gently stroked his beard, expressing his admiration to a SA teacher at the Alchemist Academy. He had encountered many renowned geniuses, yet someone like Qin Beichen was indeed a rarity. Such geniuses could leap across several realms, but none could rival Qin Beichen's feat of challenging a yellow martial realm cultivator while being merely at the second level of foundation establishment. Such news would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Among the three alchemists, the one with the most complex emotions was naturally Niu. He watched Qin Beichen's departing figure and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He had not anticipated that the individual he believed to be doomed would manage to overcome the gray-clad assassin, whose presence he himself felt posed a considerable threat. It was important to note that he was also a formidable figure at the first level of the yellow martial realm. The realization that someone he deemed beyond his capability could be vanquished by a young lad at the second level of foundation establishment was utterly absurd. Did this not imply that this young man could also eliminate him? Contemplating this, Niu suddenly felt a pang of regret. Having offended such a genius, what if this prodigy held a grudge and sought revenge? His own life was not nearly as resilient as that of the gray-clad assassin. Should the young man act ruthlessly, his demise would be almost certain, unless Chi-Du were willing to intervene on his behalf. Upon hearing his senior brother Feng Wen's admiration, Chi-Du couldn't help but chuckle lightly, saying, "Indeed impressive. At that age, I struggled to contend with peers of the same realm, let alone challenge those with significantly greater cultivation. Yes, I recall that at this age, I was assisting my master at the alchemy furnace." Feng Wen added. Both were profoundly astonished by Qin Beichen's extraordinary talents that if news of his actions were to spread, it would undoubtedly evoke widespread admiration. That Chi-Du turned to his senior brother Feng Wen. "Brother, do you have any interest in this child? As your junior, I hold some influence in this Qingzhou city, and perhaps I could assist you in securing him." Chi-Du believed that if he were to present this child as a gift to his senior brother, bringing him to the Alchemist Academy as a student, Feng Wen would surely be delighted and would exert greater effort in the pursuit of alchemical mastery. However, to Chi-Du's surprise, Feng Wen merely shook his head lightly upon hearing the proposal, saying, "Let it be. This child may indeed be a genius in combat, but in terms of alchemical talent, he may lack the necessary aptitude. Such a prodigy would only waste his potential in our Alchemist Academy. As we prioritize alchemical talent over martial or combat prowess," Chi-Du nodded gently, understanding Feng Wen's perspective. Had they selected alchemists based solely on cultivation talent, Chi-Du himself might not have been able to join the Alchemist Academy and would not have achieved his current position as the guild leader in Qingzhou City. Fengwen lamented, "Children with both cultivation and combat talents are unlikely to come to our Alchemist Academy. Did you not notice the middle-aged man beside him? That individual is Lei Shan, a teacher from the Zongheng Academy. A true powerhouse who once single-handedly defeated 10 peers of the same realm at the yellow martial level, gaining considerable fame." Chi-Du nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Lei Shan from Zongheng Academy is a formidable figure. I suspect many within the Empire have heard of his name." Fengwen concurred, "Yes, since that lad has caught the attention of Zongheng Academy and received their assistance in dealing with adversaries. We stand little chance of claiming him. Moreover, Zongheng Academy is indeed better suited for nurturing students. Many renowned powerhouses have emerged from that institution." After listening to Fengwen's account, Chi-Du softly remarked, "However, I hear that Zongheng Academy already boasts numerous geniuses. Even if that child were to enroll, he may not necessarily rise to prominence among them." Though Chi-Du resided in Qingzhou City, he was well informed about matters beyond its borders. Fengwen replied slowly, "Indeed, Zongheng Academy is a mixed bag, currently overflowing with talents. Many offspring of nobility are studying there, and the dynamics within are quite complex, making it challenging even for teachers to secure their footing. In comparison, our Alchemist Academy is relatively tranquil and conducive to the dedicated study of alchemical arts, making it an absolute sanctuary for alchemists." After discussing for a while, they remained convinced that, despite Qin Beichen's remarkable talents, his potential in alchemy likely fell short. Thus, even if he were to be accepted in a Zongheng Academy, it would not be a significant loss. At that moment, Niu suddenly interjected, "That genius was actually refining elixirs in our alchemy room, just now." Upon hearing Niu's words, both Chi-Du and Fengwen fell silent. After all their discourse, could it be that this genius possessed talent in alchemy as well? However, Niu continued to clarify, but his alchemical talent is likely not impressive. As he entered the room solely to evade the gray-clad assassin, that I suspect he did not manage to refine any elixirs. Which alchemy room was he in? Take us to see. Fengwen suddenly expressed interest in discovering what sort of elixirs Qin Beichen had been attempting to create. Could it be that he had misjudged the young man, who might actually possess significant talent in alchemy? Chi-Du echoed, "Yes, let us go and have a look." Seeing the two esteemed alchemists so intrigued, Niu led them toward the room where Qin Beichen had been refining. Chapter 78. Qin Beichen's revelation. As Niu guided the two forward, he remarked, "That young lad seemed to have entered merely to escape the assassin. I doubt he possesses any true alchemical skill." Fengwen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he responded, "That may not be the case. Perhaps fortune favors us, and we have encountered a true polymath." Thus, under Niu's guidance, the three entered the alchemical room. Just as they opened the door to the alchemy chamber, Fengwen suddenly halted. He raised a hand, signaling Chi-Du and Niu to pause. "Wait, something feels off in here." Chi-Du was about to inquire about what was amiss when he caught a whiff of a peculiar scent, causing his expression to shift. Meanwhile, Niu trailed behind them, utterly perplexed, exchanging glances. Fengwen and Chi-Du's eyes gleamed with realization. Fengwen slowly remarked, "It seems there is the aura of a top-tier elixir present." The top-tier elixir referred to a perfect elixir, specifically one of the three-pattern elixirs. Three-pattern elixir? A perfect elixir? How could that be here? Could it be that the young man refined it? Niu gasped, finding the notion absurd. The strength Qin Beichen exhibited in cultivation had already far exceeded his expectations. If he were also capable of surpassing him in alchemy, would that not render him inferior in every aspect? Niu struggled to bear such a blow. Fengwen slowly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. We are not suggesting that the young man refined a perfect elixir, merely that the room seems to have housed one previously, perhaps left by the last alchemist or carried by him." Chi-Du nodded, finding Fengwen's explanation quite reasonable. They certainly could not believe that Qin Beichen was capable of refining a perfect elixir, as his cultivation level was merely a foundation establishment, and he had never gained fame for alchemy in Qingzhou City. In light of this, the only plausible explanation for the situation was that Qin Beichen possessed a perfect elixir. Considering this, Niu stroked his chin and speculated, is it possible that this young man knows an alchemist capable of refining perfect elixirs? When the words of Master Niu the alchemist were spoken, the eyes of Chi-Du and Fengwen instantly began to gleam with excitement. Although they had not previously entertained such a possibility, upon reflection, It seemed quite plausible. Either this perfect elixir was something Qin Beichen had unearthed from some ancient relic, or it was a gift from a renowned alchemist. Perhaps that esteemed alchemist was a friend or even a mentor to Qin Beichen. With this thought, Chi Du exclaimed in fervor, "Investigate this. Start tracing from this little fellow. We must uncover the origins of his perfect elixir." In truth, at that moment, Chi Du was still unfamiliar with Qin Beichen, although Lin Fei had intended to introduce Qin Beichen to the president. The search for the alchemist had thwarted that plan. Thus, today marked Chi Du's first encounter with Qin Beichen, and he remained oblivious to the latter's true identity. However, Feng Wen stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Chi Du's shoulder, saying, "Junior brother, do not be overly excited. The source of this boy's elixir remains uncertain. Moreover, should we inadvertently rouse that alchemist, it could spell trouble for us." Upon hearing Feng Wen's calming words, Chi Du gradually regained his composure. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Indeed, if this young lad truly has connections to that esteemed alchemist, our reckless investigation might provoke the elder's displeasure, potentially leading to disaster. Then let us proceed with caution, striving to leave a favorable impression on that alchemist," Chi Du declared, grasping Feng Wen's hand. "Brother, you truly are my lucky star." With that, Chi Du and Feng Wen stepped outside, both exhilarated, convinced that Qin Beichen held crucial clues. After they exited the alchemy chamber, Master Nyo lingered for a moment, sniffing the air curiously, and murmured, "Is there truly a scent? Why can't I detect it?" Yet when Master Nyo attempted to place his hand above the alchemical furnace, he abruptly sensed that the temperature was unusually high. Could it be that this young lad had genuinely concocted an elixir? If so, what kind of elixir had he created? Master Nyo was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend what Qin Beichen had accomplished within the chamber. His experience today had indeed been tumultuous. Regardless, he had provided the president with a hypothesis. Surely, that young man would not seek to trouble him at the guild. With that thought, Master Nyo slowly exited the alchemy chamber. Consequently, the Alchemist Guild sprang into action once more, discreetly gathering intelligence on Qin Beichen's background, all conducted with utmost subtlety to avoid alarming the elder who stood behind him. After all, renowned alchemists often had fiery tempers and could take offense if someone pried into their affairs. Nevertheless, Chi Du felt a gnawing anxiety. Even now, they could not ascertain the true origins of the perfect elixir attributed to Qin Beichen. If he had merely purchased it or discovered it in some secretive location, their efforts would be in vain. Yet even if it proved fruitless, they were determined to persist in their inquiries. As long as there was an opportunity, they would continue their pursuit. That Chi Du had lingered too long at the third-tier alchemist level. He yearned to break through and create his first fourth-tier elixir. For this goal, he was prepared to mobilize the entire Alchemist Guild. That in the dead of night, Lin Fei, upon receiving news, hurried to the Alchemist Guild, her heart racing as she ascended the stairs. "President, have we found a lead?" she inquired, bowing respectfully to both Chi Du and Feng Wen. Seeing Lin Fei enter, Chi Du was elated. "Indeed, indeed. Lin Fei, come quickly. Our lead lies with this young man." Chi Du gestured toward a portrait resting on the table, depicting a young boy. Lin Fei approached and focused on the image. Her previously eager expression froze in shock. That Chi Du moved closer, saying, "Lin Fei, look. This boy is the clue to the alchemist we seek." However, after Chi Du finished speaking, he was met with silence from Lin Fei, leaving him bewildered. "Lin Fei, what is the matter?" he asked, noticing her dazed expression, as if she had been struck dumb. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lin Fei finally managed to respond, "President, this boy is none other than Qin Beichen, the genius from my class whom I wanted to introduce to you." "What?" Chi Du exclaimed, astonished. He could hardly fathom that the clue he had uncovered was the very same talented young man Lin Fei had been eager to recommend. "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Feng Wen stepped forward, glancing at Lin Fei with eager anticipation. "Are you sure?" Lin Fei shook her head, smiling confidently. "How could I be mistaken, President? This child has always been under my tutelage. He is indeed my student." Upon hearing Lin Fei's assertion, Chi Du's expression turned perplexed. Could this young lad truly be connected to a renowned alchemist? Lin Fei furrowed her brow, regarding Chi Du with skepticism. "President, is it truly possible that the esteemed alchemist has ties to Qin Beichen? It seems rather improbable. While Qin Beichen displayed some talent for alchemy, he had only recently begun to master the art of condensing elixir flames." and he had yet to attempt refining an elixir that, if he were acquainted with that esteemed alchemist, he should have long since begun his studies. That as Lin Fei articulated her thoughts, Chi Du's brow furrowed in agreement. Indeed, as she pointed out, the evidence against Qin Beiqin was scant. It seemed implausible to link him to the renowned alchemist based solely on the aura of the perfect elixir. Lin Fei's remarks doused Chi Du's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Yet he recognized that her reasoning held merit. That moment. Feng Wen interjected, Lin Fei, how well do you know this child? Is his alchemical skill truly limited to the nascent stage of condensing elixir flames? Feng Wen's inquiry caught Lin Fei off guard. She suddenly recalled that when Qin Beiqin had condensed his elixir flames, he had skillfully summoned a serpent of fire. Could it be that Qin Beiqin had already mastered the art of alchemy? Did he, in fact, have a renowned alchemist backing him? Taking a step back, Lin Fei steadied herself against the table and said, I am unsure. However, he did indeed condense a fire serpent shortly after he learned to summon elixir flames. Which leads me to believe he possesses exceptional talent. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, both Chi Du and Feng Wen fell into contemplation. To condense a fire serpent, so soon after learning to summon elixir flames, suggested either extraordinary innate talent or prior exposure to the craft of alchemy. Perhaps this young man has deceived you, Feng Wen remarked with a smile as he regarded Lin Fei that moment. Lin Fei's expression mirrored her confusion that as an alchemist, she understood precisely what a novice's elixir flames should resemble. And she recognized how exceptional Qin Beiqin's flames truly were. Was it possible that he had a renowned alchemist guiding him? Lin Fei slowly mused, recalling her earlier proposition to Qin Beiqin about becoming an apprentice at the Alchemist Guild, only to be met with a firm refusal. He had claimed a lack of interest in alchemy. Thus, might there exist a possibility that Qin Beiqin simply did not require the apprenticeship, having already received the tutelage of a renowned alchemist? If that were the case, Qin Beiqin's initial rejection of her offer might not have stemmed from disinterest, but rather from a sense of superiority over the Alchemist Guild. Lin Fei found herself ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion. The figure of Qin Beiqin growing increasingly complex in her mind. Could it be that those perfect elixirs were indeed crafted by him? This notion flared to life in her mind, but she swiftly dismissed it. Even a genius like Qin Beiqin could only be classified as a first or second-tier alchemist at most. Such a level could hardly produce perfect elixirs. After all, she herself was a second-tier alchemist and struggled to refine even a single-pattern elixir. If Qin Beiqin could indeed concoct a 3-pattern elixir, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Even with the guidance of a renowned alchemist, such an achievement would surely be unattainable. However, she could never have imagined that. Despite the absence of an alchemy master behind Qin Beiqin, a mysterious and unfathomable system was at play. While a master in alchemy might not be able to cultivate Qin Beiqin into a new grandmaster, the system could certainly assist him in gaining extraordinary advantages. Thus, the Alchemist Guild's relentless search for a master alchemist ultimately pointed to Qin Beiqin himself. Yet, even though this notion may have crossed their minds countless times, no one would dare to believe it. After all, Qin Beiqin appeared exceedingly youthful. Merely in his teens, at such a tender age, it seemed impossible for him to possess the mastery of an alchemy grandmaster. Alchemy is an art that necessitates continuous accumulation, relentless learning, and experimentation to master. Without decades of rigorous training and study, how could one aspire to become a grandmaster in the craft? Of course, Qin Beiqin was not an alchemy grandmaster. But when it came to concocting foundational elixirs, alongside the aid of the system, he could achieve feats that even seasoned masters might struggle to accomplish. Lin Fei's thoughts had spiraled into a tangled mess. She gently rubbed her forehead and, with a wry smile, said to Feng Wen and Chi Du, I believe I may need to reassess my understanding of this student, but I find myself somewhat perplexed by him now. Feng Wen and Chi Du nodded in agreement, stating, in that case, we entrust you with the task of investigating Qin Beiqin. He may very well be our hope in locating that elusive alchemy grandmaster. Lin Fei blinked and replied, Understood, esteemed teachers, that I shall focus on observing Qin Beiqin and may even take the initiative to inquire with him. I too am eager to uncover the secrets that lie behind this student. Very well, we appreciate your efforts, Chi Du said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Lin Fei. He could hardly believe the fortuitous turn of events. Qin Beiqin was indeed in a mentor-student relationship with Lin Fei. as if fate itself were lending a hand. Yet, a twinge of regret gnawed at Chi-Du. Had he taken the time to know Qin Beichen earlier, perhaps the search would not have been so arduous. The clues had been closer than he realized. He simply had not seen them until now. Thus, Lin Fei returned home in her carriage, resolved to confront Qin Beichen the following day for clarity. Meanwhile, Chi-Du and Feng were brimming with anticipation, both unable to find solace in sleep. The title of Alchemy Grandmaster is reserved for those who have achieved a rank of 7th tier or higher in the art. And only a Grandmaster possesses the capability to forge perfect elixirs. This is a fundamental truth within the realm of alchemy. Chapter 8. Confirming the sovereignty of the Academy.